day 2 for the Blast Premier Spring Finals. We had Na'Vi taking on NIP to open up the day with, and it was a 2-0 for Na'Vi. 16-13 on Mirage, which was NIP's pick, and then 16-9 on Nuke, which Na'Vi came in with full confidence. Simple and electronic, they were shining stars as always for the team, but this time they delivered in style. Then we moved on to Complexity versus OG. We saw OG picking to Train, but it really didn't look like their map as it went 16-7 from Complexity. Config had an ultimately good performance. Then we went on to Mirage, where we expected Cole to close it out, but it was OG who picked up the win. They found a new lease of life. But when it came to Nuke the Decider, despite a mini comeback coming in from OG, it was Complexity that took the win and the series to close out the day. Bring on another great day, because this action is only going to get hotter.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the third day here of the Blast Premier playoffs. We're in it to win it, and everybody here as well. We just finished the first round of the playoffs yesterday. Teams are in the winner bracket, teams are in the loser bracket, and we're going to find out how it goes today. I'm Semler, your host, and joining me on the desk, as always, Maniac and Sponge. Gentlemen, welcome for yet another day of brilliant CS.
Hello, hello. I feel fantastic. You know, for the first time in a long time, I actually woke up at 11, so I feel like my brain is slowly adjusting to our timeline. I've had 7 hours sleep, so I feel ready. I've had my coffee, I had a walk in the morning, and I'm ready for CS.
Look, I'm going to be honest here quickly, Semler. I actually feel myself now. I took 3 weeks off away from Counter-Strike, not being involved and this plugged in. And with all the drama and the games that have happened in the last 48 hours, what was I thinking? I have missed this. I feel alive again. Let's get stuck in.
Straight back in it. You just fallen off the wagon, Chad. For a second there, I thought, everything was good, and all of a sudden now you're just sounding like an addict. But, fair enough. It's good to be addicted to the CS scene. So let's get into it. Let's take a look at our brackets that will be coming up as we are playing through. As I said, we've already finished the first round of the upper bracket yesterday, and so now we're going to be moving on into those lower bracket matches. So we're going to be finding out who goes home first here in the Blast playoffs. But so far things have been playing out pretty much as expected here in the European side of things. No major upsets, I suppose, apart from Vitality taking G2. That's probably the big one.
Yeah, it has to be, but then again, we have to consider the context and then G2 and the fact that they had to play so many maps recently. Obviously, the final of DreamHack Masters that they lost must have taken a toll on them. They will have to battle it out in the lower bracket, but we also need to mention everything is BO3. Yes, baby, let's go. It's BO3 all the way, even if you're in the lower bracket. So I'm looking forward to seeing a reaction coming in from G2.
Me too. And I think, if we look at this and the Counter-Strike that we've seen over the last couple of months and the fact that Na'Vi showed up yesterday with good Counter-Strike, this is a 3-horse race for me, this finals bracket. FaZe Clan, Na'Vi, and G2. They're the 3 names that I'm putting at the top of my list here.
And these teams right now, this is why, G2 would be a bit salty about that upset, dropping down to the lower bracket. All of a sudden, their backs are to the wall. They're 1 match away from going home because there's a lot of money on the line. Huge prize pool here at Blast. We're up to $500,000. And winner takes the majority of it, a vast chunk of it. And so there's a lot on the line here for these players. Not only is it the prestige and the title, but it is a huge payday if you win this tournament. You do not want to be going home in the first round here. As you can see, 7th, 8th, not a lot of skrill in the bucket there if you go home then. So, a lot on the line. But let's take a look at our matches today. What are we going to get into? What are we looking forward to? Another 3 best of 3s coming up today. But this is actually from yesterday. So again, 3 best of 3s. This is how it played out yesterday as far as the matches were concerned. Na'Vi 2-0'd NIP. Complexity took down OG in 3 maps, but they got the job done on Nuke. Blameif led the charge and just completely annihilated OG. And then in North America, we had Furia versus MIBR. MIBR taking that match over Furia 2-0. A little controversial, that one. We'll touch on it later. But let's take a look at what's coming up today. What are our 3 best of 3s to look forward to here? Because I said earlier that we were looking at some lower bracket matches. We're going to be finding out who's going home. But we also have another upper bracket match if you're looking forward to North America. So EU finals will be ENCE versus G2, our first one, NIP versus OG, the second one. So 2 teams will be going home from the European side of things. But on North America, this is only our second day of the brackets here, and so we're still in the upper bracket. It's Evil Geniuses versus Team Liquid, and that's shaping up to be a fantastic match. I think Liquid are looking mortal, but that's just my opinion.
Mortal? Okay. Hold on a second. Have you seen them play recently? I will agree that they lost to Furia in the grand final of DreamHack Masters, but besides that, I have seen Liquid bulldoze teams the way I hadn't seen in a long time. I mean, Elige has been absolutely lights out. His numbers are through the roof if you look at the past month. They've looked activated to me. I also think that Stewie is coming into his own as an IGL, because we have to talk about it. You know, they undergone a strict change in terms of structure now. Stewie is at the helm. I think he's that motivational element that they have needed for a while. As a player, obviously, he was doing it. Now he has the responsibility to do it as an IGL. It's not exactly the same. It requires different qualities. But the few interviews we had with him, I think I'm positively confident for that lineup and Stewie at the helm. But let's see. Versus Furia, that wasn't enough at all. Versus EG, though, that's a different story.
And yeah, I mean, the thing is that we are going to get a chance to talk about the North American matches in quite a bit of time. So, you know, if you're interested in that, strap in here if you're on EU time zones, because that's going to be happening much later in the evening. But let's talk a little bit about how NIP wound up in the lower bracket and some of these teams that are now in the lower bracket here. And so, you know, NIP lost to Na'Vi. It was a tough first round for them, no doubt about it. You're going up against Simple, you're going up against Electronic, you're going to go up against some of the heaviest hitters in the world right now in CSGO. And so, Chad, I mean, what can we look forward to here from NIP?
Well, look, yesterday started well for them, right? It felt like Na'Vi were half asleep and the boys here of NIP were looking good. But once Simple and Electronic got going, and mainly Electronic, the wheels kind of fell off a little bit there for them. And that's to be expected, right? We know that Hampus has been given the keys to the kingdom. He's allowed to call as he feels right now, with Threat only jumping in to kind of guide him and shape him. And I like the decision. I think it's a good long-term decision for NIP. But going forward in this tournament, they're the favorites in their matchup today, at least in my opinion. I think that the type of Counter-Strike that we're seeing displayed is becoming more and more confident, but you can see frustration as well starting to come onto some of their faces, namely through Twist and the player cam that we get of him. He enjoys a little bit of rage, old Twist.
Yeah, he does. Listen, if you talk about NIP today, there is some limitation. That is for sure. And I mean, we have seen it versus Na'Vi. We've seen it in different matchups. But I do agree with Chad, and I want to echo his sentiment. Long term, it does look like what they have in form is pretty healthy. And we have to talk about Threat, and we have to talk about what he brings to the table, because in terms of the profile of that team, you have rather young players. If you consider that Rez is actually, in my book, a veteran, right? But he's still a young player. He's still kind of a rookie in some way in Counter-Strike. So you have Threat that has these, I want to say children, I guess that's not the right word, but these young players, and he has to form them. He has to help them become more than a sum of what they are. So I think he's the right guy for the job. I do believe that the challenge is a big one, but he can do it.
Well, NIP is going to be our second best of 3 here in the European brackets, and so we'll be talking more on them later, absolutely. But let's go ahead and quickly touch on OG and how they lost to Complexity. What went wrong there in that match, Chad? Because it looked like a 50-50 going into it, but Complexity were just a step above.
If I'm going to be honest, it's not what went wrong for OG. It's more of what went right for OG for those matches to even be competitive, right? If we look at what happened on Mirage, those fumbled low buy rounds that Complexity dropped, that even allowed this to go to a third map. And then we got to Nuke. The scoreline shows 16-12. The scoreline at one point in the game was 9-0, right? That game should never have been as close to what it was, and at least we've identified one of the issues with Complexity, which is closing out games, right? We've seen the firepower, we've seen what they're able to do, their approach to the game looks nice. I think that they're getting fired up and they're treating this like it's their Super Bowl, which is all great, but when the pressure is on, this is something the team hasn't had to overcome just yet, closing out matches, and the fact that they couldn't do it as quickly as what I liked against an OG has actually put them in question for the rest of the run here within the Blast Showdown, sorry. I lost my words there for a moment. But OG on the other side of things, look, I haven't had much hope in these guys for a while, right? I just don't think there's enough firepower on this roster.
Yeah, and that's a problem when you think about firepower, because at the moment the two players that are actually pushing the limits are Isa and Mantu, right? They are the two, and Mantu is going to be my surprise. He was the one in that game versus Complexity coming in with the entry frag. We have it right here. That's the best example. It's something he has been doing, and he was the reason why they were able to push to that third map. Now, the problem is, I feel like if you think about OG, and you can magically go deep into the timeline of some of these players, and you can reach the best time they've had and put it here. You can take NBK Prime, Valde at his prime, Alexi B, very impactful, fragging IGL for ENCE not too long ago. I'm not talking about 10 years ago. Alexi B was very relevant last year. The problem is I haven't really seen it quite yet. Neither of these three players have really brought to the table what I was hoping they would bring. And this triangle had to be the solid one. And then you can bring in young players, then you can bring in the firepower from above, and then they will kind of be the maestro of the occasion. But that hasn't been the case, unfortunately.
And so, well, we will get obviously a bit more time to talk about them and see if they've developed. I mean, could have just been a one-off from them perhaps tomorrow. Today we'll see a different OG. But now let's go ahead and discuss a little bit of what happened between Furia and MIBR yesterday. Bit of a controversial match. If you've been tuning into social media, obviously things got a little out of hand. And so, Chad, why don't we start with you? Furia MIBR, what did you take away from that match?
In terms of the Counter-Strike, there's not a whole lot that I can sink my teeth into because of the controversy, but I don't want to get stuck into a debate right now about those bits and pieces. I don't think this is the forum to do it in, but I do want to touch on one little detail here, and I think that if you're willing to weaponize your fan base against players that were once looking up to you as idols, that's not cool, man. That right there has actually hit me pretty hard, and that upset me a bit yesterday as the day tapered on. I hope that we can all put that behind us and these people can take a look at and just see that that's not what we need in Counter-Strike. We don't need that in Counter-Strike. We should be treating each other with the utmost respect here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I have to echo the sentiment, right? I don't want to get into the technicals of the decision. That's above me, and I trust people knew what they were doing. The only problem is when this becomes a social media thing where we attack each other. To me, that's the one problem. And there's even something else I want to say is I feel like people are just loving it a little bit too much. I feel like when you go and you attack the others, we responded by being way too open to it. I think we should be kinder to each other. And the proportion that this has taken is a bad sign for me. I don't think we should push that. I don't think we should approve it. I think we should treat each other a bit kindly if possible. And that's all I have to say on the matter.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one for sure. Complex as far as the admins are concerned in Blast and the decision that was taken. I mean, evidence was gathered and the admins made the best decision that they could on the moment. And so obviously taking full responsibility for that decision, Blast, but that's just the way it plays out in competition sometimes. And well, now we need to focus on how the rest of this bracket's going to play out. And so I agree with your sentiment, gentlemen. I agree completely with you that we need to just try and be better with one another on social.
Similar.
On social.
If I can just quickly jump in though, right? If I can just use this and spin it as a positive, which is not something I tend to do, but let's try and do this. The fire that this has lit if we get a rematch in the lower bracket between Furia and MIBR is absolutely insane. It doesn't even matter which side of the fence that you stand on. It doesn't even matter if you're not a fan of Brazilian Counter-Strike. If these two teams have a rematch, what is now on the line is more than there was before. The pride of being the best in Brazil, that is not even the main point of this anymore. There is so much more going into this matchup if we get it again. And I hope in my bloody bones, mate, that we see them go toe-to-toe again, because I want a real match of Counter-Strike. I don't want what we had yesterday. I want a game where these two teams put it all on the line, and I hope we get that.
You just nailed it, dude. You nailed it. Perfect. A rematch would be spectacular, and well, I certainly hope we're going to get it. I'm sure everybody else does too. But there we have it. As far as the bracket is concerned, MIBR in the winner bracket final for North America. Furia relegated to the lower bracket, but they're not done exactly. If you're a fan, don't worry. They've taken one loss, but they need to take two to be out of the tournament. And so they are still in the run. And obviously, our third best of three of the day today will be Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses. That will be the North American match of the day. And so, North American fans, be sure to tune in. This is our schedule. You can see the times, rolling starts for the two EU matches. So keep that in mind. We're going to be quick here on the schedule. And so be sure to tune in, check in, and follow Blast Premier on social. That'll keep you up to date when we're going live with maps and matches, and obviously some spicy memes too. They're pretty good at that. And so, be sure to follow on the social media. But let's go ahead and start sinking our teeth into the first match of the day, because this is still going to be a very, very interesting one. I mean, a little bit of a bumpy start here to the brackets, but still a threat. And so let's go, Maniac. What are you thinking about this Finnish roster going into this match?
I agree with you. I think they have looked better. Let me be honest, when they made the change with the XCB, with whom I did not agree at all, and I've said it plenty of time, nobody want to hear about it anymore, I was dubious of what they could do, and I think that Ali did a great job for a while. Now Sunny is actually stepping up as the IGL, and individually, he's been the one shining light in that tournament so far. I've seen flashes of Sunny, the old Sunny, the mouseboard Sunny that makes the difference. He's been able to bring that to the table. You think about positive. You can also mention Yempi, obviously, in terms of firepower, in terms of clutching, and the double AWP. He does seem to bring a lot of depth to that roster. Now, if we look at the negatives, if we look at the problems, when one of them is Aerial, he definitely has disappeared recently. And when you think about ENCE, and you think about the best results they've had over the years, Aerial and his entry frags were the main point. I was talking about, obviously, and that's not the case anymore right now. And there is another man, the man that we have right here, Sergey. I was just digging in the numbers like I like to do, you know, and in 2018 and in 2019, both of these years, he was the highest rated player for ENCE. Trailed by Alu, quite close by. Obviously, he was up there in terms of number, but Sergey was at the top of the food chain for ENCE. If you look at the last month, ever since Yampi joined, he's the second worst. So there is an issue here. Obviously, I know his roles has changed around a little bit to make space for the man that we have here, Yampi, obviously. But Sergey being a beast, that was one of the win conditions for ENCE, and it's not the case anymore.
Yeah, look, jumping on that, like Sergey was meant to be the star of this team, right? The Alu was not the future, at least in terms of when you look at his age and the fact that he's quite a storied player already. ENCE was 1 veteran and 4 youngsters. Now, the rumors were that Alexi B did a lot of micromanaging when it came to these players, especially somebody like Aerial. So that's ancient history now. We don't need to talk about that. But what we do need to talk about is the fact that ENCE can't utilize 2 players who were once very successful. That's a problem. I understand the swapping of roles, the changing of space, even the change of the approach to the game, because now we see a lot more double AWPing. If we throw those bits and pieces out the window and I change it all in my brain and I go, well, the star 3 is Alu, Yampi, and Sunny, I can actually, you know, make that work. But then Sergey and Aerial need to know that they're supportive elements now. They can't be taking a lot of the duels that I'm seeing them taking, and they need to play their supportive positions like a supportive player, right? That's what happens when these roles change. I want to say one thing though. Today the map pool does line up for them a little bit nicer than what it did yesterday. So maybe there's a little bit of a chance against a hamstrung G2.
I like it. And well, we did have an opportunity along with James Banks, who's been handling our interviews so far throughout the entire tournament, so major props to him. But we've had a chance to catch up with Sergey and Sunny going into the match.
Now, Sergey, I always saw you as the star of the ENCE lineup, but I know a lot has changed. Do you feel like you have enough space at the moment to be back at peak performance within the team?
Yeah, obviously right now, after our player changes, like Sunny and then Jumpy, I don't have that much space to make my plays that like I used to. So obviously we have more like fragging potential in the team. So I'm leaving, like I'm getting left with lesser frags than before, but it's right now what we need. So that's what's up.
They are a real up and down team, and when you've looked at them, when you've done your research, do you see them as an easy team to read, kind of like anti-strat as well? Because I think one thing they really struggle with is communication and their mid rounds.
To be honest, it's really hard to answer right now because it's still a work in progress in our team, and it's more like that our anti-stratting is basically just at the level of maybe we should now stay many guys at this side and we can't really do anything else, because the confidence in our team is still not like it should be because of all the losing with the previous lineup. So right now we're more just focusing that we get our players in positions where they can just kill people. So it's still on that kind of a level, so we can't really think about anti-stratting or anything like that right now.
So just keep it short, sweet, simple. Kill people. It's kind of what the game is about at the end of the day. And so
That's
you
what's
click
up.
Things are going to go your way. That's what we're talking about, right? What do we need to be here for? Strategy?
Yeah, but then
Whatever.
we really need ourselves.
Let's
Are we
get
really
into it.
needed?
These are the guys that they have to click on the heads for here today, though. G2, they're going to be their opponents. And, well, you know, G2, fantastic performance at the beginning of the week in DreamHack. They looked very solid. I mean, obviously. So going into it, what are we expecting from them in this match now that they're in the lower bracket, having lost to Vitality?
Yeah, I feel that the context here is key and absolutely key. And I'm going to take a step back and I'm going to forget the 48 hours just for the sake of the argument over here. I believe that the changes that G2 have risked to take over the past few months have completely paid off. I tweeted it. Nex and Hunter might have been the best pickups of the last, I don't know, month in Counter-Strike. What they have brought to the table is actually amazing. Nex as an IGL, Hunter to be one of the best players in the world. I am 100% sure, you can quote me on that. He will be in that list at some point. Now, you have Kenny S, who also has evolved a little bit in his role. He might be a little bit less flashy, but I think he makes less mistakes as well. He does kind of has the pressure getting to him at some point. I've seen him in the final miss a few shots, but in terms of mistakes, he does fewer of them, which is really great. Now, if we go back to the context, then there is something to be said. G2, they might be tired, they might be exhausted, they might be emotionally down. I don't know what you think, Chad, but that might be the best time to play against G2.
I want to say 24 hours is hopefully enough time for Malik to get them out of the funk that they were in, because look, the choking that we saw, there's no other way to put it. It was choking, right? The pressure, the moment that maybe the fatigue got the better of them. But I think they'll have reset, and coming in today, they'll be taking no prisoners.
That is exactly it. And while we were lucky enough to be able to catch up with Malik going into this match, a short interview with the mastermind behind the G2 roster.
Communication-wise, obviously, it's been a while. You guys have been on English. Do you still see there's room for improvement, or are you very happy with where it's at?
I think if you tell me 8 months ago that we will be where we stand now with the progress we do, I guess I sign, yeah. But like, I really think it's one of the topics where we will always have more work than same language team. And I really think we have a lot of room on improvement, specifically when it gets tense. Like, it's not about how they communicate with each other, but I will tell you one thing. If I put mental charge on yourself and you need to receive all these information that are not your mother, like, now that I'm doing it daily, I can tell you that it's so not easy. And I think this is the main thing. It's not just about being able to communicate, it's also being able to receive all these informations in a language that is not yours and like give back things. So when it's very hectic, yes, we have tons of improvement to do. I don't think we are more stressed than any other team. But it's just like, it's not our mother tongue. And you could see that with other European lineups. And now that I'm actually part of it, I understand better maybe why some other European teams had some issues on specific big events to actually make it. I can think of FaZe, I think it was Boston Major, or things like this. I definitely can see that language is a thing, for sure. That is multiply like the possibilities of bad decision making, not understanding nicely. So yeah, I don't know, it may be a bit vague, but like, it will always be a problem, and we will always try to emphasize as best as we can.
And so, Chad, I mean, what did you take away from that interview?
A lot, because I am the biggest proponent out there of international Counter-Strike teams never being able to be a top 1 contender consistently purely because of the language factor. I tried to learn German. I didn't try very hard, but I felt like I was completely out of my element trying to talk to people just in a shop ordering a bloody kebab. So could you imagine exactly what Malik's saying? All that information on it, even with Counter-Strike language involved. Counter-Strike is a nuanced game that comes down to the minutia, right? If you're losing anything in communication, you're losing an advantage here. And that's why, unfortunately for me, as far as international teams go, they have to do something special to be the best in the world consistently.
Indeed, or they have to click on heads, which is what we heard ENCE talking about. But gentlemen, that's all the time we have here going into it. We have to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back for the map pick ban, and I want to have as much time as possible for that map pick ban. And so, big thanks to our sponsor, Betway, for providing the odds for this match and for all the matches so far throughout this tournament. And so you can see, right now, G2 looking pretty good, but now we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be figuring out which 3 maps that we'll be looking at in this first best of 3 of the day.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, all right?
Let's go.
Welcome.
right, boys. Let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from a lead. 15 seconds on the clock. He turns around and the bomb goes up. Oh my god, the 180. Left throw, another kill. This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Siri, who is the easiest target?
Gold.
He does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He cleared 3 bodies and the 4th.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys. Let's close this out. Let's go.
Tickets booked to the spring finals.
The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, guys. Have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Whoa. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
And there we have it. Welcome back from the break. And a quick word, we're going to get right into the pick and ban now. And so, Chad, where do you think this match is going to start us off, and where do you think it's going to end? That's what I'm looking forward to here.
I think the bans are pretty straightforward, right? We should see Vertigo going out and Overpass has played the first 2 bans coming through from these teams respectively. But the reason I touched on this before, saying it matches up a little bit better for ENCE, is because Dust 2 is a map that G2 like, but every time they seem to pick it, it seems to fall apart for them here. So when you look at this, if you are ENCE, you have a lot of choices in this video. Train's another strong map for you. Dust 2 is an option for this to kick things off. I think ENCE are actually in a pretty happy spot here, Maniac.
Yeah, I completely agree. Dust 2 is a problem that we need to address in that video system, because G2 seems to be willing to pick it again and again and again. And the problem is the stats for ENCE are pretty good, so you take that risk. Whereas as we have it right here, ENCE, they have the punish in their pocket. They could bring that train, which I haven't really seen G2 in a long time. So I definitely consider a punish. Now, if you're G2, you have to make a decision. Do you go Dust 2 or do you go Mirage? But at the same time, Mirage, ENCE, they like it. There you have it. They pick Mirage, but you're not pushing ENCE in an uncomfortable position. That's their garden.
I think a problem here as well is where do we end up on the third? Because if it's Dust 2, ENCE feel like they've probably got their best 3 maps in this video right here. And if it's Nuke, well, that's still another map where I think it's a 50-50, because if things start to fall apart for G2, that communication that Malik was talking about falls apart. This is the map where the CT side of communication and protocols is literally the most important. So they will be removing Nuke here from the ENCE side of things, which means we're very likely to end up with Dust 2. I don't think G2 want to go towards Inferno, surely not.
No, I would doubt it as well, and I think it's going to depend on next time. It's also a man that we haven't really talked about too much. He's going to go for Dust 2 actually, but we talk about fatigue, we talk about exhaustion. Well, think about an IGL. Think about the task that he has on his shoulder, responsibility he has on his shoulder. So I hope he feels comfortable with that Dust 2 coming in, because he's going to be a key element. And in that throw that we talked about, in that butchered game that they had, he completely disappeared. So I'm not judging. I understand he's a complex position, but he needs to do better.
And so does this impact our predictions at all? We can go ahead and bring up the predictions real quick so we can take a look at and see who is the lone wolf today in terms of what the call was. Oh, what? Where did Launders come from with that OG pick? I thought I saw a full
media,
man across
He
the board and
changed on
only
social
one.
media.
That's it. That's it. Okay, can't trust anything anymore. Fake news. So there we go, boys. What are we taking away from this? Has this pick ban altered your prediction at all in any way?
I don't think I had realized quite how, I mean, the situation in which ENCE was in that veto. I think I had probably underestimated how they could trick G2, but I'm gonna stick with it. I think that the qualities and the reason why I favor G2 are beyond the maps. We're not talking about technicals, we're talking about depth, roster, just momentum in general. So I'm gonna stick with G2, but could we talk about that EGP, Samuel, or do you wanna just keep it under wrap?
Listen, there's gonna be plenty of time to talk about that later, Maniac. Thank you very much. Chad, what did you think about this veto here? Because, I mean, it's a fair point that Maniac makes. It's tough to make the predictions before you see the veto, because the veto can change. You can get tricked. A trap can get set.
Yeah, and look, I'm still going to stick with the G2 call here, and for the same reasons Maniac just echoed, they're a better team. They're currently ranked #1 in the world. Now, I made a tweet the other day saying I don't think anybody is #1 because of the disparity we have right now with the online era, but that means that they're well and truly rooted within the top 5, right? And that is a fair statement within itself. This team, in terms of what they've been able to do in this period of time, well, mate, we just have to list some of the names here. Kenny S and Hunter. Right, those two have every member of the ENCE roster covered from here to Sunday, right? So if everybody has been able to shake off, you know, the woes, the choking, the bad vibes, Jax is maybe doing some funny dances, getting them all happy again. Look, I think that G2 are the better squad and they should take this. I went against FaZe in the ENCE game because I thought the ENCE maybe with a double AWP setup could throw in a curveball, but I'm not going against them again. I think G2 here, they should be too strong.
Now, should be too strong. That's the real question that we're going to be looking forward to. And so, all right, this is excellent. And it sounds like we've got a very good match on our hands here. Good maps to get into it, and that's, you know, the opportunity here for ENCE to perhaps upset G2 and prove us all wrong. It's possible. We've seen it before so far this tournament. There have been upsets. And so, thank you very much, gentlemen, for the pre-show. Thank you very much for your analysis going into this one. And we're going to hand it over to our commentators now, who will be carrying the mic, carrying the action. Moses and Anders. What's up, gentlemen? You guys are looking good.
You know, we try the best that we can. How you feeling, Jason? Is everything all right on your end?
Yeah, I'm all good. You know, coming up hot after a 3-0 prediction day, undefeated yesterday in that game. So I'm, you know, woke up today feeling very nice.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. I just stay in the middle of the pack. Like, there's no expectations on me. Some expectations for G2, as you could tell, according to the odds there, slightly in their favor. Not heavily, I would say, but yeah, I think the entire analyst and caster desk had them all picked for to win as well. So we're all on their side.
Yeah. Which amazed me. I actually think this is a very, very close affair. I think mostly what makes it so close is I feel like both of these teams, there's some feeling that they could just like crumble. G2 with the crazy schedule they've had, all the officials they've played, some of the tough losses they've taken, and ENCE as well. You know, just a team where it feels like, you know, if they're not going to get those performances out of Sergey, out of Yampi, this could be a really tough start to the map for them. And here we go. Already Nexa and Hunter are going to pinch towards upper ladder. Even Aminek pushing in with it as well. What a great aggressive play. Nets them 2 kills and the bomb.
They were so busy looking down towards that pop dog ladder. They were just all really worried about that. And it definitely blew up. Nice shot from Kenny, but the round, I mean, the bomb is all the way up there. I don't even know how you could dream of retaking that, even in a 3-on-5. I don't know how that's going to work out. Yampi's out here. Well, that's a good start right for the smoke. Pretty quick reaction. But there is such a long road still left. And yeah, he was hoping to catch another one right there. Well, that was a cool beginning for G2. That's, again, they're taking the initiative away here from ENCE, saying, you know, we don't want to wait around to see what you've got in store. We're going to go find you.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really cool, that sends a nice little message at the start of this game for ENCE to, you know, they're going to be in some trouble. G2 have some tricks up their sleeves. Now, Yumpy trying to come up the ladder, and they're trying to re-execute the same exact pinch that G2 just pulled off, and obviously not working out as well as they'd like. Alu's going to be the last one left in the 1 versus 4. He's surely going to go down. Look at the firing squad way back in the little kitchenette. It's 1-0 for G2.
So let's see. Obviously, not even close to a bomb plant in the round here. I see a single Zeus being picked up. We did see some buys in these second rounds yesterday, even after you had, you know, really lost the pistol round, which normally you just wait for the third round, which is what ENCE are going to do. So I was just a bit curious. We did see some crazy buying happening yesterday. Some crazy games in general going on. The last one that we were casting was really quite interesting. That nuke game had everything. If you missed it, you should go back and check it.
Yeah, it did. It had... Ooh, there's the Zeus. Yumpy got there so fast. Or, I mean, even Amadek, I guess, got there a little bit late as well. I'm kind of amazed that he never even considered the possibility. Well, that is a nice little opening kill to get. Well done from Yumpy. And he's going to drop right back down the ladder as well. A little bit of a UMP, but I don't even know what that's going to be able to provide. There's still an M4, still a FAMAS on the board. And as long as G2 plays, you know, they can play that inner bomb site passively with the defense, and that can allow them to rotate players outside if needed. But ENCE have no utility to really take advantage of this man-up situation.
You know, Jason, I'm just happy that he's at least sousing the right people. Not see how that plays out. All right.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That's not bad.
Jack's taking a bit of damage. Gonna reply with a Molotov. Seems like overkill. They only did 10 damage to him, but he's feeling a little bit aggravated out here. 30 seconds on the clock as they try and push through. The MP will be going down, and it's a pretty big double kill coming out of Jax with the MP9. That means sure he's at least making the money back from the weapon. And G2 will lose a couple of players, but ultimately they'll be fine. The question is really this next round, where we're gonna have the rifles picked up, including the AWP on Alu. It's pretty early on to have that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's nice for him to have it on board. I mean, unfortunately, with no armor, no nades, you're going to be in some trouble, especially if they launch those nades towards the T mid choke point, where likely Alu's going to be trying to find a pick. But obviously, going to be a very important weapon for ENCE to stay in this game altogether. Alu blinded at the start, scoped up now, but nobody's going to cross into his vision.
Sergey will find an early kill in a battle with Amanek. He did drop fairly low from that fight, so still was a bit painful, but ultimately, it's not a bad start at all. If you're ENCE and you can turn it in this third round already, if you can make sure and pick it up and save that AWP, maybe prevent Kenny from having his, that would be just about the perfect start for the Finnish side, and I think he might have actually seen that. He had the right idea anyway. 3 outside and just only Nexa inside of the B bomb site. That's a lot of weight on his shoulders.
Especially getting tagged up like that and holding his nerve not only on the utility, but in terms of calling a teammate over. Well done from Nexa. And yeah, you're right. I mean, if they can capitalize here very quickly, that'd be great for ENCE. And even if they can't, as long as they're getting kills, as long as they do this economic damage earlier and prevent the buildup of money. I like the adjustment of this G2 defense, though. Yeah, you can't really, you know, have some players close up towards the choke points of T-mid and ladder room and also watch Ivy. So centralize it towards the bomb train, towards E-box. Really concentrate and trust Kenny S with that AWP to be able to pick 1 or 2 players off and slow down, at the very least, the pressure from Ivy.
Look at the clock. There's only 25 seconds, and there's still flashbangs left on G2. One good flashbang and a kill on that bomb carrier. That's Sunny coming out of main right now, and they're in trouble. There's Ariel going down. Hunter with a double kill, and that's the round done. There's only 10 seconds. I can't even believe it. I don't understand. They got the opening kill, and they decided to just wait out the entire time. That's actually a big mistake.
Yeah, actually a massive mistake. They never wanted to pull the trigger. I am astounded. I didn't even realize they had frozen for that long. They applied no more pressure anywhere on the map. And you're exactly right. They throw away that man advantage in stunning fashion, where they're not even trying to exploit it, not even trying to make players shift. There's silence from the time that first pick happens to 20 seconds left in the round. And that's a rough way to lose your first gun round.
Yeah, that really did not seem necessary at all. I mean, if nothing else, if they'd had more time, they could have tried to fight the 2-on-3 at the end there, but they just left themselves one chance, and that was getting out of main with that bomb. Hunter stopped that from happening. So now they're back to Deagles and that AWP on Alu. That's a huge relief for G2, surely.
Oh, they're loving it. They've got to be so thankful. As well, 3 players surviving, remember, in that last round as well for G2, despite being a man down. So they get a build money. These are a couple of nice kills from Hunter, even though he's taken down at the end. Finally, Alu gets that trade, but the damage is done. Minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. It ends again, no utility. You're relying on picks with these Deagles, with the AWP, and Alu, he just barely missed an opportunity.
Yeah, that would have been hard to get. I think there was a bit of a ceiling lamp in the way for him to actually spot out Kenny, but definitely was a second there where it was at least possible. Now they're starting to fall back. They don't have any grenades, so I don't mind that they're grouping up. They could definitely do that and try and go for the B-bomb site, but they can't block anyone off. They can't flash their way in. It's all going to be some very difficult manual work coming ahead.
Yeah, I thought Nexa was actually walking towards him on the upper ramp, but he's actually hiding behind the spindle. He's got a teammate in here as well. They've gone passive everywhere else. Nexa's exposed for at least a trade, and there it is from Alu. Again, a second kill, but he finds him a little bit late when 2 of his teammates went down. They deny the opportunity for G2 to pick up a free double-op setup if that's what they want to go in. And that's about the most positive thing you could say about that round for ENCE. Alu stuck on $3,600.
Yeah, when the most positive thing we can come up with is at least they're not giving them free weapons. That makes me nervous.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough start. A pretty rough start for ENCE so far. 4 AK-47s and a Glil on the board. Those are rounds where they were very limited in utility, though, so we'll see what they have now, what they can bring out now that they have some of those smokes and flashbangs. Jack's gonna get close up in Ivy, right behind the server box.
A lot of people on the other side. They're going to throw a grenade, but he's going to spray them both down. I don't even know if I can really understand what's going on. I mean, you could...
Yeah, that's a big gamble of a call by ENCE to just walk through that smoke. You're just rolling the dice that someone's on the other side, and obviously they got snake eyes this time around.
Yeah, there's so much confusion in this round. Sergey will finally go down. Bit of a dangerous jump there. But ENCE did fight their way back afterwards. There was just briefly a 3-on-3 here. Now, unfortunately, they're being flanked by Jax at the same time. Nexa's holding on the other side. They need to fight their way out. They need to win this battle against Nexa or go down that pop dog ladder. And it needs to happen fairly quickly here. Jax, I think, is checking main for a minute. Not finding anyone there. But if they come out of pop dog while he's in main, that's even more trouble.
Oh. This angle from Kenny S is so brutal. And he's safe because that's exactly where Jax pushed. Now he's missed a couple shots, which is not characteristic. Jax is forced away, gonna give some space over to Sunny, but still, that's a long way to walk against one of the best ops in the history of the game.
Yeah, Sunny, oh, he's gonna find a big opportunity right there. Nearly a second kill. That would have been godlike from Sunny if he could have picked up that one. 19 seconds on the clock, and Alu, I mean, he could definitely win this 1-on-2. He's gonna go straight for the bomb plant. Jax has got a triple on the other side, and Nexa is a little bit further away. Starting to get down that pop dog ladder. They do have a Molotov and a smoke, so if they get a good glimpse of Alu back here, they could try and block him off with the grenades, and that'll make his life very, very difficult indeed. First flashbang to be set up. Trying to see if they get Nexa out of that pop dog position. And Alu just wedged up against the wall. There's the one Molotov used before they even see him. He's going to go around the corner. Instant kill on Jackson. Nexa almost getting the kill, but not quite. Alu's got one more chance for a headshot, and he's going to have to do it quickly. Won't happen. Nexa with the kit. Going to turn around straight for the plant. I thought for a second there he was going to almost run away from it. Did he actually?
Oh, he swung it.
He could have had it.
Right. Yeah, he didn't have a kit. He had to go pick it up. That was the second he needed to complete the defuse. What a surprising clutch from Alu.
I'd love to see the replay. Where is that kit? Look, it lands right there. I'm sure he runs quite a bit past it. I'm pretty sure he would have had time if he just... See, he's stepping on it. He runs... Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he ran all the way to the body. He ran all the way to the body. That silly goose.
Well...
Man.
That's a forgivable mistake, I guess.
Yeah, well, because the call is obviously I have a kit on my body, right? Or I have a kit, so you run straight to the body, not realizing you picked it up so fast. That's a bit of a gift over to ENCE, and I mean that's a pretty powerful gift as well. Look at the money on G2. They've fully bought into this. They're gonna have that op on Kenny S again. And remember, he even missed a pair of up shots as they came out of ladder room. If he hits those, the round doesn't even get to that situation. So 2 SMGs gonna be brought up by G2, and a real opportunity opened up for ENCE. Alu, that's one of the more unspectacular, I guess, clutches that you'll see. But for whatever reason, Alu has this really weird ability to win clutches for his team, specifically on Train, I feel. Obviously, no statistics to back that up, but I always feel like Alu has like one really surprising clutch in him on Train.
Well, that one definitely was surprising. I was so confused, but so was everyone else apparently. Aerial looking for a kill. He almost could have had that one on Jax. It was the right idea. Now, maybe he's going to try and walk through the smoke here. Let's see if that's going to be working out. Smoke's fading right in front. Kenny could walk back into a quick headshot here if he's not careful. He went down to Sunny last time from scoping the wrong way, and yet this time he's got his back turned. That's such a great kill for Aerial outside. Hunter will get one in return on Yampy, and that was almost the bomb going down. It is the bomb going down. Anyway, Nexus going to catch it. Oh, dear. What a disaster for ENCE. They had the A bomb site.
Yeah, this T side is a I mean, pardon the pun, but it's a train wreck so far. There has been a lot of miscues in these first 5 rounds. There's been a lot of mistakes. Even this round, very little utility. Alu gonna crouch right into a headshot onto Jax. Nice shot, but still, so much work to do. When Aerial has, when they've gained that much space outside, yeah, it was Aerial. There was only 2 flashbangs. That was all the utility for the whole team. That is again just the entire round predicated on him not getting killed once that smoke fades.
I just don't even know what's happening anymore. Alu trying to see if he can clutch it again. He's somehow going to get the headshot on Amanek. He's got 24 seconds. See if we can get an even more ridiculous clutch. It's not going to happen this time, but honestly, I just don't even really know what to say. That is such a confusing round. If I'm Aerial and I get that kill on Kenny down towards Ivy, and then the bomb goes down over in the B hallways, I'm real pissed at that point in time. I'm not going to be happy.
Well, I mean, the plan all along was for Aerial to be the lurk and that hit to be the distraction, right? The unfortunate thing is the reason Aerial had so much space is because there was a 3-man inner defense put up by G2, and Kenny was just about to rotate over because they sensed the hit coming in. They probably had some kind of information that hit was going to be at the B bomb site. That might have been stuff from the beginning, but it actually worked out pretty decent that he gets the kill and ENCE had an opportunity to fall back. But again, the aggression from the defense just drops the bomb, and that's a bit gut-wrenching.
Looks like one flashbang attempt to try and get into the B bomb site and get the bomb plant down. Nexa and Kenny are holding in here, and it's not Kenny with the AWP. They'd probably love that right now because that would make it a little bit more tricky. That M4, though, has a lot of stopping power, and so does that MP9 down here. Let's see what Kenny could do. One good spray, and he'll continue into a nice... Oh, no! He just guesses that. That was incredibly quick for Kenny. Quad kill to end the round.
All right, well, at least now they can feel a bit more comfortable with the money coming up behind him. All 5 players survive. They're still going to have some SMGs into this next round, which is obviously not ideal. Nexa, Jax, and Amanek with those. Going to look to upgrade them into AK-47s by the end. But, I mean, oddly enough, 6-1 lead for G2. But in this one isolated round number 8, ENCE have the weaponry advantage. AWP and 4 AKs. Plenty of utility this time around, but they haven't really proven that they have a coordinated attack that's going to be able to do damage to this defense.
Good opening from Sunny. Sergey will follow now. The Molotov will eventually burn out Sunny, but this is still a great trade. I mean, these are the sort of rounds that ENCE should be winning. These are hard to come by on Train. You're not just going to be able to walk out all the time to get these openings, and they just did. Jax will go down. The bomb is planted as well, and now Hunter and Nexa can't even really help each other out. They are pretty much split on opposite sides of the bomb site here. Nexa getting a headshot on Yampy, but Hunter alone now, trying to see if he can fight his way into a bit of a retake. But with the damage already done and that smoke up, it's a very, very tough call indeed. And that's being watched by the AWP. I'm kind of shocked he's still alive, Alu. Just with a very narrow angle. And Hunter not giving up on it just yet. Wants to see if he could do a little bit more. The bomb is in the default position, so he doesn't have a smoke to cover it up. I don't know if it's even possible at this point. Maybe get another kill and just bail on out here, but again, that's a great round. That's the kind of round you see that out of ENCE, and you think, man, if you could do that even a couple of more times, you're going to have a great first half.
I don't know if they'll be able to. I think that round is also a product of the fact that there were so many SMGs. You could see, especially, look at how there's nobody close. That's an SMG fighting at that range. You're going to lose that like 9 times out of 10. That's an SMG on Nexa rotating over as well. He'd already gotten the 1 kill. So that was a big advantage in my mind of ENCE having the firepower over G2. Up on Kenny. M4's back in hand on Nexa, Jackson, Hunter. Again, 1 SMG on Almanac, but that's all right. They can use this utility. Almanac can try and get close up to ladder room if he'd like. Oh, big risk for Kenny, and the flick up is just a leg shot. Down to 1 HP. Okay, then.
That is, I mean, that's all you need, right, Jason? Just the 1 health. That's good enough.
Do the math for me, Anders. Where do you have to hit him on the body, and what surface did he have to go through to get him to get 99 damage?
I think it's gonna have to be a single brick and right in the knee. That'll do it. That's the 99 damage.
Okay.
And it's painful having knee injuries, Jason. I'll tell you from personal experience. Bet Sergey's not loving it at all.
You've had like a decade-long knee injury.
Yeah, keep working on it as well. Sergey finally goes down, but he kind of did the opening anyway. It's a good job that he got that kill. There's Jackson Nexa with an even better return, and the bomb is down in the side. They have 50 seconds. It's a 2-on-3, and this round could be won. Alu, though, he's been spotted, and he's looking the wrong way. He was expecting Hunter to come out of Pop Dog. What a great round from Nexa. A triple kill, and G2 back in the mix now. 7-2 lead, and top of the scoreboard right now is Hunter at 12-2. That is such a powerful scoreline to have early on. Kenny right behind him at 10-4.
Man, early timeout, though, called by ENCE. That's a real issue to call their second one already in 10 rounds. Really struggling to find success on their T side. And I think most of it is, again, just not having any success in the battles with their rifles. You can see in a number of these rounds, Alu with the AWP is stuck far back in T mid because as the Opper on train, he can only really get involved, or at least the strategy of him getting involved is when those AKs are actually providing some opening kills, but G2 aren't allowing them. They're winning all those initial battles. They're doing a very good job playing passively with these rifles. Nexa at the bomb train finding a kill, and even the attacking entries of ENCE just can't find any success.
You know, I just realized, Jason, technically I was the first guy to suffer burnout from Astralis all the way back then on the dance floor. That was before it was even before it was even a thing. No many people realized that. It only just occurred to me.
You should get some like workman's compensation. You know.
I should. I'll ask them
for
about
all
those.
For all those events you decided not to skip when you were supposed to be doing rehab.
Listen, we don't do rehab in esports.
Is funny to me.
We just gotta keep going. Nexa and Kenny over at the B-bomb site. What a great round to have a double defense in B, which a lot of the time early on, you just have the one guy here, but this is the right round for it. They're trying to push in, but this is such a hard setup to crack. A little bit of an early miss there from Nexa, but he'll get the headshot eventually. Set up with a flashbang from a teammate. Oh, and it's a second late. That would have worked, I'm sure of it, but I think it was just 1 second too late. Kenny now, a bit dangerous here with the AWP, and I don't know if they've heard it yet. The Molotov might force someone into a fight there, and just up the ladder. Alu's still burning, and he's gonna get caught. What a shot from Kenny.
Yeah, that was a great shot. Picks him out of the sky. Yumpy spamming into the smoke. He's gonna get found as well. There's Sunny on the flank, and Sergey feeling oh so lonely, but not for long. Jax puts him out of his misery. Man, I see a lot of, maybe there's a player that can comment on this. Maybe it's like a 50-50, but I still see a lot of players get confused when the Molotov burns the ladder as well. You see Alu like try and climb the ladder for safety away from the flames. We've seen that a number of times, and maybe it's part of a new update or something, but he's taken damage that whole time.
Yeah, I've seen that before as well. I will say that sometimes the interaction with the Molotovs at different heights can be really confusing, but heat does to seek
Yeah,
upwards.
we saw that. We saw that boost on Catwalk on Mirage the other day as well, where they tried to boost up on the box and the Molotov caught him.
Yeah, that's right. That's kind of what is in my mind too. Sergey living a very dangerous life. Are they going to walk through the smoke again with nothing at all on the other side? Sergey goes down. Well, now they're probably not.
There's a tense standoff in T-mid.
Oh, did he see that, Amanek? I think he might have. Well, now he definitely has, and he's still going to lose the fight. But Yampi goes down, and next up in line is Aerial. That flashbang does nothing at all to Jax. That's the bomb being let in here. That's very dangerous. That smoke, I mean, if he sprays to at the right time, the round could still be done in a matter of a second here. Really, really dangerous round so far for ENCE. 3 versus 4, and they're going to get caught. That's the bomb down. That's full confirmation for G2. And they're already rotating out here. They've got everyone at this A bomb site. Sunny going down, and now it's on Alu. 1 versus 4. He's going to get the first kill. Jumps right into the action. He's got 45 seconds, and they should not be fighting him at all.
I have to say, the utility usage from ENCE is not effective at the moment, and it's just not landing in the right spot. This is, I don't know if like the passive nature of G2's defense is really throwing them off. That's the second time we've seen someone get out of Ivy and walk all the way to the bomb train without actually encountering any real defender. Nex is just playing on the bomb site at an off angle. I don't think ENCE really can find a way for their flashbangs and their smokes to actually block anyone off to allow them to gain ground for free. G2 is doing a great job at the moment. It's going to be 9-2. And Alu, again, with the glass cannon op, he's going to save. He's going to get no bonus money. He'll be glass cannon again in the next round.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it's probably still worth it. He's been doing some good work with it, but it's just when you remember now that one of the rounds is the one in which Alu essentially dies, and Nexa, was it, running past the kit for half a second too long. I mean, then you think, well, that's a bit of an issue if that's one of the 2 rounds you have, which could have just as well gone the other way. Here we go. Pistols and an AWP. Where do you want to take it? Well, Alu's going to be running straight for main. The rest of his team trying to see if they can bodyguard him. That's Aerial leading with the bomb on a CSAT 75 right out into the yard. So they're committed to this fight. They have to keep going. Aerial shooting someone in the back. That's Amanek going down. This is working way better than you were expecting. He hasn't really reloaded yet, but he's just looking for one more headshot. Back on top of the train, and they definitely know that he's here, but this is a 4-on-3. A pretty good chance here. Alu will go down eventually. No body armor. Easy target, and Nexa coming into the fight with a big double kill. Sergey is right around the corner. He'll take his face off, and that leaves Kenny. 1 versus 2. Good flick, and now it's on Sunny, and he's actually right on the other side. Kenny, if he misses a chance here, he could be dead. Ooh, he's gonna miss the no-scope. Sunny will take him down, and ENCE will find a 3rd round. So in a strange fashion.
This time, they finally, I mean, 3rd time's the charm, right? This time they say, okay, we've been able to get to the bomb train from Ivy so much, let's just do it over again. And this time with the pistols, there's actually multiple players. It's not just one guy randomly walking towards the bomb train. It's CZs, it's Sec9s, it's Deagles actually swarming the defenders there, and they can't contain it. So again, another unlikely round win from ENCE, but they'll take it at that scoreline. At 2-9, you take what you can get. And the money right on the verge of being broken for G2. And this would be the first time, if ENCE can actually do this, they'd have to string 2 rounds together. The first time they'd be able to do it in this opening half. Anders, this might be their only chance to actually come back and have some kind of a respectable scoreline at halftime. This might be, they have to take advantage of this one. I don't think they're going to get another opportunity like this.
No, I definitely agree. What's really weird is if they win this round, they probably get up to 5, and then at least, you know, they've got a fighting chance. So it could be sort of a weird position here where they sort of fumble their way into a couple of rounds at the end, and that can actually be good enough. I don't really know what to make of it, because it's been a really scrappy first half here for ENCE. Well, we'll see.
Well, here we go.
Yeah, there's no one on Ivy this time for ENCE. They've given up on that. Still a pretty good defense out in this yard. A lot of smokes being used on either side early on here. And I think they're going to be setting up for that deep Ivy smoke again to block off Kenny. And then they're probably going to go for it.
Yeah, there were 7 smokes on the map at the start of this round, and they've all faded at this point. Amanek with a double kill. And now no smokes are up. And that's going to make things so difficult. Look at the way Hunter's able to challenge. ENCE maybe misplaying the utility one last time. It's just Alu, and they get shut down so convincingly. In a round that we said was probably the last opportunity for ENCE to get involved in this map, G2 just wrecks them.
Well, as soon as Amanek gets the kill, look, this kill is really the critical one, and he's flashed. Everyone's flashed, but that means the rest of the ENCE force is all trying to get out main, which, as you pointed out, that maybe that's possible when the smokes are up, but they had already faded at that point in time. As soon as Amanek got the kill, it was like 2 seconds more, and there was a clear path. So the rest of the T side were all trying to get out that same position. No one down from Ivy, and the one person with the pop dog had already gone down. That's a big problem. And here we go, 14th round. They have a Tech 9. Always encouraging. No dualies.
No dualies. It's a recipe for disaster.
Tech9's out.
Jax is gonna find one, and towards the upper ramp we look. It's Nexa. He's got Sergey and Alu stomping their feet, elephanting around, and Sergey's gonna drop. He breaks his ankles, and he's gonna go for a plant in the 1 versus 4. And Hunter's gonna have a nice, easy kill from behind.
Thunderfooting, as we'd say. Shout out to Corridon.
It's classic line.
Yeah. 15th round is coming up. They're going to have AKs and the AWP back again. One last chance to pick up a 4th round, which I don't think is actually worth celebrating, but I don't know. I don't know what's happening at this point in time. I'm so confused by this first half.
It's better than nothing. I mean, no reason to be confused. It's been, I mean, let's just put it bluntly. It's been an awful half from ENCE. This has not been a good look of their offense and what they're capable of. This is not the ENCE that, you know, we saw in the previous week in the showdown find their way to qualifying and looking impressive. So, G2's defense is going to get aggressive. That flashbang doesn't really matter. Nobody's there to take advantage of it. And Nexa, I believe, can hear those scopes on Alu. So he's going to call back a teammate. It's Kenny S watching upper, but another missed shot. Nexa at the off angle. He's got 1 and almost a second. But now Kenny S can just hold down the train lanes with this op.
Yeah, that sidewalk is a little bit scary to him when the smoke fades. Someone could be coming through. Gonna set up a flashbang for a teammate, and they're gonna go for it. Amanek on the flank as well, as they get on with this retake. Their B retakes have been excellent so far. Sergey right at the edge. Oh, but Kenny's gonna catch him before he gets back around the train, and Sunny almost losing his life to that Molotov, and now he's gonna get shot in the back as well. Oh no, the wallbang for Kenny. What a great way to finish the half. That's style points at the end for the master himself. Kenny ending the half at 18-5, and G2 overall at a 12-3 lead. That is magnificent, and they just need to close this one out. This is all set up for them. We'll see how that goes in the second half. That's coming up after the break.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
Got the best teams in the world and complexity. But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! And this is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, Flame punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16-12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown.
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
He's trying to get in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies them all! No! A beautiful spray! Electron says got it! 16-14! Now we do it!
It was ready for vitality versus complexity. I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down Vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor. Victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
And we are back. This is how the half ended with a really great prediction shot from Kenny S. 12-3 in favor of G2. And ENCE didn't really know, looked like they knew what they were doing on that first half, Jason. What's up with that?
I don't know, but it's probably a lot of the reason why you see these odds kind of shifting further and further apart. I mean, that was an ENCE that even shocked me coming into this. I expected to see them at a much higher level. I think utility usage was off. I think their timings were off of when they wanted to attack. And on top of everything, if you look at the other side of the coin, G2 playing excellent. This is the G2 that is fun to watch, the one that we really like, the one that can be considered a favorite to win events like this. Kenny S 18-5, Nexus 16-8, Hunter 16-4. Nobody on ENCE is even in double digits.
Yeah, it's a whole long list of problems that we saw for the Finnish side in that first half. We'll see if they can make up for it in the second half. Grenade is out. Sergey's thinking about it. That's a good grenade. They're going to run right into it, but it's not enough to stop the team. Jax, though, with the Glock. Close range to take down Sergey. It's going to be a bomb plant. Hunter is behind, checking for any flanks. Yampi is going to be even further behind, but that's going to be a full hour before he actually gets to this bomb site. That might be done before he's even here. Sunny walking, knife out, almost into Amanek. That could have been the end. Yampi going down, and this is a huge issue. What a great round for G2. Not even just getting the bomb plant and winning that first fight, but pushing all the way down and stopping them from getting into the retake at all.
I don't know, that felt to me, if you watch the way this worked out for like Sunny with his nade, how it's normally played, he looked really panicked when he heard them starting to rush in this direction. On the other hand, G2 just has no fear. They have no hesitation, no second guessing, and I think that is probably the biggest advantage they have at the moment over this ENCE lineup. This is wild, Anders. I did not expect a beatdown of this level.
No, me neither. I've seen mildly at some point flirting with the idea that, just picking it.
Holy hell.
That's Amanek going fully wild.
Oh, that's fine. ENCE needed a kill in the round. Give him one.
Give him something to work with. Yeah, you're right.
Oh dear. 3-14, and Alu again with an AWP, but this might be the 4th or 5th time we've seen it as a glass cannon. No armor, no nades whatsoever.
Just to point out, the really cool version of ENCE that we saw during the spring showdown, right? That was fantastic. That's when we really encouraged you, like, this is cool. This is how it actually is meant to be working. It's nothing like this, but if that was the version of ENCE that had shown up here on map number 1, I mean, it would have been such a different affair. Hope we get to see it by map 2, which is on Mirage, but right now, man, this is just far away from happening at all.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can actually get something that wakes them up, gets them involved in this game. This is a long road back, and obviously the biggest struggle about it is this is ENCE's pick of map, which is always painful to hear that when it comes out. No armor on Alu, no head armor on Ariel, Sunny, and Yumpi, and you've got 3 MAC-10s and a Galil on the board. That lack of head armor could be a huge factor in this round, and you can expect with 3 MAC-10s, excuse me, any hit is going to be wildly aggressive. G2 would actually be at a disadvantage if they slowed things down.
Yeah, they need to just run and gun. They have a couple of flashbangs, so throw 1 or 2 and then just go for it. Oh, Nexus made his way down into the B bomb site. That's not a fight that's going to be favorable at that range. He does almost win it, but it's a 5-on-3. So now those MAC-10s are going to be more tricky to put to use. Would have been amazing if he could have got 1 kill on Sergey over there at B and just, stayed alive.
Unfortunately, Sergey was the sole player on ENCE with head armor. Otherwise, I think that's actually a win for that MAC-10. Good Molotov to force Ariel into the crosshairs. Oh, Jumpy close up, and there's no head armor. That's a headshot from Jax, jumping up like a rabbit. And there goes Sunny as well. It's all falling apart for ENCE, and this just can't happen.
They're running out of time.
Ooh.
I am not sure why Jack. I mean, they had 8 seconds. Jax could have made his way from E-Box to the bomb plant. I was looking at the map just thinking, he's not moving.
I wasn't even thinking that that would be a problem. I thought that for sure he would be making his way to the bomb site. All right. Well, that one caught me by surprise.
Look at this. He's getting the kill. That's 10 seconds as he gets that kill. He can easily make it there. Even if you think, oh, but yeah, we can't clear it all out and, you know, there's a chance, yeah, but it's better than doing nothing, surely. Fairly confusing round. Amanek running through the fire, but doesn't even continue. Kind of feel like at that point when you've already given up all your health, why not just keep going? Sunny going to be sneaking in behind. I'm shocked that he's not finding a kill yet. It's going to be Aerial instead to pick one up. And it's a 4-on-5.
I mean, I guess in a way that round that G2 just let expire by time is kind of a nice little story of how this map has gone for ENCE, where they've had 2 victories of essentially just like weird mistakes from G2.
Yeah.
The kit situation in the first half that net in the round, the one-on-one that Alu won, and that one right there. I mean, a couple of gifts given over to ENCE, and they still only have 4 rounds.
It looked like Hunter was actually looking for exactly what just happened, but had slightly fallen asleep. That's a bit of an issue. Jax now on top of the train. He's got a good view into the bomb site. Kenny's going to win one fight, but Jax is he was so sure that someone was going to be over there, and no one was. Nexa now swings into the fight with a kill on Sunny. It's a 2-on-3. This time they have 40 seconds, but Aerial's in a very powerful position. One step to his left, and he's going to win the round with a single kill, and there it is. 1 versus 3 now. Kenny low on health, and essentially triangled in between the remaining ENCE players. You can see no idea where he's even getting shot from. A 5th round on the board for ENCE.
All right, well, they've finally taken the money away. They had a couple opportunities to do that in the first half and weren't able to accomplish it when G2 was on defense. Now they get a little bit of a reprieve. They get to go up against just pistols, although Amanek's going to pick up a MAC-10, but weaponry is not quite there for the attacking side. But they do have a 9-round lead that ENCE is going to start cutting into. The goal in this round is to preserve life on the ENCE side, to make sure the money grows. Don't have to rebuy any of those weapons. That's got to be the #1 priority.
Oh, that's so dangerous. Sergey, he swapped from the smoke into the HE grenade. That probably cost him at least a chance to get more than 1 kill. Gonna get the bomb plant down. You said preserve life. They've only lost a single player so far, but the question is, could they do more? There's a headshot from Kenny, taking down Aerial. Sunny will swap out, goes for a bit of a swing. They're gonna be careful. There is an AK back there somewhere. They don't want to lose anyone else. Just a Glock here on Hunter. Maybe some burst fire action in store, but no, he's gonna get taken down. And this time they do all have head armor, and it won't matter against the AK, and that was nearly an opportunity there. Nice long range from Alu, and they'll still lose 3 people. I think G2 are gonna be happy about this round.
Oh, they're going to be very pleased, especially with the bomb plant as well. Nexa would have liked to at least have had that one more. He had a couple of opportunities, but for ENCE, at least you've got another round on the scoreboard. 6-14 as they try and come back in this, but you can see the danger again. Sergey seems a bit shaky at this inner bomb site today. I saw it on the pistol run, I mentioned it. There again, that nade that he's throwing when he hears the rush, the attack coming, went way too deep. Didn't even affect the first 2 players, and he ends up getting taken down.
Yeah, and I mean, the problem as well with him throwing it further back is that it doesn't slow the forward people down. Like, if he throws it almost at his own feet, then if they come through, they're going to be so slowed down by the damage that it's not even about how much damage the HE does. It's about the fact that he could have an incredibly favorable fight against anyone that's being blocked behind that initial player, but he keeps throwing it further back. Or, again, he could just stand there with a smoke and smoke it off if that's what he feels like, but he's not really making up his mind, I feel like, as well. Oh, they're coming through.
Or I can't remember if he had the Molotov or not. A Molotov would obviously do the job very well also. Missed shot from Alu, a bit late. He goes back for more. He's trying to keep his team in this. Jumpy getting aggressive in towards team mid. Nexa is there, and there's one player, Sergey, who's going to be able to wrap behind the halls, but Yumpy's at a time limit. He's going to get flanked out by Nexa, who's not too certain if he can continue the attack.
Oh, they're all coming from. They're actually going to go back through Ivy down towards main to fight Yampy, and Jax will take him down. Yeah, that was interesting. They had a flashbang. I thought maybe Nexa was going to try and flash his way into that fight, but not quite so. There's a nice headshot from Jax, taking Sergey right out, and he was the only one that could have maybe tried to bring his team back into this round. That leaves Aerial with a UMP, and not much of a dream at all. It's going to be 15 rounds here for G2.
What are you supposed to do if you're Sergey in that situation? What a narrow shot from Jackson. Even the flashbang coming in felt like overkill. Jesus. G2 steamrolling ENCE, and they're going to have a huge advantage in the next round as well. $50 on Sunny, $0 on Sergey, $500 on Ariel, and there's no losing bonus built up for ENCE. So I mean, when you look at what the money's going to be like, Sergey and Sunny are going to be working with around $1,400. Ariel's going to be right around 2K. It's brutal. Alu and Yumpy will be fine, but the other three players are going to be in nightmare mode. So actually saving this UMP is actually quite a big deal.
Which again, like we were saying earlier, at least they're not giving away an AWP to the enemy team. At least they're saving the UMP. These aren't exactly great headlines for ENCE. He's gonna get an M4 instead. It's even better, but it's still, that's not what you want to hang your hat on in this particular game. 15-6 in favor of G2. Double AWP and a saved M4. I guess it's much better than it could have been for ENCE.
Yeah, it really is. Still, I don't think it holds a whole lot of promise that they're going to be able to do anything with it. They'd have to win 9 in a row. This would be the first. Sunny, Alu, and Ariel coming out T-mid. Amanek waiting to punish. The flashbang does absolutely nothing. Oh, surprising shot from the Deagle. Well done from Sunny.
And no one there to back it up for G2 either. That was a bit of a solo mission. Amanek, not that he was that far forward, but did get taken right down.
Okay, well now the buy looks fine. It's an M4, an AK, and 2 AWPs.
Yeah, now they're loving it. It looks like they're going to try and head back. As you said, Sergey, potentially a bit of a weakness in this B defense. So they're going to try and see if they could maybe press that again. They have the smokes and the flashbangs to block out Alu. They should be able to minimize his effect in this particular attack if they're quick about it. So we'll see. Curious if Alu will walk in front of the smokes when they go down as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Alu gets smoked off, they're in some trouble. Sergey close up. Highlight one last time. He's had a tough time at the center bomb site in the earlier so far in this second half. If Alu misses a shot or gets blinded or gets forced away, Sergey's going to have to do it all close up with a UMP. Thankfully, it looks at this moment like only one player is going to be coming down that lower ramp, so he might have an opportunity if he can get that kill and go to safety. But he's going to back up along the train, and Alu's looking for people to come through that smoke. Here they are. He just looks away. And there goes Sergey. Again, no impact in the round, but Alu's here with an AWP.
I can't believe he actually lives through that. He was so out in the open. I thought they would have just gone to fight him, but instead they did fall back. Pretty good headshot from Jackson. Now it's all on Nexa. 1 versus 2, and they know exactly where he is. Lucky to be alive, making that transition. He's up against that double AWP. Instant headshot, but he has no idea. Yampi's right there to his right, so he's going to go back around. He's somehow managed to get himself into this position. Yampi just waiting for him, and it goes down. Nexa will clutch it in the end. 16-6. A big win there versus a double AWP. And ENCE never really getting started on that first map. It's going to be interesting to see what happens on Mirage, which is the second map after all. It's not done yet, ladies and gentlemen, but yeah, that was a powerful performance out of G2. Look forward to seeing what our analysts are going to say breaking down this rather quick game that's coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
We've got some top-tier Counter-Strike coming your way.
The 100 Thieves and G2!
Down now, 2 quick kills. They should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an AG.
It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk.
Dad and Dad, we're back together again.
So what we have to do, we will win this game. Deal?
But they're coming in from long as well. Beezer's gonna be there. What an upset. It took all 3 maps.
And this is going to be a spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0.
A banger of a match between G2 and OG.
Chance for this, and they down the 1v2 to close it out.
EG versus OG for a spot in spring finals in Moscow.
We are legends of this game. We will rip, shoot hits. Dean, let's go, Alexi.
It was an upset last time and everyone was shocked, but here we go. OG absolutely living the dream, and they will take him down for a second time.
Let's focus, boys. Let's focus like we played first time against them.
They've done it. They've bounced back on Dust 2. We're going to the final map of Blast Premier Spring Series, baby.
Let's take this Dust fight this time.
And G2, one frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
There we go. G2 Esports first place in Group C. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in a couple of months, of course, for the showdown. And for now, enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Bye.
I'm in support.
They are close on red. Red. More.
Cross. Flashing.
Nice,
Good job,
boys.
good job.
Nice, Hunter Fed.
Okay. It was fully covered.
Yeah, so everything's going well for G2. I mean, you can afford to laugh when you've utterly destroyed your opponent on their map pick to start the series. So things definitely not going ENCE's way. G2 though, Chad, I mean, what are they doing that's so right? They looked so good.
They mentally refreshed themselves, Samla. That's what they did, and that's all they had to do, right? Like, honestly, what a difference a day makes for this team. They are a solid unit. We know the fragging potential within them, but just being weighed down mentally from this fatigue, from all of these, I guess, mishaps that the G2 roster has had over the last, 6 to 8 months now, that's probably caught up with them. But you can see their professionalism here. It looked to me like these boys were operating at 100% in this game, Maniac.
They really were. It looked like cruising altitude, you know, when you get to that point, we can just lounge during the flight and everything is under control. Everyone is hitting the shots that they need to. I was listening in on the comms. Things were calm, quiet. They knew what they were doing. They were going through the motions. A little bit of excitation here and there, but it was very much under control. So this is a very, very fierce G2. This is the lineup that we were talking about. Look at the stats right here. You have players at 20, 21, 22, and 22 kills. Just Amanek is just taking it easy. He's in the backpack for the moment, having a good time. But everyone else is doing exactly what they need to do. So a very dangerous G2. Should we remind the viewers? That was ENCE's pick. So things are not looking great.
Yeah, that was ENCE's pick, and you know the thing is that certain things were looking really great for G2, and one of them was their retakes. I think you have a clip you want to show us that'll highlight that.
Yes, absolutely. I want to talk about the control that G2 had all around that game, and this round right here will give us another example. We start with Sunny just toying a little bit with Hunter, just for the lulz actually, but it is just a bait. It is a bait and switch. The inside will actually be under control. We see next up here firing out a couple of bullets. The flash will come in from Pyjamas, and here's the only mistake of that round. He picked a little bit too fast. Now it's a 4 versus 4. ENCE have the bomb side. They have a couple of smokes, so not an easy situation to be in, but you will see how G2 maneuver it. They take their sweet time. Pyjamas puts down the Molotov and just waits for the kill. There you have it. A little bit of flash that helps. Success comes with a little bit of luck. Then he's waiting behind that smoke. Maybe Sergey is going to make a mistake. Meanwhile, they have Amanek and Hunter going through these tracers. They take down Jumpy. Hunter is ready for Sunny, and now you leave Sergey alone in a 1 versus 4. And this right here, this screams control to me. They took their time. They waited the smokes out. They used the utilities, and they won all of these rounds. Cruising altitude, boys.
Yeah, looking really good. And well, the man who is definitely involved, we saw him as the 6th man in the roster there in TeamSpeak. Malek, we had a chance to catch up with him post-match.
Wow, 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 Malik. A 12-3 start, and then we end 16-6. This is a much better looking G2, certainly more confident. Did you guys have anything special prepared for this game of Train, which we know ENCE like to play a lot?
Yeah, we just prepared, as I said before the game on the interview, having one day off is actually quite useful, specifically when you are on the boot camp. I know the guys want to get back on rolling and playing properly, so we just talked and prepared ENCE with the best respect we can. And of course, we expected them to maybe pick Train, so we were ready and up to the fight.
Now going into Mirage, you guys seem to be firing off all cylinders, right? Everyone in the team effort is able to perform. Is there any way that you feel that ENCE might be able to match you in this?
Always. Almost a lot of teams can match against us when things are going wrong. I think we are well known for all the memes and everything. And they are a very good team, a lot of respect towards them. We did our prep and we have our plan in head. And we are very, as I said already, eager to show a good face and play somehow Counter-Strike, so we will see.
So, I mean, they certainly are eager. They certainly are looking very good. And going into Mirage, their map pick, if they're hitting all their shots, Chad, I mean, it's looking pretty good here for G2.
Yeah, I think a part of what Malik was potentially alluding to right there is their biggest problem is themselves. So the only enemy in the server for G2 going into Mirage Assembler is G2.
I agree. I think they have everything they need. Honestly, you forget about the 2 losses that they had. In terms of gameplay, they have what they need. Again, we talk about Nexa, we talk about Hunter. This duo was the reason why G2 actually stepped up massively on Mirage. Everyone is involved. There's no choking around. I think G2 is closing it 2-0.
They're looking so solid. And so we're sticking with our predictions. I think it would be insane to change anything up right now.
Do you want to change, Samna?
No, absolutely not. I think that's pretty straightforward. Everything is looking very good here as far as that is concerned. Thank you very much. But, you know, G2, it's good to see. After, like Malik said, having 24 hours break to focus up, to rest up, and to get back in the headspace that's necessary to win, we were seeing what they're capable of here. And so now it's up to them to run through this lower bracket. Backs are to the wall. They're not allowed to make any more mistakes. And so before we get into the second map, we are going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for the analysis. And after the break, you'll hear from the casters and you'll get to see more CS.
Can he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and May earn everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and catch one. Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And oh, the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know whether that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You could absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank. So he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray. Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping, was an fly, and there's the head on display! He takes it! FaZe Clan winning a round! Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins! He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th! course. Mayern still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. KNG, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern, but they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb. Solely focused over on ramp. He gets them both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay. He still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site.
And we are back with map number 2. It's Mirage between ENCE and G2. The odds have switched quite heavily now in favor of G2. They're a little bit closer earlier in the day, but that performance on Train really convinced a bunch of people that they might win the whole series. And I can't blame them, Jason. That was a terrific version of G2.
Yeah, that really was. That was a phenomenal version of G2, and who knows what we're going to see coming up. I mean, next, this is going to have to be a huge bounce back for ENCE, isn't it? Their tournament life is on the line.
Their tournament life is on the line, but they're not really playing like it. It's such a very half-hearted effort that we saw from the beginning. Some of the rounds they even got were down to some silly mistakes out of G2. It could have been even more one-sided than it actually was, so yeah, we're going to need to see the Finns come alive here on Mirage, or it's going to be too late. Picked up a single smoke and a kit there on Sergey. Always good to have on a map where, you know, you could easily lose that A bomb site and have a plant down, but retaking it is also fairly easy. So I like the fact that they have that one little tool in the back. And then the rest of it is just about the USPs. See if you can find some quick headshots.
Well, they'd love to start with a pistol round. At least at the moment, they're getting the information. Aerial spotted the leg of Hunter. Oh, that's a good shot. Good opening kill. Alu is peering straight down as well from underpass. This should be another win. Again, a crossfire setup, and Kenny doesn't even look up. Jax does, but now Aerial springs into action. He goes down. Another trade for Alu.
Yeah, it's looking good. Yampi all the way on this side. There's a 1P250 in play. That's on Amanex somewhere. It's got to be careful about that. Otherwise, I think they're in a pretty good spot. They've heard Kenny running back this way, so they can probably guess what's coming. They're all congregating around the A-bomb side at the moment. And a bit of a battle has unfolded here. Sergey will go down. And that wasn't even the P250. That was just Nexa with a smooth kill on him. There's Sunny with a bit of a return. That P250, though, I think is still the only weapon they have that can actually get them out of this position. Amanek gets a kill, but Yampi in with the flank, and they'll win that. It's a bit of a close 2-on-2 at the end in some sense, but still nicely done by ENCE.
That was just way too long of a time for Amanek and Nexa to hold off the entire retake of that A-bomb site. That bomb was so far away when they eventually walked in, and that's not really even a criticism. It's just... That's so many different angles you have to look for, so many fights you have to win before that bomb can actually arrive. It was the only option they had. It was just such a small chance. So ENCE, unlike Train, at the very least getting a good start, and the question becomes how long can they hold on to it?
Yeah, they held on to none of their starts. They had no good starts on Train, but even the starts they had, they let them go pretty quickly. So can't be having any more of that happening here on map number 2. And it's looking good, denying the bomb plant right there. Jax has got no chance to do anything. Alu with a nice cleanup, a quad kill in fact, and a fair few MP9 kills to add to the money, especially for him, who's going to have to pick up that AWP. That's just excellent news.
All right, let's see what he's got. This time he's got armor, Anders, at the very least. We saw it a number of times on Train. Glass cannon up for Alu. At least he gets to start with utility, with head armor. Won't really matter a whole lot against those AK-47s, but let's see what happens here. It's going to be Sergey, it's going to be Sunny at that A bomb site. Alu's going to be in the window with his op, and he's going to be supported by Sunny over in Connector. And Jax just chucking out some grenades. High flashbang as well. That final one forces Alu off the angle, so well played from G2.
So that's so many grenades. That's like 4 grenades or something, and 4 flashbangs and 2 smokes used just to get into the middle, just to take top mid. That feels pretty excessive to me. Maybe it's not.
It's very costly. No, it's very costly. You're right. And now, I mean, we'll see how it dwindles, how they use the rest of it, but it's going to have to be a relatively fast and aggressive move when G2 does eventually make the call. At the moment, 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs, and 2 Molotovs left over as they rotate back around towards the A bomb site, and it looks like they've got Hunter in a decent position. He's at the end of the underpass. He's going to turn into a lurk.
Yeah, he could really do a lot from here. I wonder where Nexa is going to go, if he wants to join the rest of the team or if he's going to join Hunter in the middle. That could still be great. Does make a pretty big assumption that Sunny and Sergey will be able to be taken out where they are here, because otherwise that lurk in the middle is not going to mean that much. And now they're up in the apartments. That's actually a pretty big problem. Sunny coming back at the right time to get the kill on Jax. And even if they take down Sunny, they're surely not going to check for Sergey is the problem. Very, very hard to assume that there's going to be a second player up here. They're going to find Sunny, but again, you see they turn their backs immediately. They're not even thinking about it right now. That MP9 could be the whole round here. Gonna go for it, long distance. Yampy will get the kill, and now they're just completely stuck in the bomb site. 10 seconds left here for G2. They need to get that bomb plant down, but they can't. They're actually stuck running out of time. Kenny has to make the leap past here, but there's no cover. He's gonna fake it a single time, and they're just jumping out right in front of him. Nexa running out of time, and he's gonna get the kill there, but still, that's a brutal way to lose a round, even as you get all the kills.
Yeah, but I think they're going to be actually okay with how that turned out, considering they got all 5 players events. Obviously, running out of time is really harsh, and part of that is, I mean, there's plenty of time for it, but Kenny S with the bomb is the only one actually attacking the bomb site. His other 2 teammates are stuck over towards jungle and connector and just can't find the success needed to actually get into the site. So Kenny S never had that safety. Still, you get all 5 kills, and then ENCE buys into a double op setup. Any frag you get in this round is super valuable. The money is already low thanks to the investment from ENCE.
Yeah, you could build a lot on it with that one AK-47 on one of the 2 Deagles there. That's, I mean, so much of that round. It's not even that Yampy's getting a tremendous amount of kills in that one, but it's the pure confusion, right? At 15 seconds, when he gets that kill, you could just see Kenny's in sandwich just thinking, how do I even get out? How do I even run to the bomb site?
That was a perfect bait with the 2 of them pushed up into Palace. That was actually beautifully done by ENCE's defense. I don't even know if it was Sunny might not have been even meant to get caught in that fashion, but it just worked out in their favor so well. They played off it really, really well. Jack's gonna start peeking up into the A bomb site. Alu had just shifted away from the angle so he could throw his smoke. And Jax takes his 1 shot. 6 damage onto Alu. Just a parting gift.
The rest is going to be over at the B-bomb site where Sunny and Alu are currently holding defensively. UMP on the one side here, that AK going to be leading the charge. And a little bit of a jump that's going to distract him. That could actually be huge. There's the UMP coming into play. Big double kill. Sees the bomb as well. And that is just going to be a nice cleanup here. He will go down. Jack's late to the party, getting a headshot with a deagle. Doubt if he could do much more from this particular position. Flashbang doesn't actually exit, and Alu will take him down. So, what a great start here for ENCE. 4-0. This time they save the double op and keep 3 people alive.
Yeah, really good. Again, just like the previous round, another nice bait setup for ENCE on defense. Last time in Palace, this time in those halls. The jump took all the attention away from the player hiding in the corner. 4-0. Alu and Yumpy still with those AWP. 7 kills on Alu to start this map. 3 kills on Yumpy for the 2 oppers. And for the G2 side of things, it's 6 kills on Nexa, and then a quick drop down to 2 for Amanek and Jax.
Love this position for Alu. Again, it's aggressive, but I've seen him take the shot and hit it very, very many times, so wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be able to. Amanek decides to actually fall back, so he's never going to make contact with him over there. The other AWP is on Yampy, and he's all the way at the back of B. If he could take a similar position just into the B hallway instead, they could have a pretty good defense towards middle and A by the time that G2 decide to come for it. They are really far up and connected, though. This is dangerous. We talked about it every single time we've seen this map. If you get into this position on the T side, you could be on the A bomb side in a second, and if you get the first fight, you might just win the round right then and there. So we'll see. Sergey's down alone on the bomb side, and he's going to have a big fight on his hands. Ariel sneaking in a kill. That's a long-range shot, and Sergey turning around for the kill on Hunter. That is fantastic defense early on here for ENCE.
Yeah, it really is. Sergey's doing such a good job anchoring. They still haven't found Alu. Doesn't even matter. Sergey's got 3. Kennyus hears the op scope, but again, Sergey with one more peek from the same default box, he gets a quad kill and shuts down the attack. That's all, by the way, based off that peek from Aerial. As soon as Aerial peeks and gets the opening kill on Catwalk, that's the notification to Sergey that someone's in connector. Peek in that direction, and he finds a perfect timing for it. And this is just him wheeling back and forth. Well done from Sergey. ENCE defense looking strong.
And G2 never really, I mean, I guess the whole point of getting into connector, especially if you've got 3 people there, is to have some sort of explosion coming out of there. Like maybe you smoke off jungle, you flash your way into the fight, but they were sort of just stuck there taking the fight, and Sergey were beating every one of them and one at a time. But you want to, ideally you'd want to put some pressure on Sergey, and the only one that could have helped out Sergey, by the way, if that had gone south, would have been Alu up in the apartments, and with an AWP, I mean, that's the real problem. It's hard for Alu to swing back into the open to take a lot of fights. So, I don't know, Sergey's quad kill was good already, but it's actually even better when you think about the fact that he was maybe the only one that could have really held that bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, he probably would have loved, Alu probably would have loved taking those angles towards top stairs, towards connector, where most of the action was, but you're exactly right. Would have been dicey if Sergey had gone down, or if a missed shot had allowed G2 to get a little bit close. However, we didn't have to see it. Nice first kill from Yumpy. That's the second op coming into play towards middle. Alu is there as well, both ops in middle. So it's A ramp we go, and Sunny, I believe, has heard a footstep. So he's just going to wait patiently. One flashbang on Jax. Good trade from Nexa, but how much progress can they actually make with Sergey still alive? And the question, or the answer, is pretty much none.
Fair play from Nexa, trying to get a little bit more damage in, but again, it's going to be surviving with 3 members. This is a 6-0 start. Completely different story from what we were seeing on Train. And, you know, that double op has been in play for a while, and I think one of the best versions we've seen out of ENCE so far has been when they've been running this particular combo of Yumpy and Alu on almost any map. It's pretty devastating when it's working.
Yeah, well, I mean, you go back to the Spring Showdown as well, where everyone was really impressed with how ENCE played. It was a different ENCE that we'd seen for months, or maybe even a year. Maybe even since just straight up Alexi's departure. Was, you know, Sunny getting involved as well. He was having some incredible performance, and that gave a lot of hope over to the ENCE fans that they were going to see a resurgence in this lineup. Oh. Nice pop flash, but a better shot from Yumpy.
That's going to be upsetting if you're G2. I mean, that's supposed to be the flashbang that just nets you the kill. Even if he legs you there, he's dead almost immediately, but just did not turn out that way. They've checked outside of B and found no one, so yeah, they could just station someone here and go back towards middle and A. I don't know why Aerial is even falling back. I'd just love to stick around in that kitchen area, but I guess they will be all falling back down towards the middle, more or less. What a different game this is from Train.
It really is. It's G2 who look like the ones lost. They're the ones who aren't able to stem any of the bleeding. They lost 2 players so early in this round that it's already just like, oh, okay, well, what do the 3 of us do? That was their last smoke. Alu spotted them coming up. He's going to try and get around the corner. A little bit blocked. 2 players here. And again, that means Alu has to get aggressive, but that is a huge mistake. It makes it easy for G2 to crack in up Catwalk. What a crumble from the defense, and now it's onto a retake. Yumpy with the op is going to miss the jump, and Sergey is going to come in through Catwalk as well.
I really don't ever want to see that from a defense again. That should not be happening. That is such a giveaway. Bomb is down, wide out in the open. A nice shot from Kenny, taking down Yumpy, and now it's a 1 versus 2 here for Sergey, and he has no idea where to find these 2 players. He'd love, you know, maybe with that HE get a free kill, but he's already stationed to just look for exit kills. That, I mean, it's still a pretty good start here for ENCE, but they could have easily won this round. Should have won this round.
Yeah, mistake in the rotation, especially considering the bomb site had 3 players at it. So Sergey's made the smart decision, not risk the weapon, save it, grab the op, because that double op setup is going to be so expensive, and buying into it this round would pretty much deplete the economy. As it stands, even with saving the op, it's going to take it pretty low. But yeah, having 2 players with that kind of a miscommunication, whether it was Alu maybe being a little bit afraid of the fight at that angle, or just both of them, you know, being mispositioned. That's pretty brutal. 6-1. G2 have a window of opportunity.
Yeah, they need to build on this. They did save one of the AWPs there, ENCE, so again, like, economically, that's pretty good. Walking in, just running for it, and they found the weakness last time. They're gonna keep banging on it until ENCE found a solution. Sunny wrapping in behind them, but that was a little bit too much noise, and they all just turned to fight him. That is second round where they just wrap in through that catwalk to the B-bomb side. Interesting.
Well, they hadn't done a tactic like that in the entire half so far, so that's a really cool change of pace. Obviously catches ENCE off guard. What a way to overrun the defense. And now comes the money scenario, the money nightmare for ENCE. Ariel and Sunny very low on cash. Alu as well, although he's at least saving the op. They'll have another buy in the next round, but it's not going to be great. Second round for G2 as they build into this game. Good entries provided. I want to know how that the initial B defender got killed at the halls. Maybe, oh, he was actually pushed.
Yeah, I mean, that's a quick way to lose a round. You realize in the first 10 seconds, oh, we can't actually do anything. This is done. One missed shot.
That's
Ariel,
a pretty early push for the defense to get all the way up that hole. That's right off the bat.
Yeah, but I guess that's the downside of having the AWP in that position sometimes, right? One miss and you're out.
Yeah, well, again, it was a nice change of pace because ENCE never expected it. Both the B defender and the defender on catwalk was just, they were not ready for that kind of a hit whatsoever. 6-2, and timeout taken by G2. I think this is them discussing whatever kind of knockout punch they want to deliver. They have to know they have the economy of ENCE on the ropes. And this is designed to just make sure they can win this round and force ENCE into some awkward buys and gain that economic advantage.
Yeah, they're right on the edge of that. So, just another step in this direction for G2, and I think the first milestone has been reached in that sense. Already an MP9 and a UMP in play to back up the double AWP setup, which again has been living for a long time. We saw how incredibly deadly it could be. There's a couple of rounds in the past here where Alu and Yampi just each pick up a kill early on, and it's a 5-on-3 with, without you even getting a say in the round. So those kind of rounds are great for ENCE, not so much for G2. Sneaking in the middle is Hunter alone, and there's 4 people right around him. If he even gets a kill and just gets traded, that's pretty good from his point of view at the moment. He's hiding inside of the smoke, and they're going to take him right down. Now they need to go. If they want to go on this A ramp, might as well do it right now before the rest of this mid push actually comes back in to defend the A bomb side. And they're running for it. Nexa up close, but they're going to get completely shut down. There's so many people here, and as soon as the mid part of that fight goes down, there's not much else they could do. Kenny almost giving up at the end, it looked like.
I guess Hunter probably had to feel like a little bit of an idiot when that smoke fades, and he's got 2 people just staring at him at the staircase. And that is a pretty perfect defense to be called by ENCE. There's no smokes here. No flashbangs, nobody's blind, nothing forcing the defense to turn away from that angle. And that's an easy slaughter for ENCE. And around where G2 is really trying to take advantage of the economy, they failed miserably.
Sunny's pushed up right underneath that smoke, and what a jump from Jax. A grenade and he's dead. Well, there we go. And Sergey taking down Nexa. I don't know. I don't think he actually meant to make that last jump. I have to assume he just wanted to swing for the fight. That might have been a little bit of a mistake. Aminate getting shot at the back as well, and the bomb is actually on the A-bomb side, so Kenny and Hunter will have to show up.
This is a brutal half, Anders. This is looking very much the same as what ENCE looked like on Train, considering G2's not winning any of the initial battles. I mean, this is, what, the 3rd time we've seen them start with 2-man down in the initial salvo with the first 20 seconds of a round. It's horrendous. They're not able to get anything done in the early stages, and because of that, they're just fizzling out. And even with all this utility, even with plenty of nades, there's nowhere to put them for G2. You can't give away your position. Although, you just did that with the footsteps, but I mean, even if you put that out now, you still have like 4 players just ready and waiting to peek into you. So ENCE came into this with a whole different style. Yeah, everyone seemingly woke up between maps.
I was going to say, they can give away their position. They just shouldn't.
No. Oh, no. Well, I mean, it helps if you're ENCE, and it obviously sucks if you're G2. Sergey's having one of his games. He's 11-3. This is a triple kill at the A bomb site. We saw him have a quad kill earlier in the half, and I think one of the first gun rounds that we witnessed as well. So that A bomb site is kind of closed just based off the anchor player playing so well. No answer for the double up setup quite yet. The only success they've had is a misrotation by the ENCE defense at the B bomb site and a split rush up Catwalk and B halls, which is also helped by ENCE decisions to be aggressive.
Yeah, we're seeing almost a reversal of the maps at the moment. Third map would be on Dust 2, which, why not? That could be exciting, I think.
I think that'd be very exciting. We still have to get there. G2 has still have some time to recover in this game. Round number 11, stuck with just pistols, but again, another opening kill provided by ENCE. That one's on Sunny, over towards the B bomb site. Now Catwalk is a bit exposed, but no weaponry to really take advantage. The best opportunity they have is this lurk from Jax.
Yeah, but there's 3 people inside. It's very hard for Jax. I mean, obviously get a kill on a random person who's just, you know, carelessly walking out there, but following that, now they're all showing up, and Yampy's actually gravitating away from the bomb site. It could be interesting. Sunny's low on health, even if he's boosted up in that corner. Aerial, though, with the AK-47. And a very good early kill to slow down the eventual explosion that's coming next. 40 seconds on the clock, and they're going to go for it. Aerial doing all of the work. Sunny just has to relax in that corner. Not even needed at the moment. Hunter, he's going to get the 1 kill, and then he goes right down to Yampy. 9-2 in favor of ENCE. They must be feeling pretty good right now. This is a really incredible resurgence from that first map.
Well, I mean, they should be feeling very good. They're 10-1 in opening kills of the 11 rounds played. They're winning all the initial battles, as I just mentioned earlier, and they're just winning off of that. G2, not only are they winning the opening duels, they're usually winning the second duel as well. So G2 is just always playing at a 1-2 man disadvantage, and there's no way for them to recover with any kind of consistency. It's actually impressive they even have 2 rounds. So another chance here off on Kenny S. Full AK-47s in utility, and a pretty aggressive stance in middle for ENCE.
I really like this. Sunny and Aerial a little bit further forward. Alu's also looking into the underpass. Let's see, is there going to be even more aggression behind this? I mean, Aerial could push up.
It looked like G2 wanted to go towards the B bomb site, which this setup is actually kind of perfect for that. If you're G2 and you want to head towards B, at least you're going to get into the site with the way Yumpy is playing outside market and a 3-man emphasis on middle. Unfortunately, they're going to go right at the stack, and that's dangerous. Missed shot from Kenny, he's going to go down. Again, 2 opening kills for ENCE, and Yumpy finds Amanek as well. And now there's just nothing that you can do. It's a 2-on-5. You're coming into the B bomb site. You're certainly going to lose at least 1 trying to get out of these halls.
Yeah, may never actually get out of the halls at all at this rate. Nexa gonna go down. That worked so well. That forward mid defense. I mean, you see it time after time here. It's G2, as soon as they miss the first fight, as soon as this doesn't work out, they're just getting slaughtered. They don't have the power, and they're, again, ENCE, no one is coming through underpass. They've been holding that all along, so a lot of freedom to take that fight. Oh dear.
And if you just look at the kills that are coming out for G2, it's nothing. 4 kills on Jax, Kenny, and Amanek each. 10 on Nexa, 2 on Hunter. And I mean, that's just the result of playing most of these rounds in a 3-on-5 scenario. You just don't, there's nothing you could do. You're getting picked off by an op. This round it's Aerial with the M4. But even when you're playing in a 3-on-5, like, you can't really do anything. All those crossfires, all the setups, all the defensive stands from ENCE are just way more powerful when you don't have the players to eliminate all the position or the utility that they can even provide. This is a smackdown. If we thought G2, spanked ENCE on train, this feels even worse.
Yeah, you said it was a train wreck over there, but this 2-0 victory's turned into a bit of a mirage for G2, Jason. This is why they pay me money, Jason.
I know. I don't know how you've done it.
I don't know either.
Somehow managed to pull it off. It makes no sense.
Somehow conned them.
There's no justice in this world. Follow-up Molotov deep into B hall. Oh, they're going to go right through it. They're going to go right through it, and Yumpy's ready. He's going to back away now. He feels the pressure, feels the heat. Going for a second shot. Aerial's going to provide him with some safety. And even this B hit just falls flat. ENCE holding so strong. Nexa goes down. Sunny falls. Nobody dies on the defensive side of things. And my god, 2 rounds left for G2 to get whatever they can.
Which is really not much. They are getting so exploded. There's some really long grenades being thrown here in the previous round. Smokes.
What was that? Supposed to be some kind of a weird fake?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Didn't convince anyone. I mean, it would have never pulled back anyone in that hallway anyway. Maybe someone from mid would have taken a look, but certainly not MB.
And now look at the read. Now look at the read that ENCE have. Even, I mean, there's 3 defenders initially at the A bomb site. Alu's going to be there so quick. All he has to do is turn around. Great pop flash, great aggression. Hunter's backing up. The players coming out of Palace are going to try and exploit this, but it's just not working. Nexa with 2 kills. He's the only bright spot for G2, and he might have to get all 5 kills because he's the only one producing. CEST is going to land one from behind, and the best opportunity they've had in quite some time, and Yumpy's going to miss. Quad kill for Nexa to pull G2 across the finish line in one more round.
I actually can't believe they flashed over into the A ramp but didn't get the kill on the player that was down there. If they had, I'm sure they would have had all of their attention focused back on that Palace dropout. So yeah, that was I think that was the only thing that actually made a difference in that round. I think if they'd had that initial fight, which 9 times out of 10 they probably just win, I don't think there's any round left at all. But 11-3, 15th round.
Well, I guess if you're G2, you might as well rinse and repeat what got you your first gun round in quite some time. Go back to an A set piece. Again, it's going to be the same defense as well. Pop flash down. This time they get the kill, Anders, and there's nobody. This time G2 just backs away. They don't even want to try and pounce out of Palace.
They prove the point that we were just making. Thanks, ENCE. I appreciate it. That was just a quick lesson here in Counter-Strike school. That will work. And the people in the apartments that time around was like, oh, I guess then we're not doing anything. Cool. There is no plan B. We're just going to give up.
Well, Jax is going to try and do something. Saw Aerial with nade in hand, but nobody's going to commit to that fight. Jax kind of has to be bold and aggressive here because he wants to keep attention in his way. Maybe Sergey walks into his crosshair, and he does. That's a nice find. 2 players walking up catwalk as well. Tough part is they have no smokes, and if Alu sticks around, that's an AWP angle that is going to be brutal to cross over. He's not peering in that direction quite yet, and they pass the danger there. But again, Yumpy in the back of B at bench with an op.
Alu and Aerial inside of A, and Sunny and Yumpy on the other side. I mean, this is the big benefit right now for G2, is the fact that they have some isolated 2-on-3 fights that they could potentially win. So see how well that goes. Amanek charging onto the site. There's 17 seconds on the clock, and they need that bomb down quick, but they haven't checked the site. Aerial's hiding back here. He's going to get only the 1 kill. 10 seconds now on the clock, and Sunny, he can't stop the bomb pump at the moment. He really wanted to walk in there, but doesn't quite check it, and Jax will take him down. What a turnaround from G2. A 3-on-4 into a 2-on-1 in their favor, and Yampy's walking in with that AWP. He wants a quick kill to make it a 1-on-1. Don't know if he wants to use the ult for both of these kills. That could be really tricky. He's going to get the chance there. He's very, very low on health, and Jax just has to connect with a single bullet. That grenade won't kill him, and Jax has got every shot at doing this. Yampy not looking the right way either, and has to run onto the site, holding it down while scoped up. Actually, he's going to come off it. Might have been a mistake. Otherwise, Jax still going to wrap around for a triple and the round, and an 11-4 win at the end of the half here in favor of ENCE. That's still really impressive. Should be enough to get us onto that third map. We'll see if it will be in the second half, coming up after the break.
Oh, okay, I got
We return for a second half on the second map here. It's on Mirage, 11-4 in favor of ENCE, which is just a tremendous comeback from the form that they were showing us on Train, because that was just all G2 all the way. But the Finns are right back in the mix. We could well see a third map here if they can continue to impress us here at the second half, which I can't see why they wouldn't. This has been great.
It would be an incredible, it would have to be an incredible drop off from ENCE for G2 to come back into this game. It would also have to be an incredible step up from G2 to get back into this game. This would be a nice start if they can find this pick on Sunny here, but you can expect he is going to be looking for that aggression. Oh no, it's gone the wrong way. Sunny does get traded, and that's a good win for Nexa. They absolutely needed that.
I think Sunny actually had a fair few grenades. I don't know if Nexus picked them up necessarily. He's going to go back in to his death as Aerial was waiting for him. So still in the end, with a bit of a delay, it works out in favor of ENCE. Now they're going to be in the window. They're coming out of apps as well. Hunter and Jax are actually in a lot of trouble here. Oh, but not with the headshots. Hunter fighting his way out. A beautiful double kill. He's still looking in the middle. He fears there's someone else there looking for the third headshot, and he almost got it in Alu. It's a 2-on-2 though. And yeah, the game is up here. They know that this is going to be an A attack. The question is, are they going to be there in time? Amanek is actually showing up with that P2000. And a bit of a flank here from Alu. He's walking up right behind Jax, who's already low on health. This is meant to be. Should get this kill right around the corner and into the bomb site. He's trying to escape. I can't believe Jax is still alive. 40 seconds, and now the Molotov up there to stop the bomb up in the apartments. Alu with the 1 kill, and he's hunting him. He's going to get shot at the back. Yampi coming through the fire, and that will be the round for ENCE, and certainly that will cement their victory here. G2 will have a very hard time coming back now.
Yeah, they would have to win this second round, and you can see they're going to go for it. They're going to fully buy up into this. What a great flank from Alu. I can't believe Hunter kept them in this round for as long as he did, but the call to go all the way around, I feel like there's still enough fights that G2 could have won there, but it just made their positioning so uncomfortable. Yumpy coming through the fire sealed the victory, 12-4, and ENCE are going to start running away with this. An even more brutal victory than G2 had on Train. Which is so weird. These teams just demolishing each other on their map picks.
Yeah, we don't get to see that all the time nowadays. But I mean, sometimes you kind of matchups where the map selection just works out in this way. MP5, they're not afraid at all. They want to go and fight it, and maybe they were right to. Sergey goes down. It does sound like you're just shooting, I don't know, little peas at people, doesn't it? Like there's no fear behind that gun.
Well, maybe someone just needs to teach that fear to their opposition. Ooh, nice dink from Hunter. Alu's low. There's no utility on this ENCE side. They've got to make the whole run up into the bomb site, but they have so many different angles they have to worry about. Alu is somehow just barely alive. No one to protect the bomb plant, and G2's going to do it. They're going to turn this round. A 2-on-4, but Alu is basically the walking dead.
Yeah, he's hoping for a quick kill. Someone to walk into his crosshair. That would be amazing. He's going to walk right into the 5-7 instead. And that will leave Aerial 1 versus 4. As he takes down Amanek, he's got 35 seconds to find the last 3 kills. I just don't see that really happening. Actually, he's got no grenades or anything either. And he walks in at Jax. A little bit of a peek through that box, which can be done. And yeah, that's an important round.
Well, not just for the victory, not just to still keep yourself with a chance. ENCE is 4 rounds away from a victory, but 3 AK-47s picked up for the G2 side of things. This could get interesting now that round goes the way of G2. Full investment for ENCE. It's 5 deagles, a flashbang, and a smoke for the entire attack.
You know what I would like for those weird movement maps that they're playing with Sambu and Acor and Simple? I'd like to petition Forrest to participate in that, because he's got some great movement too. Could we get him in the mix?
Yeah, he does have some great movement. I don't think anyone's going to touch Acor. I'm so amazed with his movement. As someone who's awful at movement in these games, for one reason, it's a skill set I was never able to develop. It's wild watching Acor. It's wild watching him do. Have you seen that knife round video of Acor? It's mental.
Yeah, that's on Mirage.
It's so stupid.
It's a weird feeling being angry and impressed at the same time. Watching it, you're like, I'd be so mad if I was in that, and then at the same time, it's like, damn, that's really something.
I mean, that's also another one of those where you're just like, why is this guy trying so hard to knife round? What a loser.
I think that's the best part, is like you've triggered the enemy in the knife round. Like they're angry from the get-go.
It's automatically tilting. Yeah.
You've done it. Okay, well...
He's triggered me and I'm not even in the knife round.
3 AKs being picked up by G2. I mean, apart from obviously turning that second round, that's such an incredible gift to have on the CT side. So let's see if they can actually keep a hold out of here against the Deagles that are in play on the T side for ENCE. The Deagles could be pretty good coming out of the ramp here. We'll see. No Molotovs to fight Jax with, but he's still going to go down. Sergey to get one. Yampy goes down right afterwards. And Hunter, he's going to be dropped. So a lot of trading, losing some of these AK-47s. Kenny swings into the bomb side in style for a nice triple spray down. But yeah, they only get saved 1 AK.
Ooh. Yeah, that's huge. What a great round from ENCE. And, I mean, part of it is they slow played that so much, and you might have been scratching your head wondering what they were doing, but as soon as the smallest amount of presence is made on Catwalk, that's communicated by G2, right? There's like 25 seconds, and they say, oh, we've spotted one on Catwalk. And even though nobody fully commits to the rotation, it does pull players out of the positions that they were in, just as they consider to start heading over to support that B bomb site, and that's exactly what ENCE wanted. So really good kills to be found, nothing crazy, but forces the rebuy of rifles. Slaughter from Jax, triple kill, and Nexa combined with Kenny S will decimate the rest of the attack. Just 5 rounds away for G2.
Yeah, but shout out to ENCE for not making that round slow. You know, they could have messed around with the Glocks. They didn't.
They didn't.
They're like, we all know where this is going. Let's just get it done.
Well, shout out to Nexa, who's been having a pretty much nice solo performance on stage today. 18 and 14 for him, but for the longest time he was the only player with any kind of real impact. Jax has caught up with those 3 Glock kills in the previous round, and now he's going to try and build on it against the rifles. Aggressive at A ramp, and he sees nothing.
Amanek kind of alone over at B. He just put out the 1 smoke that he had, and now he threw the last flashbang and a grenade as well. So he's just throwing all the grenades. Now he's getting some backup from Nectar and Kenny. I guess he's going to make up for it a bit, but that's some early grenade usage at about 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Jax almost messed that up. Panicked a little bit. Close nade. Alu knows the setup. That smoke is made for, but they've already backed away from the damage. Kenny S with that AWP is kind of neutralized at the moment. With no other presence in middle, he's watching for that jump into window, watching for the play through murder hole, but he's away from all the action. Now he's just rotated around from the A bomb site, but he's got to, again, make himself a bit overexposed to Palace in order to be involved in this. And you can see all the pieces of ENCE, all those orange, yellow, whatever you want to call it, dots, converging to surround this A bomb site.
Oh, that gets extinguished. That would have been so cool if they could have forced aerial forward. Grenade will do a little bit. There's 35 seconds, and here comes the crunch onto that A-bomb side. 3 people defending for G2. Jax pushing forward, but Alu comes up with a big double kill and recovers the bomb. Otherwise, it would have been a bit of a disaster. If they would have dropped the bomb there in 20 seconds, that could have got so awkward. But it does work out. It'll be a 13th round for ENCE.
I wonder if Alu even meant to get that first kill. I almost feel like that had to have been almost like a pre-fire mistake or just shot past his first target. That's a really unfortunate double kill for G2 because Jax turns that corner and gets the first frag on the ramp. He just couldn't secure the position. Alu, you're right, saves the round by preventing that bomb from dropping. And I mean, if you're G2, you had 3 players there, 2 at A ramp. You had Kenny S with his AWP. You pretty much had what you wanted to defend that bomb site. And you get slaughtered. Just 1 player goes down.
Sunny will follow the end. Let's see if Amanek gets a weapon blown his way. He's going to go look up here and he'll find an M4 at least. So, yeah, it's a bit of a victory. But, yeah, 13-6. Oh, it's not. Yeah, you're right. He's just firing. I might have seen him.
It looks like he's swinging wide to find Jax, but he does adjust quite nicely onto Hunter to get that first kill. So I take it back. Nice shooting from Alu. We'll give him that one, Anders.
We'll give him that one. Well, he's been playing pretty good, so we should. 16 kills at the moment. 19, though, on aerial. Oh, nearly a shot there. They do line up for him. Hunter, though, will take him down, and there's some good defense in the middle. And this time, G2 come out heavily on top with the bomb being dropped. I don't know if they want to stick around to defend the bomb. As much as it seems like a great victory, sometimes that could also be actually what does the team in if you sort of, you know, try to defend the middle for no reason at all. I'd be careful about that.
Ooh, Sergey spotted the hip. Jax is the only one here. There's no other teammate looking for this. That's going to cause a turn from Kenny S with the AWP. He's down at the base of Connector. He's going to get dropped as well, or no, not yet. Somehow still alive, but Sergey's going to find him in the end. Now, Nexa has given up his position with footsteps as he scrambles to get into some cover. Bomb is still down, but ENCE have a lot of information.
They really do. 2-on-2, Amanek and Nexa with a fair few grenades between them, but not currently a kit that they've picked up, so it's really worth taking into account. I don't know if there's one in the middle, it might well be. That's a great smoke to allow that bomb plant. Should be hard to stop at this point in time. Sunny gonna go straight for it, and no one even shooting through the smoke, so 2-on-2, I could see why they want to go for this retake. I don't think that's a mistake at all, but a lot is riding on this. Let's see if it works out.
I'm amazed at how scared they were to make a play in that 2-on-2. They just let the bomb go for free, which seems crazy to me. Sergey blind, but again, no one aggressively taking advantage of it. Almek's going to turn the corner. That's a big win. Now it's all on Sunny. Molotov can go down, and it does indeed. But that's way too far. Even the nade goes past him. Sunny's going to have a chance. And here he comes to turn the corner. They're defusing it. It's almost done, and it's going to be gone. It's going to be for G2. Sunny trying to call the bluff. Able to get one frag, but loses the round.
And they picked up a kid in transition. I'd love to hear their team speak at that point in time to see if that was called out by a teammate. You know, hey guys, there's a defuse kit in the window. Go that route, pick it up in transit. That helped them out a lot because they didn't have it going into the window. So there must have been somewhere along the way, or maybe it's Nexa coming through. I'm not sure. Regardless, they find that defuse kit. They're able to win the 2-on-2, and that does a lot for their chances here.
All right. G2, this comeback is still doable. It's still in the realm of possibility. ENCE need just 3 rounds to force us onto a third map. If they crumble and lose this lead and lose this map, they will be eliminated from the spring finals at Blast Premier. Kenny S with that AWP is over at the A bomb site again, but he's one more time. He's out in the open, overexposed. He's going to come for a late peek down A ramp, and Alu's looking for just that. And they're both lucky to be alive. There's the smoke at the top of A ramp. Neither opera could connect the shot, but Alu's brought down to 53.
That's such an important kill for Hunter. If he had gone down there towards the jungle, Kenny and Jax would have actually been stranded on the A bomb site, completely exposed from middle. So very, very critical shot there. Yampi's still trying to sneak through and see if he could open the bomb site. Still absolutely doable. They have some smokes here as well. They could block off that CT spawn with one of them, and that would give them a chance to try and find Jax, which they do without really any utility used. Excellent kill from Aerial. You're back at it again. Now 4-on-4 and 30 seconds on the clock. They need to go quickly. Again, they have grenades to try and push them back from the CT spawn position, but they're not using them just yet. A Molotov, some flashbangs, a lot of that could be used to get that bomb down. And Aerial, he's going to go for it finally. Let's see. Oh, they're going to retake before the bomb even goes down. They want to swing for it. Flashbangs go in, but Alu with a big kill on Hunter. Now a return. Aerial goes down. It's a 3-on-3. And Sergey, he's just right at the lip of the apartments, waiting for the big opportunity. There's a headshot on Nexa. It's a pretty quick kill. Amanek and Kenny now just stuck on the bomb side. I don't know if they even want to really stick around. Kenny's already falling back. They realize now there's so many places they could be on this bomb site.
Almanac's pretty committed. This is a bit crazy. Might be able to find Sergey at the end, but not. It's not going to happen. Man, I would have loved to have seen G2. I do not know why they didn't make the decision to fight for that bomb site. They gave that one up with no real resistance going for the retake, and ENCE had so much space to work with, especially after that battle in jungle is won. You have the fight in Jungle 1, you have control of that and window room, and you even spotted one in Palace. The idea that everyone then falls out of the bomb site and goes back to CT spawn, you're giving up so much ground and not gaining anything elsewhere. That's just a different mindset than the G2 we saw on Train, who were willing to battle and showed like fearless tenacity in those fights.
Man, it really did feel like they also, to some extent, left, was it Jax alone inside of the bomb site? He sort of had
out to dry. He was, he was in the back of that bomb site, and any distraction that could have been provided would have been great.
Yeah, because in that position, right, he wants to be the secondary point of attack. Like, he wants someone else to be the distraction, and then he can swing behind that box and cause a bit of a surprise. Nice kill from Kenny with that lone AWP, but it gets thrown right back, and no one can pick it up there. Oh dear, that's not good.
No, this is an absolute slaughter. And G2's fully invested in this round. The AWP was the only thing they had previously. Nexa might not go down in this round, but it's going to be 15-8, and ENCE will have 7 chances to take us to the 3rd map. G2, it just feels like they've never fully gotten in this. The comeback felt like it was possible at certain times, but there's just no consistency to this G2 performance on Mirage. It's nice to see guys getting involved in the action late. Hunter, I think, at halftime only had 2 kills. He's now up to 9, so getting a little bit more active on the map, and hopefully that sticks around for Dust 2. But this is a pretty brutal loss that ENCE is delivering.
Yes, it is. And as you said, you know, buying everything in this round for G2, so even the next round is going to be really questionable for them. Deagle is going to be kept alive by Nexa, which again is not really saying that much. 15-8, and as you said, 7 rounds in a row. That's what they need, and to start that comeback with, they have very nearly nothing at all. Some frustration there on Kenny, as you could tell. Starting to feel it a little bit.
I would be as well. They've had, I mean, just you could see it even in the first half. At halftime, Kenny S was already ripping off his headphones. He was not pleased with that opening half performance. And I mean, here they just haven't really been able to get super involved, especially his AWP. It's been a little bit touch and go. Nexa's still the only one who feels like he's having any real impact in this game. The G2 side of things, and now they have to fight back. 1 SMG, 1 FAMAS, and 3 upgraded pistols, and it is about to be a waterfall out of Palace. Jax is about to have a real rude awakening.
He was woken up and put to sleep in the same second, Jason.
We'd call that one the worst hangover of his life.
Yeah. Just a bad time, and so is this round, man. They are getting slaughtered. They're not even making it into the fight. They're getting shut down as they come through the smoke. It's a 5-on-1, and Sergey fittingly gets the kill through the smoke on Amanek. That's going to be the victory on map number 2 for ENCE in this best of 3. That means we're going to go to Dust 2 as the deciding map. What a great sequence of maps here. I think Dust 2 is going to be way more even. I look forward to it, but before we get there, we need a word from our analyst as well. That's coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
We've got some top-tier Counter-Strike coming your way.
The 100 Thieves and G2!
Down now, 2 quick kills. They should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an EG.
It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk.
Dad and Dad, we're back together again.
So what we have to do, we will win this game. Deal?
But they're coming in from long as well. Freezer's gonna be there. What an upset. It took all 3 maps.
And this is going to be a spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0.
A banger of a match between G2 and OG.
Chance for this, and it gets down to 1v2 to close it out.
EG versus OG for a spot in the spring finals in Moscow.
We are legends of this game. We will rip, shoot hits, deal, that's one,
It was an upset last time and everyone was shocked, but here we go. OG absolutely living the dream, and they will take him down for a second time.
Okay, let's focus, bros. Let's focus like we played first time against them.
They've done it. They've bounced back on Dust 2. We're going to the final map of Blast Premier Spring Series, baby.
Let's take this just like this.
Let's go, G2, let's go! And G2, 1 frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
There we go. G2 Esports first place in Group C. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in a couple of months, of course, for the showdown. And for now, enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Bye.
Twister, you guys had a solid CT half there, but it seemed like there was a lot of non-information plays, a few gambles, a few risks being taken by you guys. Were these educated guesses that just paid off, or how did it go down in your eyes?
We had pretty good understanding of how they like to play. So some rounds we were calling what they're gonna do and they did it, so it went into our favor, so that was good. But yeah, a couple rounds we played really bad, the communication wasn't there, and also a bit of like, I don't know how to say it, like we were a bit of scared to take our spots and our duels, but the CT help was really good.
Now, you both dominate each other on your own map picks. Now, when it comes to this, right, you're going into Dust 2, a middle ground for you guys. How do you feel going into this one? Because it's such an up and down map, it's such a momentum-based map, and at least right now, you guys do have the momentum.
Yeah, I'm feeling really confident because the trade was pure shit. Like, I'm not gonna lie, but we got back into the game on Mirage and we have the momentum now. We just have to keep it up and go from there and play our own game without like thinking too much of them, and without, well, the main thing is that we cannot be scared. I mean, we have to play against them like they play. If they are like pushing without anything, pushing without trade frags, we have to do it the same. We have to fight them like everywhere they are and fight together, and we'll get them on this Dust 2 if we have that momentum.
There we go. Sounded a bit Churchillian there for a second. I was about to say, yes, you will hold the line. But as far as this third map goes, Dust 2 sounds like a middle ground, sounds like a real place for a solid duel. Where are we going to take this one, Chad?
Yeah, look, I think if we can just take some of the things from that interview and what we just saw in Mirage, there's a slight bit of contradiction from what comes out of the ENCE players' mouths and then what Twister said just then. It's like, yeah, we have a good idea of how they play, but also we can't focus too much on what they do. I really get lost in that line of thought, right? Because it's like, well, are you playing your own game? Because if you're playing your own game, you're taking risks and gambles. But if you're counter-stratting and you're anti-stratting and you're making educated guesses, well, then you are looking into their game. So either way, it worked for them. They did a fantastic job on their CT side, and it felt like no matter what they did, they're in the right place at the right time with the lion's share of their numbers.
Yeah, I think this second map was a good example when we talked about the veto and how ENCE were actually very comfortable in this one. You know, you have Mirage coming in as G2's pick, but actually ENCE, they're no slouch on the map. Not at all. I'm not even gonna badmouth G2 for that result. Honestly, I think they had a couple of rounds where they were a little bit off, maybe a second in or a second late when they were about to hit, but otherwise, it was all about ENCE. It was all about ENCE, and a man that I want to mention is Sergey. I mean, we talked about him in the pre-show and how he had been a little bit silent in the last month, but in this game, I believe that he was one of the main reasons why ENCE were able to make all of these right gambles, because the first time G2 tried to play on the A side, Sergey, he absolutely destroyed him. Look at the scoreline right here. It's 4-0 and ENCE, Sergey is just playing the turret. He's playing the turret on the A side, he's hitting all the shots, he's punishing them at all costs, and this right here forced G2 to play on different positions. Look at the scoreline, it's so early in the half. He was all over the place, and the reason, or one of the reasons why ENCE had such a good CT side.
And so, I mean, it seems then we can just agree that this was an even match in terms of Mirage. Now, moving into Dust 2, this is where it gets spicy. This is where it gets interesting. James Banks, you know, he brought that up, the fact that ENCE right now have the momentum going into this third map. I mean, what do we take away from this? What are we looking for here in this third?
I don't want Dust 2. I don't want Dust 2. Can we not have Dust 2? I've lost.
Are you
all
shoxy now all of a sudden?
Oh my god!
You're playing for Vitality.
I have lost all
What's
my
going on here?
certainties when it goes to Dust 2. I'm gonna be honest with you, Samla. That's just how it is. The last two times I watched G2 on Dust 2, they lost 6-6 and 6-6 to Big. So these are the images that I have in the back of my head. Whereas ENCE, I feel like they've had more established games, they've had better games. So I am a little bit biased, and I don't believe in G2's Dust 2 anymore. But I might be wrong. I might be biased. At least I can recognize it.
What do you think of that, Chad?
Look, if we look at what happened yesterday, the day before, with ENCE versus the FaZe, right? ENCE lost Dust 2 because they couldn't control long, right? G2 need to get out of their own heads. Don't worry about all the past results. Don't worry if teams know you play retake. Don't worry about all those things, because when you flick on over, when you're on that T side, all you need to be able to do is go out long and find entry frags like Rain did, right? Rain was the can opener. By getting kills in that part of the map time and time again, it meant the double orbs of Yampi and Alu were always in a 4v5 or 3v5 situation, and nobody's going to be able to convert those every day of the week. So that's where I'm looking if I'm G2, exploit them in the same way that FaZe did.
Okay, and as far as ENCE are concerned, is there anything we need to be adjusting here for ENCE, or do they just need to keep their heads down and keep on trucking?
I think Chad is right on money here. You have they had two problems, two issues, two weaknesses, long and the B side. If you're able to close the extremities, and if you can force G2 into the standard game, which is taking catwalk control and then deciding what you do, I think they'll be able to be one step ahead. But you have to block these two avenues at the beginning of the round.
So let's go ahead and just bring up our predictions again just real quick, just so we can refresh here, because right now, guys, it's looking a little dire. We're having one of those days where everybody is on the same page, on the same line, and, you know, going into Dust 2 here,
at least
G2
we'll
prediction.
all be wrong.
Yeah, win this together.
Fair enough. Fair enough. In terms of maintaining the points, I see your strategy, Chad. I see your strategy. Just go ahead and make it so that win, lose, whatever happens, we all go down together in flames. I get it. All right, we're taking a quick break, guys. When we come back, we'll be getting into Dust 2. Anders and Moses will be on the mic.
Can he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and Mayern everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick, because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and catch one.
That's
Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And oh, the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know whether that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You could absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank, so he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray.
Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping, was an fly, and there's the head on display! He takes it! FaZe Clan winning a round!
Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins! He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th! Mayern's still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. KNG, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern, but they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb. Solely focused over on ramp. He gets them both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay. He still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site.
Here we go, third map going to be coming up next. It's ENCE and G2 here, first match of the day at Blast Premier. And the odds have really slowed down again. It was pretty heavily favored, G2 going into the second map, that was on Mirage, but that changed everything. ENCE came alive, they looked good, they won the map ultimately. And yeah, I mean, I can understand why the odds would look the way that they do. Who's winning this third map though, Jason? What do you think?
Ooh, I'm gonna take G2. I don't think we're gonna get that soft of a G2 twice in a row. I can't imagine the #1 ranked team in the world having that sort of a display across the final 2 maps of a series, especially after they just battered ENCE on train. We've seen what they can do, but this is gonna be a fun battle. I mean, I feel like Dust 2 should be evenly matched. We've had a blowout on train, we had a blowout on Mirage. I feel like Dust 2 should be a pretty grindy, very cool back and forth between these two squads.
Yeah, I imagine it will be. We saw one of the, I think, potential keys for victories in one of the scary prospects the G2 might have to fight against, which is that double up of ENCE. When it's up and running and it keeps, you know, staying alive when they don't lose it for a number of rounds, between Yampi and Alu, that's just very, very hard to deal with. So if I'm G2, I want to avoid that happening for as long as possible, really. But obviously, G2 have their own super weapon in Kenny being able to do a lot, and the kind of fast plays that we saw them do really on, at least attempt on Mirage, more on Train, on Dust 2, that could be incredibly effective. So I expect to see a pretty explosive game here.
Yeah, I hope we see that fear that was a huge factor. I mean, it seemed like G2 going into Mirage, whether it was caused by how hard ENCE started and how fast ENCE started, I mean, they seemed scared at certain points during that Mirage map to actually step up and take fights and make decisions. So hopefully that all disappeared between maps and we're back to the G2 that just wants to go right at it. Another cool small factor, Anders, enjoy one of the last games we'll see on Dust 2 with the doors this way. It gets, we're playing on the older version, so we don't have those doors swapped quite yet, so one last week of hell on Dust 2.
Yeah, I think it's it'll be interesting to see exactly what the impact will be, because of course you can smoke those doors now from upper dark, which, you know, is a little bit of a different mix, so there might be ways for people to try and do that, but I mean, there's still another smoke you have to use, and it still doesn't change the fact that that, you know, you could shoot through even with the smoke going up. But yeah, there they are. The doors the wrong way around, officially. We finally got our will. I'm sure we'll find something else to complain about, though, Jason. I think that's what we have to do as a community. We can't just let Valve, you know, relax and enjoy things for a while.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any...
Oh, and...
no end of issues we can create.
See, you might just have been muted on my end, or maybe I'm going deaf. Could my older age. Could be one or the other or both. We'll find out in a second.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can. There we go. It's perfect.
Oh, cool. What happened there? A little bit of voodoo.
Yeah.
That was Valve coming in and like putting their foot down to like, all right, if you're gonna start complaining about everything, we're just gonna cut everything off. You're out. You're done.
It's the end. What is the next big complaint you have now that the doors have been fixed? Like, what's the thing that's at the top of your mind? You're thinking, man, I really wish this would change.
On Dust 2?
Just in general. Could be anywhere. Could be outside of Counter-Strike if you want.
Okay. Wow, that's you've really opened up an entire world to me that I wasn't really expected. I wasn't really prepared to explore this idea. Why don't you start? I think you have something in mind. What's your biggest gripe these days?
My biggest gripe these days? Ooh, that's a tricky one. Well, I got into looking at the stock markets. I won't bore everyone with that. That's gonna be obscure, and I'm just sort of an amateur at it anyway. But it's impossible not to get involved with that and not seeing red everywhere and just being really upset all the time. So I wouldn't advise it. I'd say stay away from that, people. My biggest gripe probably. Ooh, that's a good question. I still think we should have maybe just a couple of more maps that we could switch out, like seasonal map changes. I think would be more interesting. Don't have to reinvent new ones all the time, but it would be fun if we had a couple of them rotate in and out every once in a while. I'd appreciate that. Like, you know, you had like half a year of, you know, cobblestone or something coming back, and then cash, and like, you know, you'd have that. I think that would be fun to test out.
Oh, I guess this would be the perfect time for me to selfishly and bring up my own idea that I had, where you don't change the maps, you just change the layout of the bomb sites. I think that could still be a really cool way to keep maps fresh and change them around. Alu just did Hunter dirty. I don't know if you caught that in the knife round, Anders.
Yeah.
Where they were running back and forth at each other, and Alu types WTF, and then Hunter stops to type, and Alu runs up to give him a nice little shank. So ENCE has won the pistol round based off some underhanded tactics. But all is fair in Love and War. Yeah, that's a smart play.
Well, here we go. They're all on the server. They're all ready to go. It's going to be G2 starting on the T side, ENCE on the CT side. The third and final map, it's going to be Dust2 coming up here. And as you said, loser gets knocked out, so you really don't want to be on that side at all here. So far, I'm seeing a couple of grenades being picked up there on the G2 side, but am I seeing a P250? Yeah, there's going to be one on Nexer at the very least. Don't know if he wants to fight down middle, but yes, everyone knows by now. I'm a big fan of that P250 on really any T side.
I'm glad you reminded me. Elimination game at hand. Elimination third map. Loser goes home. Everything riding on this one map for these two teams. Kenny S going to lead the way with Jax into lower dark. He's even got Hunter behind him as well. Mid to B split's a possibility. Amanek in the back looking for a pop flash that can be. It looks like they're going to at least try and clear out Catwalk to start with and come back, and they'll get a pop flash out the double doors from Amanek. And it's all about this push right here. If Nexa goes down, the B split is going to be real rough.
What a place to have the P250 in. If they're slow around the corner, he's definitely going to take one, and the question is if they can revenge that kill quite quick enough. There's the smoke and the flash to jump down. Jax clearing out CT spawn. Nexa, though, oh, this could still go wrong. He's waiting for it. I think he might have seen just a bit, and now they have to push forward right in and take him down. Great shot from Sergey. They turn back around. They realize now that bomb is going to be planted. Amanek, I think, smartly waiting in middle to try and catch any rotations, and maybe realizing by now it's a bit odd that no one is showing up.
Yeah, but there's 3 players in the bomb site, and they can't go anywhere. Even Amanek is frozen because no one's rotating in this direction. They know he jumped down spawn. 4 players coming from the halls for this retake. This is weird, and this is a huge play. Sergey going to lead the way in, and Hunter just patiently waiting. Nice kills coming out, and oh, it's a slaughter. A narrow choke point, and ENCE is starting to fight back, but Amanek has come in rotation. The last-ditch effort, and he's got it. Double kill and a triple in the round overall. G2 have the pistol.
That was so wild. I can't remember if I've ever seen a retake where 4 people, not in the pistol round at least, where you get that many people coming in from upper dark, but it almost worked. I mean, that definitely caught G2 off guard. Even if they sort of knew with Amanek being in the middle, that is still such a shocking turn of events. So, G2 will pick up the pistol, and no buy in this round for ENCE. Wow, that's a real rarity nowadays.
Yeah, it is. I think that emphasizes a little bit too what we saw in Mirage. Remember how important that double up setup was, how powerful that defense was. And you have to imagine here on Dust2, that double up setup is going to be the biggest priority they have. So in one way, preserving as much money as possible makes sure that Yumpy and Alu can have those ops out ASAP.
Couple of flashbangs in case they could catch someone over at long. Love the idea. Think it's definitely worth it. Looks like they're getting caught though. That's actually...
Ooh.
I can't believe he takes that much damage, Kenny, and deals... Oh, no!
Oh, my God.
Well, this is interesting.
He's going to be...
They're waiting for it now. All lined up in front. Galil's got so many bullets, and Nexa will take down 3. No chance for anything now. Nexa with a quad kill at the end. Oh, you wanted that to be different. If they would have flashed their way around that corner, that could have been so good for ENCE.
Shake it off, Kenny. You just got out-dueled by a USP while you had an AK in pit. Oh, let's not think about it. Let's just move along swiftly. Good thing that Galil, they're all, as you said, all lined up. That's the saving grace. If they'd been able to turn that corner, what a dangerous round it would have been for G2. No double up. They actually go straight for the M4s and the FAMAS with utility in this third round. And, ooh, look at Sunny. He snuck in a lower dark. This hasn't been spotted.
Oh, I can't believe it. He actually peeked with a knife out, but it didn't even matter. Hunter swung for it behind him. That's a very, very dirty way to get that opening kill down to the lower dark, and they've got every advantage here. 2 versus 4 up against an M4A1 and an M4A4. And both those players are in middle for ENCE. They feel like they probably have to make a move, and that's what's going to get them killed. Sergey alone now, and they know exactly where he is. They could either ignore him or go fight him. Both things really should work. It's a pretty good headshot, but he's just a bullet away from death, and that Molotov almost did it. He gets one more kill. That's unbelievable.
Man, that's some sketchy play out of G2. They might have been lured into a bit of a trap because Sergey was the one who got dinked early on by a MAC-10. So likely a teammate shouting out that, you know, he's low, he's been dinked, he's got, you know, so you can take the fight. So everyone's feeling very confident. Some fine shooting from Sergey. And G2 almost messed that up. 3-0. MAC-10's back in hand for Amanek and Hunter.
Some deagles in play, some armor, some random grenades across the board there for ENCE, but not a lot that they can fight back with. Both these two first maps started with either one or the other team going on a really big run before the opposing side really got into the game. And it's a similar pattern early on. It's a bit too soon to call it, but it would really suck for ENCE if they started going down, you know, 6 or 7-0 here early on without being able to reply, because we kind of saw what happened on Train when that was the case, and it was ugly at the end.
Well, we saw it in Mirage as well, in the reverse direction, and that was ugly too. So both of these teams not really showing any ability to come back from the deep pit they dig themselves in the first halves. So this early start for G2 is massively important. Standard smokes thrown out on Catwalk to give Hunter a chance to investigate. He's going to lead the way. A lot of spacing between him and the follow-up, as they want that MAC-10 to get the information. Brought down to 17 HP, but still no real indication of how powerful this hit on Catwalk is going to be from G2.
Sniping away, getting some free shots off with a deagle. That always feels pretty good if you can just land the one of them. That's an off covering the angle, though. I don't know if I'm G2, might just want to go for it here instead of waiting around against the deagle for too much longer. A lot of damage both on Hunter and Amanek, so they're really soft coming into the bomb site. Amanek, though, will get the one kill. Kenny falls in the meantime. It's still looking decent, although hiding inside his area. Look at it, he's tracking him through the smoke. What a great move. 10 seconds on the clock. That's the bomb down in front. Hunter will find the kill, but they need to get up and plant that bomb right now. Sergey and Sonny, I don't know if they can stop this. Nexa goes down. This is a bit of a disaster in this round. G2 now under a lot of pressure. Sergey will get the bullet from Jax at the end, and Sonny backing out. That was a couple of seconds away from completely folding for G2.
Yeah, that's a real stressful round if you're G2, and actually it could be more so. Jax is watching this, but half HP in the open. This is a costly win for G2. They're going to get away at the moment, it looks like, with 2 rifles unless they evacuate towards long A, but it's costly. The money is going to be brought down very low, so it'll be 4-0 and a chance for Sonny to grab maybe even 2 kills here. This could be massive. It's the AWP. It's the difference. There's the peek, and oh, he missed his chance. Jax is going to go down with a bomb. But the AWP was the real prize there, if Sonny could have gotten that.
Such a close round. Well, speaking of AWPs, though, there's 2 of them in play now on Yampi and Alu. That is what we were advertising earlier, as that lethal double AWP setup for the ENCE side. It worked really well on Mirage. We'll see if we could do the same here on Dust 2. That would be a good way to get back into the game for them.
G2 never really showed a capability of overcoming the double AWP on Mirage, and we'll see if that's a map thing or a stylistic issue for G2. But they got battered by that and never had a real response for it. Good kill from Kenny S. Yumpy coming back in for a late peek of the angle. And Alu patiently waiting on Catwalk as well, but a man advantage for G2.
First flashed off the corner, now burned off the corner afterwards, and he's decided he's had enough. Inside of the B bomb site, Sergey is alone, and if they go for him once this is down, he's in so much trouble. This M4 is going to have a hard time stopping all of those AKs coming in. They do line up for him nicely, but they throw a grenade right in his face, and the flashbang to begin with, it's done. Don't even try it. 5 versus 3 retakes on B, they don't really happen.
No, they definitely don't, especially when one of them is an AWP. You have no smokes, just 3 flashbangs and a Molotov. So, 5-0 for G2 off the back of that pick, and that is something that ENCE didn't really react to. That needs to be the communication when G2, if Kenny S is going to find Yumpy, if he gets that pick, that's your mid player. It's also the player who supports the B bomb site. You have to think the end game is going to be towards that B site. He's picked off his support, Sergey's there alone. Teams are going to really try to exploit that, but there was no movement outside of Alu on Catwalk.
Well, they get next, so at the end, all about saving these rifles here. Another good kill for Aerial.
It's not.
They lose Alu.
I was going to say it's... Yeah, sorry about that. It's my fault. I was going to say it's not worth the hunt that they had, but finding Alu with that AWP, that makes it all worthwhile.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're absolutely right. That double up setup is taken away already, so it doesn't even live through a single round, which on Mirage they had a number of rounds where they lived, even when they were close to losing them, they actually kept them alive. So it's been expensive though for G2. They've really lost a lot of rifles in some of the early rounds here, but they're winning them. It's 5-0, and only the one AWP in play right now that could be dangerous. Alu nearly getting caught over along with it. They're gonna back on out.
Yeah, but at least they know where the op is now. And you can see the call from G2. Everyone rush back to B, and we're just going to attack it. It's going to be a 5-man contact play when they get here. And nothing is going to slow them down. And again, from ENCE, it's no movement. Sergey's between Train in the opening map and here on Dust 2, anchoring these B bomb sites where he's left largely alone, is having a real bad time. He did a great job anchoring A on Mirage, but he actually had some teammates to help him out. On Train and Dust 2, he's really drawn the short end, or the short straw. Good first kill, and almost a second.
Ooh, Hunter's gonna catch this rotation. He almost ran in with the rest of them, but the fact that he goes back to check for it, they're all coming up the stair, feeding themselves one at a time. He'll take that all day. Down to 4 health, but it doesn't matter. Alu on the other side with that AWP. And theoretically, they could throw a couple of people at looking for him. They know he's got that AWP, and they do have money on 3 people here, maybe 2.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it depends on how crazy you want to get. You can see 2 people already investigating towards that A bomb site. They're going to look for him pit again, but Alu's changed his location. I think just due to the fact that they haven't heard him shoot. He's only shot the 1 bullet that they had in the first 15 seconds of the round towards long A. They don't really know where his position is. I think that's what's holding them back more than anything. So he'll be fine. He'll save the op. It'll be another double AWP setup in the next round for the ENCE defense, more than likely. Yumpy's got money for it, and if not, Alu can drop a second. But we talked about this. This is that hole that ENCE and G2, both of them have shown they can't dig out of. You start burying yourself in a 0-6 scoreline, and it's going to get more and more difficult for ENCE to come back into this game. There's 1 kill on Sunny and Alu apiece, and 2 kills on Yumpy.
Yeah, that is not good enough. Alu's managed to save that AWP through a couple of losses here. Looks like they want to go and press the issue over at Upper Dark, but if they don't throw a good grenade here against Dominic, they will actually Molotov it out, and he's waiting for it. He's gonna... Oh, he almost could have done that. He might have been able to swing. Instead, he's back around the corner. I thought that would have burned him way more, but it looked like he had a chance maybe to spray them all down. Regardless, that is... some attempted aggression coming out of ENCE to secure a little bit of control. Now they're going to reply over on the other side of the map towards the pit, and Aerial will get the kill on Jax. Alu covering him, but not even needed. This is a good defense right now. Wow, what a shot.
Yeah, really nice defense, although Alu does go down. Kenny S showing no patience. Can he get the trade? That's a nice flashbang. A nice follow-up as well. Almanac just neutralized in that fight multiple times. And ENCE hang on. They get their first round on the board. It's a 6-1 lead now.
I kind of like the idea from G2 responding to the Upper Dark aggression by just being quick out, because if they win that fight, it's a good chance that there are going to be some people missing from that long defense. But Aerial just took down 3 people, so that didn't even matter.
Yeah, what can you really do about that one? Yumpy's going to be alone at long this time. There's the barrage of flashbangs. Jax leading the way. Then Yumpy's going to get around the corner. over at the crossing. Alu with a boost up towards mid, and Amanek playing it very patiently. He knows the danger around this corner.
Yeah, they're gonna get contact really late up long. It's gonna be Yampy, and might be able to get a clean kill here. Yeah, easy takedown on Nexa. Oh, and a good follow-up. So it doesn't even matter if it's late if you're gonna get those 2 kills. He'll smoke that off, no problem. And oh, he gets taken out by Kenny. He was actually over by the car and getting that kill. He was ready for it somehow. Amanek coming through the middle to take down Sergey. I can't believe they turned it around. They should have lost this round already, but Kenny with a big double kill. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, it feels like ENCE tried to rotate into that retake way too fast. They did not clear anything. The bomb wasn't even planted. They weren't patient. And G2's able to pounce. Yeah, that's, I mean, a phenomenal shot from Kenny. Phenomenal shots as well from Yumpy. But you have to say, Amanek played this round so smart. His patience in lower dark and that 1 kill on Sergey really seals the round. Which is well, I mean, just all across the board. Well done from G2. The biggest problem they have at the moment is that they have never been able to really fully clear out ENCE. Alu's been able to save this up 3 or 4 times so far in this half. But I mean, let's be honest, that's a good problem to have.
Yeah, it's not that much of a consolation that you can save this AWP throughout all the rounds, unless you can start to really turn it into round wins. Like, you need for then to bring it into a round where you have a huge output. Honestly, though, I mean, this is, first of all, a really nice flick out of Kenny. And I think he gets the kill on the guy flanking as well. But just ultimately, yeah, what a shot this is, too.
I think most of the issues that ENCE are having on this map is like a misallocation of resources. That round, you have Alu boosted up on Catwalk, peering towards mid the entire time. He sees no presence. He doesn't see any nades. He doesn't hear any footsteps. He sees nobody peeking. And that's 2 players dedicated to that part of the map, which means Yumpy has to take a passive angle. He can't, you know, get a wide information on long, and that's what let them get so close in such a dangerous contact play at long A.
Well, they don't really have a lot of time to figure it out. They're so far behind already, 7-1. That double orb is back in play, but it's not so far anyway what we've been advertising. We were hyping it up and, you know, just keeping the memory of what we saw in Mirage in our minds. Maybe that was the reason why. Not quite seeing the same effect of it here on Dust 2. And that will need to change pretty much now.
Well, this feels like all they really have left is to fall into a mid to B split. There's the flashbang to clear close. There are the 2 smokes. Oh, but it looks like Sunny might have stepped in front of it. Yeah, he has. A little bit of a one-way. First kill, no trade. Pop flash from Alu. What a great round from Sunny. Nexa finally finishes him off. But there's 2 players in B, and one of them is an op. But Amanek returns fire. He's got 30 seconds, 1-on-2, and the bomb is far away.
Yeah, they're waiting for him up at the corner right there. I don't know how he's even going to dream of doing this. Would have to find at least the first kill for free. They do almost line up. That is actually really scary, but they fight their way out. Perfect play from Sunny in the middle. Still a little bit expensive, and they only get to save one of the AWPs, just to point that out too. But it's the second round, and I think right now ENCE probably just happy to have that.
Yeah, if Amanek knows there's 2 in mid and he continues that spray, there's a chance they might have walked right into that headshot. 7-2, a nice 5-round lead, and as you mentioned, double up is ripped out of the hands of ENCE. So G2, maybe not realizing it yet, but are going to be very happy about that one. And here we go, B-rush, contact play, whatever you want to call it. This time it's Yumpy who's going to feel the pain.
Defensive grenade, it doesn't do nearly enough damage. He's in so much trouble. They're already on the bomb site, and I don't know what you do here. Sunny, he could try and be a hero again. That's a friendly Molotov burning Amanek. I'm so confused. Oh no, Sunny's probably confused. They're gonna go for it here. Team damage as well. Has everyone lost their minds in this round? There's another Molotov being thrown out just about now, and that's gonna block off Aerial for quite a bit of time. retaking this could actually cost them almost the entire first half. If they give up all these guns, ENCE, they're going to be so poor going into the future here. We'll see. Underhand grenade over, and here we go. The retake is on. Sunny is down. Next in line is Sergey, and Aerial, he's finally in the mix with a big double kill, but he ran out of bullets, and it's not going to happen. Hunter will secure the site with a triple kill. All of the rifles disappear. I don't need to see a lot of that in replay. I don't know what just happened.
Well, Amanek is... I mean, it looks ridiculous because of the Molotov, but that's obviously play that can't really be communicated. He's just being hyper-aggressive because all he has is a MAC-10, and he's thinking, I have a very fast mobile gun that I can catch someone off guard with. Unfortunately, it just looks a little bit silly with the flames. The tough part of that retake, I think that was actually one of the rare retakes where it seemed very doable for ENCE, because nobody from G2 is watching the flank, but the flank gets put into play a little bit late. They come in after 2 players from ENCE have already gone down trying to get back into the B bomb site. And Hunter, an easy kill onto Yumpy. And G2's found some great timings for these calls towards the B bomb site. They found a number of rounds where Sergey was the only defender there. Now they found a 3rd round where Yumpy was the only player defending the bomb site. So they've had a couple easy access rounds into that site.
For here, bit of a challenge for Aerial. But they're going to recover the bomb, G2. And if they just go for the A bomb site even slowly, should be a 9th round in play for them right here. Which again is such a powerful beginning. This is just... I don't know. I was expecting... I'll be honest, expecting a much closer game on Dust 2, even early on here. G2 have come back swinging from that loss on Mirage.
Yeah, it's been a really weird pendulum across every map, just swinging in the other direction each and every time. 4 on 3. Weapon advantage as well for G2. And here comes the utility to cross over long safely. They didn't even need it. All 3 members of ENCE are in lower dark. They were praying that it would be a late B bomb site hit. And G2's gonna get up to 9. Don't be disheartened, Anders. There's still time. ENCE can recover this. We could be looking at a 10-5 scoreline at half. There's a possibility that ENCE just kind of snaps into shape.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that they've already had their super weapon come out on a double op setup, and it hasn't looked that way at all. You haven't really even felt the impact of it, and that worries me, because what is the next play after that if you're ENCE? Is there something deeper that we haven't seen yet? I'm really doubting it. I'm getting real worried here. This round, it would just be great if they could find a rifle or something to escape with. They're not going to be allowed to. Good little spray from Hunter. Nearly 9-2. They've tried the aggression into upper dark, right? They've tried, going into lower dark early on. You saw Sunny try and make that play. Maybe like a double boost on Catwalk to run in the middle. There aren't that many things left, I think, for ENCE that they could try. And it's back to the double op here. So, I don't know. I am scared. I'm a little bit scared.
Yeah, I am as well. This will be interesting. This double up setup, as you mentioned earlier, it hasn't had quite the same impact. Let's see if they can make it work here. Kenny S going to be blinded, going to be hitting the toes by a smoke. One of the AWPs is on Alu. That's at the A bomb site, peering towards Catwalk at the moment. The other one is on Yumpy, and he's at the B bomb site. And if I'm ENCE, like, it's really going to suck to have to do it. But I think for the rest of the half, you have to just say, we need 2 players at this B bomb site. We can't just leave it alone. G2's been able to capitalize on that defensive setup a number of times.
So far, the defense is sort of expecting some kind of a B split. Alu started to fall back, so maybe they've given up on that thought for a second. Ooh, wonderful grenade. That is going to make things tricky for G2 all of a sudden.
That's a hell of a lot of damage. Nexa this time, the lurk out towards the long cave. The position of Sunny, he needs to have an impact. Here's the drop down from Jax. Alu over at the car, blinded, flashed, off the angle, but Jax can't hit the shot, and during the reload, he's got it. He comes back for more, some spam through the smoke, but G2 actually hasn't really made any progress. He's eventually gonna go down. Sunny needs to be taken care of, and there's the gun barrel, Kenny's got it.
I can't believe they left Jax alone that whole time. Why was there no one throwing a smoke or something to help him out? He was just down there being shot in the heels all the way from from CT spawn basically. Sergey and Yampi now 2-on-3, attempted retake, much more possible on the A bomb side, but they need an early kill. And Kenny, I think this is going to be a big play. He's ducked down, so his top of his head isn't showing. Hunter ready and waiting, and there's the stand-up play. Could have got that one as well. Oh, Yampi through the car, but what an off angle from Nexa to take him down. They weren't expecting it. 10-2 now in favor of G2.
Yeah, they should be able to. This is a huge advantage. These last 3 rounds, they should be able to run away with this map. This should be a big lead. It's going to be a half buy out of ENCE, and they have the full losing bonus. They just don't have the cash to really buy into it, and they might go a little bit deeper. You could see Ariel's going to be picking up the UMP. That's a nice attempt at the retake, but that's pretty well managed by G2 as well. Again, we saw a small mistake come out from the long defender who was cheating back to Alu at the car. That allowed Nexa to have the angle to come in with the flank and find that critical kill. So even if Alu was to win that fight on Omenek, or excuse me, on Jax who dropped down, Nexa was going to be able to handle business.
Such a complicated beginning to this map for ENCE. There's not been many good things to highlight for the minute. Yampi will cruise in. That's a nice kill, running with the CC. Hunter, though, could be giving up another AK if he's not careful here. He does see the top of Sergey's head, but no connection. And while they're doing all of this, Yampi and Sunny are in T-spawn, so they kind of need to make their way to a bomb site about now. If they can win this fight against Alu or just force him back, then it should be a nearly impossible retake, but they don't want to be losing anyone else. And I think, oh, the timing. Yampi almost could have refragged Hunter there coming in from T-spawn.
Yeah, stay on catwalk. They're getting back now. Good kill, although Yampi gets one more. That's a bit dangerous. 2 players going to come up long. That's Jax's responsibility. Sees the wide swing. UMP goes down as well. That is some precision. And even a little bit of good fortune on Alu through the smoke isn't going to change this round.
No, definitely not. Yeah, he had maybe one chance to get a clean headshot there, but 11-2 as we move into round number 14. That double up is back, but I'll be honest, my enthusiasm for it is dropping pretty significantly. So some serious diminishing returns at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, part of it, look at Alu's scoreline as well. I mean, he's been the one towards middle, towards catwalk at the A bomb site. 2 kills on Alu, only 8 kills on Yampi. So I mean, you can see that double up. You're right, not having the same effect. That's a bit rough, especially when that's such a priority for your defensive setup. I'd like to get a bit more out of that. Jax is going to be in mid, tossing a flashbang out for Ariel, but Yampi. I like the aggressive stance. At this point, ENCE, you might as well overextend and see if you can just stop G2 from progressing, because nothing else has worked.
Good damage. Oh, he keeps going. Go back for more. There's more people just waiting at that same angle. Not that Yampi could really know it, but that is an interesting way to get a kill. All right. This is finally a round that actually starts well for ENCE. When is the last time they started by getting a kill like this and then were able to sort of stabilize?
Not only the opening kill, but the rotation. Ooh, it's just pulled back. They're trying to get a standard setup at the A bomb site. Alu's going to be at car with an AWP. Ariel and Pit, he had a triple kill last time. This round, it's just the one. 45 seconds on the clock. And Sunny cannot go down. He cannot abandon Alu in this position.
Nice shot. Sunny will be dropped eventually, and you can see the pressure on Alu, but he's not going to crumble to it. That's some good nerve on him, and that's kind of the best version Alu that we love to see. He's finally going to go down, but the trade is in for another round on ENCE side. 3 right now to the 11 of G2, which is nowhere near enough, but again, anything at this point to start to get him back in the game. That 3rd round could be a big difference maker. I just love the fact that he goes back for more, and then, oh, the grenade on top as well. That definitely secured it.
All right. So, ENCE at this point just trying to carve themselves as much breathing room as humanly possible for that second half. You said you were getting into the stock market, Anders. Or what are we doing here? Are you buying or selling ENCE at this point? You buying low?
No, I've got nothing but puts on ENCE.
Oh dear. Nice kill. They've left the bomb in T-spawn, so Amanek is going to have to give up his flank watching duties to go pick that up, which means he'll probably have to meet at Long Cave with Nexa. One player to clear out. That's Sunny over in Goose, and that's an odd peek from Jax. I don't even know if he intended to do it, but it was certainly confusing the hell out of Sunny. Down to just one, and Yumpy's going to work his way up the ramp. Smoke just plumes and might have saved his life, but I think they had a glimpse of where he's at.
Yeah, I was going to say, it at least delayed his death by another 10 seconds here. He's just listening, but he goes down anyway. It's 12-3 at the end of the half, which is a very, very bad outlook for ENCE going into the second half. I just don't even know what it will take at this point in time to turn it around. Yeah, it would have to be some real Hertz level stock comeback, Jason, once that comes up. Well, it'll be after the break when we come back, so stay tuned.
All the while, we have a player walking up, and now he takes that kill. The question is, can he land another? Flamey, there he is, straight in front of the crosshair on the edge of the smoke, and he's gonna work closer. No kid, the spam is his! He's gonna walk right through this, and it's gonna be an easy two-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
He's got an ace, man. That's an easy kill right there. Vitality are starting to clear things out, so if timing is correct, yeah, they have an opportunity. Alex, he'll end up dying. Perfecto gets the first kill of the round.
Yep, too many players to handle. They all come at him at the very same moment. RPK meant to be slain, but he connects three! USP taps, and Zywoo only gonna get one more. Still, Perfecto in a 1 versus 3 clutch. Yes. They're gonna start sprinting, and if he doesn't pull that trigger, he's got all three! He sprays down the back two of the caboose and can't finish it, but my goodness, has he primed his team. But Flamey is his kryptonite again. RPK takes three!
He can't just do that! Magus gets blind, and there's a chance. Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree, and a 4th on top. 5-0.
Close to middle, they know they are on catwalk. They're going to take the fight right away, and Config will land a parting headshot, taking down Device and Megan, and he'll follow it up, taking down Dupree. That's 3. That's a whole arm of the attack gone, and the follow-up is amazing. They don't know if someone's in there waiting for him with a rifle, so he can't just book it there immediately. Dupree has somehow wrapped around them with the Deagle, and he's tapping away and taking down Poison, and there comes Device with an M4 instead. I can't believe that Astralis are back in this in a 2-on-1 now. Obo alone, he's got 30 seconds, and he's picked up a Galil there. Not really sure that makes a big difference right now. I think that bomb plan is going to be what's really tricky. And he goes straight for it. Dupree almost catching him in the middle of it, but that at least gives him a little bit of space. He gets that headshot immediately. That's very quick. And now does he know? Device pretty much can only be at this angle. He's out in the open, so if he doesn't win this fight immediately, Device will take him down, but Obo will do it! That's a triple kill. A little smile at the end. Complexity, 2-on-2. They have a slight health advantage, but against these weapons for Astralis, it might not matter. Magus, he had the health for it, but now he's been taken out, and Sip just trying to buy time, flanking around, Blame hunting him down, and he turns for it. Immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16-12. Complexity taking down Astralis 2. The final half coming up, and it starts 12-3 in the favor of G2, which just doesn't really seem fair. If you're on the ENCE side, you wish it was different, but it's not, Jason. What could they do to bring it back?
Well, let's not get into the whole big picture thing just yet. Let's start round by round as these comebacks have to occur. The pistol needs to be a victory, and they're going to have to build up a nice little economy after that in the ensuing rounds to be able to ensure they have the funds to at least battle in the early stages. After that, I mean, you're going to have to, in a more general sense, the ops needed to be much more impactful. Alu with that AWP on this T side needs to come alive, needs to be a badass that we didn't see in the first half. He's still down at 4 kills.
Well, let's see if this pistol round could be the way that they want it to be. They do have 2 P250s out on long against the USPs. That could be a pretty good fight. Let's see if they win at least just the one of them early on. There's Nexa going down. Aerial wielding one of them to success. Should be a bomb plant here, and Sunny keeping them occupied. He's going to run out of bullets in the reload, and he can't get it in time. So, a 4-on-4 for the retake, but I think ENCE are happy about that. And this will be very, very tricky for G2 to try and do. They have to walk out into the open here. Absolutely no cover as they run across, and they're actually getting away with a lot here. Not even being shot at. Finally, there comes the bullets from the Finnish side, and it's all of the team joining in. Double kill for Aerial and Sergey, and Yampi with the lone kill. ENCE will pick it up in good style there. That was very decisive.
Yeah, that was quite nice to get involved in. Good shot from Aerial here. Ooh, a brutal headshot right onto Nexa out in the open. And even Kenny has got a glimpse. He had the information that someone was hiding at Goose, but they couldn't ever turn that corner. As soon as they start pushing forward, all ENCE swings to take that fight right when G2 is most exposed. That's a well-constructed pistol round and a big advantage for G2 moving forward. 3 AKs, a Galil, and a MAC-10 on the board.
Yeah, so that was the first step in the right direction, first piece of the puzzle. Next step, you said, once they get that AWP, it needs to have a little bit more of an impact. And then we need to see what G2's defense is going to be like. I mean, that's obviously something that's, in some sense, out of ENCE control. Whether or not they will be, well prepared for this map and have some tricks up their sleeves. I actually felt like ENCE had a lot of tricks up their sleeve on their CT side. It's just that almost none of it worked. But they had a lot of different things they wanted to try.
Ooh, Nexa was turned for a pop flash. And good awareness from Yampi as well. Spitting to grab that 1 kill as the flank comes in. Nexa never even had a chance, so a 5th round for ENCE coming in hot. Yeah, I mean, this even before you get to the ops, it's got to be about, growing your economy. You need to sustain some money if you're ENCE in these rounds, and they're doing a good job of it here. They can't lose any of these rifles, and they won't. All they've dropped is a MAC-10. So, line their pockets with a bit more cash as we build up into the gun rounds. That investment from G2 doesn't do enough damage. They're going to sit out an upgraded pistol for Kenny S, and that's about it.
It's such a long way back into the game, obviously, but the fact that they're able to get this, just a little bit of a smooth start here, winning the pistol round, only really losing 1 player in the last round. This one, very similar outlook. CSET 75 maybe offers a little bit of danger, but they should be all right. And they got a MAC-10 on Aerial who could, cruise around, look for fights. This should all be just fine. Yeah, Aerial out in the middle. He's looking for a battle. Oh.
Ooh. He found it. He found it. No ability to trade either. But now the push into the MAC-10, that's a bit brutal. Hunter's left with just a USP. So all events is going to be funneled towards long A, although I'm going to back off that. Excuse me. Hunter's been spotted. He's got to bail out. He might even just want to book it all the way to the B bomb site, but that nade is going to force him into the battle. And now ENCE have the opening that they need.
It's a real shame they couldn't pick up a rifle behind that kill that Kenny got. That would have made it a bit more interesting. And he has nowhere to go on that bomb site. Sunny will find him down from long. And just a question of Jax, what he decides to do here. But it will be a 6th round for ENCE. That's making up for a lot. And I think the real test is obviously going to be coming up next. We're not seeing many of those double pushes or double boosts towards the catwalk. You remember we used to see those where you'd have, one guy boosting another 2 up and then they'd go aggressive in towards the middle. That's sort of been phased out of the current Dust 2 metagame.
Yeah, it's I would imagine it's just a bit of a risk. I think of most CT sides have kind of given up, you know, most of the aggression that happens in middle. Like no one really kind of wants to take those fights. Bit of a 50-50. The problem with it is if you maintain that aggression, right, you can just get flanked from lower dark. There's just so many different variables that come into play that I just don't think the numbers, if you would look at the numbers, I don't think it'd be worth the risk. Especially with all the teams and how good their protocols are going to be, and I can't believe Jax almost got that kill.
Did he
a
just
wild little
run out?
drive-by at the end.
Just ran out and threw bullets at them.
I like it. I hope we see that more. That's the benefit of having the TMP on the CT side. If you could bring that back.
Yeah, the potential run and gun madness. Throwing like 10 bullets into someone and they don't die.
What if you could dual wield Mac 10, Anders? You getting in on that action?
Yeah, I would. Maybe if you could like lean them to the side, like you would doing some sort of try-by, like make them more inaccurate for no reason, you know. But you could choose to do it if you want.
Okay, but you get style points for the attempt.
Yeah. I don't know.
I like that.
Yeah, dual Mac 10s maybe. I wonder what would happen in this game if the Mac 10 rate of fire was the way that it actually would be in the real world, because it's much quicker.
All right, here we go. First big test for ENCE. They have everything they could want. Up against Kenny S's AWP, up against 4M4s, and it looks like right off the bat, ENCE have complete mid control all the way down to Xbox. And they might be met with some aggression from G2 on Catwalk.
So many people there. I can't believe he actually gets one of those kills, and Kenny got the other one. That was looking like a complete lost cause. 3 people. But having Kenny there for backup absolutely helped out. G2 now a man up, and the bomb is there. I mean, Kenny's actually surprisingly still sticking around. I thought he would have fallen back off once that battle was done.
I think he wants the information of when they're going to be able to get this bomb. He has a chance for one last pick. This is a relatively safe angle. They know he's here. Takes a little bit of damage, but I think it was worth it. The real question is, how do they manage from here? The B defenders haven't moved at all. Oh, and they're out in the open at long A. But Yumpy never expected to rotate back, and Kenny S is taking over. Triple kill, add some damage onto Sonny. Probably deserved that one as well. Give him 4. 13-6.
That was a great display of what we expect and love to see out of Kenny. He was everywhere. The fact that he got that kill over at long is actually critical, because if Yampy would have swung in and started the spray there, they could have both gone down, and that would have been a very different round. 13-6 though, and much of the money that's left here on the ENCE side will have to be used in this round to continue the battle. But in terms of making comebacks, right, they needed more than just a 3-round run to start this halfway. They needed to go on a good 6 or 8 rounds here, and that's not what we're witnessing. They do run out long, not taking too much damage. Aerial with a pretty big chance actually to open up this entire round. He's coming through the smoke, but somehow they're all catching him. None of them are flashed on the other side. Nexa with one more kill, and this is such a disaster. Yampy going down. The bomb is out here, and this round is done. None of that worked out at long.
No, that's shades of Train coming back in to really just annoy ENCE. Just looking like the rounds they had on Train that drifted away, where the entire strategy is predicated on safely walking through smoke. This time at least with some flashes, but just not effective at all. It's going to be 14-6, and the money is almost gone from ENCE. Sonny has nothing to do but go down. And yeah, they're even going to struggle to get AKs on the board, so I'm going to be curious to see what ENCE decide to do in this round. But it looks like their tournament life here at Blast Premier is coming to an end.
Yeah, I don't know how you make any other argument at this point in time. It's the money, it's the fact that they haven't really even got started. I mean, the great version of ENCE, the absolutely devastating double-up defense that we saw on Mirage, and just a lot of the cool individual stuff that was being played out there as well, it's just disappeared on Dust 2. And again, the map should lend itself to it. This is the classic, double-up map, so I don't know, we're not seeing it.
Well, that's the thing. They had their chances to be in this game. Like you can't even fault them by saying, oh, maybe it was a bad first half and they switched over and just didn't. Like they even had the money. We saw that double up set up about 5 times at least in that first half, and they were never able to either one, win rounds consecutively with it, or 2, even keep the second op in their hand. The ENCE just always seemingly lost one of those critical pieces. So if you're ENCE, you can't really even talk about not having the double up as an issue. This is just a beatdown from start to finish so far. And now it just looks like there's not really a plan of what to do.
Yeah, if you're ENCE and you have someone that is as good as opening as Alu is, some of the rounds on the CT side where he saved it and, saved it sort of back-to-back rounds, you want him to bring that back into one of the next rounds and at least get a couple of kills, put some pressure on the G2 economy. There are so many things that even when they managed to do that, it just didn't have the impact that you really wanted. It just kept getting saved, and that's not going to be quite enough. Here they go through. Nexus thinking about it. He's going to be walking right in, and with the distraction of Amanek on the other side, that works perfectly. Scout will get a headshot, but I don't think that's even going to make any difference at all here. Sergey in a 1 versus 4. Needs a whole lot of headshots with the Deagle. He actually has picked up an AK-47, but couldn't get it out in time. 15-6 as G2 get on to series point here. Just 1 round away from knocking ENCE out.
And it looks like they're going to be able to do it as well. Force up in the previous round, and you can understand why. That leaves very little to play with here. Man, does this make you feel any better about G2's chances through the rest of the event? Does this make you happy seeing them bounce back from what we saw just the other day from just Monday?
Yeah, in a way, yes, but there's something about this ENCE performance that makes me a little bit hesitant to credit all of it to G2. Not that I want to take anything away. There's just something about this ENCE team that's looking really odd right now. So I'm happy to see G2 play this well, but we'll see. One last chance to get through. Oh, they line up inside of the smoke, and Hunter is in the corner. Already a good 2-for-1 trade, and Amanek will bring down a 3rd, and this is a real problem here. 2 versus 3. It looks like they're going to get a bomb plant, but how are they going to hold it afterwards? They don't have any more grenades, well, except for the HE grenade, whereas G2 have a lot of grenades to try and burn them out of any corners here. Actually, Yampi nearly fell. That was just a random shot through the smoke.
Yeah, very close call. Deep smoke. There's still, as you said, plenty. Alu's going to get aggressive. Jax is waiting for it. His shot has been on point today. And the young star, Yumpy, the rookie, in a 1 versus 3 to keep them alive in the map. Let's see what he's got coming through the smoke, but too many targets. And that's going to be it. GGs are called. G2 Esports going to move on here at Blast Premier, and ENCE will be knocked out of the spring finals.
Yeah, that was a very comprehensive victory on the 1st and 3rd map. Especially this last one. There's just no chance at all for the Finns to get back into it. So our analysts will maybe have a quicker time of it before also having to set up for the next game that's coming up. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
You got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Whoa. Nicely done. Point blank finds 1, gets a second, a 3rd, looking for it, and he gets the 4th as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a dig from JKS.
And Kenny's gonna just have to hit some heads. He's hanks for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot onto Volda. Hunter's going to help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3. You think he's got no chance. One player back default, one in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive. Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. 3 frags from him. Let's see if they can get out mid. Again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job. Oh, what? Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Valda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah?
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my god.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just gonna feed.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP, and the door's open. Amanek gonna rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted.
Oh,
3 seconds.
Cover that. There's no way.
Amanek robs the round.
Close the door. Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close though. And Kenny is now moving in for the kill. Interesting though to make it a 1v1. He drops off, and Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was in this moment. Jax pops up behind him, pops his hat right off.
All right, well, there we have it. ENCE, the first team to be defeated here in the Blast playoffs. As far as the lower bracket is concerned, they are out of the tournament. That is it, done. G2 will be moving on to the next round. Their backs are still to the wall, but they're looking a little bit more comfortable with the situation. They're looking a bit more sure of themselves. So here are the brackets as they stand. We can see here, this was our first lower bracket match. G2 take the series 2-1. They progress to the next one where, we'll see if they are going to be going up against, I suppose it's going to be Vitality or FaZe Clan up in the top bracket there. But let's get our analysts involved. It felt like a pretty concise match, Chad. And did you have anything to take away from it?
Yeah, I want to dial back to my point in the post-game after Mirage doing with the gambles of ENCE on their CT side. And I think that's all that entire map comes down to, right? The risks that they took on Mirage is the reason that they were able to unravel G2 and pick up that map. When you look at this right here, this is pure class from G2. And I really just want to point out Jax and his first bullet accuracy. His aim is so steady. Not only do they have Hunter, who's an absolute monster with the AK-47, Jax's aim as well is phenomenal. I just love watching those boys play.
Yeah, that was a masterclass from G2. It truly was. And the points that we mentioned in the pre-show were exactly that. They abused long and B whenever they had a full weapon round so many times. They just played catwalk when they had the entire eco round. They played the distance and that was all good. But the rest of the time, G2 did a perfect job at completely negating Alu. And usually when we mention those two, when we mention Alu, that would be the name that I'll tell you he's going to be the one popping off. Where here, 7 kills. He only had 7 kills for 16 deaths. And I actually do want to throw in that question. Is it where we see the actual limit of the double AWP setup for ENCE? Because once upon a time, Alu on Dust 2, he was the absolute god. He could do whatever he wanted. He'd start the round wherever he felt like. Now, you have Humpy, you have to give him some space, and here it just didn't work out.
And Chad, do you want to follow up on that as an answer? Because that is fair.
Yeah.
If you're going to, all the great operas have been hard countered, or at least you're trying to play around them, and it seems like Alu was on the receiving end this time.
Well, I can't think of any teams really who run a ride or die double AWP setup successfully. The only other team who does it is MIBR, and if we were to say they were successful, we would be lying. So I don't know if your game plan can be completely built around double AWPs all the time. And to have Yampy, who in my opinion looked like a better AWPer in a lot of circumstances, especially those up close duels, it's like, how do you decide when you're going to give Alu the AWP or Yampy the AWP? Like, are you taking the biggest tool away from your newest star? There's a lot of questions for ENCE, but obviously this is still early in their development. They are out now. I like what I'm seeing. At least it's a better direction than what we had earlier on with the ENCE. So positive stuff, but a disappointing loss for them. And I think once they go back, they retool. And with this 6-man roster, maybe X7 can come in for a little bit of a play here and there.
There you go. All right, well, fantastic. I think that's where we'll end it here on the G2 ENCE discussion, because we have another match here in the lower bracket to start discussing, start getting into, and that's OG versus NIP. NIP looking pretty good right now. I mean, a tough break for them going up against Na'Vi in the first round kind of led to them getting knocked down here in the lower bracket. But I mean, what are we expecting from OG going into this match? Because they're still, it's still redemption time for them. They're still looking for a way through the dark. And so, Maniac, let's hear from you first.
I feel like for OG to perform right now would require a breakthrough that we cannot really fathom. We cannot really touch on. I mean, we heard NBK talk about confidence. I would hear them when they were playing, and you could feel that sometimes there's hesitation. They're second-guessing themselves. They're not exactly sure what they want to do. And individually, I think they're on the ups and downs. And that's a problem, because some of these names right here that we have used to be absolute monsters. Valde, at some point, was the one that should be in Astralis. That's how we would talk about him. We'd say, you know what, if Astralis makes a change when they're at the top, Valde would be number one on that list. He was capable of doing everything. He even used to be an IGL. I mean, the guy can basically do everything in Counter-Strike, and when he plays with OG, I guarantee you he has a voice, mainly on the T side. He helps out a lot. So some of these players, if you put them at their top, sure, you have a team that I think has a sound structure, but it just isn't the case right now. There aren't many players actually showing up. Mantu is the good surprise. Yes, with the AWP, he's very proficient. He grabs these first kills left and right. Isa fears absolutely nothing, which is great to have a player that can just get stuck in and go for the duel. But the rest is a little bit sporadic. Valde is appearing here and out. NBK is just a shadow of himself. Alexi B used to be a very impactful in-game leader. Now he's just an IGL. Frag-wise is a bit on the down low. So I'm not exactly sure. There are a lot of missing pieces, I feel like.
And so now, actually, what we're going to listen to here, now that we've had this great exposition from Maniac kind of outlining what's going on with OG, let's hear from one of the players themselves. It's NBK. We managed to snag him for an interview.
Now, you've built yourself, right, many lineups, you've been involved in legendary Counter-Strike teams. From your perspective, what is missing for OG at the moment for you guys to perform at a higher standard, maybe the same form we saw back at the Showdown?
Yeah, it's obviously a very broad question, and I can't really dive too much deeply into each and every subject, but I think ultimately what's needed is for everyone to be right and competent within the team, and right now this is maybe something that we don't have, where there are disagreements between players and like general direction of the project or what's required from one player or another. And you can see the thing in the way that everybody performs individually, where you don't really have any standout performance from any other players really, when we have like extremely solid players in the world of Counter-Strike. So that's probably the first step, to really be like just all together united as one, and not have that feeling of being individually into a group, but like really giving yourself in completely for the better of the group and of the team. And so yeah, we've been up and down. At Blast, obviously we had that, and we played very solid in the first part of the tournament. But now playing a lot online, I think this sense of unity kind of got lost probably. And so yeah, really trying to get all of that together, but it's obviously a very deep work and a very uneasy work to make, to be honest.
We're glad that he's honest with us, NBK. I mean, as always, giving us quite a bit of information there to go off of. And well, I want to hand it over to you, Chad, to start. I mean, did you take anything away from that? Nathan's been in the scene forever.
Yeah, I took a lot from that. I took the fact that we don't even need to play this series, because there's absolutely no way OG are winning if that is the attitude that they're going in with this one, that there's no oneness, that there's too much self. If that's the thought process before we're even in the server to play the game, why are we even bothering, right? If they're unable to come together as a team when they've been together for this long, they don't even have to play that many games of Counter-Strike. They haven't had a busy schedule like a lot of these other squads. What are we even talking about? Like, honesty, great. But honestly, this team isn't going to work.
All right, Maniac, what are you thinking about?
No, I agree.
Thank you for that, Chad. That was very on the nose. Excellent.
It's a paradox reaction for me, same as Chad. It's like, yeah, I really appreciate the interview, but at the same time, it makes me feel very uneasy to realize that that's the case when you have a team that's been together for so long. I mean, if we had this interview 2 weeks into the roster, I could understand. I mean, you'd still have to figure out the roles, you'd have to figure out how and where everyone fits in so that you reach the maximum satisfaction all across the board. Now, it's been, 7 months now? And it is still a question of who gets what spot, what are the directions of the project. That is a scary interview to get today, at this point of time in the evolution of OG.
Yeah, that's really leaving me wondering where we go with this one, especially, given the fact that there are veterans, as we say, veterans. Valda, NBK on this team, loads of experience. And so, well, I think what we should do now to give us ourselves a little bit of time to work with is get into the pick ban. So we can at least get the maps in and start discussing that, see how things can go, and maybe if OG can find an edge. And so, guys, I'm going to hand it over to you for this. Let's get into the maps.
Ooh. Edge, I'm not exactly sure if there's an edge to be found for OG here. I think the vetoes, the first ban wave should be quite clear cut. I think Vertigo is going to be out the window by OG. They're not going to risk it. And NIP should get away from Dust too.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And the thing is, if I'm NIP, you can pick whatever map you want, right? I know that they have some weaknesses. I know that occasionally when they're fearing players like we saw against Na'Vi just the other day, that they can turtle up. But why would you be fearing OG right now? Let's be completely honest. Pound for pound, player for player, there's only one name in the server for OG who I think is on equivalent level with the other guys, and that is in current form is Mantu, right? Like you said, the other players are too up and down, they're too inconsistent, whereas the other guys on NIP, it's so deep. Okay, Overpass, a great pick, a great way to play around with a team who's struggling with mid rounds, communication in the second language, and a map that with NIP, even with Lekro on the team, I thought they were super thorough and probably one of their best maps that they can be systematic on.
Yeah, I agree. A very tactical map. Mirage coming in from OG, to me it was going to be Inferno or Mirage. I can understand that. They've looked somewhat decent, but again, I just feel like they've used the holes that Complexity left them open, right? So it's not like I've been completely impressed by the Mirage and just blown away like, oh my god, the way they approach the map is insane. No. But when they saw weaknesses, they were able to utilize them, so that could be a great thing here. Now, I'm not sure NIP is going to leave that kind of a hole open. Now, the last map, let me think for a second. We have Train in the mix and Inferno. If you're OG, I think this is where you go for Inferno.
Yeah, and the fact that the Nuke wasn't picked here as a punish, which we heard from Blade and Na'Vi, that everybody's picking Nuke against NIP because it is a weakness at the moment. Threat and Co, they've just got to go, whoa, we got away with that one, boys. We didn't have to worry about this one here today. And so Inferno is a third. It's one where I have been critical of NIP in the past, but that's when they were a little bit more cagey. They played very passive on their CT sides. I think, like we've been saying, when Hampus has come in, there's more risks that's getting taken. So we're finally getting this balance. Well, we're not finally getting the balance, but we're on our way to that balance. And I think this is a good sign for NIP going forward. The map pool, I don't even think it's a problem here at all. The problem is OG just don't have the firepower to match up against Nork, Plopsky, Rez. Like, think about these names here. These are young guns of Swedish Counter-Strike who just run around like marauders. They have no fear.
And Maniac, what would you think about Hampus getting added to the roster here? Has he made a big enough difference for NIP to be a threat?
I haven't really seen his footprint in the game quite yet. I think it's too early to tell. I think individually, for sure, he can bring a lot of fire to the table. And to me, the firepower is going to be the name of the game, right? I look at this lineup NIP and I look bottom up. I'm thinking about, okay, who's the worst stats-wise and what can he bring to the table? Well, that's Hampus. And we've seen what he can bring with like the Deagle and his feeling in the game sense, that's really good. All across the board, they have an interesting roster. And we talk about depth, we talk about distribution of kills, distribution of responsibility. Well, when you're number 3 and 4 are Rez and Twist, I think that puts you in a great spot. I think it alleviates a lot of pressure. Plopsky and Nog, they can pop off. We talk about them, they have the crazy young attitude. But the 3 and 4, Rez and Twist, they're no slouch. They can clutch. I mean, 3-4 days ago, Twist was saving them round and round and round. So they can do that. They have skill all across the board, and that gives them consistency.
I'm hoping the frustration we saw creeping in doesn't happen again. We saw a bit of frustration keep creeping in with NIP when they were playing against Na'Vi, and I think that comes from the aura that Electronic and Simple of players have, because every single time that they would re-pick into a scenario, they would get shut down, but that's because those individuals are mechanically amazing, whereas today, I feel like they can go for those fights, they can go for those re-picks, and that's where I want them to realize that they are the better individuals, and this isn't the type of game where they have to beat them by being passive and playing by the book. They can actually use a little bit of that flair that I think this NIP roster is starting to have.
And so, gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a look at the predictions here, because I thought everybody had gone with NIP this morning when we first started to look at it, but all of a sudden, I mean, you can never
Launders is delusional.
count Launders out of anything. Well, guys, based off of your analysis, I kind of wish that we had Launders casting this one just to hear him try to defend himself on this, because I don't know. It's not sounding too good here for OG.
Usually I'm pretty good at empathy, and I'm pretty good at being in each other's minds and understand the point set, and I just can't here. I just can't figure it out. I'm trying to figure out the puzzle which led Launders to say, right? OG will win versus NIP.
This is what he did. Back in London, he picked OG and they had an upset victory. And now he thinks because of that, because this little dark horse, you know, that upset some teams on LAN with a little bit of momentum are going to be able to do it again. He's backing them, right? I understand it. You got to take some risks if you want to win the prediction game. But I like to be sensible. And sensible Chad says there's no way OG win this series.
Okay, well, on that note, we're going to go ahead and keep an eye on Sensible Chad and see if he gets it right, or if you needed a little bit more spice, Chad. We'll see. Time to take a break, and when we get into it, we'll be getting into our second best of three, an elimination match here at Blast. Tournament life on the line, coming up right after this.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros, about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people, oh man, will you live for yours? That's what I want to say, Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
We've seen 27 maps under you so far. How are you feeling result-wise, and what do you guys think you've still got to show? Like, what else is left for you guys to show and work on?
Oh, is it 27 already? It's going fast. Yeah, I think like I think the start it's been good, like results-wise. We qualified for this Blast finals here, and like we finished like 5th or 6th place in DreamHack, I think. Like we haven't really gotten to practice a lot since there's like games almost every day. So I feel like when we get some like a 1, 2, 3 weeks off, so we have some time to really put in some work, we will up our level even more. And I think we can get much better with some time to practice.
And what do you see as your biggest weakness with the team currently?
I think our biggest weakness with the team currently is, I would say the mentality part a bit. Like if we get a bad start, it's like we really slow started. So I guess the mentality, but we're working on it every day and it's getting better and better. So it's soon not a weakness anymore.
Soon not to be a weakness anymore. If that is true, then this NIP team will just continue to get better and better. They already look impressive. They already look like a scary team. Hampers, I think, has been a bit of a revelation. We knew the rest of the team were pretty good, but didn't really know anything about him coming into the game. But I like more and more of what I see out of him. So I think OG are still putting together all the pieces. I think this will be a very, very tough test for them indeed. Jason, what about you?
Yeah, I'm with you the whole way. I'm very impressed with NIP. This is why I picked them to win. I think we're still seeing issues out of OG. I think obviously the interview leading into this, Chad broke it down very well. I think even just the other day, kind of the team speak that we heard from Alexi B, the talk he was giving the team, I never get the sense this OG roster is quite comfortable in their own skin just yet, which is a bit worrying considering how much time they've had together. And we keep waiting for these pieces to fall into place, but at some point, it's feeling like that might not be possible.
Yeah, I'm definitely starting to get a bit nervous about the whole project too. Mantu, that is a beautiful start. He's actually one of the people I wish I had seen a lot more out of yesterday with the AWP, and we really didn't get to see that much out of him. MBK will chime in as well. He had some good rounds, definitely, and Mantu will continue. So, well, what a round this is. A triple kill for Mantu, just like that. Fair play.
I take back everything that we just said. Don't listen to any of it. Man, those are some stunning shots from Mantu. He is going to just back away from that fight. So pistol round looking to go in the favor of OG. Starting out on the defensive side, it's just Twist left in a 1 versus 5, and he's only got utility to boot. So decent start with this pistol round for OG. I don't know. The pieces that are in OG, there just seems to be another one of those squads at the moment that just everything is an if statement. And I think most of us haven't really gotten a great sense of what the win conditions are or what OG really want the win conditions to be.
Yeah, I mean, there's something else, right? Because we used to question these international rosters on a bunch of different levels, but regardless of whether or not you're all from the same country or you build this kind of a lineup, I think the major problem, really more than anything, is getting 5 or 6 people that all just have the same project plan in mind, that all want to go the same way. And you think about how Alexi B, he had that offer for complexity. He's ended up here. I mean, Valda, we know that, if he wanted to return to an all-Danish lineup, there's going to be a bunch of teams out there that want him for that. NBK has a long legendary career in French counter. Like there are a lot of these players that you feel like they have other options, and that could be a good thing for them individually, but it could be a very bad thing for the team as a whole if that starts to pull people in other directions and some of the focus goes away. Those are some of the things I'm also worried about. Good start to this round as Twist will take down MBK. That was a good headshot with the deagle, and Mantu could be in trouble too. Yep, there's CSET 75 on Plopsky, or more might even be happening. Alexi B nearly going down. This is so scary.
Oh, that's going to happen from behind. There's Hampus pouncing, and he's going to get a double kill off the back of it. 5-on-1. It's just Valda left in this second round. That happened quick. Nicely done from NIP, all starting with the 1 deke provided by Twist right at the beginning. To continue the thought where this round kind of ends itself. I'm with you. I think part of it too isn't so much the opportunities that are also there. I think there's also an element of it where this team has players of all different stages of their career, right? Like NBK is like the eternal veteran coming all the way from the Source days. Valda's been around for a while. Alexa B still pretty new. Mantu very new. So I think you have players that just have different ideas of how they want to play the game depending on which era they kind of took their rise in and where they had some of their success in their career. So you have a whole different stylistically. I think you have people who want to pull this in different directions as well.
Well, there's another thing, right? I don't know how much you heard about this, but as this roster was being put together, I heard like 3 or 4 other names that were potential candidates that for whatever reason couldn't, join the lineup or ended up somewhere else. And again, I mean, you can't just always pick and choose what players you want, but I just worry about what if, does that make this team feel like, yeah, we've got the ultimate lineup that we really want, and it's sort of the dream lineup for all of us here, or is it sort of a, well, we'll see what we can make out of what we were actually able to get? And I think the mentality, both in the short and the long term, that's probably the thing that I'm most interested in for all teams. I just think that's one of the reasons why I think, for instance, the Complexity project is so interesting. Like, you know, the fact that they committed to actually moving to America, like going to Dallas. You know, obviously we both know Jason Lake and the sort of the amount of support that they're going to have through that project. I think those things really matter. I think it's really important. So, because otherwise I think the Complexity project and the OG project, you know, if you just look at sort of the mix of talent that you've got, you couldn't tell a big difference from the names. It's not really the individual quality of the players. I'm so interested. I'm way more interested in the focus of the project as a whole. And I don't know, like I'm not getting the same feeling out of the OG story so far.
Yeah, well, theirs has been far less publicized, right? It's been like a little bit more behind the curtain. Like with Complexity, we obviously, I mean, the tweets from Jason Lake, the owner, being that level of a personality and that level of a figure, you're going to hear more about that in the public eye. And then obviously the big moving to Dallas is going to be a story in itself. But also the fact that they've been in Europe for 2 months just straight boot camping. Complexity is obviously going to get a bit more leeway than OG, who probably, I mean, I have no doubt they've been working hard and practicing a lot. It's just not been not as well known, I guess, is the way to put it. I don't know. For me, this OG team, I look at this 5-man roster and you see the accomplishments that Complexity had as a team that started in very much the same way. I think they've done a very good job of getting off of the right foot. For this OG team, I still feel like they don't have anything set in stone. Like for me, I look at this roster and I see Alexi B and Valda as like the only like two people that like they are just locked into this team. Those should be the centerpieces of what you build around. And the other three guys are kind of playing for a spot in my mind on this roster. And obviously I don't know what kind of a mindset the ownership of OG has in this kind of a situation, but everyone else is there to kind of prove that they can still compete at this level, that they can still be part of a lineup that shows growth and progression over time. Other than Valda and Alexa B, everyone else is expendable that you can replace with young, talented, hungry players that are coming up.
And, you know, just to not put all of the focus on OG, right, if we flip it to the other side and talk about NIP for a hot minute, then, you know, we have a lineup that, you know, at the end lost Forest and then had to try and live up to the absurd, you know, name brand of the original NIP lineup and all of that. And that was actually one of my concerns is, like, how do you, especially in Swedish Counter-Strike, how do you even pretend to be doing that? And I'd say they didn't even try and sort of, you know, say, oh, we're going to copy the same thing. It's like they started the project from scratch again. They brought back Threat, and I think this project has been working out way, way better than anyone could have hoped for from NIP's point of view. So I mean, the level of focus, which again, with Threat at the wheel behind him, like I just think this is exactly what you want. This is sort of a good template for how it could be done. So yeah, a lot of credit to NIP.
Well, it's also like, I think there's like a difference in philosophy in how this team was put together compared to OG, right? Like if you look at OG, there's like some star power names, you know, NBK, Valda, Alexa B, all stars in their own right when they were picked up by the OG roster and surrounded by guys like Mamtu, surrounded by guys like Isa, who showed some potential, who started to have, you know, sort of some level of breakout. If you go to NIP, Plopsky pretty much picked out of obscurity outside of Sweden, I would imagine. At least for me on the outside, it's the same with Nock and the same with Hampus. And the only reason and the Twist as well was a guy that we obviously knew about, but had declined a lot of offers previously over the year. Rez was a guy that when he joined NIP, I didn't really know anything about. So they've gone kind of the other direction where they just pick up guys that they feel they're guys who obviously have the skills, but aren't like these super big names yet in the community. So I think that's a pretty cool route to take as well.
Yeah, and again, we talked about sort of the up-and-coming Swedish talent that's been lacking for years and years, and now that it's finally here, it's actually really fun to be witnessing, and I'm sure it's just the first wave as well. I mean, I think that's sort of bound to be true. There's going to be more coming.
I think anytime you hear a comment about a region not having any young talent, that's an immediate red flag in my head.
Yes.
Just because of the sense that we've shown that there's enough talent in all these regions. If anything, it's just the leaders or the teams established at the time don't know how to work it into their system or don't know how to make it shine and grow. This is a great play from Valda. He's tagged up. He's going to go 1-for-1, but he had a real chance there, and Rez can pounce on NBK. Stuck out in the open. They've got to fight for it. And Mamtu, he's certainly going to go down next.
Yeah, they're just all gunning for him. He's got the message by now. He's realized he's not welcome. Gonna go back and pick up the bomb here. But NIP with a very, very good shot at taking the lead 2-1. If they can avoid any more Deagle madness. Alexi B is over by the restrooms. He would love it if someone would go and fight him up close with the CSAT 75. If they wrap around him into the A-bomb site and try and take the fight there, his job is going to get a lot more tricky. Man2, though, is set up for a secondary fight. He's going to go down. They find him. And Alexi, yeah, just wrong place, wrong time. Rez will take him down. So, good round here for the Swedes. Rez, in fact, with a triple kill.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. And that's no real production of this force buy from OG. Everyone's really invested down low except for Man2. So it's going to be 2-1, and OG is going to have to wait around before they can buy. The nice thing is that first gun round for OG is going to be an AWP on the field for this defense, so that will be cool to watch on this CT side of Overpass. Did you have any problems picked at NIP? Was any part of you ever saying, you know what, I might take the risk on OG?
Well, I mean, the only reason why I even considered that for a minute was, you know, to try and get back in the prediction game. But then I thought, you know what, that logic hasn't really served me all that well. And, you know, I wanted to leave Launders and his madness alone. So, you know, I thought there's also that.
Yeah, let him have all the spotlight of the insanity.
Yeah, it didn't work out so well for him. He was gloating for a hot minute yesterday on Nuke, I seem to remember, when there was a comeback happening there for OG, but it was all wiped out, Jason.
He's got a lot of faith in this squad. I like that. I admire it from Launders. I've been in that boat a couple times. It just usually works out for me. 2-1, and Mac 10 on Plopsky. Some aggression out towards long, 4 players, but Isa has a Molotov. He does not have a flashbang, so I don't know how these 4 guys are going to be put into play. Thankfully, it's just Rez who they'd encounter for the moment. But everyone on the map playing this slow and kind of in a paused, cautious state.
Well, that's really awkward. Isa, nothing that he could do. Even if he had got out and ran up the stairs, Rez and Twist were just waiting for him. Out on long, though, they don't have a flashbang or anything. They got a lot of people hiding behind the rocks and the trees, defending the baguette and the bicycle and whatever else is out there.
The baguette Ooh, nice Mac 10. Now Twist gets put into play, or maybe not. Maybe it's just Rez. And they clean it up with ease. Nobody goes down. All 5 players survive. 3-1, and here come the rifles for OG.
They are lacking head armor, I'm noticing, on 3 people, which with the 2 FAMASs and the Mac 10 alive, and even the M4 on Hampus, this is actually, I mean, I don't know what I would have done differently, really, if I'm on the OG side, to be perfectly honest. But that's a serious point of weakness, given the fact that otherwise, if you'd had the head armor, I mean, some of these battles, you could have a pretty good lead in. We'll see if it's going to be an issue. It might not be, but it's only on Valder and Man2 that have the head armor. Oh, Hampus wants that second jump. Doesn't look like he's going to get it. 4 people down in B and Man2 alone on the A-bomb side. I mean, that's the power of having the AWP. He can cover, you know, a long distance, but it's not a surefire way to defend it. You can still get caught out.
Passive defense from OG. And actually, NIP is going to relocate back to this B bomb site. Minor amounts of pressure and presence shown towards long A, towards Fountain. And those 2 players, Rez and Twist, going to come over and join up with the hit. And there's plenty of space out towards Monster. They're going to throw out all their utility. There could be a late boost to spot something over, and they're just trying to lure out some counter utility. Trying to see what the defense has in store. Take that last little bit of counter flashes, counter nades out of their hands, and now here comes the real hit.
Yeah, 40 seconds. Actually boosting up, running right through now. Ooh, and into Man2's AWP. Good defensive kill. MBK is going to be there with a follow-up. And this is looking good for the CT side. Oh, Twist coming back in. A double kill with the FAMAS makes it look a little bit more doable. Isa, though, will close out the round. A quick double kill. And OG, they win that first rifle round. They get to pick up an AK. They save the AWP still. It's really good news.
Yeah, Isa just went jousting with that M4, jumping over the pit right into the bomb site he goes. Unfortunately for NIP, they didn't just draw out counter utility, they convinced OG to stack up a 4th player at that bomb site. Man2 did not even leave once after that initial salvo. None of them did. So NIP just kind of set themselves up for failure instead. Good call from OG, good read to stick around at the bomb site.
6th round and a lot of aggression for Rez. If he swings here, there's so many people on the other side. I admire that from Rez. He thought he had someone, you know, nearly trapped, and he did do a lot of damage to NBK, but there were 3 people ready and waiting for him. Alexi goes down, though, so it's actually still a pretty good trade for NIP. I don't think they're going to be sad about this at all. They got the control over here at the restrooms, and they split up OG 2 on A on 2 on B.
Yeah, but they still have that AWP to deal with on Mentu. And after that first round and now here with the opening pick, he's looking quite nice. Real issue is going to be NBK. Any stray nade that just bounces incorrectly, if they ever get the idea he's there, even just spam, he's going to go down now. He starts to make his play. The smoke clears, and they've got him. Plenty of time. Just under a minute remaining in the round, and they have the whole map to work with.
Mentu going to start to fall back. Problem is they do have another smoke for the bank, so if they smoke him off, that AWP is going to be fairly useless. Kind of almost wish he would have... I know it's dangerous to go forward in this position, but when you're 3 versus 4, I feel like falling further back could end up backfiring fairly badly. They have already used the smoke, and not for this position, so he may have a shot at doing this. 25 seconds, grenade, but he has a clear shot if he wants to. The other 2 at the B bomb site are miles away, so yeah, maybe he should just back off. I mean, they're going to be so far away. Maybe just time to escape.
That's the entire reason why he went passive with the AWP. Gives him the opportunity to save it. If he steps forward and doesn't have any reinforcements, he's just fighting to the death. But that gave him the opening to just back off. However, NIP feels no pressure, feels no presence from OG, and they're going to start pushing forward for the hunt. Again, you're going to be walking around these corners very slow to try, so they're not discovered. And they could walk right into the crosshair, but Hampus decides against the hunt. So a 4th round from NIP, but not bad from OG. They preserve economy, they preserve weapons, they'll be able to rebuy utility. Alexi B will have a decent toy to play with. It's NBK who's going to be hurting the most.
I'm a little bit torn. I kind of understand why Mentu doesn't want to defend the bomb site 1 versus 4 with an AWP. I mean, I guess if he had done that and gone down, we would have blamed him, you know, for throwing away an AWP. But there's some part of me that wants, you know, that wants him to you know, at least snipe away a kill or like stick around for 1 more. There's something about, you know, leaving the bomb site that early that makes me a bit uncomfortable. I don't know, maybe I'm being a little bit critical.
It had to have been like a designed call from the team, whether it was one of the rifles or one of the dead players, maybe Alexi, because there was a second player with an M4 coming over to support that A bomb site, and then he was called off, and that's when Mentu backed away. So I think the general idea initially was to try and mount some kind of a defense, but when it's only the AWP, and they already know that they have the angle, they have control of long, there's just no way you can do it with any kind of safety. So their whole concept is live to fight another day. And unfortunately, well, fortunately, it's a 1-for-1 trade to start things out. So that's nice. SMG for AK.
Yeah, Plopsky will take it all in the connector. 3 people defending the B bomb site. It's Easer and Valder there, the L-bend. LXCB's just fallen back. That may have been the wrong time. Oh, he's coming back, though. That's huge. He's turning around, so they have a little bit of a defense. Well, Valder will pick up the 1 kill. That smoke is up, and Easer can't complete the kill. Back around the pillar, and he'll go down to the fire. So now it's a 2-on-3. Nearly a 2-on-2 as Rez is almost dead in that shot. Nearly taking down Twist. That's so close. No bomb plant just yet. Twist is actually clearing out the water part of the bomb site there. It's going to be Noct to take down Valder, and that will make it, again, probably around where Mentu needs to just escape with the AWP. He could stick around for a shot. I mean, it's not the worst idea in the world, but if he misses 1, it's time to leave.
He wanted that peek from Sandbags. If he gets that, I think he might even try and go for a 1-on-2 scenario, which isn't the worst thing in the world. But again, pretty good call. I mean, 1-on-3, very unlikely, especially without a kit. You do have a smoke, but just back off. So 5 rounds for NIP, but still extending the lead despite saving the AWP.
And you know what they're proving right now, NIP as well, which I think is that's a kind of luxury you can't really always expect to have, but they're proving that they can attack both A and B bomb sites with success, which from OG's point of view is, like, it's always more fun if you're on the CT side because, well, at least this part of the defense is working, so we don't have to change anything there. We just have to solve, you know, another problem somewhere else. But right now, it's all a little bit in shambles, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean, even if you think about the rounds that OG has won, those two, the pistol round was 3 kills from Mantu, and I think he got 2 one-taps to start it off. The next round that OG was able to win was that double kill from Mantu at the B bomb site during a set piece. So he's had a huge impact on the rounds they've won, but when he's not there, when he's not getting a multi-kill, they've struggled to start this game in these first 7 rounds. It's still early. We'll see if this defense can pop into shape. But again, another round where they're going to be sitting with really, really sketchy economy. And they might just have to go for a half buy as this losing bonus builds up.
There are so many problems with playing CT side on this map when you start to fall behind. I mean, it is a bit different when you can have double AWP and have that luxury, but one of the issues, right, is if you just stay defensive in both A and B, the time that it will take you to travel from one to the bomb site, you know, you might just not even get there in time. We've seen that many times. You just show up and you're already smoked out and the bomb is down and everything else. So I kind of like, I like that from Mantu. That is the kind of aggression you want to see, taking down Plopsky. I was going to say, I like it when teams actually go for aggressive retakes of, let's say, the sewers outside of B. Or maybe even like a late push towards long or something like that for the CT side. I like that kind of information gathering for a team to try and figure out what's going on. Almost taking down Mantu. Oh, he was executed.
Okay, Mantu's in some trouble. 22 HP, gonna come back with the AWP. I think Hampus heard that scope, so he's just gonna wait and see if Mantu walks into his crosshair. This would be an awkward angle to try and figure. Oh no, he's walked right back into it. But there's still a couple of players who can take him down. Low HP on this AWP from OG. They need to desperately get this gun out of his hands, but you have to like this. As you said,
yes.
Admire the aggression from the young player. See what he's going to create. He's the only weapon that you have to win this, and there's another one. 3 kills for him. He's put him in a position to succeed.
They're absolutely not expecting that. They think for sure he's fallen back after that one. The P250 will get the kill, and that leaves Twisted a 1 versus 3. Quickly making it a 1-on-2, but they're right behind him. In fact, right on top of him. Oh no, the chaos is completely broken out, and he goes down. I don't know what's going on there, but it's a round for OG. They can't save the AWP, which is a little bit tragic, but Mantu has enough to rebuy it, and yeah, I really like that round out of him. I think that was some... Again, it's risky for him to move forward on low health like that, but I just think the way that NIP are playing right now, you have to take that risk to catch them off guard.
Well, you can go for the deeper story, too, when you think about the fact that, you know, there were some decisions where we could have seen Mantu going aggressive previously and defending that A-bomb site all on his own 2 rounds ago, or how he played certain situations, but he saved that off 2 rounds straight, and it leads to a victory on the 3rd. That's well done from Mantu and OG.
Oh, this boost, if they go for it, could be great with the timing, or it could be really dangerous. Let's see. They might be waiting for the contact here for Mantu. As soon as he fires the AWP, I bet they'll stand right up. That would actually be such a cool way to play it. It's a lot of manpower to be here, and now they've kind of given up on it. I like that setup just as an idea.
It's a lot of players dedicated to that B-bomb site.
Yeah.
And they're shifting now as Alexi B comes back towards A. You already have NBK pushed up close towards the CT side entrance of bathrooms. There's not going to be any early encounters for NIP as they progress. Actually, a lot of players coming over to this A-bomb site. Some kind of tell that OG has noticed has caused them to put 4 players at the A site. It could just be a lack of presence at B for the Ninjas.
A lot is riding on NBK, surely. If he goes down, could collapse this A defense really quickly. He's inside of the smoke. A bit of a coin flip. Hamper's pushing through, but NBK's going to win that fight. Swings out for another one and nearly could have got that one. 28 seconds, and Nork coming onto the bomb site with the bomb as well. They're planting it on the back side, so not exactly the default plan here. That's really interesting. A 3-on-3 now. And let's just see. ENCE looking for the kill, and if they'd planted default, maybe that would have been a way for ENCE to actually pick up a kill. Oh no! That's a team kill. Alexi taking down Valde. I don't even know what's going on. ENCE will follow up on Nork, but it's still a 2-on-2. And they're low on health here on the CT side. Could be a lot of trouble for OG. NIP might have found a way to get a 6th round here. Look at how they're defending that bomb. They're so hard to catch, and Plopsky will spray them both down. Good double for him at the end.
What is that play from Rez? Did he come through that smoke and that was the chaos that caused the TK? That would be so depressing.
I legitimately don't know.
What a good, well-crafted round. I mean, remember, this is NIP breaking through mostly a stack. I think OG just rotated 2 players off right before the hit, which is going to be really frustrating. But yeah, he dives right down.
Oh, no. That's so devastating.
You hate to see it. Well, you love to see this, Anders. Triple nade for OG, Alexi, Issa, and Mentu.
It's always a good idea to do this. You know, it makes the commentators excited. That excitement is almost never actually.
I mean, that should be your first priority, is making us excited.
Yeah, gotta give us something to work with here. I think it's never really rewarded with the grenades. It's rare that we get to see it, but we live for that moment when it does work out. It did sound they're all the way on the other side of the map, so it's really not. We're still requesting that Zeus run boost. That's obviously that's going to be the real highlight.
Run boost. Yeah, that'll be the beauty when we finally get that into play. We'll have to buy someone. We should make our own trophy, Anders, and we should just hand it to the player who makes the most stylish play of the event.
Oh yeah. Maybe a way for people to donate to that, so you know, like it's a little reward for people who try it. It goes up a little bit every week.
Cash prize.
Something like that.
Make a compendium, see where it goes.
Really thinking out about it. Well, the grenades are lined up. They could go for it. There's one on top of the bomb planter, another one to follow, but not enough for an actual kill. I still think it's a fine idea. Maybe you get a free kill with a couple of grenades. Still.
I didn't notice. Did he move after the first fake plant, or did they just go too far?
I think one of those grenades failed, and the other ones, you know, didn't do nearly as much as they could have. So the idea is, I still think, pretty decent. The actual execution of it, not so much.
Yeah, well, that happens quite frequently in many walks of life.
I've
6-3, about to be 7-3. Yep, we can speak to that. Coming in for the late retake to try and take guns out of the hands, and actually a pretty damn good job, all things considered. Only 2 AKs remain.
He's got the he
not
buys the
bad
bomb.
at all.
He had the AWP out on long, and he nearly made it out. That must have been right at the limit. He had 28 health, and he died around that first light pole out there. That's actually pretty close, yeah. So those are the grenades.
That second one. It just fell limp right on the side of the boxes instead of past it. That's unfortunate. Nice try from OG, though.
Yeah, I mean, again, tried that a couple of times. I bet you can successfully do it. 11th round, and Mantu back with the AWP in a slightly aggressive posture early on. Down in the monster tunnel, they're pushing in against Valda. He's going to take one right down. He's ready for more fights, and Hampus will drop him in return. Now ENCE's going to hide it. This is a clever position. I almost wish they'd kept fighting. They wouldn't have checked it, I think, if he just snuck in there. But now, obviously, if they come back, they just might.
Hampus getting some sound cues. Very little utility left on the CT side. Issa's going to transfer over to the AK-47. So 2 rifles close up, setting up a crossfire at Monster. A pretty standard setup. And Mentu, it was far back with the AWP, but he's rotating back around A because NBK is actually pushed up towards long. So he's only got information on one of the access points to the A bomb site. That means Mentu has to be at A. Otherwise, they just give up a free plant if NIP is to go there. So this is really going to weaken that B defense, and now they're backing off it even a little bit back to the deeper into the site. NIP's got some space to work with here, just by virtue of hitting pause and being quiet.
Yeah, they've actually got so much just for a little bit of patience waiting out here. 30 seconds. Backup is coming in quick round to the B-bomb side, and they desperately need it. That high ground could get smoked off. I'm not sure why it hasn't been yet. Down on the low ground now with the AWP. Isa going down. Mantu next in line. Excellent headshots from the Swedish side. And the rest, I mean, Alexi would probably love to try and escape, but unfortunately he's locked into this bomb site. Getting a kill on Hampus only does a tiny bit to help him out, and he's going to go down. NBK now in a 1 versus 3, and he will get absolutely punched. Some of these shots coming out from the NIP side are so crisp.
Yeah, their aim is very on point at the moment. Some very, very fast, swift headshots. 8-3 for the Ninjas.
They actually, you're right. I mean, I don't know why the top wasn't smoked off. That smoke came into the site a little bit late, which helped protect them from Mantu. But, I mean, by throwing their utility, pausing for like 3 seconds, and then going, that gave enough time for Mantu to arrive at that bomb site with the op. So there was a certain element of danger in that round. But here, NIP get a, not relax, but, you know, an easier time of things. 4 Deagles, and I say that, but I'm wrong again. The Deagle works spectacularly for NBK.
That was so cool. You could see he had that planned out in his mind. It's a great shot. But anyway.
Well, listen, Twist hit him with a 1 Deag in the second round in this game, so he's just returning the favor. He had one to give back.
There's got to be some balance in the universe. Well, look at Nork. He's snuck in. He can almost clear the B bomb side if he could find Alexi down here, but they need to get the bomb down there. Rez is picking it up now. This play for Nork is super important. Unlikely, I think, that Alexi B could turn around and save this.
I don't know. He could stop the plant depending on where it's planted, and all of a sudden you have all the flanks opened up, so Alexi doesn't even need to make his move. He can wait for the rest of his teammates. If he stops this plant, though, he might just do it. Nade is out, but he doesn't peek. And that, some courage. Rez needs to have some kind of courage to get out of this plant spot. He is so stuck, waits for the smoke, but they're in trouble. 2 on 4 to defend against the retake.
He's got a Molotov as well, Rez. He could buy some more time. That's a good flashbang to set it up. Don't think ENCE was necessarily that flashed, but he still goes down. And now they're coming through the monster tunnel. Rez, excellent accuracy, and he'll spray. He turns for it. What a great transfer. Almost takes down Mantu. And now Nork is in so much trouble. I mean, yeah, he's just going to have to back on out with that AK and try and see if he could live through the explosion. That was some very cool Counter-Strike from Rez.
Yeah, he did a great job. And it sucks if you're in Mantu's position because you cannot come through that smoke until you're sure that his attention is elsewhere, and the timing of it just has to be perfect. A nice attempt for OG, but it's just going to slip out of their grasp. That's a brilliant shot from NBK. And yeah, here it is. The spin around is so quick after the second kill. Almost able to convert a third frag. 9-3. NIP having a spectacular T-half.
Yeah, they're off with a solid start here. They did pick the map. Second map would be Mirage. Inferno is the deciding map. Ooh. Always like that.
If we get there, we would love to see it.
Well, from OG's point of view, they have some rifles back. We are going to see a boost here from the T side. They're not going to catch anyone immediately, but if they start to fall back around the pillar, it might be instant death. There's a little bit of a peek, and he taps away. We'll pick up the kill. He nearly went down, but that is still very, very cool indeed. Alexi going for the spray, unable to connect, and Valda thinking about it. He really wants to punish them here, and he will.
Well, Hampus is next up. Oh, he's gonna beat that smoke. Oh, he never expected Valda to be close up. Big trade, but there's way too many bodies looking at the choke point. And it's just Twist. He's gonna back off with the AWP. There's actually, kind of surprisingly, not a whole lot of money spread across NIP, so he might want to save this off. If he does not get some kind of an early pick as he glimpses into the A bomb site, he might just want to try and save that AWP.
I definitely agree. It'd be cool to see him run in and plant the bomb on A with you know, just no resistance, but it's such a long shot at the moment. He's still running for it.
Well, the question becomes how long do they stay here at B?
I'm sure they must be thinking there's no way.
Well, Matsu's looking behind him now. He might be a little bit late on the rotation. It might actually be perfectly timed if Twist does try and stick that plant. The question is, will he at least fake it out? There's the stick. He hears the footsteps. Mantu's got the angle, missed the chance, and now it's up to Twist to be the aggressor, and he's got that one. 1 versus 2.
Stuck behind him. He's got the right idea. I think he knows. Knife out, though, falling back. This is dangerous, and did he spot it? There's the flashbang to set it up. He's going to get shot in the back. Oh, man. That is... I think I admire that, though. It doesn't work out, and, you know, in retrospect, maybe say, oh, if he'd saved the AWP and all that, but I think that's a cool play.
No, I think that's fine once you get to the bomb site, you know? Especially when you get that frag on Twist. Unfortunately, he couldn't build anything upon it. Nice little boost there. This was almost magical. But OG have a 4th round on the board, so that's at least something.
as they've struggled to get going into this match. 2 more rounds to see if they can give themselves some kind of a buffer for the second half, but NIP is in complete control.
Yeah, 9-6 first half. It wouldn't be that good for OG, to be perfectly honest, but I won't count them out at that point in time. There's still obviously a lot more to fight for if you get that kind of a scoreline. I think if they fall below, if they don't get the next 2 rounds here, I don't know if there's going to be much of a battle happening on this particular map, so could be a bit of a rough time. MBK could very easily get pop flashed in this position, but it looks like they won't. They're just going to be walking close. The shadow will show on the ground, and they're still going to win the fight easily. That's probably a little bit too easy in some sense.
Well, especially considering they didn't use a flashbang. That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah.
The Swedes and their willingness to just dry walk peek into a fight.
There's been a couple of times out here where NBK and Man2 have been playing the 8th side, but not connected. Like, there's not been any kind of a, you know,
Yes.
of teamwork between them, and that's, I don't know, that's a big risk, I'd say.
It's come back to bite him a couple times. We'll see if they can, if NIP can kind of close this round out. Hampus with a deep smoke and then jumps across. That could have been dangerous. Man2's going to try and find some position, but this is going to be Molotov. It's going to be smoked. It's going to be flashed. Alexi over the smoke gets picked off, and again, there's 2 members of defense here, but they're not working together. There's no cohesion, and now it's just Isa. Maybe he can spam down the bomb, but he's going to be caught as well.
And that is an absolute disaster. They've just got no money at all. Yeah, I like the idea of standing up on the box on the default plant there and just spray down. But the problem is, even on top of the smoke, they're going to see those tracers, and you just become a beacon for every single T on the other side to be shooting at you. You're probably not going to get away from that. And yeah, they do end up going down sort of one at a time all throughout that A defense. Not exactly that good. Valde trying to save the M4 quite far away from where they are. Could find him, maybe. Oh, he's going to go forward. That's dangerous.
It's weird seeing that defense with no ability to actually fight the same target. You know, where Alexi B's taking that fight over the top of the default boxes. It's an angle like Man2 can't see this. Even if there's no Molotov in his face or smoke, there's no ability for him to actually see that. So once Alexi goes down, it's just like, yeah, you have 2 players there, and you even had NBK at one point, as you mentioned, but that's still 3 individual fights, and a 4th if you add Isa into the mix. So there's OG's having a really tough time communicating and coordinating their defense.
Last chance here for the first half. OG to try and pick up a 5th round. The equipment they bring into this round is not really that great. A couple of grenades being thrown all the way over to that common boost position, but it doesn't really do anything at all. Hamper's going to clear this one. He does spot the jump. Again, they have 4 people down on the B bomb side with NBK holding alone on the other side. It's been Man2 a couple of times over at A alone with the AWP, but they don't have that in play right now. I just feel like this is not a map that OG are super ready to play at the moment. I mean, this could just be a depth of map pool kind of problem.
Yeah, it could be, and I guess we'll see when we go on to map 2 and perhaps map 3 if they can take us there. This is obviously NIP's pick, so very much could have been a punish. Plopsky peering towards sandbags at the moment. Oh, and they're going to get aggressive. Plopsky's going to have a great chance with a hole in that door. Here's the first peek. There's the first kill. He backs off. He's got Knock in the short sewer as well. He's got them stuck at this angle. Knock's gonna find what a good trade. Rez on the other side of the map takes out NBK. And OG is reeling in this 15th round of the half, and they're gonna lose it. Short of any heroics from Alexi B, this is an NIP round all day long.
Bit of a statement first half here. They just look so confident all the way through. Every single one of them hitting really crisp shots. I mean, those AKs have done great work. Not been many drawn-out long spray fights. It's just straight headshots all the way through. It's actually kind of impressive. Yeah, it's going to close out with another headshot there from Nok, and it's 11-4 overall for NIP. Very, very good first half. Super impressive. And OG, I think the battle is going to be on the second map for them, to be quite honest. So we'll see if they can do anything in the second half. That's coming up next.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay, it's really important for me to stress now. We need to be on the same page, no matter what we do. Like right now, leaving the CT base, there's confusion. That make one plan and stick with it. We cannot be asking all the way to the position where we're going, what the is going on. Be clear about what's happening and take responsibility. If you don't have the utility, say it and call a board. Simple as that. Or tell someone else to do it. Like, we need to step up now, boys, because this is out of our hands.
Well, that was a serious tone, Jason. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, there's no fun in that team, is there? I mean, look, that's the second listen, and we heard one on Nuke yesterday in round 2 where they were. What he said is correct, but I mean, you can just see that there is a massive lack of cohesion on this OG team, at least on Overpass. We'll see how it goes in the next map, but here, I mean, it just showed they're not entirely sure how to work together. And like you said, it's deep into the map pool. Overpass is not a super popular map at the moment, so maybe it's one they just haven't been able to practice as much as they'd like. Maybe it's one they haven't put their attention to completely fully, although that would be surprising seeing how much time they've had as a team, but definitely not comfortable here on Overpass.
Hasn't felt like it just yet. NIP on the other hand, ooh, Hamper's gonna get caught here. Surely he's dead. Well, say that, but he somehow lives. Over on long, Rez is in a lot more trouble it seems. Flashed as well, didn't even get a chance to reload. He is down on the other hand. And Plopsky's actually sneaking in. They're all here at the A-bomb site. If Plopsky doesn't go down and stays put, they actually have a very good chance of defending this unless OG turn it around. But this is going to get a little bit interesting now. They are starting to fall a bit back, so Plopsky has to be really patient here. It's important he doesn't go down because then it's a wide open map. Hampus having to reload and cover is pretty far away.
Yeah, he was missing his support from the bomb site as well. Twist wasn't peeking deep enough to bail him out of that tough situation. They just moved away. So a 4-on-3, but as you mentioned, most people are here at this bomb site, and Twist now jumping. He knows at least 2 players are long, might even have spotted a third. Knock is in a position that is going to be very dangerous. That is going to be peaked. That's going to be hard clear, but there's a smoke in the way. What a great smoke thrown by his teammate.
Yep, that was Twist setting it up. Otherwise, they would have already got that first kill on one of the players at the bomb side here. Twist with a headshot. That stops the bomb. 38 seconds. They're coming through the smoke to chase him down, but Nok is there to help him out. ENCE would have got that kill on Twist, and he's going to continue. Twist, absolute hero in this round. Big double kill, but he also put down that smoke to help out Nok in the corner, and that's 12-4. Oh, man, OG. That's rough.
That smoke is so sexy that keeps Nok alive, and then later on the payoff of Nok saving Twist is something special. That's great work from NIP. Ooh. And there's a great contrast between the cohesion that we just saw between Twist and Nok, and not so much between OG. But I'll understand if Rugga's frustrated because OG stopped. They did not actually attack that bomb site. They did everything to get into the site, but never actually pushed forward to clear anything out.
Yeah, and you know, having the man lead, I bet they probably felt like this is our big chance. We need to make something of it. Winning the pistol round again, even if just to warm up, that's at least something you'd want here. Yeah, I don't know how the Glock wins that fight.
A whole lot of missing is usually a good recipe.
Well, he was doing a lot of that.
At least gonna have information. Yeah, he gave him the opportunity. Gave that Glock about 4 headshots. 12-4. I don't think OG can come back in this round. They do have 1 smoke on ENCE. But Rez is up next. And Rez, I don't think they're going to get an SMG missing. Oh, I take it back. I take it all back. But now at range, Twist surely is not going to be missing. Although, he certainly goes down as well. At some point, come on.
Why are you doing this to them, Jason? Why are you cursing them?
I don't know. I don't want to do it.
Oh, well, I'll take over for a second here and see if you can stop this madness. Nok is coming with some big kills, and ENCE is going to be in a 1 versus 2. Doesn't want to reveal his position early, and I can't really blame him. Good trade for Plopsky, and yeah, I don't know why you tried to lose that round for NIP.
That is way too expensive.
It's your fault, Jason, obviously.
What did OG actually bring into the round? Like two P250s at most? They saved. I saw 1 P250. That's all I can recall. And to get that much a plant, they got 4 kills. That's huge. Yeah, look at the firepower graph at the top. Look at how that's swung.
Yeah. So a wake-up call for NIP to not give any chances here. This, I don't know. Yeah, there is a big change, obviously, playing the T side, and if you're having trouble on a map, it is more likely you're going to be having trouble on the CT side. So it's not impossible OG could have a bit more to say on this T side. If I'm NIP, I'm just closing out this game right now. Just don't give them any chances to start rolling anything back here. Like this setup from Twist. Rez is a little bit far away, so that's the only dangerous part for Twist, is that he's going to need some backup, and Rez is getting a bit closer now to try and help him out. There's the flashbang to set up for a bit of a peek. That also reveals that he was there, and he nearly dies falling back.
Yeah, his face just gets blown off. Or at least half of it. Down to 37 HP. And OG just now starting to move across the map. Very slow to start this. And that NIP defense at the A bomb site, very mobile. All 3 of them have now rotated around towards long A. And they want to at least have an idea what's coming from that direction. This is unique. 3 players at this half wall. And I don't think they can stay there for much longer. At a certain point, you need to back off so you can rotate over to the B bomb site.
Well, they're doing that. That little trio of players is now all the way being called back. This is so interesting. They might end up with a 5-man setup at B, and OG, they're not going to be happy. There were even 2 HE grenades. 30 seconds. They're coming through, and they're waiting for it, setting them up. Here come the grenades. One of them lands right on Valda. Takes a lot of damage for it. No flank coming in from NBK. They're in so much trouble here, OG. Even with the trade, things are not looking good. 17 seconds on the clock as Twist will take down Valda. And now, how do they even get a bomb plant? Here's the grenade landing on top of the site. ENCE is next to fall, and I don't think they can even get the bomb plant here. It's inside of the smoke, and they're trying their best to get it through. It will somehow go down, and they get a kill on Twist, and it's a 2-on-2. I can't believe OG actually turned this in to a winnable round. That's a 5-man defense in B, and somehow they break into it anyway. Now Plopsky's falling next in line, and Nok is going to be going down. What a turnaround.
Yeah, NIP should never, ever be losing that. With 5 players there at the point of attack, You even eliminated NBK the first kill. He was the one who was supposed to lurk and flank up sandbags. The problem is so much damage is taken throughout all of this. Eventually, they get cleaned out by Mantu. He had all the HP, and he's able to power his way into water, provide Alexi B with some safety. And the players at sandbags, they could have come through that smoke a number of times, just never wanted to risk it. It's tough to make that call, but man, those low HP players in the site just did as much as they possibly could. Eventually, they fall.
I mean, if you're NIP, you've got to be scratching your head as well. It's like we made the call we wanted. We had the grenades. We had 5 people in the bomb site. They only had like 20 seconds as they were starting the fight in B. Like all of those things just speak to the fact that you're winning that round of the B bomb site, and then they didn't somehow.
Well, those nipped Eagles, we know what they can do. Although Plopsky never even had a chance to put it into play, and I guess I don't know. I save if I'm Nip at this point, just to play it smart. But they do have a big lead.
Yeah, and once you buy the deal, right, you're incentivized to go look for those 1Ds. It just feels like the right thing to do, but they're actually being pretty held back at the moment, controlling themselves more than I'd be able to.
Yeah, you a pretty prolific 1-deagler.
No, but I keep believing in it anyway, Jason. I'm not gonna give up. It's been years,
keep trying.
But,
You're like the little engine that could.
Yeah. Oh man, Hampus is maybe gonna explode up the ladder in the last second. No, get too far away. So, kind of an uneventful round. 1 kill, and the rest of it is just waiting around.
I'm fine with it. Another attempt. We know, as I mentioned, we know what these Deagles can do. So I mean, the longer you keep them in your hands, even you're not going to buy in this round. So there's no reason to just kind of give them up, going for some weird retake or just going to do some economic damage. Actually, save them for a round where you might be able to turn the tides. No point in investing in anything else as well if you're the ninjas.
Jason, if you break up the big, not the minimap, but the larger one. Do you ever look at the playground area and feel like it sort of looks like a face, like a weird Picasso type painting or something like that? Does that ever happen to you?
Nope.
All right.
Nope, not at all. I do see the eyeball though. The eyes nice and
weird triangle mouth or nose or something. I don't know.
That'd probably be the nose.
I mean, it is a bit surreal, but I don't know. I always see that somehow. Anyway, it's not relevant to the game at all, in fact.
No, but we do have we'd have some time to talk about, surreal art, Picasso, that whole generation of artists. Do you have anyone else from that era?
No, I quite honestly don't really know much about art. I had a phase like a year ago where I thought I would, I'd want to find some art, and I got stuck doing it. I wanted some art for my house. I thought that would be a good idea, and all the art I could find was really expensive, and I gave up.
I went through that same experience. I wanted to buy a piece of art from every country that we traveled to for Counter-Strike, and eventually after traveling to like 3 different places, I was just like, holy hell, art is not cheap. I think my problem was I went to an art gallery in Stockholm, so I mean naturally that's going to be probably more money than I'm willing to spend.
Quite likely, yeah. Well, here we go. They're making their way into the A bomb site. Not looking for art. They're looking for kills, in fact. And they're going to get at least one of them there. A little bit tricky, as Nork will also pick up one. Great headshot. 15 seconds left. Oh, another one. Oh. Give us one last. He's got the AK out. 10 seconds here. And a 1 versus 2 for Valde. This could be it. What a nice round from Nork already. 5 seconds on the clock. And Valde, he's out of time. He's going to get the kill. But Twist just has to hide. No. He almost goes down through the wall. That's so dangerous. But they will be able to pick it up anyway. 14-6 here. NIP steal a ridiculous round. And Nork, yeah, what a thief.
There are those Deagles, man. But I still can't believe how it almost feels like OG's afraid that they just slow play this round to a point where this kind of a situation just wrecks you. And my God, we already saw some death slamming in this game from OG. It's only gonna get worse. That's a cheeky little smile out of Knock.
Yeah.
You know what you just did, you filthy animal.
Oh, they're so quick out on long. Twist could absolutely be caught by this. I don't know if he's going to have some internal clock about how soon they could be there, and he's still sort of thinking about they might be boosting. If they'd kept going around the corner, he is actually looking now, which is in itself kind of impressive. He's in some danger
here. It just feels weird. He's in a lot of danger. Think about the choke points he's got to worry. He's got 4 different regions he's got to be careful of as he falls back. And I mean, it's magnificent he's able to get out free, but that is a long time to be there without a whole lot of cover. You have the stairs, you have long, you have picnic, and you have the staircase by fountain. All of those you have to worry about. Just under a minute as OG make their push into bathroom to begin clearing it out. Twist still at the bomb site with Rez in support, and they've got a bit of utility.
Clearing much of this out on his own, pretty much. The rest of the team is right behind him. Defensive Molotov. Actually, there's another grenade on Hampus, and there's only 33 seconds, and that has me worried a lot here for OG. They're running the clock incredibly low, and with just one good defensive grenade right now could ruin this round for them. And that is, yeah, that's just what might happen here. Let's just wait and see. Hampus waiting on the other side. There's a kill on MBK. 16 seconds left. The bomb is now down and inside of the bomb site. They're completely dismantled in this round. No way to attack this bomb site now. 7 seconds, and they're going to get shut down once again North with a couple of good kills in the round. 15-6. They left themselves very, very little time.
Yeah, it just seems like there's like a segment of that round that just was completely useless to OG and what they wanted to accomplish on the T side. Remember, you started this round by talking about how fast they gained long control and almost turning that corner on Twist at a timing that he wasn't expecting it. That was at like a minute and 30 seconds or so that they're able to get long control, but then they don't actually begin the attack for another minute and 15 seconds after that. It's not till there's less than 20 seconds left in the round that they make their move onto the bomb site and have any other real presence. And they have to go B here, it feels. That's 2 rounds in a row where they've attacked the A bomb site as they run down the timer to just around 20 seconds before making the hit, and they get shut down. NIP's not giving them the mistakes that OG is looking for.
No, and they just seem so uncomfortable on this map. Like, I'm willing to give them just the benefit of the doubt and say much of this is about the map for OG. I really have to believe that it is. Twist, wanted to go for the no-scope, not able to connect, so a quick trade there might give them a bit of an opening into the A side. Defensive Molotov, but they're going to run right past, and let's see if they can get a quick bomb plant this time around. They did nearly line up for that M4, but coming through the smoke against the MP9 is not a good look, and it leaves ENCE no bomb plant in a 1 versus 3. And this has just been a spectacular first map for the Swedish team. Really, really cool to see just week after week how NIP are improving. It's a really fun story to be following at the moment. ENCE with the Deagle crouching in towards the bomb site, but there's no chance NIP lose this round. 16-6 as they take down OG on the first map in this best of 3. It's not done yet. Second map is coming up, and that's going to be on Mirage as well. A chance, and maybe the last one for OG to stand their ground. We're going to get to the analysts after the break. Stay with us.
Navi, described by chaos.
That's an easy kill right there.
Na'Vi are going to be an actual challenger this time round.
But here comes Simple!
I believe that we can win any of these teams.
Force him to walk forward, and that's it!
I have high hopes for them. I think that replacing Zeus was something that was inevitable. He knew he had to step away.
Firepower. I think we have the best team as an individual.
And it's going to be an easy 2-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
But definitely the wild card has to be the new guy, Perfecto.
Electronic is the player that everyone needs to be scared of. One of the best players that I played with.
Can he stand tall one last time? He lines them all! No! A beautiful spray!
I feel like their standout characteristic for Na'Vi is its potential.
Say surprise. Everyone is tired of losing. and we just want to prove that we can win tournaments, we can challenge best team in the world.
Ama. Oh! Simple. The device is lying in wait, and Simple's ready for that as well.
And I think it's the most that I want, just to show everyone their place and just to play our best A+ game.
We're like a very momentum-based team. Like as soon as we get like rolling, we're unstoppable. There's just no way that we're not gonna win trophies. Anything you do, you just can't stop us.
I haven't really gotten to see that Liquid. I've seen a Liquid that goes deep into tournaments, but I haven't seen that Liquid that dominated tournaments.
Last year it was a little rough. We had a big downfall in the second half of the year. So this year we're just looking forward to have a more stable high than a really low low.
They're one of those teams where we saw having time off doesn't help them.
I think that Twist, like when he's going off, like he's just going off.
Runs forward, grabs himself that AK, but Twist takes down Bulls.
He is a monster.
I think Twist is our wild card.
I'm keeping an eye on him. I think that he's going to be one of the players that could really be the card that sets Liquid above the rest.
Player that people need to look out for on our team is Stewie2K. I know that like all the pro scene like really respects him, but I think the like general public doesn't as much, and he's a really good player. If we had to pick out one, I think everyone has the same person in mind. I think it's going to be Elish.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second.
You know, looking at him from the outside in, he still has a lot more potential to grow as a player, and he still has a hunger, so I can see him being higher up in the ranks this year.
It's hope. That'll be the word that I'll choose to sum up Liquid, right? That hope that they will be the ones to return and hoist the flag once again at the top of the peak.
Let's go, Liquid!
A very decisive victory there on Overpass, which has been a key map for you guys, so I guess real no problems your end. Now going into Mirage though, how do you feel? Because yesterday they had some individuals step up, they were able to take down complexity on it, and for you guys it's still a map that you're working with.
I think since we got Hampus, our Mirage has improved vastly. Yesterday we did lose to Na'Vi, but it was a really close game. We had a great T side. I almost felt like we kind of threw it there in the end. Before that we beat FaZe and Vitality, two teams that I think are quite strong on the map. So we're actually very confident going into this. I would actually maybe have it as one of our top 3 maps.
And right now, I definitely say you have the firepower advantage over them, especially going into a map like Mirage. Is there anything that you need to look at or be careful of that you maybe don't get too kind of over-aggressive or overconfident with it? What would you say to the guys at a time like this?
I think it's very key that we, just as you say, don't get overconfident. Don't go for impossible retakes. Just think, okay, we have more firepower right now, so we don't want to get into an awkward economical situation. So just keep on saving, maybe go for more stacks. Just not overdo it.
Well, that's got to say something if the coach is saying, hey guys, don't worry, we can beat this team. You don't need to overdo it. It's fine. That's some confidence right there, and that also kind of plays into what we, I suppose, are taking away from this first map from OG. They haven't really given NIP a reason to get flustered or get afraid with the series. It looks like Threat is feeling very confident with the situation right now. So, Maniac, I mean, I see you nodding right now. What is it that really stood out for you in that map?
Control from NIP, absolute control. They knew what they were doing. I think their first half was a thing of beauty, even the CT side, switch over to firepower. But some of the few things that NIP did well was to abuse NBK and his lonesome on the A-bomb side. That was one clip here, but it happened a couple of times during that game. The defense for OG was just a little bit too sporadic. They weren't really together now. The thing is, the A execute that will come from NIP is absolute masterclass. You will see the utility that they use and how they make life for OG so hard. See, Mantu, he was banged. Now he needs to go towards truck. He loses that information. Here comes a Molotov. Here comes another flash. Look at this aerial view. Look at how much of this bomb site is actually unplayable. Mantu didn't even have time to shoot. He straight up died in the fire. This A execute from NIP is a thing of beauty. It is absolute masterclass. And now what is very funny is that at the end of the game, if we switch over to OG's POV, they try and do also an A execute, but you will see a little bit of a difference in how hard they can bounce. They actually get the kill onto Twist. Now Rez, he's not Molotov. The life is good for him. They try and run behind the smoke, but Rez is having a good time right now. He's just waiting out. And even if they get the kill onto Hampus, Nokis gets them through smoke. Rez is pouncing here, and there you have it. This was the difference between an A hit from NIP and an A hit from OG.
I'm just really
One
glad
Molotov
that
can
was
make
the
all the difference,
scoreline.
Chad.
Yeah, and the type of game we're looking at, Semler, backs up everything there that I was saying beforehand, right? Look how clumsy and unorganized OG look in situations where NIP, who happens, was like, well, we haven't really had any time to practice. Wait till we have a couple weeks off. OG have had time to practice. Where is the excuse here for not being able to perform to that level, right? And the excuse for them is their players just aren't as good, right? I don't want to get too stuck in and just say that these guys aren't able to compete, but that's truly how I feel. They're out of their depths right now, and Mirage, luckily for them, it can't play out in a similar way, right? The Counter-Strike on a map like Mirage is just going to be much more brawly, but here you can just see them getting isolated, losing duels. In that first half, 3 of the rounds that they were able to put on the board all came from Mantu getting multi-kills. The pistol round, I think he got 3. He had another round where they were on a low buy and he gets 3 kills with the AWP. And then one of the other gun rounds they picked up, he had 2 kills with AWP. That's the only influence that was really put on the game right there for OG, and the only positive light that I can post for them, unfortunately.
I mean, he did top frag for them. It is really the guy who kind of stood out, but I mean, you mentioned Mirage. This is where we're going next, and we heard from MBK going into this series that really there is it's a camp divided right now in OG. They're not sure about which direction they want to go. It seems like Alexi B and the leadership that he showed when they qualified for this event in London, that's gone out by the wayside, and perhaps the team has lost faith in that. I mean, but Brawly CS could maybe make the difference and tie them back together. You have a couple guys who step up individually, and all of a sudden you can be cooking with gas. Is that going to be enough to make the difference here, Maniac?
It does feel like that's the only reserve that they have right now. It's just some individuals just getting fired up and getting in and getting the kills. Mantu can do it, we've seen it, but it hasn't really been the case for the other guys. Now you talk about Alexi B, you talk about his in-game leading style. On Overpass right here, that was very much from scratch. It was pretty much ad hoc, trying to find solutions on the fly. I could give them to them, okay? Overpass, maybe it's not up there in the map pool, it's all right, but we move on to Mirage, and as Chad is saying, this has to be different. Truly, it has to be different, because NIP, we heard it from Threat, they will be ready, and they have this ability to have the tactical aspect coming in and have the executes that are precise and net and definite. They have the firepower, they have the tactical aspect. For our OG, we haven't really seen neither so far.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment right there, 100%. And that's the thing. If they can make it a gritty game of Counter-Strike, all the power to them. But Threat just said they don't want to get involved in that type of Counter-Strike in the interview coming in right here. So if they can avoid that, if they can go, yeah, sure, you won this round, well, that's fine. We'll take an eco, we'll take a save, we'll play the percentage CS. They know that they're going to get theirs come the end of this game here. And that's why I know NIP are going to be walking away with this series.
And just body language alone right now is saying it all. I mean, Velda on his phone right now, kind of just looking, head hanging, not looking too happy about things. I mean, Alexi B there, again, we got Alexi B, he's not looking pleased at all right now. It just doesn't look like OG have got what it takes to take on NIP. NIP are just looking way too positive.
Yeah, and Rugga is trying to do his best. I believe you me, he's talking to them, he's trying to rally the troop, but there just feels like there's an understanding, a realization from OG that the Counter-Strike they're playing isn't good. And I've been there. I know how it is to be in the game and realize you're not playing your best. The problem is, at that point, you should feel like you will be able to. You should feel like you can turn it around and suddenly catch on fire and play great. It just feels like they don't have that feeling. They just accept and they try their best, but it doesn't really work out, and let's go to the next map. And that's an issue. It really is an issue.
At least there'll be a break after this.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say a break for us and production, so we can go and eat and go to the gym. And this would be good. We get a nice extended break before we get the banger that should be Liquid versus EG seminar. I'm happy for that one coming up soon.
I like your positivity. You always find the positive angle and things, but it's true though. We're gonna have time for dinner, and we are going to have. Well, that's the thing. Now that we've said that, come on, this isn't your first rodeo, Sponge. You've been on productions before. You just jinxed it. That's it. Now it's gonna be a real 30 rounder, and we're gonna get 60 rounds in the next 2 maps, and it's gonna be an all-out brawl through and through. I mean, there is definitely EG versus Liquid to look forward to. Not only that, not only because we've got a split in predictions on that one, so it's going to be interesting. I'm going to have to justify myself for a change. That'll be fun, but I think it's a good time to throw it to break here. We can go ahead and get it over to Moses and Anders after that for the action.
Everything is new, the team, the players. I'm feeling very confident considering the practices we've had and the talks we've had. Honestly, I'm just enjoying it a lot so far.
For
a bit of a tight time here. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the fourth.
But just always, you just want to do your best. It's just in the nature of being a competitor. Other teams need to look out for Mantu at the moment, just because he's unknown. Mantu, he's like a new guy, pretty unknown. You know, he still has his whole career in front of him.
Mantu, he stops Defuse and takes Kenny!
Absolutely living the dream.
I'd say the wild card is Isa. The emotion he has for the game and the passion. He's like a true joker, and some of the things he says sometimes.
That might be what gives OG the final round.
I think the standard quality is excellence. If something bad happens, we don't accept it. And in the end, it's gonna go for the better. I'd say being international, a lot of diversity to the team. Some people might see it as an obstacle, and maybe it is in the beginning. But over time, it will get way better as we get to know each other and get to play.
NBK could be here to deny it though. And sure enough, he gets the second. NBK with the clutch.
We have to have our standards higher. Our expectations are quite high for the upcoming year. Right now, it's our chance to prove that we're capable of beating these teams.
G2 is best described by a system. Their coach has gone about putting together a systematic approach to the game.
Momentum. I think when we are starting to have a strong momentum into a game, it's almost impossible to beat us.
We are playing like brothers, you know, we are talking too much and everything is fine. So like, I would say momentum.
Able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job! Oh, what?
It's a unique approach with how G2 look at the game and decide what their strategy is going to be in the game. We'll try to give our best always, and we'll try to win every next match.
He's coming!
There's a chance for this, and he gets down to 1v2.
The player that all the other teams in this tournament need to look out for is Kenny. Kenny is the guy who was the best player before, and it will be easy for us against everyone.
Is it really if I say me?
Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot on Devolda.
Amalek because he's when he's studying, his shot is really impactful. It's a really huge benefit for us.
Amalek's gonna rush it. Whoa, his teammate. Amalek robs the round.
We'll try to give our best always, and we'll try to win every next match. I can say maybe top 5, top 3 on HLTV at the end of this year. To keep working, to keep practicing, and just to have good luck.
Another chance for OG to try and see if they can continue this series. They did not do very well at all on Overpass, which is a little bit of an understatement even. NIP looked terrific on that map. Now, it is OG's map pick coming up on Mirage. They need to impress us, or they're going to be sent packing here. Look at the odds. I mean, that's actually pretty reflective. I think that's even a fair reflection of just how good NIP looked.
Yeah, well, and also absolutely nothing that we saw of OG is inspiring confidence. Even if you go back to yesterday, I think we're still looking for an OG that is going to show us something that we could actually get behind and give us a reason to why we think they might cause an upset here. But I'm with you. I'm with the odds. I'm with the desk. This NIP team just looks too fundamentally sound at the moment. There's going to be some question marks when they face some of the better teams we have, but way too fundamentally sound for OG to be able to overcome them and take any kind of like gimmicky win away from a map.
Jason, what was MBK looking at on his phone there? Do you want to give a quick guess? Look at this. What's up? He's clicking things. Can you see the reflection? Can we enhance? Where is that feature? It's been in movies forever.
Maybe he's got the new beta access to the new interactive skybox tool where he can come up with strategies on the fly. He just taps, you know, how many smokes his teams have, and it auto-generates a completely new, perfect strategy for you.
We don't have the auto-generate function just yet, Jason. That's some future stuff, but otherwise it could be close by right there. NIP are going to be starting on the CT side. Yeah, it could be. And OG on the T side, and they are going to crash up in the A hallways right now. A big fight coming in. MBK with 1 kill. Blowski getting all of the bullets right between the shoulder blades. He's going to be going down. It's a 5-on-3 and a great start for OG. Surely going to get a bomb plant. Surely Well, I won't curse them like you are, Jason, but it's looking good for this round. NBK will get dropped. Hampus and Nock fighting their way back. Oh dear, oh dear. ENCE are getting caught out as well. It's a 2-on-1. No! Twist with a headshot. Taking down Man2 and Valde in a 1 versus 2. Jason, you keep your mouth shut. It's all about Valde. Trying to see if he could do this. He's got the P250. He's got a chance for it here. Just needs a quick headshot. Then it's game on again, and he's set up for it. He sees it, misses the chance with the jump. Still a minute left, but he's out in the open, and they know it as well. A little bit of a distraction, some shots being fired. I don't know how he could do this. He's low on health. He's going to be going down. 1 for 0 here as NIP pick it up. That is so disturbing. I can't believe they threw it away. Jason, I'm going to blame you anyway. You must have been thinking it.
You're the one who said it. You're the one who said there's no way they can lose this round. Oh my lord. Have you ever seen anything like it? Why is the bomb not being planted in all this? There were 3 players that had to rotate through CT spawn. I don't understand what took so long. You had a wall of smokes towards jungle, towards stairs that blocked off connector. You had safe plants at like 2 or 3 different locations in that bomb site with 4 teammates alive. I don't know why OG didn't get that plant.
I really don't know either. Some of the time, you know, we like to see when you go and fight at CT spawn in some of those pistol rounds, but they had a 5-on-3. Probably just get the bomb plant down and put all the pressure on NIP. That's...
Yeah.
It's rough to watch, isn't it?
We do like that, but we do like the bomb being planted a little bit more. And usually that fight is predicated on the bomb being planted. Nock's gonna get blinded. He's in some trouble. Tucked into a corner. Alexi on the other side, and he walks right into the headshot. It's bad to worse for OG. A couple of nice kills, but I mean, with 3 players left, NIP should be able to handle this. Man2 with a smoke, but another Molotov. That's brutal.
He did actually run right in to just a hail of bullets. That did look funny. Yeah, look at...
It's not actually funny because you just know that they're so stressed out. They're so on tilt at this point. Like, I don't know what kind of speech you'd have to give between maps, but if you go from Overpass, where you were going to be like really annoyed and tilted, we saw a lot of death slamming, into losing that pistol round, you're tilted off the face of the earth at this point.
Well, that's actually something that I do wonder about in this age of online Counter-Strike once again, is it might be slightly trickier to turn the mood around because everyone is, you know, further apart, and there's a tendency to just be silent if you're on TeamSpeak, because when you know, things are going badly, you just stop talking, whereas if you're actually sitting right next to other people, that, you know, that there's going to be someone pointing that out, and you can look at each other and you could try and crack a joke or something. Like, I could see how maybe... Because when we did the listening earlier for OG, and it was, I think, Rugger doing the coach doing the talking there, but it didn't really sound like a happy place at all, did it?
No, and it didn't sound like a happy place when we listened into Alexibi yesterday on Nuke either. I mean, there's just not a whole lot of happiness going on here in the OG side of things. NBK and Valde, NBK with that hero AK-47. He's lost 3 teammates in this round, and he hasn't fired a bullet yet in that rifle.
Saving it all for the headshots. Or not at all. Saving it for another round. Fair play.
I think he got 1 bullet off, maybe 2.
All right. Well, it's a start. NIP will pick up 3 rounds to begin this map with. Now there is a buy coming in from the OG side, but I was making a case, and I was believing it too. I wasn't just coming up with a random story, that it was the map that was really to blame for much of the performance there for OG on Overpass. That means I want to see something really different out of them all. Well, I'll start to be real upset.
Listen, you might still be right, and we might still see a dominant Mirage out of NIP. Like, it doesn't matter how good you are on a map, if emotionally, if mentally you're just not able to focus on the game. That counter smoke on top of A ramp ruins a lot of plans from OG. They've got plenty of utility to back it up once this clears. And there's the pop flash. Hampus dodges it. Him and Rez combine for 2 quick kills. Twist protects them from Palace, and the round is over before it even begins.
Yeah, they wanted to. I don't know how he got that kill. Twist was so far behind. That was just a random shot. It must have been. Man 2 and 1 versus 4. Yeah, they wanted to press the issue. I mean, they had it all set up. They had a guy in apartments. The other 4 were down at the ramp, but they all get blocked off by a smoke. And they're like, we can't wait here forever. We sort of have to either fall all the way back to middle and retake the B hallways, or we go right now. And they went with the latter part. That didn't really work out. 1 versus 4 here, though. And I'm not even sure saving the gun is possible when he's this locked in.
No, it's not. And yeah, I mean, even at this point early on, I don't even think saving would be the right call. At this point, still, economic damage is huge, right? If you can get 1 to 2 kills, set your teams up for the future success, that would be massive. And there's the Molotov, forces Plopsky out, forces Rez into the open as well, and he wasn't prepared for the close swing. So he goes down. 4-0 for NIP. And that's man... What a stressful way to start this game if you're OG. Pistol round, you have a... Okay. Why is Threat saying that?
He's saying,
but
damn,
pistol round,
why
you have
are we
a
so
5-on-3. Yeah, I know. Pistol round, you have a 5-on-3 that you lose. 4th round, you come into it with a plan for a set piece at the A bomb site, and you get battered through the smoke.
And, you know, they keep 4 people alive. They gave over 3 AK-47s on top of all of that, as if it wasn't already bad enough. Now they're going to try and come through the ramp again. Good defensive smoke. HE comes out. Hampers escaping up the ladder only for a minute as Iza will take him down. Now it's a bit of a start. Let's see if they get a bomb plant down this time around and try and defend it. They're going to steal that M4. This is interesting. This could be the beginning of something big for them. NBK will take down Plopsky, and no one there to stop the bomb plant either. I really like this. Flick does nothing, but Rez is there, and now OG need to calm it down. This is a 4-on-3. They need to get into a bit of an after-plant position here. I like the setup over at the CT spawn side.
There's going to be a pop flash around this corner. Rez isn't close enough yet to take advantage of it. Here it comes. There it is. Pop, and NBK's blind. So is Man 2. Find a way to lose it. How is OG going to do it this time? Alexi looking towards Connector. He's not going to get away either. 1 left. It's Isai, and he falls. And the defuse is coming in hot. 5-0 for NIP, and another retake.
Man, they made a round out of that, but a quad kill from Rez. Again, the setup with the flashbang, you called it. That was so powerful. I wish we could check in with Launders right about now. Wonder how that's working out for him.
I want to check in with OG.
Do you, though?
There's one check-in. Yeah, but I'm sadistic in that way. You know?
If you just keep quiet for 10 seconds, Jason, it'll be like we're, you know, checking with TeamSpeak on their side. You can just pretend.
Oh. Ooh. That's helpful. A nice opening kill through the smoke. That's Twist. He's had enough kills through smokes in this game already so far that it's fair that we give NBK 1 or 2.
Yeah, that's the kind of beginning that's real nice to have. So much money on the NIP side, in spite of the fact that some of the rounds were close. They still have enough to put together a buy. Hampus is incredibly far up the A ramp. Plopsky, if he doesn't go down, he's going to get the kill on MBK. In fact, that's even better. But look at where Hampus is. This is such a round-winning move.
He can hear these footsteps as well.
Yeah.
And start calling it out to his team. 3 players at the B bomb site to defend.
That's the bomb going last. Hampus' knife out. He's so sure he's got the right move. And we can tell definitely is indeed 40 seconds. Bit of a missed flashbang there. They ran into it. Valda will get a kill, but it doesn't matter. Rez and Plopsky are down here. Even with the USP, Rez hitting nothing but headshots these days. And Hampus might not even get the just reward. He should at least be getting a kill here. Oh, he wants to go for that. That is cruel. That is absolutely cruel. He's going to stab him in the back. That will surely completely destroy OG's spirit in this map even. That's so disgusting.
It's a game of such slim margins. Alexi B even looking at that flank as he's running back into the tunnels. And if he spots it, he'll realize that NIP know everything. He'll call everyone back and they will attack Hampus going for that flank. They will try and create the exit route so that NIP cannot stack the B bomb site. But he just turns away. It's maybe a quarter second of a difference and it's a slaughter instead.
Down the middle, quick controller connector. They got to be careful about Nork, who's over on the other side. Smoke goes up, but it's not going to be there in time. It's Rez again, a big double kill. He's absolutely a beast in this best of 3. Hammers to the smoke. Oh, no. Stop laughing. 7-0. My God.
Oh, I feel so bad.
Do you?
This is so
Jason,
ridiculous.
You know, the fact that you say that is slightly undercut by the fact that you're laughing.
I can't even help it. I haven't seen anything like this in a while. Kills through smokes, just ridiculous advantages gained by OG that are then just taken out of their hands for no reason. It's not even at the point where I want to criticize anything OG is doing, because I think NIP, I mean, obviously Rez is having a very good game. The Hampus flank was brilliant, but even some of these kills through smokes is just so unfortunate that I can't even call it OG's fault.
No, it's like they've hit that flow state right now, NIP, and OG's hit whatever the opposite of that is, which, I don't know. When that happens...
Rock bottom, I believe they call it.
Yeah, rock bottom. What do you do? Well, double orb is now coming out. As if though things weren't already looking a bit rough, this could definitely make it worse. If you could believe it. Rez walking up to take the fight versus ENCE. He's sort of thinking the right move here, but still going to be tricky. Valda turned around actually to help him out, so important kill.
Well, Plopsky's still ready and waiting. And as soon as he sees action or utility, the player on Catwalk's going to turn around. That'll be Knock with an AWP. And there's even Hampus, who I think, again, is on a flanking mission through the underpass at this moment. So the longer this takes, the more time Hampus has to get behind them. And he might not even get a chance one more time. Knock is going to go down, but Plopsky's got a whole new position. Valda inside the site. He needs to find this kill quick. And Plopsky has no idea. A real possibility here for OG, but now he's waiting for Twist. And I think an elbow was spotted. I think a hand was spotted.
I think he saw that as well. Big opportunity otherwise for Valda, but he just a little glimpse showing, and they're going to be able to isolate him. Mantu was on a long flank, but Hampus is not missing many shots either. Look at that double kill. 8-0. Things have somehow got worse from where they were on Overpass.
What's your feeling on mercy rules? Do you have mercy rules in Danish sports?
I don't know. Explain.
If a team is just like is just so obviously demolishing another team with such an insane force, you just call the game. It usually only happens in like Pee-wee sports or like really young children's sports. You don't want to embarrass them with like a 20-0 loss.
No, we don't have that, and I don't believe in it.
Okay. Okay. Well, thanks for that answer. Oh, here we go again. An advantage. Rez is gonna... Oh, it was about a half second away from being incredible.
Twist back here. He's the only one that can stop them from winning this round. What a shot. That's actually great. They're still going to lose the round, and the first one on the board for OG. I'll tell you why as well, Jason. I don't think it's... I think, you learn...
I don't necessarily believe in it either. I just wanted to know.
I'm just saying, I think you learn the most from losing. So... It's a big opportunity here for OG to fix some things, to discover something about the team. I mean, you hate it when it's going on, but...
Mate, I hate to inform you. I don't know if there's a whole lot that you can learn from this loss if you're OG, or at least these first 9 rounds. This has just been kills through smokes, incredible performances from NIP. You're not even really doing anything wrong. You're just getting battered.
I'll tell you what you could learn, that losing really sucks and you should start winning.
Yeah, well, that is an important lesson to learn. Ooh, nice little dink. Better return from NBK. Although a good setup is going to shut this down pretty quick. One is up A ramp, one's up connector. And again, immediate trade from Plopsky. Now it's just Mantu and Valda. But it's Twist who's making the play, and it's a bit much. He's getting too bold.
Yeah, way too bold. You could see Valda, he heard the scope there. He knew exactly where he was. Some good trading in this round for OG, and Valdo will go down at the end. It's Mantu now in a 1 versus 2. He's very uncomfortable behind this box. Gonna go for a bit of a flick, doesn't quite connect, and now he's in trouble. They've got grenades, a Molotov as well, and they're gonna try and put that over the box, surely. No, they'll do it with the rifle instead, but they could have definitely used, actually 2 Molotovs to get rid of him. Triple kill on Plopsky and a 9th round for NIP, and I think, again, they were actually getting a bit overeager in this round. Probably could have finished it a little bit sooner.
Yeah, but it's hard to restrain yourself when you're having this kind of a game. Like if you're Twist, remember we just saw that webcam where he's like shaking his hand like he's just too hot, they can't handle him. He had like 3 kills through smokes. Like that kind of confidence is really difficult to hold back in those scenarios when you're just like kind of playing by instinct.
That's a nice grenade on MBK. Oh, but that's an even better shot on Mantu, catching Plopsky as he was jumping in, and he just keeps running. What a bold play this is. I love everything about this. Aggressive play for Mantu, taking control of the kitchen as well. And let's just see. Try and see if we can do that. Or the market, I guess. Not going to be able to get that shot, but still, that's just a one-man play to secure the entire B-bomb side. That's so cool.
They needed someone to do it, and I think if you're NIP, you call safe. And I know they've rattled off so many in a row, but there's no point in going for this kind of a retake. I know everything's worked your way up to this point, but just back off and preserve the economy. So yeah, Mantu gets the opening pick and the play afterwards to seal the 2nd round for OG. But again, that's probably not going to be something you can replicate. But I do like to see the initiative taken. I'm with you, the initiative taken by the young player on OG.
Well, I think especially because actually, in so many ways, that kind of play is much harder to make when the whole team is feeling really deflated. So it's like that, you know, just to bring it back to the point of like, what could you learn? Well, you could use this as an opportunity to try and see if you can make more of these plays, because this is when you need them, right? Like, you don't need these plays if you were on NIP side. NIP don't need someone to do, you know, wild and crazy stuff to try and bring them, you know, into the game. That's already all working out just fine. So I don't know, I think that's where I would try and put in the work if I'm OG right now, is to say, this is where we're all feeling really bad and down and out, so who's going to be doing it? Like, who wants to step up and try and see if we can bring this back and turn it around? Like, while they're just setting this up, even think about this, you know, sort of like throughout, you know, the next 50 games that OG play. You want to be able to look back and say, remember that one time when we were really getting beat up on, you know, in that best of 3 and we turned it? Like, if you have none of those stories to tell yourself later on, then, you know, no one's going to believe it after a certain point in time. So I really do think it is critical for them to find a way to at least make this look a little bit better. Nice opening on Rez, who's been a monster so far. So great stuff from Valdo to take him down.
Well, Hampus thinks he's going to have another god tier flank, and I think he's just going to get taken down for free around this corner. He's already pre-aiming, and Alexi was past it. Everyone had rotated off this bomb site as well. So it's just Twist, and he's going to peek up, has the 1, and there's going to be a player in Palace. He hasn't seen yet. That's ENCE, but he's got to be more aggressive to keep NIP in this. Around the edge of the smoke, and they just spam it. Takes bullets, fires off a shot. Again, he spots 1, but he misses. That could have been an important kill. Plopsky's now arrived. And I don't think OG is going to give up a round like this again. They've already given up about 2 of them in this game. The spam coming in, and it's actually taken down ENCE close to death.
Yeah, that was worrying. Now, just a question of whether or not they're going to lose anyone else to Nork here. Maybe even steal away the AWP, which would be good news. I mean, they have money on the NIP side, but not enough to throw away an AWP like that. So, good news for OG, 9-3. This is recoverable. I mean, if they win this next round, then NIP are out of money. Then they bounce up to about 5 rounds. Then we're talking.
Yeah, I mean, oddly enough, as it even feels weird for me to say it, there is an opportunity here for OG to just take control of this game. This is the round they need. And if you get beat that bad, if you go down, you know, 9-1 at a certain point, you're only going to get a single opportunity to really close this gap in a meaningful way. And that opportunity is right now. They have to win this. Smoke into window. All 5 players from OG in mid, progressing down. Mantu leading the way.
Oh, this is pretty bold, but if he walks up the stairs, he might be in a lot of trouble. Nork is there to get the kill on Valor instead. He's going to relocate right into the crosshair of Man2, so excellent trade. That is really important. Rez and Hampus now on the A-bomb side, bit of a crossfire, but one of them could easily get smoked off, and that would be a problem. It's actually not a very well-defended bomb side at all right now, and Rez, you could see just a wall of smoke in front of him. Hampus goes down next, and they have a clear path for this bomb plant. Twist is far away on the other side. I don't know if he can stop the plant from where he is. Not even going to get a shot at it. So 4 versus 3. And again, NIP really have to think about that economy.
I like this. Oh, there's the AWP. It's a leg shot. NBK doesn't fall. He goes back for a second, but had to overextend for it. Nisa's able to drop him. Good swing out to make sure that kill is traded. This switch up from OG is about to net them an economic reset. 3 out of 4 rounds so far, make it 5. Rez in a 1 versus 2 is gonna go down. OG have their 4th and they now have the economic advantage, and now they get to close the gap. This is not looking as dire as it once was. And the switch that they have, they've dumbed down this T side in a massive way, no longer spreading and trying to play a tactical game. They are now just, you know, concentrated, focusing on the trades, and it's working.
I mean, just given the way that NIP have been playing so far, you're still worried for OG, but there is an opening here. They picked the map. I think if they get up to 9-6, NIP have to respect that a little bit and really think about it. Alexi holding his own in the middle against Rez, and they're going to find an empty bomb site. So maybe an AK to be stolen here if they could isolate Alexi B, although he could maybe escape. Nork is the closest by to maybe try and take him down, but that's not going to be possible either. 5 rounds.
That's a shocking turn of events. Okay, it's good to see this out of OG, if I'm honest. And to be honest with you, this might also be I mean, this is going to be a classic. It might be a good thing for NIP that they don't just try and coach through this entire second half. Like that they're getting this kind of wake-up call right now that OG can actually fight back, because we saw a number of times their overextensions, their overconfidence has been some mistakes, and they bailed themselves out of it for the first 9 or 10 rounds of this game, but now they're struggling to do that.
Isa with a bit of a swing. Oh, that spray looked like it was going to connect. That's not a bad idea. It doesn't, but then again, he also doesn't take any damage for it, so a little bit of a free engagement. Bomb is dropped far back, and some good mid control for OG. Let's see if they can get that 6th round on the board and start to warm up this game. Again, I really think if you can turn this kind of momentum around for NIP, if you're OG and you can break them a little bit here, that's such a good there's a good feeling on the team, obviously, and again, something they can use going forward.
All right, 2 defenders here. Plopsky's already been spotted and given away. Knock is going to have to deliver, but nobody is stopping. No one's stemming the tide on Catwalk. They've made progress to the bomb site. About to start pushing in, and Plopsky adds 1 more. That's the bomb up in the halls. That's real dangerous. Here comes the flank. Alexi jumping through the window. He's going to get tagged, or he's going to get the tag through the wall. And Plopsky somehow still fighting inside the smoke. He goes down. NBK with a double, but Hampus is here. Twist is here. And Man2 can't find the kill. Into a 1-on-1 we go, and it's a missed shot from Twist.
Big opportunity here. NBK just needs the 1 headshot. A miss from Twist could do it. 24 seconds, and the bomb is not even picked up at the moment. Oh, Twist has got the right angle. He's going to get the shot. A 10th round for NIP. I'd love to see a replay of this whole round. There was a lot of chaos happening in CT spawn that we entirely missed because of that fight inside of B. Absolute madness, a little bit of head shaking, and that's how the first half comes to an end. We'll see what happens in the second half. That's coming up after the break.
Could be a whole new direction for this team. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what maps they're prioritizing. We're about to learn with the rest of the world here. So I think that's fair enough.
People probably underestimate how dominant they were. I'm sure statistically they probably have all the records. I don't think they'll ever be beaten, quite frankly.
NIP were just an amazingly fun team to watch.
It's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup. A lot of the younger players, less experienced players than I'm used to working with in the past.
Well, now we have to see what this new NIP roster without any of the legends on it, you know, what they're going to be capable of.
Impossibly good. I mean, it legitimately is the case that when they would win those 87 maps in a row, and what people forget is that was just like the first, I think, 6 months or something.
Because on every level, NIP could dominate, and they're similar to some of the teams that we have today, where there's just so much raw talent on the team.
It's kind of like Astralis when they were in their prime. Yes, someone could beat them, but that was actually the unlikely scenario. And in fact, you knew if they played that team in the next tournament, they'd just go and get revenge immediately and be right back on top.
And they had a bit of that hive mind Swedish element, the way that Fnatic had it in 2015, somewhere around there, right? It wasn't like there was a fixed strategy to it. It was just, oh, look, Get Right got 3 kills because he somehow managed to sneak all the way onto the opposite B site and then backstabbed everybody. And you could expect that every game. It was the meme where, oh, where's Get Right? Look behind you, because that's where he is. And 9 times out of 10, he was shooting you in the back. Forrest is Forrest. He could just do it all. He was a god. Freiburg, fearless. He had the trust of his teammates, the king of banana, coming up with the big plays, opening up bomb sites, taking over entire sections of the map. But what was great about that team was that you could always tell that it was like a brotherhood in that team.
In terms of how important NIP's era was, so I actually thought it really established CSGO as a game, because at the time it was considered an inferior game to CS Source and CS 1.6, and most people thought it was a joke. So I think actually to have some big legends from 1.6 come in, dominate the game immediately, therefore showing there's something to this game. There's a reason it's not just a different team winning every event. I think it actually legitimized the game, and then even though they were very, very dominant, they were only dominant for the first couple of years. So then finally, once the game had built its way up, then other people got their chance and we got to have more of an open scene.
They were such a special team, and they had that magic around them.
You almost can't overstate how dominant they were.
It was starting to look a little bit like OG could really swing back into the game a bit. 10-5, I'm not so sure that's quite enough to really get them fired up, but they were looking more alive, and maybe there's a chance once they switch into the second half here on this second map on Mirage. I don't know, what do you think, Jason? Is it going to be quite enough 5 rounds on that T side?
Well, I mean, this is their map pick, so I'd hope that they have a defense that's able to capitalize on this kind of a scoreline. Like 5 isn't any kind of disaster, especially when you consider where that first half began. Didn't look like OG even belonged in the same server as NIP. So the fact they're able to get that 5 is great. And I mean, look, it's not a phenomenal scoreline, but if you cannot come back on your CT side of Mirage from 5 to 10, I mean that's an issue, to be quite frank. And that's not to say it's definitely going to happen, but this is a doable comeback.
A doable comeback. Obviously, as a pistol round here would be great news for them. But let's see. Just the one P250 on Rez. A smoke and a flashbang suggesting, I'm guessing, a fairly hard run at it. They've got that smoke. Oh, actually, the smoke's already been put out. So just the flashbang on Hampus. Let's see where they're going to go with it. They're going to smoke off on that side, but Valdez got plenty of vision. I'm sure that's going to be everything they wanted. Rez goes down. He's an important opening. Knock there with the return. Still a 4-on-4.
Ooh, look at this flank towards the B bomb. So look at Plopsky. He's found Alexi B. And these positions, there's no way you're going to expect Knock to be here. NBK is going to be so frustrated, surely. And there's the timing. He saw the feet, there's the gush, there's the cleanup. Wow. And no one from OG during all this has any idea where NIP's real form of attack. This is the most confusing pistol round I've seen in a while, and Knock has played it to perfection.
Yeah, there could be some desk slamming going on in this round. For sure. That was even, like, you could tell us that was happening. It's like, how has he even got here? There's no way for MBK to know that. They got picked apart completely. Not an encouraging start in any way whatsoever, in fact.
No. Well, I mean, remember, looking back to Overpass as well, we felt like their CT side on that map was very discombobulated. So, I mean, this CT side here, another area we'll just have to keep our eyes on and see if there's any indication of miscommunication or lack of communication.
I'll tell you some good news, though.
Yeah.
OG are about to get knocked out, so Londus can't pick them anymore to lose, prediction points. So that's an upside.
Yeah. See, you're starting to get into my neck of the woods, Anders. Finding the silver lining, the positives out of something negative.
I know. I try. I do try. 11-5. It's just it's the way in which they managed to win some of these rounds as well. You could feel the frustration. No desk slamming, but head in hands.
They're way beyond desk slamming now. It's like the 7 stages of tilt.
Yeah, it does feel that way. Heavy grouping towards the middle for OG. I don't mind that at all. I think it makes sense to try and see if you could maybe find a favorable fight. No flashbang to set up anything. And at this range, though, those pistols are not going to be doing that much at all.
No, even though they're all plumped up over by the staircase, one in spawn goes down, and it's a slaughter here for NIP, even through the smoke. Vol to the last remaining, it's going to be 12-5. And if I'm OG, I guess you kind of have to buy in this third round. M4s won't necessarily give you a whole lot of utility. Everyone has the same amount of money, so we'll see how many decide to drop down to the FAMAS. And the answer is none.
Yeah, nobody wants to take one for the team. Does leave them without a defuse kit and with a very, very limited amount of grenades. They've got 5 smokes, 2 flashbangs, and nothing else.
Shout out to Alexi B, the in-game leader, picking up the flashes in case someone wants to call something dynamic.
Turns out those flashbangs could be pretty valuable at the right time. Nice win from Valde. Taking out Hampus, but he wanted to smoke it off, and that will get him killed.
Well, now you're going to see the danger of running out of nades on the CT side. Mantu with nothing, NBK with nothing. Issa and Alexi V at the least with smokes and a flash. But NBK at this B bomb site, once this smoke clears, that's a lot of time that Plopsy's going to be able to have to take duels if he wants them. He's being kept honest by the possibility of someone at the van, but that's only going to last a certain amount of time. And Rez rotating over. Knock all the way at the A bomb site, but they've got all the flashes, smokes, and Molotovs they need at this B bomb site to make this hit happen without Knock's presence.
Yeah, one good grenade into the speed bomb site, and it's going to be hard for Man2 and MBK to hold it back. Flashbang is going to be worth a lot here for the T side. It's a nice peek from Plopsky. He had the right idea, but NBK will win the fight. A little bit of a dig Man2 going down, and MBK caught looking the wrong way. I think he was expecting a flash or something. I was too. It's going to be a bomb plant out in the open. That's very hard to defuse, and especially now that Nork has shut down Alexi B. So, going to be a 13th round for NIP, and I don't know. They haven't really got up and running, have they, at all, OG here?
No, on neither maps and neither halves. This is it's tough. 13-5. I mean, I guess there's two kind of schools of thought to like a round like that, right? And they obviously took the more passive school where they split up and you have 2 defenders in each bomb site and you kind of just play it pretty standard. But without utility, it feels like you can't. It's difficult to make that call to play retake. And you could see the players in the B bomb site shifting their gaze between B halls, between catwalk. If you can at least push up somewhere and have information of what's coming or where it might be coming, you can start to cheat some of the rotations and position yourselves a little bit better. But it's still a long shot. 13-5 in the favor of NIP.
Yeah, money's not looking good. I don't know. There's no energy that's really coming. You just see like clips of frustration. Obviously, we can't hear what they're saying, but you just get the sense that this is not at all the OG that we do like to see. This round, the
Which I think...
Well, go on.
I think the desk highlighted it pretty well. Is it's like none of these issues would really be that big of an issue if this was still early on in the lifetime of OG. But the fact that we've had this team around for a while, and you know, theoretically with all the practice and all the boot camping that has happened at some point, it just feels like they should be a bit further along.
Yeah, this kind of collapse is pretty disturbing. It'd be interesting to see if we can, if we ever find out what's going on. Maybe on social media. Maybe there'll be some after-game tweets coming our way to highlight some of the issues. (14-5). There is, I mean, it's hard to even sort of bring up any story, to make up any story right now. NBK's at 13 kills. And then Easier and Alexi B and Valor as well. Mantu a little bit lower, but on the other side, I mean, the lowest fragging player on NIP, well, there's 3 of them at 14, then it's 15 and 16. So they've got just an entire squad of people that are all having a very high output.
Yeah, and it was, I believe it was like that in the first map. I'll check after this round is over. Rez is going to take control of mid. That's a nice shot from Alexi B with the AWP. Double up setup for the defense. Last-ditch effort as NIP is 2 rounds away from knocking OG out of the event.
Yeah, outrageous. Rez sneaking in, but Isa will take him down. That's another good headshot with the M4 this time, and that gives them a much better opening here. 5 versus 3. This should be textbook to win a round like this.
Especially with 2 ops. You don't even have to do anything. You just sit back into your bomb sites, let Alexi B and Mantu take contact. And you can see Mantu watching towards a ramp. He'll also be able to flick over to Palace. Alexi B is watching the flank at the moment through Murder Hole and middle. But all of mid is given up, so I think OG is making their correct call with their defensive stance at the moment. And we'll see where these 3 can go. They do have a decent amount of utility. 4 flashbangs, 2 Molotovs, smoke, 2 HE grenades. The question is always figuring out where to put it and when to deploy it so that you're not giving away the game too early.
Yeah, I mean, they're being given this space in middle, which normally, you know, we're not big fans of when the CT side, you know, doesn't hold it. But when you're in a 5-on-3, it's fine. It should be no issue. Once again, MBK falling a little bit further back into the B-bomb site. Alexi B's there to help him out. If MBK goes down with no trades and no warning here, that's a problem, though. 16 seconds and a nice crossfire. Grenade to land on top of them as well. That does so much damage, and they're definitely screwed in this round. Twist will go down, and not a single member of OG falls. So that's a bit better. Alexi B as well with the triple. All right. It's a single step in the right direction.
It's the first step in the right direction.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what comes of it after. Oh, that's a very nice shot from Alexi. Not a whole lot of head being shown there. Nice work from Alexi again and NBK at this B bomb site. NBK just hiding and letting the op do all the work. Work smart, not hard, as I like to say.
Well, right now they just need to do any work at all, whether it's smart work or hard work or just anything. It all counts at this point in time. Valda's gone down right off the bat in this round with no damage even being taken by NIP, so that's an issue. Ooh, big opportunity there for, especially for Twist to maybe get that kill outright. Alexi B escaping back around, but they're going to go find him, and with a perfect flashbang being set up, that was an easy kill for Rez to get. Now it's a 5-on-3, and OG off the back of a flawless round, starting this one not really in the same fashion, although that's a good return. Isa is quick on the trigger. He's going to roll right into Hampus waiting with the AK-47, and now I don't know if NBK could stop the bomb at this range. It's a smoke up, but with a little bit... Oh, it's so close to working out. So close.
Ooh. Yeah, just a little bit high. There's the bomb being planted. And plenty of space and plenty of safety to get into good positions for the post plant. Op is going to have Mantu trained down. Twist is going to hold him in place. This flashbang might do some work, but they have to go for this OG. They have to. I don't think
but
you
they
can...
won't.
I know it's smarter to save the guns in a certain degree, but at this scoreline,
yeah,
this is a kind of a concession of the map.
Yeah, I actually kind of agree. I think that's at the point where you say, come on, like, if ever there was a way to make a comeback, what's more likely? You know, you happen to clutch a 2-on-3, you get up to 7 rounds, it you know, ignites the team a little bit, or you concede a 15th round to NIP and then try and build a 9-round comeback. That sounds more unlikely in my head anyway.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't want to pile too much on OG. Just that's a curious decision as you just outlined to go for the save there.
Who should we direct our attention to then? Could be Launders.
Launders, obviously. Yeah.
Launders.
Imagine tweeting out in the morning that you want to change your pick to OG.
Oh, did he do that?
He had NIP to begin with. He changed it to OG. He pulled an Anders.
Oh, well, we all know what that's like. Never do that.
No. God, no.
Oh,
no, they're so screwed. They're not even defending the A-bomb site in this round. Oh my God. Hampus is about to be so excited, so happy. Nice little double kill. He's just going to march himself right up in a connector. He's already done his job. It's all good. Now you have to go for this one.
Yeah, this time there really is no choice. This is a monumental collapse from OG. NIP, no mercy at all, taking him right down. This has been a really impressive couple of maps for NIP. We've got to give them a lot of credit for that as well. It's 16-6 on the second map as they take OG out, and not an OG I really ever want to see again. I look forward to seeing what the analysts are going to be saying behind this one, because there's a lot of criticism, I think, to be dished out. We'll see what they have in mind for us when they're coming up right after the break, so stay with us.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, you called me a noob. You called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke, and then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show, where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's alright.
There's an internet cafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Alige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm going to take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Oh, of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Oh!
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, you know, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you beat in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at Lobby, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Right, so okay, actually, I go first. Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. No, Lourdes. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I am forgiving you already.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right, see you, dude.
Now this is consistency, Rez. 16-6 on both maps. Now, what I want to look at here is the fact that you guys are performing as a team, right? There's no real need for one of you to step up the whole way. Hampers can frag out. You can have great moments. Nork's in there as well. How does this feel for you right now? Because it's been a long time since we've seen this from NIP.
Yeah, it feels great to like when everyone is on point. It feels amazing. Like it feels like we can beat anyone, any team, and like when everyone steps up, like we're really dangerous. So like we just need to try to keep this consistency through the whole tournament. So yeah.
And what's impressive to me is that you guys are still working on things. You guys are still trying to have Hampers' system put into place, and you're already having these kind of results. Now you're making another step forward here. What do you think is like the final missing piece for you guys?
I think closing maps, closing games is still an issue. Obviously, it wasn't the problem here. Like I think we played really well throughout the whole map. Like this is probably the first time in a long time where we like really dominate a team. So it feels great to finally do that. But I think against like these top tier teams, that's the main issue we have right now. It's like closing maps and playing these close matches and like stay on point the whole game.
And that's exactly the note that we took away from this map. NIP, dominant fashion, closing the series 2-0. They came in as the favored team. That's what we hailed them as, and well, the odds showed it as well from Betway. And they got the job done. Nice, clean, and neat. So what did we take away from this match, gentlemen? Chad, we can start with you.
That Launders was wrong, and that we knew he was going to be wrong before we got into the server. The OG are not a tier 1 team by any means, and they never will be with this roster. And the fact that NIP, if they get the practice that they're talking about, I said it when we kicked off on day 1, I'm going to say it again right now, I think they are the real bloody deal. I think that this team can be a top 5 team in the world. You just have to look at all of the individuals on that squad, think about what they're capable of individually, and with all that put together under the banner of threat, man, I am super excited about this NIP. I don't think I've said that in years, to be completely honest with you. And the Counter-Strike they displayed today was fantastic.
Look, they got Chad excited. They got Chad positive. Well, same for me. Obviously, same for me. This NIP lineup is really convincing me more and more after each game. We can talk about OG, we can talk about the issues, but I want to talk about the positive. And I actually pulled the clip, the second pistol round of this game, because I think it encapsulates some of the qualities that NIP are actually displaying right now. So it starts as an A execute. We have Twist that's in the A apps. He's waiting for his timing. We also have 2 players in the underground. They're trying to make his way towards the window. It's going to start in a bad way. ENCE gets an instant dink onto Rez. It's now a 4v5. There is a trade coming in. That's no, actually, he made it into the window. And here is the flare I was talking about. Plupski waiting for the timing. Punishes Alexi B. Had no idea he's here. And you can see on the radar, you can see on the minimap, the reaction from NIP. They realize, hold on, we have to deviate from the plan. We have an opening onto the B-bomb side. NBK is completely lost. Noaki just has to click, and there you have it. Easy kill. Now he repositions, and he knows he can do even more. The difference will be pushed even further, and poor Voltage just nothing to do for him. And this pistol right here, it proves not only that NIP, they have the individuals, but they can also react. They can be spontaneous. They can be flexible. And if they can have that kind of thought process throughout the games against better teams in tenser moments, man, that's the real deal. I agree with Chad. I'm very excited about this lineup.
That's going to be the real difference maker. We've always wondered. There's a difference between performing on the big stage against the big opponents and performing against teams where you're clearly the favorite. You make those easy decisions, and things are going your way. But going up against the top dogs, like they're going to do. And that's the thing. Let's take a look at the EU brackets because, NIP now they progress to the next stage. They're not done yet. They're in the lower bracket, backs to the wall. But now we get to find out who they're going up against next. And so, as far as the lower bracket is concerned, this is it. They go that extra step. And so if you look at the rest of the competition, Vitality, FaZe, Na'Vi, even Complexity, none of these teams are a joke. You're going to have to fight to progress past this point for NIP. Do we think they're capable of it?
The problem is, and I'm looking at the bracket right here, if I'm not mistaken, they will play versus the loser of Vitality FaZe Clan. And these are 2 serious candidates, really serious candidates. I mean, we know they can do it. They've always pulled up the 3 maps against both of these teams, but I think it would require one step further for NIP. Are they able to do that? Will they be able to do that? I think they can, absolutely, and it's all up in the air, but it's not going to be as easy as OG, that is for sure.
I think that they can beat Vitality. FaZe are a different kettle of fish in my mind. I have top 3 dogs in this one as FaZe, Na'Vi, and G2, who I think will bounce back through this lower bracket as well. But NIP are the dark horse, right? And that's purely just because of their lack of practice with hampers. So I started the day with 3 names. The performance that NIP just gave me, that has given me 4. I think that, you know, complexity in the mix still, Vitality, they're threatening teams. I just don't think they're completely there yet in their development. Whereas these other names that we're talking about, they are in the right direction at the right time when we're looking at Counter-Strike in 2020.
All right, so those are some thoughts on NIP, but actually we managed to catch up with Alexi B, and we'll get his take on what's going on in OG right now.
Alexi, I know this is definitely a tough loss for you guys to eliminate you out the tournament. I just want to look at Mirage a bit here because you guys had such a good performance coming in against Complexity yesterday on the map, and then against NIP, you just couldn't get things going. What's going on with the team right now in this regard?
I don't know. I really cannot give you one explanation. I think our mentality is just complete shit at the moment. Don't get me wrong, we're still trying to fight, but I just think like whatever we try to do, there is no confidence behind it. The micro decision making, for example, after plants talking like I'll hold here and when I shoot you peek, none of this is happening at the moment. So I think it's very much more mental at the moment than anything else. And we obviously have a really important like upcoming week as well, playing the summit. So like a miracle needs to happen this weekend in order for us to pull ourselves together, but it's really disappointing.
No, I can only imagine how disappointing it is. Now, I remember back at the showdown when we were listening to some of the comms from you guys that there was multiple times you were trying to just kind of have yourself as the in-game leader and everyone else was trying to have some input. Is that still a problem, or is that something completely fixed now and it's just now trying to get everyone's head in the game?
No, it's more of getting ourselves like heads into the game. Like at the moment, I'd feel much more happier if like everyone would be trying to say something, because it would be better than nothing. I'm not obviously saying that nothing is happening, but it's below to what we're used to or how we are in practice. So I don't really know.
This is a brutal one. What did we? I mean, I'll leave it to you guys. I mean, you have the experience on the teams, good and bad, and so I mean, what do you take away from a situation like that?
Listen, the problem is not what he says. The problem is when he says it in the development of that team. I've said it already. If we had this talk 4 or 5 weeks into the game for this lineup and they were still trying to figure out
I haven't lost. Yeah, we lost the sound on you apparently for a second there.
Am I back?
All right, we've got you back. We've got you back. All right, go. Sorry,
nice.
Go ahead. Cut out.
To make it clear, the problem is not what he says. The problem is when he says it, right? If we had this talk 4 weeks into the lineup and they had structural issues, role issues, maybe confidence isn't high because the preparation isn't there, I could condone it. Although the attitude I would see more warrior-like, but okay, I could accept. The problem is it's been 7 months now. You're in a situation where people are not feeling confident, not feeling prepared, and the system isn't working 6-7 months in. Like, that's the issue for me. It's when it's happening.
I didn't think it was going to work day one. I don't think it's going to work going forward. For me, unfortunately, I'm super negative about this OG project. But when you have this constellation of players come together, I don't know what anybody's expecting, right? I don't mince words. I don't beat around the bush here. I try and look for potential when it's there. This doesn't have that, right? And this might sound pretty harsh. They think this is going to be a long-term project for the team. They're kidding themselves. They are absolutely kidding themselves. If OG think as an organization they can have this team turn into what their Dota team is, mate, you guys should just go back to Dota then, because this isn't the same game. You don't have the right players. That's all there is to it.
Well, on that note, let's go ahead and take a look at our North American bracket then. It's a fair point, even with Seb from the OG team who was there at London, you know, watching it all happen. That was on the upswing. Now you're in the doldrums, and OG management are going to have to figure it out. What can they expect? So let's take a look at our North American bracket. This is what's coming up next. Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses, a single best-of-3 upper bracket, and we're going to find out who's going to go ahead and face off against MIBR next. So that's going to be a big one. And well, it's a big one too because, predictions on the line, gentlemen. Predictions, all important, very important this.
But as far as we're concerned here, you know, you guys are gonna have to do some explaining.
No.
What is
with that faces?
Take out the geniuses?
You have the explaining
I don't get it. But you know what? I'm willing to humor you guys, and you know, we'll hear it out when we come back because we're due a little break, and so you know, we're gonna have plenty of time for you guys to explain to me how this is all gonna work out. But that's going to be at 11 CET. So in about an hour and 15 minutes, we're going to be back with the pre-show. Maniac is losing it. Chad is checking out. We both need a break. We're going to be back in a little bit. We'll see you then. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. I'm so afraid. I'm so afraid that I'm gonna miss Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses for the Blast Spring Finals. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American portion of our tournament here at Blast Premier. It is time for the NA bracket, our second one in the upper bracket. In fact, Evil Geniuses versus Liquid is going to be going down. And you're right, Scrawny. You gotta be afraid that you'd miss this match because I've predicted that Evil Geniuses are gonna take it. And after, well, quite the history, as we're gonna find out here from our fellow analysts, I'm your host, Semler. With me is Maniac and Sponge. And gentlemen, we're gonna have plenty of time to get into the nitty gritty of this one. North American CS at its finest. And so, Sponge, why don't you take us away here, bud? Let's go on this wild ride together. Where are you going?
I want to jump in first by saying we thought it was Launders who had lost his mind with the prediction of OG over NIP, but apparently they both, they're on teetering right now, because if Scrawny has that much time to be doing that, maybe you should come here and watch some of the games with us, mate. We had some good ones today, but looking at the one this evening, I'm really excited about this. The fact that we got the two best Brazilian teams last night, the fact that we get the two best North American teams, obviously we have a bunch of teams in North America who aren't North American, but these guys right here, they stand head and shoulders above the rest. And every time they go toe-to-toe, you know there's going to be fireworks, right? Just look at their match history. It's always close, but Liquid have gotten the better of this core dating all the way back into 2018. That was the last time that the core of this EG roster were able to beat this core of Liquid. That is bonkers. In a best of three, sorry, in a best of three. Best of ones, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, it is bonkers, but at the same time, you know, the circumstances that we're in, they might be good for an upset. We might see this streak coming to an end. I don't think it is ludicrous to think that it might be possible. We've seen Cirque popping up recently. Liquid had a little bit of doubts. Some games a bit shaky. It's not impossible.
Oh, well, thank you, Maniac. That's very kind of you for making me sound a little less insane for taking this prediction. Here's the North American bracket. You can see MIBR versus Furia. It was a 2-0 for the ages last night, and MIBR, they will progress forward. And, well, obviously we have this best of three. Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses. Loser goes into the lower bracket to face off against Furia. Winner goes on to take on MIBR. And, well, obviously that's going to be good stuff. So let's go ahead and just start focusing in on the prize money as well. $250,000 here up for grabs for these teams. Not only the title, not only the prestige, the glory, but the straight hard Skrilla in the pocket, and a lot of it too. If you take the whole thing here in North America, you're getting $160,000. So there's a lot on the line for these teams, obviously. That's a big payday. And, well, you know, Blast don't do things by halves. But now I think let's go ahead and actually start figuring out what specific happened to you earlier. Now I'm the one who's like, I forgot how to talk. Specifics. Let's get into the nitty gritty. Let's get into Evil Geniuses. What is it that they're going to be trying to focus on here going into this match against Liquid? Because as you say, things are leaning against them, at least as far as the cores are concerned.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers, obviously, they go against EG, and we would be disingenuous if we presented facts otherwise. EG, they will be the challenger going into this series. Now, the thing is, when we go back to EG's dominating period, and they had one, it was a small one, but they had one, go back to New York, for example, the one name, the one description that we would always use would be firepower. It would be skill. That's what they had. EG never really played the best Counter-Strike ever, but they could steamroll you like no one else. And if you talk about skill, these people that we have on your screen right here, there is a man like Tarek, there is Cirque, obviously Breeze, his development at times, he was in my top 10 players in the world. He was up there when EG was winning. That's not the case anymore. So to say that there is pressure on the individuals to shine in this EG lineup would be an understatement.
I think as well, if you consider for Liquid side of things, they just had the final with Furia go down over there at DreamHack. My worry is because of that record that we're talking about, potentially complacency could creep on in for some of the players within the team, but I'm hoping that isn't the case going into tonight. For EG though, that complacency can't exist anymore. Maybe that existed when they lost to MIBR or they had the draw with Triumph that you can see on your screens right here, but they need to shake that off, right? Because as Maniac's saying, this team, with their firepower, with the skill that they have in the roster, they should be contending for trophies against Astralis, Na'Vi, Fnatic, the best teams in the world, not losing to teams like MIBR in online games of Counter-Strike. So hopefully they've been able to shake off a couple of those woes here, and we can see I guess a re-geared team, because this man right here on your screen, he's meant to be an absolute monster, and I don't think we've been seeing him perform to 100% in recent times.
It's been a real struggle for him. You're right. I mean, even if you're counting a 54% headshot ratio, like that's pretty bonkers. So the guy's hitting shots. It's how you manage to lock things down and find that winning formula that'll take matches the distance for you. And well, the two guys who are obviously going to be key in this are the in-game leader and the coach. And we were able to catch up with Stanislaw and Zeus before the match.
Changed a lot though. They had a good run, at least DreamHack, up until the finals. Stewie in-game leading now as well. What do you make of this? Do you see a lot has changed in them, or do you still see him as the same old Liquid?
They're definitely changing a bit. With Stewie becoming IGL, he's going to bring his ideas and how he wants to run the team, and we have to be aware of that fact that they're going to be changing things, and we're just going to be prepared on our end. We've obviously done our homework for them, and we're just going to make sure that we're aware of new things are coming from them. And they've always been a top team. They have so many skilled players on their team, and hopefully we just hit them back with our skill right like head on.
And what advantage do you see you have over them in this series?
I think we're just in good form right now. We had a good showing in our last couple of matches, and we're starting to see that practice pay off for us, and we're growing in confidence still, and it's going to take more time, but I think we're in a good place right now. We're all feeling very confident. Wins are coming, and hopefully they continue today.
Now, I learned this from Ima Pet, that he was looking to make some changes before he left EG. Is there a point or time you guys are looking at things that where it needs to work and EG needs to be back in form before this topic of conversation comes up, or is it just not in your mind at the moment?
No, at the moment, it's not on my mind. It's always going to be on the mind of a coach. As a head coach, I have to always be on the lookout for everything that's going on in the world, but my main priority has to be making it work with this. And even I asked for at least until the end of this year to make it work, because I really do believe in these guys' potential. They have sick chemistry. They just needed to be working again, right? So as of right now, no, not looking for changes. Everything's always on the lookout, part of the job, but not on the books.
Good to hear. That's what I like to hear, especially because we're not even at LAN yet, right? We want to get that moment back for us before we look at anything like that.
Especially, right?
Now, Liquid, right? Stewie's in-game leading. They had a good playoff run at DreamHack. When reviewing them and when looking at some of their recent demos, what things did you notice that changed for these guys?
I noticed actually a lot of changes. They were playing a lot different because they still maintain kind of what they had going for their runs, and they changed some positioning. They changed the way they're playing. But I don't know if that's good, because that puts them out of their comfort zone. And like I said, I studied them. So if you're watching Liquid, I got you.
I like as the eyes you can see the whites in the eyes too. He's got you, Liquid. He's done his homework. And I mean, that's what we expect from Zeus. And he's a big reason why I predicted EG to win today. I mean, the man, we're already seeing positive results here now that he's joined EG. He's clearly feeling it with the team. He feels like he's got all the tools in the toolbox. I mean, Chad, you're listening to that interview with Stan. You're listening to that interview with Zeus. I mean, what are you taking away from it?
I take away mainly what Zeus said, get them working again, right? And I think that this is where my social media investigation, or just the fact I like following these guys on social media to keep tabs on them so it helps with my analysis, it's probably a better way of framing it.
Oh, yeah, for your analysis,
a lot of them appeared to be, a lot of them appeared to be having not social lives. It's not a social life, is that's not the way to frame it, but real life on the outside as being a main focus, right? And that right there is obviously going to detract from your Counter-Strike. It's something which is a difficult balance balance. We all know that. And I think when one of those main figureheads is the in-game leader, he was spending an awful lot of time with his girlfriend on Instagram, which is something that I think everybody wishes they could do. That's going to take away from their Counter-Strike, if I'm being honest. Now, if Zeus has been able to narrow that vision and get them to focus back on the Counter-Strike as a team, then there's no reason they can't go back to the squad we all remember from winning New York, because the firepower is not going to go anywhere, right? Those players are still just as talented, and I still think they have a good mix of balance between firepower, explosive players, and experience when you look at Stan and Tarek.
Okay, Maniac, what did you take away from those pairs of interviews? Because now that is exactly the fair point that I always think as well. It's like, you got the no shirt on that team. He's been around for ages, top, bottom. He's seen it all. You would expect that kind of veteran experience to come to the fore and help the young guns on the team come up and shine.
Yeah, I agree with you. And just to bounce back on that Zeus interview and the relation that he has with Stanislav, I've been listening to them last week when we were in Showdown, and he helps them a lot. I don't think he had the full potential of what he can do to the team quite yet. It's quite early days as well, but we know, and we've heard in an interview, that Stanislav can get in his own head when things are not going right, finding the solution, double-guessing himself. That's when he needs Zeus to be right by his side and helping him out, finding the solution, keeping it simple. Zeus has been doing quite that. When they're lacking solutions, when they don't know what to do, he keeps things simple. So he is going to be very needed. And there's another man that I've come to realize the importance of his role. It's actually Tarek. I wasn't aware, I did not realize how much Tarek brings to the table in this team. Not only in the numbers, not only in the scoreboard, that's one thing I know it's important in Counter-Strike, but in terms of energy, in terms of ideas, in terms of making decisions on the CT positions, this guy is instrumental. And whenever EG finds success, that is also through Tarek feeding the game, knowing where he's got to be, when he's got to be, knowing when to push the team. And I want him to do exactly that. I'll be listening on their comms, and Tarek will be needed.
Major winning in-game leaders.
I'm glad that
just quickly.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, and I'm glad that we have access to those comms. As always, I mean, it just opens up the whole world in terms of analysis at that point. And Zeus is such an experienced coach at this point now. He's been at the very peak of CSGO. He knows what it takes to get a team there. That's why, you can have a bit of faith in EG now that he's a part of the roster. And like you say, you've got these experienced veterans there for him to work with as well. The tools should be there for them to pull through here, right, Chad?
Yeah, and this is why I hope this evening we get a slugfest, right? Because when I match these two teams up and I look at the firepower across both of these squads, it's so exciting, right? It really is. You have to think about the names in the server. We've said Breeze, we've got Ethan in there, and Cirque. That is a potent trio. But on the other side of things, when they match up against Elige, Twist, and Naf, oh my God, like that right there is like a superstar North American roster within itself. So this is why this matchup is always so exciting. And when you look at the history, it's nice and close. Now, they haven't played each other in about 2 months. And that's a lifetime, I would say, as far as domestic Counter-Strike goes, when you've been locked down in this quarantine situation. The fact that they've been able to either avoid each other or unfortunately been able to avoid each other up until this point, that bodes really well, right? Because they're going to be even more hungry to prove which one of them is better going into tonight's matchup.
Oh, that's exactly it. And well, I mean, James Banks, he's always Johnny on the spot. And so I think this is a good part to leave off of EG and start focusing on Liquid. And well, we've got the in-game leader and the coach from EG. Well, he managed to do the exact same thing here for Liquid. So we've got Stewie and, well, we've got a Dren ready to go.
And how confident do you feel going into this one? Because, yeah, okay, you had the Furia loss, but that's one thing. But during the rest of the playoffs for DreamHack Masters, you guys looked incredible again.
Yeah, I mean, we're really confident. I mean, EG is no easy task. I think every time we play them, it is a very, very close match. We're going to have to play our A game. And recently we have been playing very, very well. Besides the Furia, we just can't figure those guys out yet. But that's been where a lot of our time has been spent trying to figure them out. But EG is no easy task. They're going to be super hard, and we need to bring our A game because any one of those players can pop off, and they're still very strategically sound as well.
I've just got to ask you this now because you mentioned it, right? Figuring Furia out, is that even possible? Because they're the only team I let her get away with the whole thing of we play our own style, because their style is completely wild. It's so unique.
Yeah, I mean, they're really tough. We think we know all of their individual plays, all the plays Art is doing, but you go into the match and then they throw you off your game. So we got to come up with a different game plan next time we play them. We got to just keep trying different things and see what's going to work for us. But yeah, it's super tough. You know what's happening, they do it, and then they still are shooting you in the head. So, I mean, they're just so individually talented and they believe in their system. So it's really, really hard to stop.
But coming into Blast, right, you've had a couple of days off after officials. How did you guys spend your time? What did you guys get up to?
I think around during these days that we're during the online season, we don't get much time off. We feel like we play a lot. We practice a lot. We play a lot of matches, constant tournaments. You know, we're trying to hold up to, you know, everyone's expectations too. And, you know, it gets harder as the days go on. And, you know, when we have days off, we just try to get away from the game or, you know, play as little as possible and just kind of come back refreshed on the day we have practice again and, you know, come with a fresh mentality, but it's easier said than done.
Now, EG, it's been a long time since they had a win versus you guys, though they've changed a lot of positions, the setup, they brought Zeus in. Have you been practicing much against them recently, or have you tried to avoid it? And do you feel like you have a good read on them at this stage?
It's the NA Derby, right? We feel like we're, you know, the two top dogs in NA, and regardless if Fury is up there, we still feel like we're up there. I'm sure EG thinks the same way. We play against each other not too much in practice, but we definitely know how we like to play tendencies and, you know, how they like to move as a block. I'm pretty sure they know that about us too, so that's why we have some close games sometimes and it gets pretty scrappy. But I actually don't know why EG can't beat us. I guess we're just a better NA team, but, you know, we're hoping to keep the streak undefeated and see how it goes.
I expect nothing less from young Stu. A little bit of the sauce there at the end. Oh, you know, top dog in NA right there. Love the picture that he has on his wall as well. What a baller. Stu's career has been absolutely sick. Now he's the in-game leader of one of the top teams in North America, if not the top. I mean, Chad, what do we take away from the pair of them, Adren and Stewie? They seem prepared.
Yeah, and I like the energy from Adren in that interview, right? Normally when I see Adren interviews, he's a little bit flatter, but that right there has actually inspired me with a little bit of confidence going into this evening for Liquid, even though, well, I already picked them. But look, I think that them knowing each other is why the games are so close. That's almost feels like a no-brainer. Stu said it right there. They get scrappy, and that's where it comes down to these swing rounds, right? Which are the clutches, which is, can somebody step up and have an amazing 4K or win a 1v3? That's the rounds that we like to look for. But the one man on the screen right now with that ridiculous rating right next to his name is Elige. I feel like if we don't talk about this first, we shouldn't even bother talking about the rest of the parts of the team, because the form that he has been in is absolutely insane. I don't think I've seen this kid playing this well consistently in a long time. Like, that potential, it's all been there, and he's consistent, of course, but this level, it feels like he's gone up yet another gear.
I agree, and it's always a pleasure to watch him play. Honestly, there is not a game where Elige disappoints me at the moment. He's been completely lights out in every games I've watched Liquid play, and to the extent where, and I've already said it, when you play against Liquid, there will be games where your game plan will not matter. It literally will not matter. You could come in with the best strategies, you could come in with the best fakes and have them completely figured out, know exactly what you're gonna do. They'll just annihilate you. That's it. They'll destroy you. And Elige obviously is at the top of the spear in that scenario. His ability to find double kills and triple kills on the CT side amidst smokes, flashes, molotovs, just because his crossover placement is perfect. His spray is probably one of the best spray transfer we have in the world of Counter-Strike. It's almost frustrating if you're the opponent, but for us, it's just great.
Of course, we get to fully enjoy it, but I mean, yeah, getting sprayed down, it's kind of the same thing as like Cold going ham. You have that sheer firepower on the team, but then you also, there is that experience on this team as well. You know, going over onto EG side, we were talking about how Tarek brings a lot to the fore. I mean, Stewie, it feels like he's been in every NA roster and the South American roster now too, if you want to throw in a little bit of a mix there. But then you've got like the silent killers on that team who are just quietly in the background, grinding away results. And, you know, when I talk about that, I'm thinking like NAF. I always feel like this guy's just the most unassuming player on the stage, and yet he's just, you know, he's just there. He's just doing his job. He's wrecking everybody. But, you know, we're all talking about Stewie. We're all talking about Elige, Twists. But then you got NAF on the side. I mean, is there so much depth to this roster that they're just the top team right now, that they're just impossible to beat?
I think it depends on what form they show in a game, right? But what is so deadly about this combo between Elige and NAF is I do believe that Elige is an opener when NAF is a closer. And this is exactly why they are so efficient together, because NAF's ability to make the right decision and the right movement in very chaotic situations is almost unparalleled. I think I haven't really seen that many players able to close games like that. Coldzera would be in there. I think he was also a player that was able to always make the right decision now. But NAF How he does it, I've actually really didn't figure it out. I've watched his demos, I've watched his POVs, I'm not exactly sure how he does it, but whenever you give him an inch, he'll take everything. He'll just close the game for you. So when you pair him with Elige and Twist, two guys that they can just go forward, they can just give headshots, and then he has to make the right decision, he makes them, I don't know, 95% of the time.
And he's so nonchalant about it, right? That's the whole thing with his demeanor, is that he just like shrugs it off. And I love when you ask him questions in an interview about, like, hey Naf, like, how come you decided to pick up the AWP? He was like, oh, I felt like it. Like, that's honestly like his opinion. He's a player who acts with his gut, and I think that's a really good aspect to have when you do have these stars in the side of Twists, who's there, who you know can just lay down fire if you need it, right? Twist is a bit of a turret, hits some amazing headshots in that regard as well. But the one I want to dig into a little bit more is what has this opened up for Nitro as a player? Because if Stewie's going to take the mantle of in-game leadership, he's going to take that role away from Nitro, how does that fill in the gaps here for the rest of the team? Is Nitro going to stay as a supportive element? Is that meaning he's going to get more freedom? Remember the Nitro of 2015 on Cache that would just run around and own everybody, right? That's a long time ago. You know, you need to come back in the bloody time machine with me. But he was a North American star once upon a time when the best teams did have Hiko in them. Nitro was the up-and-comer. Now, his career over the last couple of years, I don't want to say it's been muted, but he's had to take on a lot of responsibility to get this team to where it is. And if he has any of that skill left in the back pocket that he can tap into, well, then maybe there is yet another gear, because I think Stewie is the in-game leader and the emotional powerhouse for this team. He might actually feel the game a bit better when he's calling the strats. That's how I used to be as an in-game leader. When I was calling and you were on the rhythm and you were passionate, you could actually call better because of that. Now, it's not necessarily the best way to be an in-game leader, but it seems to be working for some of them out there. Not all of them, but for me it was good. So maybe it can be for Stu too.
Yeah, you know, Stu, he's got that firepower too. You know, it's a little bit more, maybe. I don't know. We'll see how it goes, because right now we need to go ahead and take a break. I mean, you bring up such a good point. I would love to discuss Nitro further, just because that is a huge part of Liquid. You know, the rise and fall. But we have to take a quick break before we can get back and actually start diving into the pick and ban. And so we'll be back in just a couple of minutes, guys, with the action.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros, about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent, and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours, so that you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people, oh man, will you live for yours? That's what I want to say, Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
And so going into the break, we were about to get into it, whether or not Liquid, with this change in in-game leadership, will have found the edge that can keep it going for them over Evil Geniuses, as they are pretty much dominating this series, going back 2 years apparently. But what we need to do now is find out where the battle's going to take place. And so I'm going to hand it over to our analysts, and we're going to see, going into the pick and ban, which maps will this best of 3 play out on.
Yeah, well, Stewie taking the leads and Liquid might have changed a little bit the pace, but we will see. In terms of veto, Overpass and Train should be out the window. I don't see any reason any of these teams would let them pick. Now, when it comes to picks, I think there are some choices. Inferno and Vertigo, I'd classify them as common ground. I don't think any of these teams would jump on them. They both like to play the map. Stats are pretty much the same. If you're EG now, Chad, do you go for Nuke, which to me is obvious, or do you try and trick Liquid?
The thing is, tricking Liquid, is it even possible to do, right? I think the fact that these teams are both 6 map pool teams, right, means they do share an awful lot of common ground, like you're saying here. Now, you bang on. They've gone with the Nuke pick. This is one where that heavy momentum, we've seen what it can do for EG in the past. They've been blown out before quite drastically when things don't get started in the way that they want it, but they can also steamroll over teams. Now, I know you said you don't think that they would pick a Vertigo, but I don't see why Liquid wouldn't want to go towards Vertigo. Okay, Dust 2. All right, fine. It's fine. you got so many sick aimers. You got so many sick aimers. Just go with Dust 2. But that's where I have problems, right? Because if Liquid starts slow and complacent and Nuke's a bit of a struggle for them, then that's where the confidence will build for EG going into map number 2. So going into third, now we have some real issues, right? Mirage is still in the mix here. Oh, never mind.
I think it's going to be Inferno. I think it's going to be Inferno. I'd be surprised if Liquid take actually the gamble to go to Vertigo, but I think you preface it perfectly. If Liquid don't show up, should we just leave it at that? If Liquid don't show up, because to me, that's going to be the barometer of the entire series. Because if they show up, the map don't matter. I mean, it's going to be Inferno as a third. I had it in mind, but if the skill isn't here, the map don't matter. If the skill is here, the map don't matter as well. So it's going to be all about Liquid's aim, I think.
Oh, I mean, is this really what we're relying on? Yes, I get the game is all about clicking heads, gentlemen, but I mean, we're not taking anything out of this. Like, well, guys, if they can shoot, it's all fine. It's all fine and dandy.
In this series, yeah. I just think because when you look at these two teams, right, it is just the swing rounds, right? Let me just read you off some of these similar of their last couple of results. 16-9, 16-11, 16-12, 16-14, 22-19, 16-13, 16-14, 16-10, 19-15. They're all double-digit games besides one, right? And what does that tell me? That tells me that they're all extremely close affairs that are coming down to just the details, which has to be individual performances pulling them apart, right? You don't get close games without that.
You don't. You're right, and that's what I was looking at as well. I was looking at the same results as you were. I was making this prediction out here. I'm like, these games are too close. And also, last best of 3 was a couple months ago. Lots have changed. Lots changed since then. I don't know, Maniac. What are you thinking here? I mean, you took Liquid. You played it safe. I mean, on a gamble on aim.
I think I'm biased by what I have seen from Liquid last week, because I've seen them dismantle Genji, Cloud9, and I don't even remember 100 Thieves as well. It was the third team that they've played, and 6 map, 6 destructions, and then I just got reminded of what Liquid could be. Liquid, they were at the top of Counter-Strike for 18 weeks. They were the #1 team in the world for 18 weeks. I know it's not that long, but you have to remember the fashion in which they've done it. And I think they have permanently marked my brain as to what they can do to teams when they're online. And maybe I'm biased, maybe I overestimate them, I know, but I might as well be honest with it. It's like the hairstyle I have on this picture. Liquid don't make sense when they're fired up. They can just take you and destroy you.
All right, speaking of fashion, I think I've been marked for life with this too, man. Seriously, what the hell's going on with these pictures? Moses.
I look at mine and I go, is my face really that fat? Like, what was I doing? How did I let myself get like that? And then the expression on my face there is like, I've shat my pants.
You're just asking yourself, why did this happen to me?
Oh my God.
I mean, I don't know, like, Scrawny looks like you spent a few years in San Quentin all of a sudden, just came out of that looking on the wrong side of things. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. These guys are outrageous. But I mean, I think what's going to happen here is that, Evil Geniuses are going to win, and we're going to see some sick CS, and Liquid are going to, just go down in flames, and, I think that's just how it's going to go, gentlemen. So, on this note and on these player cams, and just to remind you all, these player cams are live right now. These are the players sending a feed to the studio from everywhere around the world. Right now they happen to be in North America. And so these guys are here, and also the fan cams are here. I haven't mentioned that in a while. It's worth mentioning again, but if you want to be a part of the stream, you can show up by following the Blast Premier Twitter, putting the info out there as to when you can join up. I think it's like Zoom or whatever, but like you can join up, and your cam could be on the stream too. You could be showing your support for Evil Geniuses along with myself. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we get into it, or when we get back rather, it's going to be the first map. And well, that break is going to be very swift indeed, because I'm going to be handing it off straight to Scrawny and Launders. What's up, Scrawn Dog and Boney?
Yo, how's it going?
Yeah, what's
good,
going on,
good,
man?
dude. I loved your forest promotion video for this, man. That was so sick. Well done.
Thank you.
The acting was actually incredibly on point.
I've got all the twigs out of my hair now. We're ready to roll.
All right, well, good luck with it, gentlemen.
Cheers. All right, Mo, it's me and you, and it's Liquid and Evil Geniuses. I mean, the Battle of North America. This is what we're all tuning in for, right?
Yeah, I'm really happy that Europe is over. You know, it's kind of a rough day, I think, for everybody involved.
Yeah,
so we can move on now to Liquid and EG, which is a hot match, dude. Like, although, as is brought up so many times, it's so steep in favor of Liquid in the overall results, a lot of the maps have been very, very close. I mean, the two maps, but even the maps that EG have won have been close. So those maps, there was a 16-14 and an overtime and 2 single best of ones, or 1 map out of a best of 3. So if there's any time that EG could win a series since forming as EG, coming from NRG, facing off against Liquid, and they played against each other a hell of a lot of time, just not recently, it's now. There's been a 2-month break.
Yep.
Both teams have gotten better as we've watched over the last 2 weeks. Their form has improved on almost every single player. We've got a slightly different veto than what we normally see with Vertigo. And so I think preparation could play a huge part into this. And for all those reasons, dude, this should be a hot match, man. I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, this could be fiery. So let's just kick it off, folks. Let's jump into Nuke, where the show begins. Dust 2 coming up after this one. But I guess the boys on EG want to use those big brains of theirs to kick it all off.
Yeah, last time they played April 12th, 2 months ago. 2 months ago.
A lot has changed. A lot has stayed the same, but a lot has also changed.
Yeah, also true.
We're just shooting off truths to start the day here, huh? Let's see what happens when the hit comes in, because we do have terrorists on top of the roof. They are waiting for their chance to throw that Molotov smoke over towards Mini. And this is going to start sectioning off Nitro. He tries to keep them from going down vents, but he dies. Cirque's going to get that bomb down. Tarek versus Twists, that's the big fight. It could very well draw bomb back up, or just ensure that no flank comes in through decon. But Elige, he's going to line up a headshot, and that grenade does great damage to the back of the bomb site. There's Naf with the CZ for the headshot, and a man advantage. Oh, taken by him. He actually fires over the CZ, getting that kill. And Stanislaw, well, a little bit of a 1 versus 3, P250 in hand, swinging the doors open and getting swung back. That's Elige to close the pistol.
This is my favorite way to start a game. The team that's on T side gets a bomb plant but doesn't win because the second round is still scary. This is my absolute favorite way to kick things off. So I'm glad we have this result, because we're still going to get a very strong buy out of EG. It'll be scary for Team Liquid on this round with the SMGs. And they know the buy's coming in, but they're still buying up 3 SMGs and not saving any money. So we'll see how this round plays out. But it's certainly a round that we see the T's convert all the time. All the time.
Ooh, that flash just stops them all for a moment there. Maybe a little nervous about the possibility of a CT close, but that's not the case. Closest player outdoors for the CT side is back in spawn. Will Elige peek?
He's going to probably wait for a flash. Oh, maybe not even wait for a flash. Yeah, well, that's crispy aim. That's an instant headshot into Ethan. That's one of the AKs. And as we can see, look at this buy, man. We've already got 3 rifles versus 3 SMGs after losing the first round.
Ooh, Cirque. He's going to hone in on Nafly's head. He's just trying to hide behind that staircase towards CT, but that one doesn't work for him. So Evil Geniuses, little yard control, and still keeping themselves all grouped up. They were wary of Elige on the secret stairs, but there's Elige now completely repositioned and still good for 1 kill, but 1 kill's all he's got. Stewie, long range MP9 from the top of Silo. He drops 2 of these T's outside of the garage, and now Liquid have man advantage.
I don't even think the bullets go that far. I think you had to pull them out of the gun and throw them for them to go all the way down at that distance. MP9, 2 kills. Okay, man. And then the novelty of this big flank wears off quickly. I'm sure they'll be fully aware of this thought. An interesting way to hold the lobby, actually. And Breeze will slip by. Could have a bomb plant in store for him.
Stewie, as he's already done this round, trying to slip in from behind. Nitro also denies the plant, so that's no further cash for Evil Geniuses, and the force buy doesn't pan out. Stewie 2K making a difference early here on Nuke.
Dude, okay. So let's talk about why I think this map should be close, or why the series should be close. For Team Liquid and EG, they both have one kind of outlier. Twist is not playing well recently, and for EG, Breeze is not quite himself, although he's still pretty good. He's had, in the last 9 maps, this is what's interesting for EG. You've had Tarek average over 20 kills in the last 9 maps. Ethan has averaged over 20 kills in the last 9 maps. In the last 10 maps, Cirque has averaged over 26 kills. And for Breeze, he's been slightly up and down. But overall, their core is incredibly strong between Tarek, Ethan, and Cirque. And for Liquid, we've seen Stewie pop up when Twist has kind of fallen off a bit. So their core is still relatively stable. It's just switched, the player that you normally expect to play well.
Yeah. Ooh. Quick couple of murders here from Stewie 2K. So getting the M4 in, and Elige as well. Slipping one with Nafly onto the kill feed here. So this one looks flawless as long as they can dodge the man that's kind of in question as of late, Breeze. You know, there were conversations with him and EG, kind of like the Elige of Team Liquid, you know, trying to fight for that top spot in the North American realm of Counter-Strike. But Team Liquid convert. They get 0 kills there, EG with just their pistols, 3-0, and the guns all come in.
I think as good as Breeze is, he's never, in terms of the team with the results combined with his individual efforts, ever been able to stand up to Elige. In terms of right now, Elige, basically, by virtue of stats, the best rifler on the planet and in top form. Again, he recently had that series. He was 6 maps where he averaged above a 1.5 rating, but we've got a fast play into the vent, and they don't get to see it. They're going to hear this a little bit, but it's certainly a bomb plant could go down. No rotation down from the ramp either. The plant will come in quick. This is the best state of affairs for EG possible.
Yeah, they waste no time. Now, they do still have 2 players upstairs for Evil Geniuses. And, oh, Elige, he just looked away from Breeze. That's going to give the man up. Now, it's a trade frag from Nitro outside to keep these numbers even. Stewie, he's a bit worried about some kind of a lobby lurk, but Nitro, good reaction to snap the crosshair back onto Breeze, and Cirque's inside the smoke. Oh, he gets the first one and the second. Finally, something going back the way of EG, but it's back and forth until Team Liquid call it quits. EG on the board.
You'll love to see it. Great first round here to get on the board from EG. Quick and decisive out the Squeaky, and we know how important Squeaky is. You control the vent, the vent goes directly into the brain of the CTs. You get to the bottom of the vent, you're right there in the cerebellum, okay? You're controlling the thoughts like plankton in someone's mind, pulling the levers, and adjusting their decisions. And from there, they don't even know you're there yet, okay? You're this parasite that hasn't fermented, and they aren't even considering your presence. They go and plant the bomb right away, and from there, it's Liquid are like, well, we have nobody in position to retake this yet. And of course, EG are going to have many, many advantages moving forward.
And 4 rounds deep, and we've already got the brain parasite analogies coming out of you, Launders. You've been writing this stuff all day. Guns right back out for Evil Geniuses, definitely wanting to convert off of their opening round. But of course, you can still see 2 AKs for Team Liquid saved. Easy rebuy. Op now included on Naf. And where is Naf, we ask? Well, he's sitting outside of heaven, I believe. Yes, sirree. Floating around as The grenades are thrown forward outside. Cirque, he opens up on ramp room. That's where that headshot comes in. Stewie, he's been finding impact in all of the rounds, but now he's going to have to take that seat early. Stanislaw creeping right into Elige. 4 versus 4 once more. And there was a second mini player, but he can't trade this as Elige goes back to the site.
Oh, they're even scared about Heaven here.
It is still the mini play. Nitro, he comes around, and Elige, well, he shoots down 2 players from the squeaky door. Last man from Hut is denied. No entry on the A site whatsoever.
That's a total lockout on the hold. The crossfire maintained. There was actually no Heaven threat, which might have been a way into fighting versus Team Liquid, but yeah, they didn't have anybody to stop this. Elige gets a critical opening frag as well at mini because he can tell now his team that they're coming this way. He maintains the crossfire within the site, and yeah, they don't want to play a longer round than that, so they go ahead and just die trying to entry upper. Liquid look jovial, okay, but it's a bit too early to be that convivial. We don't know when this map will end. Still a lot to see here from EG's T side. And we know this is a map that they've always been good at.
For sure. Cirque on the AK, the biggest weapon. The highest DPS for the side of EG. Nav, well, he's just checking out the smokes. They definitely heard that damage, though. I heard it. Somebody just stepped in a Molotov.
Yeah, that's important. It's usually very hard to figure out who's crossed, how many have crossed. So this little tell, we'll see how the response comes. It feels like Liquid are almost reading this as a bluff of some sort. Stewie's like, hold up, I'll just chill here for a second.
Yeah.
Delay the
doors
rotates.
are open. Well, actually, they're blown off the hinges.
Damn,
There
DJ
are no
Khaled was
doors.
here.
Yeah. Stanislaw, other side of Decon. 3 players in decontamination. Tarek and Ethan over on the double stairs. And Stewie's gonna dodge any kind of floor spam. Does he swoop down into this? Oh, he's looking for his angle, but he's unable to find one, and at least he hasn't lost the element of surprise. A follow-up T-smoke, and Stewie, he's still trying to find something to work with here. I think we're gonna watch his teammates get a little closer, unless he just wants to try and throw a wrench in the works with this straight-up defuse. He eats the flash. Now they're starting to spam through that smoke, and Stewie, he's just gonna tap it yet once more, but this isn't going well. CTs continue to die until it's tied at this 2 versus 2, but the bomb is so far gone that despite Stewie's best efforts, that defuse will not happen. Elige has to get out of here, and even then he might die.
Hey, I like to see it, man. I like to see that EG win a round like that. Now, that being said, the round's not played badly by Stewie. It's everybody else who can't get the kills. He taps that bomb to throw the T's into chaos. Oh my god, there's someone in the site we forgot about. Oh my god, there's a smoke down covering us on decon in the only 2 positions we have to defend this bomb. The real tragedy is that he could have finished that defuse. He just didn't expect in the 5v5 he had any chance of getting away with it. But yeah, his teammates need to come in and try to perform that retake. So the setup is a little bit rickety, right? They're relying too heavily on Stewie. Whether that's Stewie's call or their call not to help him, they're a bit too weak downstairs.
Whoa, that's a fast one. Yet again, right into it. And Nitro, he's had enough. After that failed retake attempt, he looks to shut them down, but they are able to trade it. Naf's keeping an eye on vents, so Twist should just look forward. Guard this floor. Cirque over the top of the box, dies to Twist's Thomas. And Tarek, well, he's traded next, but Stanislaw still alive and kicking in the 1 versus 3 with bomb and an exit route.
Now, Stan, he wasn't signed on to this team for his stats, but he can certainly put together a clutch or 2. Very winnable spot, honestly. I mean, there's a guy right there who could stop this early, but the bomb looks like it'll go down safe. Take a leash. He'll get eyes, however.
No.
Wastes absolutely
Shut
no
down.
time. Oh, yeah. The bomb plant would have been, clearly, worth its weight in gold. EG, quite low. Can't even afford to buy in like a half buy or whatever. You know, in terms of the upstairs site, if we look at pure form alone, if Liquid haven't changed their spots and Twist has been kind of off his game recently, the upstairs site's going to be a little bit easier to hit for some of these fast execs. We look at the success from EG's rounds and you think, why aren't they just trying lower every round? And that's a fair point. I think they would, I'd like to agree with myself that that is a fair point, and then say they're probably thinking about going lower again because that's where they've seen all their success.
Yeah. You're going to answer yourself? Will you congratulate yourself too?
I'd like to just high-five myself for that comment.
I am the best. Stewie, he's actually going to die to Ethan. Whoa, whoa, that's a no-scope because the ob's been picked up with just his 4 HP left over. He shouldn't be able to do much more, but oh, there it is. The utter denial. However, Tarek, M4, full HP. Unlike Ethan, he's not going to die to some flimsy piece of shrapnel. You're going to have to put some shots into this guy's chest. And at the moment, he's trying to shave off one of these 2 defenders. They are separate with twists inside of hut. But does he hard clear this corner? He's got the better weapon, but he doesn't have the armor, so that one's easy. Nitro just gets executed.
Whoa.
And Tarek fakes. Fakes the drop.
Of course they're going to bite on that. If they weren't lower already, holy moly. He's waiting for someone to come rotate to the vent, holding for that plant. Alicia's now made his way into vent. Tarek, I feel like he could read into this, but he can't actually kill Alicia if he's not going to look up the ladder. But this still, he knows heaven is clear. He's suspicious of all the right positions right now. He's definitely on for this.
Yeah, he could still section off Twist as well. He has to hard clear the corner, but he decides not to go into hut. Now it's the fight versus Elige, technically, that should come first. That bullet's going to confirm there's a player on the site. He can't whip around fast enough. Twists, plays the bait, and Elige slips in with that final frag. But still, excellent round for EG, all things considered. A huge plant and 3 crucial kills.
Man, you would have called that lucky if it wasn't clearly that communication to allow Elige to come up the vent. He grabbed Tarek's attention as if Mo was streaming or something. This guy turned away, looked right for Twist on the back of the site. Yeah, that was actually beautiful. Otherwise, not a situation where you want to come up the vent in the 2v1. Very smartly played by Tarek, though. A good try for sure. But yeah, that's going to be another round in the bag for Team Liquid. And now we'll see what EG want to do now that they've got the full guns going on.
Oh man, huge grenade to start it all off. Tarek's less than half HP. Cirque, good answer. Able to get into the cover and re-peek with Alicia's head in the center of this scope. 4 versus 4. And he dares somebody to peek off of heaven or the depths of hell that we have seen Liquid occupying previously. But right now, Naf, he's moved that op down into the base of the facility. And he waits for the secret push from EG here. More players cross for free, Launders. Nobody's been spotted here from the defense, and I think EG are figuring that out.
Yeah, they seem to have a clue. So EG starts now to pick a site, do it quietly. You can hear the whistling of the wind. EG plan to make absolutely no noise. And this was one of their best routes into upper last time. They just didn't explore it.
This is their chance, but Twist, he's actually tucked back further. At first, he was on top of the ladder watching that outer door. And now Stewie, he's going to find one for free up the ladder hole, while Twists still has the element of surprise. He's going to get himself the double. Oh, it's actually Nitro down from the bomb site that comes in big. Twists just lending the helping hand. But all things considered, Stewie nipping at their heels, Twists playing patient, and Nitro performing well. This is a good-looking Liquid on the 7-2 lead.
That was a very spooky round when we looked at that kind of accumulation up into the heaven wrap. 2 things I want to bring attention to. These important individual kills that we saw. Elige getting that 1 kill in Mini when they tried to lurk into Mini. This round, we have Stewie looking up the ladder to get that 1 kill. It blows up the entire T setup, right? And then also, Nitro, 2K holds on upstairs. And Stanislaw, he's invited to the cookout. Nitro is going to throw him on the coals, and that's a player in vent. I mean, you didn't have to stay alive with much HP, but staying alive would have been huge.
A little bit of a spray down from Elige. Gonna seal the deal here on ramp. That's the 3-piece. Tarek down on the B site, falls prey to Stewie's little camp spot. He's been just cooking out on top of that decon door, waiting for them to hit it. That's twice now they've found him up there. But regardless, of course, just those pistols, we didn't expect much. So good time for EG to take a pause.
There's already some frustration we see from Stanislaw. Now, There, with Stanislaw, we've got a variety of ways that he'll play a T side, but I know it's in the back of his head. He can get lower control. I think what we haven't even had to see yet is Nafly trying to stop this cross outside. He's actually he's not even an opper, and he's like a top 3 nuke CT side opper. He actually is so incredible at being like taking autonomy over the round on the CT side and moving to all these different positions. I bet he doesn't tell anybody anything. He just goes to secret, he goes lower, he goes to hell, he just puts up kills. When they ask him how he got the kills, he doesn't even say anything. He probably doesn't even respond. You know, he doesn't want to reveal his secrets even to his own team. That's how inconspicuous he is on the CT side, and we haven't even had to see that come into play. But until that has to come into play, why not try to get your way downstairs?
Look at this little tempered aggression from the defense on both sides. They try to hit the base of Silo, where Nitro finds nothing and can therefore just tuck. All the while, Stewie out of luck. That ramp push doesn't pay off, and he's dead.
Yeah, this is an enormous kill, of course. The whole story of the round changes dramatically, where EG should be in an optimal position now. And the smoke's outside. Yeah, well, that can make a big difference. But Nitro, he's got the crack on the corner of a smoke, and he hasn't seen anybody else cross. I know that one flash will change things up, but look at this. Nitro, oh my god, flanking the outside player. Dude. But all the while, it's an upstairs hit.
Yeah, so we were focused on that one, and Twist in the meantime trying to deal with that A-hit. Naf, last man up, gonna miss the first shot. Dunks the nade down. That hits Breeze pretty significantly, but Cirque hits it harder. Nafly down, out-opt, and EG, they find that third. We were so wrapped up in our Nitro versus Tarek fight that we missed that straight-up A-hit.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they were going to try to do that. They just wanted to drag the attention of the mini player to spot outside for a second, maybe have Nafly spot the cross from hell or heaven or wherever they thought he was, and then they hit upstairs, and they did grab their attention a little bit. Nitro wasn't done clearing everything out, so he couldn't call that they weren't actually there. So good in-between timing for EG to go for that upstairs hit. It was actually a very nice, clean round overall. But again, amongst the top-level competition, you've always got to talk about the 5v4. The 5v4 should be relevant in any round.
For now, we have a 5v5. And Elige, he puts out that fire, holding on the smoke. Cirque looking to double back here. Nafwy all the while, just hanging out. Jumps down behind the AC unit. Oh, dude! He almost gets that third one as well. Nice rifle work from Nafly. I was the sentence that was gonna come out of my mouth was, but he doesn't have an op this time. And he doesn't even need it, man. Just lines them up, drops 2 players, hits Ethan down to 12 HP, and now we've got EG kind of stagnant. Cirque's pissed.
I don't know how you can hit such a high percentage of your bullets from that distance. Didn't even need an M4 A1S. Oh, they're saying in chat, what is that? I can't even see you.
And Naf's response, so easy.
So yeah, Naf says in chat, so easy. Oh, okay, but yo, maybe not so easy for the rest of the team. This is a really big kill to bring them back into it. Breeze is also in front of a smoke while they press upstairs, excuse me, and Twist will be the first line of contact. But we'll have to recede back into Hut.
This isn't over. Far from it, in fact. Nitro, he's taken down. Oh! Ethan just rails him through the side of the vent. Now Elige is going to swing wide. It's low HP for Ethan, but he only needs one more op shot. And Elige goes for the flash. 8 seconds left. Ethan needs the kill, and he's not going to find it. Valiant effort from Ethan with the 3-piece. He picks up that op and does a damn decent job, but it's just not quite there. Evil Geniuses still without consecutive round wins. They sit pretty on 3.
It's not been an easy half. I mean, we're looking at this from Naf's perspective, and now because, yeah, I mean, the trades come back, which is really cool. A round that probably should have been lost even before all this went down, but yeah. Oh my god, they're tying it. Another attempt out of Squeaky. It looked like the vent drop maybe. They didn't seem like they were intending on entering, and oh my god, Naf getting shot through the wall. I guess his knee was sticking out, and he didn't have knee pads.
Yeah, they probably saw that big long barrel of his trying to go into the ramp. push with the op. I respect it. But Stewie, they may not expect him. He's sitting back. Good for 1 kill, but it's Ethan again. Now, we saw him get 3 kills last round. He's going to have to do it once more, but in the 1v3, of course. He's going to burn a little bit of utility. Still has an incendiary. And he's got options open. The only real threat for him is, of course, over on ramp. Twists and Nitro already down it. He sees Twists. Can they combine in time? Twists tries to turn, and Ethan, he still has enough HP to clutch. He just needs headshots. He goes for the tippity taps, but Elige will bring it back. That's Team Liquid 10-3.
A very nice try. A very nice try from Ethan. No, he's so good on the back of that site. Him and Breeze, I mean, they're nuts at that. Those kinds of aim mappy peaks. Them and Twist. Put them all up there, honestly. But yeah, it's a Liquid getting to 10 rounds so quickly. Here, I think if you characterize it as an upstairs hit, it looks really bad. But I think what we were seeing was a gamble for a vent drop fast that failed. So it could have been a better round. We know how good the vent drop can be, and sometimes you do look like that if you come out for it. But yeah, I feel like EG, they've just, for some reason, they're like allergic to lower when it feels like it's been their best way to win.
Yeah, watch Elige behind red. Here's a bunch of feet, almost lining up 3 bodies. But he'll take the 2. Nitro tapping into Breeze to finish it. Twists. He's got the element of surprise. He resides on the side of the smoke. And Team Liquid with a very quick 11th. I mean, this one, the pace, the tempo, it's all lightning fast. But Team Liquid find themselves on the better end of it round after round.
Listen, EG are a great team, and I'm sure Semler stands behind his prediction, right? They need to work on their communication, aim, map awareness, crosshair placement, utility usage, map pool positioning, post plants, retake, speed hopping, and spray control, and they'll definitely get this sorted out.
That shouldn't be too hard. 15th and final round here for the first half of Evil Geniuses, gunning for the 4th. They're pretty spread out. Bombs down, dropped outside spawn. Stewie tagged ever so slightly for the time being, but you know what? How about we have a nice relaxed round for once? Everybody take a breath.
It'll be up to Liquid, I think. Nothing aggro just yet. Looks like Stan wasn't spotted.
Ooh. Trade frag going on here. Elige has the chance at yet another multi-frag. The fire goes down in front of Breeze, who has not been able to find his impact. And Stan, well, nice. Very quickly moving Twist seemed like a bit too much to handle, but Stan plays patient and gets at least the 1. He is done, however, thanks to the hand of Elige, who, may I say, must have put on a fresh pair of mouse skates and maybe cracked open a new mouse pad, because holy hell, he is 22 and 5.
What?
6 in this first half. 22 and 6. 2 versus 2 for EG, a chance at this 4th round. But where are they going? Tarek's causing the distraction down on the B site, and there's no need to commit. Breeze may want to go elsewhere. A's open. Breeze, he's got him. Takes more damage, but it's all on Naf. They know exactly where these 2 T's are at. He goes outwards, and it is number 4 for EG. Enough of a T side, despite no consecutive round wins, to give us a hope for Evil Geniuses. But what takes away that hope is Elige at 22 and 6. My God, what happens next? Join us after the break to find out.
Wait a second, who goes first? Oh wait. Whoa! This one's hard, dude! You gotta jump on the ladder. Cool, I like this map.
What? I can't. I can't exit this one. All right. Yeah.
I know. I'm gonna get dead last on this one. I never thought I'd see the day. Dude, what? How do you even make this part?
Oh, I finished. Damn, Art.
Can't lose the fallen. No.
Oh my god, I'm too old for this. Can't get off this ladder. What the hell? It's the other side? Ah, okay. Yeah, there's a little trick at the end.
Which ladder is it? Is it on this side? Oh shit, okay. Dude, I am bad on the ladders.
Right?
Evil Geniuses chose to play on Nuke and therefore began on that T side. It was a rough affair where they only managed to collect 4 rounds in total. All the while, Elige is collecting heads like it's a hobby. 22 kills in the very first half. Will he stop? Will EG come back? Oh, it's about time to find out.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Elige, we saw a 27 kill half on Vertigo the other day, and clearly he's not done.
Oh, dude, the flash. That's big, sir. He goes into the CZ stand. He saw that he wasn't going to get out of there. Tarek, he's going to try to give chase to this. And Nafly, oh, him and Stewie able to just bombard their way towards the ramp room and then redirect up heaven. Breeze hears this. Ethan's beneath it. And one of them falls, but one of them stays. Breeze, he's got his knife out, and it looked like Naf was going to come through the door, but this is a straight-up fight that just gets tapped down. It's on Stewie. He plants the bomb, he slips through hut, and he's going to work all the way around Squeaky. Now, Ethan, he's on top of that bomb, but it's Breeze to just give cover. 2 bullets, 2 frags, and 5 rounds for EG.
In terms of their nuke, we're seeing a basically dead even win percentage, or at least for CT versus T, it's kind of like down the middle. But of course, this pistol can help equalize things, and we can really see. I genuinely probably believe more in EG CT sides than their T sides. My only issue with EG CT side on nuke, from what we've seen, it's not Cirque. Cirque is absolutely their best part of CT side nuke. It's Breeze, because he plays the upstairs site, and I feel like sometimes he plays a bit one-dimensionally, sitting in the same position behind Silo. I don't know if that's changed in the last couple of weeks, but most recently, when we watched that, I think that was kind of an issue. And also, his form's not been that good, and it's been a very high fragging position. We saw how Nitro getting 2 kills almost every single round on the hold was a huge reason why Liquid were able to hold upstairs when it seemed to be the apple of EG's eye.
Ambitious wallbangs here from Naf, And Stewie, he takes a ton of damage off of a deep frag grenade. And while Nafly's rattling off his scout, the scope of Cirque wants to find him. He sees it, takes a bit of a bold fire, and, well, this is a good face-off here on the scout. You know, we've recently been watching Acor from Mad Lions prove to us that the scout can be turned into quite the deadly weapon. Man's got ADR like there's no tomorrow. But neither of the scouts have connected any damage so far this map, or this round, rather. Team Liquid get down to the B site. Twists takes the first and half of Ethan down with him. Cirque's clearing out the corners quickly on the ramp room. 5 versus 3. It looks like Team Liquid losing that pistol could still very well come back and pay off here. Again, we haven't seen Evil Geniuses win consecutive rounds if you don't count the changing of the halves. And that trend seems to continue. Breeze, he's all alone up in heaven. Everybody for Team Liquid has survived. Can you explain this?
I think it's like magnets. Like, you can't really explain it. Nitro, yeah, the last person who has any HP is the only one without a kill. Breeze just wants to camp out here if possible. We'll see if his pass doesn't expire. They're probably not coming up the ladder. He's totally fine. But, dude, it's the absolute state of the game that these second rounds are so dangerous from the T side. Now, that being said, Liquid did do their part and survive in the first half. So, you know, you wouldn't, EG wouldn't tell you that they didn't want to win that second pistol, but this is how it is. Not easy to pull these out. And of course, you get to a point where you don't even get to really see the CT side if you don't prop yourself up enough to make sure you can make like sound economic decisions, right? Because you're going to take more force-ups in order to get your economy back, and then bingo, bango, bongo, you're at 14 rounds. You've only got 2 to defend against your map loss. And again, this is EG's map pick.
Yeah, it's dire straights ahead. You know.
Dude, we know first in the finals of DreamHack Masters where Liquid played against Furia. They had a makings of a great series, but Furia just played so incredibly well. Everybody on Team Liquid looked bad, you know? But before that, leading up to that series, Elige was looking at, we saw an average rating of 1.54 over the 6 previous maps. And that 27 kill first half on Vertigo, and it looks like he's just right back to it right now, right before our very eyes. So it could have very well just been a blip on the radar.
Sorry, can you say his average rating again?
Average rating 1.54 over 6 maps, an average. And it looks like he's right back to it. 23 and 7 right now. Yeah.
Let's see how far he can get.
I don't know if this is, he's got, yeah, almost the highest utility damage, 150 ADR. Oh my god.
Team Liquid decide to commit here at the 40-second mark. Ethan, oh my god. Nitro doesn't clear it. Now he is going to deal with the player over on ramp, or mini rather, but Ethan, he's been afforded a 2-piece off the Deagle, and that's going to call the M4 into action. Oh no, Nitro, he doesn't clear far enough, and Ethan robs the round.
I'm happy. I don't care. Let's get a long map here.
More rounds. Okay,
yeah, that was,
I'll take it.
It wasn't ideal, but at least, you know, after the tragic mishap in the second round after the pistol here, something goes the way of EG. Ooh. Listen, we'll very quickly find out if that was a flash in the pan or not, right? We'll see Liquid on a buy very soon, and we'll see if they just continue to dominate on their T side. But at least now we get to a point where we can see if EG have anything to offer here on CT side, because things were getting very, very hairy there for a moment. But it's kind of funny because it looked like he cleared that about as deep as he possibly could. He was like very, very tucked in.
Right, yeah, it's one of those situations where Nitro, you know, all the hours he may have played on Nuke, maybe he's gonna have to go back to the drawing board. I've got to peek how far, but what is nice to see for Team Liquid is that they laughed it off. They laughed it off. Just an honest mistake, bounce right back. They've still got cash for guns.
That's true. And if we compare the integrity of the 2 buys, what's in front of Nafly is my question.
P250.
Hopefully a happy and successful life, but not another gun. That's for sure. He's just got that P250.
Yeah, beggars can't be choosers. It's about how he can use it. Elige lining up the smoke outside. Bomb's been left at the depths of lobby alongside Nitro. So I think the play here is let's flex on the outer yard. But ooh, a little bit of spam here from Cirque. Not swinging the big green gun. relegated to the AK. Still, it's a freebie, so he'll take it. Stanislaw will be tagged ever so slightly. And Elige as well. So nobody's really going on the full commitment to these gunfights, but we do have both teams sizing each other up. And Cirque off of Ethan's smoke is trying to find something, but Ethan actually drops to Stewie. There's the trade frag back from Stan, and Cirque still unspotted. Elige is going to double back into him while that squeaky door swung wide. Breeze can confirm that there's 2 more T's back there, but he's losing teammates, and his gun goes dry. It is all on Stanislaw, and they dodge him by going down to B.
And Tarek just killed himself in the game. I don't know what happened, but he fell off something, or ran into his own molly. But yeah, it's a one-on-2 now for Stanislaw. Precarious spot. He's only got the Falmus here. Teammate already from Team Liquid in the vents, so playing it super carefully. He's got a single flash. This is going to have to be like a stick. I mean,
yep. No kid. And Nitro just plays with his food a little before he gobbles it up. 13th round for Liquid, still more than double that of EG.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some. We're gonna need to go full Dexter here and find out how Tarek ended up dying. Oh, so he tries to drop maybe onto the box, not understanding how much health. That did quite a bit of damage. He had 21 health.
Yeah, I love that just millisecond. That millisecond where he just looks left and right, like, where's the... Oh, and then accepts his fate. There was nothing for him to fall on. There was no ramp. There was no box underneath. He just went straight down the middle.
He could have,
missed it all.
Could have just dropped on that box.
Yes, sir.
Probably wasn't looking at his HP. Really rough, really rough. So yeah, I guess it was a flash in the pan. Sadly, from what we could see. Dude, is this a wrap? That's the big question. Seen EG win an eco before. See how clean it is from Liquid and what their game plan looks like here on T side. It's another question.
Evil Geniuses, still no consecutive round wins throughout either half. And in this second half, neither team has been able to actually win back-to-back rounds. So
poor Cirque, he's just got the Nerf gun version of the op. He's not even gotten to use that AWP.
True. Yeah, and that's the that's just the economic reality of EG's situation. Oh, Naf, he finds that angle versus Breeze on top of Hut. Ethan in the same position that he was able to pick up the 2K last time. Nitro gonna fully swing it, and then Naf gives cover versus Cirque. So everything's going well here for Team Liquid. It's just an easy exit onto the A site once Breeze dies on top of Hut.
No problems whatsoever. Wait around, hold the angle, see if there's pushes, no pushes. All right, let's hit upstairs together and press our grenade utility advantage to its max.
You know there's one player on Liquid who just double-checked with Nitro, like, you're going to check the back of the site, right?
Yeah, we're going to go upstairs, and Nitro, you are going to clear the back of the site properly? Like, in some really condescending way. That would be amazing.
Tarek looking for maybe some exits here. Looking to hang on to his MP9, but everybody gets away from him. So 5 survivors for Team Liquid. 14 rounds as well. And oh no, Tarek at the final hurdle will drop that MP9.
Sometimes at end of round, it gets longer and longer. It really does. Every single round. Well, EG have a very difficult decision to make here. I feel like they've got to make the uncut gems decision. When they're down, just double down on it. Just spend all your money. They won't even have. They could save for next round. Wouldn't be a great round, so buy what you can. Buy what you can.
Trying to push in through ramp. Good way to close the distance with just the pistols. And it's the swung squeaky door that gets Tarek on the board. Ethan with the deagle able to get himself another, and Stewie's feeling pressure. So Twist swoops in with Elige by his side, and Team Liquid arrive on 15 rounds.
Well, at least in the pantheon of wins for Team Liquid, where a lot of the series have been close, and the only 2 times EG have ever won was a 16-14 and an overtime win on Dust 2 and Nuke. Now got a series that potentially has the makings for one of the steepest score lines possible on the map pick of EG. and one where it doesn't go double digits for EG for the first time. So breaking new ground in a bad way potentially here for EG.
Oh no. There's an auto sniper in play.
Oh yes.
Alicia's got it.
Someone
He's
call
gonna
Henry
peek
G.
outside. Oh, this is a rare treat.
This is the next gun that will have to be nerfed once teams start using
so?
it. So incredibly
Well,
powerful.
watch him die.
When it shoots.
Stanislav's looking for more than just the one, and he almost gets it, but Stewie actually blocking shots with his kneecaps to keep Twists alive. And because he's young, he's not going to need surgery just yet. He's going to keep this one rolling. 4 versus 4. Better weapons for the side of Team Liquid. Better health for EG. Breeze pinned in the corner because the door was blown off its hinges, and Nafly blows his head off his shoulders. Cirque gonna try to extend ever so slightly, guarding the possibility of the vent drop, but this is just a ruse. Team Liquid sit back.
Yeah, they're doing this great kind of press up, hold on, see what happens. Default, that's real scary, I feel like, for EG. You know, as far as they know, they walked into the vent. I'm sure everything is crossing their mind right now. Ethan full alert. They're worried about Heaven. Meanwhile, everyone from Liquid, they're just in the lobby.
Cirque's done it though. He at least gets it equal. Ethan's waiting for his chance to just come flying up this vent. Tarek, if he shoots, he could draw attention back the other way. Stewie's a little preoccupied going for the spam, and Tarek, well, he's in position to make a play. Headshot versus Nitro. Ethan's gonna strike down to just Naf now, and he's seen them both. There's the headshot. 8 seconds left. Nafly needs to move forward, and Tarek takes the kill. EG not done yet.
Damn, dude, Nafly did not know he crossed to the back of the site. That was a heads-up play from Tarek from inside of the hut to grab that first kill with the CZ. And yeah, I mean, they were living inside EG's heads for sure. Oh my god, the trip. You literally cannot run. Maybe it was overkill. They're spamming him on top of the Molotov. That was torture for sure. Yo, that was sick. That's like a fan cam. He's like got that visceral reaction. Like he's a Liquid fan. That was awesome.
Confident buy and a confident play from Elige already. They're just going to swoop down in through Mini. Cirque unable to manage it. And just when you thought EG maybe had a chance, they are now facing a 5 versus 2 with an MP9 and a Deeg. Make that just the Deeg. Stanislaw, 8 and 19 with 4 frags ahead. Just tucks behind the boxes, tries to land the Deagle shot, will get a leash first and foremost. He's got the M4, but he's just got no chance. Not after a half like that from Elige to kick it all off. The 11-4 score, well, as expected, converted to the 16-7 as Liquid take map 1.
Yeah, talk that talk, Liquid. You guys look super solid, and I'm very curious to see what the desk has to say about it. So we're gonna head to a break, and then when we're back, we'll have some analysis about that map.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy and what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so that you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people who are mine. Will you live for yours? That's what I want to say. Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
Adren, the streak continues and the domination continues. Didn't really seem like anything for you to be worried about on Nuke, so let's talk Dust 2. It's your pick, but also a map that can be very 50-50. You guys are certainly hitting your shots on it, but is there any real concerns going up against an EG that certainly couldn't match you in this game?
No real concerns. Dust 2 is just like a very comfortable pick for us. Like we just feel like we have a very fleshed out game on CT and T side, so like we're very confident in just the strats that we're doing and just like the skill that allows us to be played on Dust 2. So I don't know, it's just a very comfortable map for us. I mean, EG could always go off and win on it. That's the nature of Dust 2 sometimes, but we really feel like that like we have an advantage coming into it.
Well, certainly if you play like you just did there. And one thing, right, when we're looking at what you guys just achieved here, we're even seeing it on the cameras. Everyone just needs to be smiling, laughing. So I guess communication is just real easy at this point as well. And you guys just having a good old time.
Yeah, we really had no pressure on Nuke. They weren't really doing anything that were making us sweat or making us feel like we were making bad rotations. I felt like we were always in control of like what information we had and what they were doing. So yeah, it was a good game all around.
Well, on that mark, I think, Liquid, it's really nice when you just got guys just, fragging heads all over the place. Okay, so Maniac, you had a clip you wanted to show us. What is it that you want to get to
I
here?
taste the salt in your words. But let's get into the game. Let's get into the game first. Okay, there's a couple of clutches I wanted to talk about. And the first one is this. Stanislaw in a 1 versus 2 versus Elige and Naf trying to make his way lower. You will notice that Elige is already in position. And the poor Stanislaw, is trying to fake the beast, trying to use the smoke. That's not going to be enough. Elige will strike from the back. That is it. Round number 7. And then we go to another clutch. This time it's Tarek actually with the bomb. We have Twist that is coming towards the hut. Elige is coming in from the vent. He'll try and find a position. He'll try to find some sort of opening into this clutch, but no one gives him the time of day. He has no possibility whatsoever. He's just waiting, hoping that someone's going to make a mistake. A little bit of noise coming in from Twist. That's the bait and switch. And then Elige strikes. Now, these two clutches, they segue into the whole Liquid's philosophy on the CT side. Liquid on the CT side are based on the ability of each individual to make the right plays. You will see a lot of these teams usually play these 2v1s together because they play the numbers, they want to be safe. Liquid, they are confident in the fact that they can make the difference individually. They know how to hold these sides. They know what positions to hold. And honestly, the TeamSpeak of Liquid on this City side was so nice and easy. Stewie doesn't even have much to do because everyone is making the right call, everyone is making the right move, and should we mention Elige?
I loved it, right? Elige was my main talking point when we were coming into this discussion here for Liquid. He just felt like he was
feels good,
everywhere.
doesn't it?
And the fact that Nitro, the fact that Nitro has a quiet 21 kills as well is something to talk about. But Elige, on that CT side, he was secret. Then he rotates back around to ladder base. The next thing he's back towards ramp getting a kill. Then he's up the ladder. This guy has the freedom on this team to be wherever he needs because the confidence in everybody else to hold their positions, it's there. And I just love that this squad, right? The way that they played right now, the way that they played today, with the confidence in their decision making, it was so good. It didn't feel like they were flustered whatsoever. Now, the scoreline paints a very one-sided game, and it was, but I still think that EG had their moments in this one, right? I still think that this was, we sold it as it was going to be a close banger, double digits, but it still was a game that I think had merits, and maybe with a 1 or 2 rounds here or there, EG could have started to fluster Liquid.
Can we not play the replays right now? You know, it's just
it's gonna be okay.
A little bit too fresh. It's a little bit too fresh. It's the first map. It's the first map, gentlemen. That's the thing. You know, Evil Geniuses. I like how you have to bring it up right off the bat. You know, a couple of clutches that don't go your way in the early game can really frazzle some nerves, and you can see it there with Stanislaw. I think some of the reactions in the cams, you could tell that he was getting frustrated with how things were panning out, and obviously when you got a Liege kicking your head in, you know, it's not going to be fun either. So going into Dust 2. This is our next map. And, you know, Elige, that's the thing. Elige, you can't shoot on Dust 2. It's not his home map. So,
Oh, my poor Samler. I would like to be able to throw your lifeline. I really would. I swear to God, I would like to. I just cannot. You know, we preface this video saying that the skill could just outrule the maps. Well, it just happened on Nuke. Now, should I say something else about Dust 2? Hell no. Hell no. It's actually the same problem. If the players from Liquid will show up, if you will have Elige 130 ADR, if you have Nitro actually coming in hot as an individual, then I don't care what's up with EG. Like, the discussion's already over.
I think, you know, when EG could make it wormy, when they could turn it into mid-rounds and they weren't just running into that wall of the CT side defense, that's when they started to look their best. So I think they need to try and go for a similar thing on Dust 2 here. They need to be able to take duels across the map and then force Liquid into mid-rounds, which do become 50-50 scenarios. I think both of these teams have very good clutch potential. But I was so inspired by Elige's performance that I had to work out how he's so good. And I think it's the skeleton knife. I honestly just bought 100 shattered web cases, and I'm going to go open them when this segment's over to see if I can get one of my own. So he's converted me.
Why'd you do that? Dude, you just buy the knife, Chad. I don't know, take a mortgage out on your house.
The thing costs 1,000 euros, man. It's 1,000 euros.
How many keys? You just bought 100. Is that like 260 euros on keys?
Yeah, much cheaper, and I get the fun of rolling the dice. So, you know, it's interactive.
Okay, you haven't watched any of those YouTube videos, unboxings and all that. 1,000 boxes later, still nothing. All right. Well, on that note, gentlemen, I think it's a good time to move on. We're gonna let Chad, you know, just watch those keys dwindle away and still, you know, hope for that knife. And Maniac is just gonna keep laughing as I unravel watching Evil Geniuses go up against Liquid on Dust 2. Short break, and we'll be right back. You got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week. NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Whoa. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the fourth as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a D from JKS.
Corner. And Kenny's going to just have to hit some heads. He's ENCE for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot onto Valda. Hunter's going to help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3, you think he's got no chance.
One player back default, one in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive. Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. 3 frags from him. Let's see if they can get out mid. Again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job. Oh, what? Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Valda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah.
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my god.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just gonna feed.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP, and the door's open. Aminek's gonna rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted.
Oh, he
3
can't even
seconds.
cover that. There's no way.
Aminek robs the round.
Close the door.
Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close, though. And
quite...
Kenny is now moving in for the kill. Interesting, though,
Hold
to
on.
make it a 1v1. He drops off,
Predicts
and
it?
Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was. In this moment, Jax pops up behind him, pops his hat right off.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Evil Geniuses versus Team Liquid show. And we begin Chapter 2. Dust 2, to be specific. Mohan, how did that one make you feel? You watched Elige just tear heads off for what seemed like an entire map long. You saw Evil Geniuses getting a little frustrated, and you see those Betway odds heavily favoring Team Liquid.
I don't think it's deserved necessarily. I think, you know, with the last 2 maps, EG can play them both, so I'm not going to write EG off. I do think it'd be funny to put some more pressure on Semler with some interesting stats that favor Team Liquid on this map, but I do also not write EG off. But yeah, if you want to do that, we've been talking about Nine's last 9 maps. It's been a nice number for both teams where they've had very, very good performances recently. Elige on just Dust 2 alone, in his last 9 Dust 2 maps, has averaged 23 kills. Average in his last Dust 2 9 maps. So yeah, if that doesn't make Semler sweat, I'm not sure what will. But to help Semler out here, I've also got stats from Cirque. He's also averaging over 20 kills in his last 9. So that's maybe a good situation for Semler. We haven't really seen what Cirque can do, unfortunately. We didn't get to see CT side Cirque on Nuke, and that's a shame because he is a damn good opper. Maybe one of the best. Honestly, at times feels like the best up there. Maybe. You know, we talk about Nafly, but he's up there too. And now on Dust 2, man, this is, I think it's just fine for EG. I think it's scary considering how good Liquid are, but we know how things go these days. They change map to map.
Like to wish Chad the best of luck in opening his 100 cases.
That's awesome.
The same
He
guy.
never struck me as a gambler. I really like this.
Yeah.
I mean, if he doesn't stream it, though, did it really happen?
Same guy who questioned my use of time for running through the woods. We're all guilty, man. We're all guilty, huh? 3 Ts grouped up inside of tunnels. We've got a man outside mid doors. And even that early damage versus Twist's not going to be enough to stop them. They're going to charge in. Tarek empty-handed, Elige besting Breeze, the other 3 CTs trying to rotate through middle, and that's a crucial kill to enable so. Ethan and Stanislaw bringing it back, and suddenly we've got the defense with a little health advantage. They also have a kit and a flashbang. But they don't know that Nafly is looking to crunch them from behind. He sees Ethan throwing the smoke, just one taps him. They do get through the door, sure enough, and Cirque, with 2 headshots, claws this back. Now, they know that he was last seen bottom mid. Cirque still worried about this direction, all the while Nafly, the sleight of hand, the trickery. He's coming in from tunnels to seal the deal. Naf with the 3-piece, Team Liquid taking first pistol.
He made it post-haste. He went through the tunnels, went up to upper, didn't even think about coming back to mid. We've got that nice little smirk there from Nafly. That slide dog comes out mid, pulls off the first kill, and disappears without a moment's notice. Man, that's a tough one. Really close attempt here from EG, but they dropped the pistol. And in that first map, they dropped the first pistol and the subsequent ecos, and in the second half, they won the second pistol, but then lost the subsequent round. It's been a rough showing at the beginning of these halves for EG.
Elige gonna bounce that grenade off of the backboard and into the feet of Breeze. Tarek gives cover with the CZ, but the sidearm's enough to get the job done. 4v2, scout up for Cirque.
Really like to see Nitro playing well. A big question about him. If he's not calling, what's his value on the team? His stats aren't very good. His impact's quite low. But he definitely has been playing better in spots here since the official announcement was made. And I'm going to go ahead and verify that with some statistics in a second.
I am going to make this statement and then make sure it's true.
Just, yeah.
It's my strategy as well, don't worry. Scout shots on point. Unfortunately for Cirque, he does take damage, but this is still doable. He tries to tuck his head down, has to jump back through the Molotov, and Stewie's gonna catch him in the sky. Ethan hasn't died yet, but once that smoke fades, if Twist's attention is turned back towards Cross, then you'd think Ethan's a goner. But he waits it out, regains vision, gets the frag versus Nitro, but it's Stewie 2K with the headshot as Liquid find their second.
You know, we're seeing a lot of plays where people sit in smokes and then wait for the smoke to come up because then they get vision first. And it nets you a lot of opening kills sometimes, but it doesn't feel like it's always that consistent. But here's a situation where it's 1v3, so you're going to try something sneaky to pull out a first kill if you possibly can. But yeah, it's ultimately just a very clean round. Again, Liquid have been pretty good just on the anti-ecos, generally speaking. Fast to long once again to stop these USPs from making presence. Don't know how many pairs of boots that's doing hurt, but he's going to see him now. Visual confirmation.
Yeah, he realizes he's getting charged at. Sprays down through it and just continues falling back. Further and further and further. Stewie 2K in with the 4-piece. Nafly seals the deal.
At one point, he just stopped strafing. He was like, it just gets easier by the kill. He actually, see here, he's like jiggling a bit, moving around, and then suddenly, he's like, oh, just bring it on.
And he wants the ace. Again, just laughs across the board here for Team Liquid. They're having a hell of a time. They're having a great day in the office. But it is still early. Guns up for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, guess they all picked NIP to win that last match.
Yeah, what kind of idiot wouldn't?
Must be nice. I don't know, but I wouldn't want to associate with someone like that. I was supposed to grab stats, but I didn't. But let's see what happens now. 3-0 for Liquid. Cirque's on that AWP. EG not doing anything incredibly special just for the moment. The Molotov's mistimed a bit, so Elige can't get confirmation on this close door setup. We'll see if that slows anything down here for Liquid.
Evil Genius is pulling Tarek away from his spawn. He's going to play on that A site so that his two teammates can extend down long. Oh, they scared him back. Naf's Galil growls through the double doors. And that's enough to get Evil Geniuses just sprinkled down the A long haul. All the while, looks like Team Liquid are going to start pressuring B. 30 seconds left, and they got that smoke grenade out of the B defender. And there's Nitro trying to challenge on Catwalk, and Tarek actually bests him. So now we're looking at Team Liquid with 20 seconds and a man disadvantage. Elige can bring it back ever so slightly. Stan, he wants to extend. And Stewie, he's been blind for what feels like an eternity. Bombs dropped on the outer side of the double doors. Stanislaw. Oh, he steps up big. EG, 3 survivors. They're on the board.
Well done in hunting down the opposition on all fronts there in the defaults, where we have Nitro up on Cat getting flashed and pushed back after getting peppered down by Tarek. And Tarek is actually a big talking point about EG's CT side on this map as well. He is a very sneaky player, really good on the catwalk, and is the kind of player we're going to see playing alone a lot of the times. And that's what happens when you're up on the catwalk. A lot of the times you're not going to have much support. Pivotal, you know, and puts up pretty strong performances. So we're going to look to Tarek to do some more special stuff, just like that last play into this round. Bai gets significantly worse, but Liquid have performed the opening out mid. They're calling out the long control setup to kick things off. Tarek, his spidey senses are tingling.
Yeah, he wants to catch these 3 mid players in his web, but he just throws down the Molotov first, burns them back ever so slightly. They sit and wait, but they're not going to shy away from this. They know what they want, Team Liquid. When they want it, they'll try their damnedest to get it. Smoking a Molotov down inside of the spawn, so they have Ethan and Stan sectioned off from the rest of the CT side. Ethan sees the player come through door. That's an easy shutdown on the second as well. Then Stanislaw through the smoke drops Naf, and suddenly it's a 5 versus 2. So Evil Genius's kernel defense within this bomb site works so well. And Elige, he's gonna try to keep it going, but no sir, he's shut down. And Stewie, he's gonna exit into the lying weight of Breeze. Ooh, it's flawless for EG.
I actually thought the strat was quite tricky from Team Liquid. Because they walk out mid, they don't throw their initial mid setup grenades. Tarek walks back to the A site, and then they just re-exec right away. Most patterns for other teams would be to work on cat control or to clear things out once again, come back to it later, but they gave no tells whatsoever. So that was actually a great round to go B. Maybe it was the bad guns that didn't allow them to get into the site, but the strat was pretty tricky. I actually quite liked it. I mean, it's a very nuanced decision to not throw that piece of utility to give it away, but it works out well. Stanislaw dropping shots down to the back of mid, and it's all just a big distraction. He's got Cirque here to help him out as well, and it is an absolute firing range for the 2 of them.
Dude, they're just throwing haymakers at the moment. Tarek comes in with the quick little 4-hit jab. But dude, those op shots just after one another. Team Liquid didn't have anything to get into the round, but they really didn't get into this round. Just complete and total shutdown.
It's a big debate because they gave 4 kills to an op. That's $400. You played yourself, son. Yeah.
Chump change. I mean, Chad just dropped more than that on keys, right?
Yeah, just about.
I hope he gets something good. I want to live vicariously through him.
I hope he doesn't, because I feel like when Chad's negative, it's when he's the funniest. So I hope.
Oh,
I hope he drops
almost
dead. Okay.
Near collateral there, but it's an empty-handed opper inside of the pit. Almost lining up as well for Breeze. Dude, these shots pretty damn close, but ultimately, it leaves us with Team Liquid holding on to that man advantage for the time being, and they actually decide to eject back through the double doors. There was once a CT here in Tarek, but he went to catwalk instead, so they get away unscathed.
Yeah, they don't actually waste any time trying to crouch under this mid-cross as well, so they'll make fast route over towards the B site. Nobody in the tunnels to stop them. They aren't even deciding to walk. This is actually, you know, confident calling here for Team Liquid. A huge read on the setup. Not letting the CTs get back into position. Ethan will have to, oh my god, do a full day's worth of work in this one round. Oh my god, he's doing it. He's putting up numbers. Yeah, this allows them to win. You know, the 3v4, no chance. 2v2, we're in business.
Let's find out. There's still utility for EG to retake with, but they are currently split. Our desk talked about Team Liquid's ability to split up in the 2vx situations. Well, Evil Geniuses are going to try the same. One through tunnels, one through windows. Stanislaw, deep Molotov. There are 2 T's beneath him. It's going to be really tricky to get in there with the op, but the damage is substantial. Now, Nafly, they don't know where he is. He's just hiding on the bomb site, trying to go unspotted. Time ticking ever so quickly, and Naf! Oh, dude, he just sits there!
Well, that's a play that'll take your breath away. Just to show you that you don't even have to shoot to be the best player in the round. Nafly just says, screw it, I'm going to wait here. We've got the double default setup. You've never seen this before. You thought the double emo setup was creative on Inferno? I've got the double default setup in the post plant on Dust too. How on earth are they supposed to think to clear that? This guy, I mean, doesn't overthink the situation at all. He didn't even have really health to play with. He had to make that choice, and it ends up being the correct one. Ah, real rough for EG, especially after Ethan puts up another 2 kills on the B site.
Damn, man. What do we name a move like that? Is that like
that's the sloth.
The golden sloth. When you just stare at one spot for long enough and then slowly turn around to spray down 2 bodies. I feel like they didn't see him because he didn't move a muscle, you know? Evil geniuses, they hunt based on movement, so he just hides.
Yeah, he wasn't activating the heat map, so.
All right, back into it. Of course, wild situation. Team Liquid win with just the 1 survivor, so they're relegated to the double Galil. And light utility for some of the players. Not to mention Elige, no helmet, and there are 4 M4s in play.
Wow. They're lightly peppered across the map. Liquid trying to see if they're going to push. I think specifically this upper tunnels, everything is being held right now. Yeah, but what's been interesting about Team Liquid is they just don't waste any time between their map control and their execute. That's crazy, man. Cirque gets blasted through the door in the head.
Yep.
And fortunately, he's the opper, so that's the least important person to do the damage to. But like he'll probably be able to at least get a shot off this next round, but he's definitely tagged and a bit more scared now.
He's just lucky to be alive, to be fair. If that wasn't through the side of the door, he'd be a dead man. So there's still a world where that op finds impact. Great grenade. Lands straight on the feet of the 2 Ts inside of the tunnels. Ethan turns around with Stan. Good for 3 frags between the 2 of them, but it's a man advantage still being held by EG. Bomb planted, and the retake's on.
Yeah, this is, I know 2v2 is big, but the op inside the B site, this could easily get scary, especially without, it really depends where Stewie goes, because K-Sharp is going to be the most important position to clear out. Guy back tunnels. He's not going to want to peek first, and Naf gets an opening.
Yeah, he gets aggressive.
We'll see.
Stewie, just keeping eyes on tunnels. As smoke pops, Tarek, he's going to go through it. He takes down Stewie first. Naf, same position, nearly a same situation, except he's pinned, and he just gets out. Dude, he goes from sloth to just hyper-aggressive, runs right around them and outplays them both. Nafly does it twice.
What's it like to be the smartest guy in the room?
I don't know. I never have.
How do we get inside this guy's mind?
How did he get a...
How does he find a gap? How does he find a gap in the retake there to run out through the door? He just absolutely realizes once an op shot gets dropped in the window, he's got to get out. He's crushed between 2 angles. I mean, that's an incredible. That's like an incredible move. It looks like a panic move, but he just literally reasoned that out like math. Like, this shot goes off, I'm getting crushed on the crossfire, I'm gonna squeeze out through door. If they let me go, I win.
Look, this right here, his move through door, back around, and look at the CTs. Check their attention towards doors more so than window. Like, that was so fast. So incredibly quick.
That was so beautiful. Wow.
All right.
Wow. Very, very nicely done, man. Yeah, and EG's buy is like pretty terrible now. So round they probably should have grabbed there. It was actually some good retake utility to get them to the 1v2. The flashbang in on Stewie. Thought Stewie was going to grab the kill. The smoke to help him get through tunnels. But a fast speed rush to follow up.
Ethan? Whoa, dude. Tons of damage. He's able to get himself a second headshot. He's got the cover. Peeks wide with the flash. Elige manages the MAC-10. Tarek bests him with his SMG. Twists and Stewie versus 3. And it looks like Stu wants to move forward. Gonna go ahead and plant that bomb. Retake is on. And the scout shot does damage early. Stewie, he doesn't anticipate the walkout. Now Twist, 1 versus 3. so damn close, but Stanislaus going to be the difference. Evil Geniuses, a 4th round on a CT side. Finally, a successful retake on B.
No round's easy to win on this map, man. This is why it's so hard to have it as your home map. But EG clawing back is, a great sign for the series. But you had to entertain the thought of that 1v3. Now, you want to talk about site holds, man? 3 rounds now. Ethan has gotten 2 kills holding down the B side. This is the Ethan that we know and love.
This is Ethan.
Three rounds, two frags versus full buys.
Well, there's no full buy on the T side this time around. The 10th stinks of desperation here for Team Liquid. All the while, I am still inclined to just not write off these deagles.
I'm right there with you. We actually haven't seen a cap play yet from Team Liquid. Kind of interesting. They've done a lot of stuff on, unless I'm mistaken, done a lot of stuff mid-B tunnels, long. Anything directly up cap? Not sure.
Cirque.
Maybe this is why.
And Tarek. And Cirque yet again. Easy stoppage here to the T side. Alish has managed to slip. Oh, never mind. He doesn't slip past. Well, he does, but it's not unnoticed. Cirque extends with the scout. Great damage there for the P shooter of a sniper. Ba-boom!
I would like to talk about EG's kills without highlighting that Breeze only has 1, but like everybody else's kill distribution is so tight, right? 9, 10, 10, and 11. That's an amazing sign. Now, I think for Breeze, at least, there hasn't been so many rounds that have come directly to him, but certainly there have been a couple out towards long. And oh, Cirque, wow, great through the door. That's good.
I love that. He had his grenades out. You know, it seemed like he wanted to go into the defensive retreat mode. And then he remembers who the hell he is. Decides to swing back out. And there's another one. Right between the eyes of Alish. Tarek's prime for the spray down, but he only manages 1. Although it does still add up a ton of damage versus Nitro. So Stiff Breeze will cut him out of the round and leave it on Naf. But for the time being, Team Liquid gonna stay side by side, which does put a little bit of pressure on Cirque because he's alone for the moment. But Liquid walk away.
Is a Stiff Breeze like an alcoholic beverage?
No, it's a strong wind.
Okay.
But I wanted to emphasize the light nature, so I stuck to Breeze.
Breeze.
Not referring to his teammate, of course, but now I see that catch.
Middle of the map here for Team Liquid. It's usually a good place to go. Might be an exception here on Dust 2, especially Cirque popped up here. Ooh, I mean, he got the headshot. He didn't need to, but just to let Nitro know just how good he is. And
Will
Naf.
he kill Naf?
Man, he's on no clutch again, so.
Oh, he still hits the shot, though. Excellently done by Cirque. That's a highlight round for the Bulgarian beast. But what about the Canadian killer? Well, he goes down. He attempts it, smoking off what could have been the bomb plant, but I like that Ethan Arnold wastes no time. Very quickly on the heels of the catwalk. We've got EG in the lead. Who would have thought that could have happened?
Similar.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, great, man. This is, you know, I'm happy to see it. They're earning these rounds. They look super solid. Again, the core has kind of changed up a bit, but like it feels like, yeah, Tarek, Ethan, Cirque right now, they are the stars of the show, and that's enough to get by. That's enough to get by. What will the rounds look like from here on out? Here's a question, Cirque. Into the lower tunnels. They're trying to suss him out with the Tech 9s. He doesn't have to really move from this post.
Pistols at the top of mid have been spotted. And Ethan and Stanislaw, they fancy their chances in that sort of an engagement. Understandably so. Bomb has been seen on Stewie, and Cirque will waste no time parading to the top of mid. Nafly, in the meantime, will get a kill on long, but Cirque, he's got the dance moves. He pirouettes all around that catwalk. And Naf looking to bring it back. The damage is there, but no additional kills. Cirque will keep those feet moving forward. on the MP9. He has racked up a ton of cash, so the ops inbound.
Yeah, everyone's doing pretty well so far. Breeze still only has 1 kill, but EG, they have 7 rounds. Everybody else is playing extraordinarily well. We won't even have to talk about individual scores if EG wrap this map up. That's what's the most important one, is the score at the top. It's in fact the only score that matters at the end of the day. So we'll see if Liquid can push it to that point where we have to break it down in a negative way for all the individuals of EG. Until that happens, so far, smooth sailing here for EG as they collect another CT round. Full buy-in, full strength buy here for Team Liquid. They slow it down to this absolute default. There has been the value play of taking mid control, considering EG have never played close up mid, apart from Cirque on these eco rounds. MP9 Scout, he's been pushing up either in through lower tunnels or just looking through the door. But I think EG's reads otherwise have been, Liquid's reads have been correct on how EG have been playing mid. Basically holding 2-3 on sites and relying on Tarek to be the fast rotate in through spawn.
I like that we've had
this could be an opening.
Whereabouts?
For Cirque.
Yes. Op posted on Cat, a Liege on the other side of it. In the meantime, we also have EG clearing out the tunnels with 2 of their players. Oh, Cirque looks away just as the Liege starts to come around the staircase. That could have been the opening, but there's also a chance for it to happen down here on long. Breeze blinded. Oh, but he's got him almost both. Nafly's able to trade, and Stewie comes in with a headshot. 4 versus 2 out of nowhere. That A site just collapses. And Ethan and Stanislaw, who have come all the way from the B site, get shut down the moment he tries to stick that big head around the corner. Now Elise just tippity-tapping at the Cat. He executes Stan. Team Liquid taking 6.
Bro. I was asked in an interview with Blast, like, are you happy to be a caster over a player? And sometimes when I watch some of these rounds, I'm like, man, I don't know how I'd feel wanting to be a pro player versus some of the shots that get hit in these situations. That first one from Elige, oh my god. But you know what's crazy? I mean, Liquid's emergency response to when they need to hit a site, even though we had that great round start from EG where they took tunnels control, because Liquid just went ahead as soon as they felt fear, that lower flank just turned into a regular Cat retake setup, right? Like, they had no reason to even worry about it. No, Lee starts this round off well, too. Eats a flash on his way back, but gets some good damage in. Oh my god, that's interesting. Sir, not expecting him to reappear. The illusionist, the Liege. He's back for another performance.
Stan tempted by that op. Thank you.
Yeah, that's Sponge reaching for the Dragon Lores with these case openings.
Well, actually, the Dragon Lore can only be acquired by a cobblestone
Souvenir
map
cases.
drop. Yeah. Glad to see you know. We gotta test that skin knowledge.
That's true. I would often be wrong.
Derek's about to blindside Stewie. Nicely done, just creeping up. Twists. Takes his head off. Man advantage here for EG, but just barely. Stan, still lucky to be alive. Sat confidently over on long, watching the double doors, and, well, for the time being, he's safe as can be. Do these T's split or stay stuck? There's a little bit of a gap between them, so that actually gives Stan a great chance. It would give him enough time to keep the op on cycle.
Oh, he's not thinking they're running up. He's actually still got his back turned, actually. So, Stan, I mean, they could eat a flash. We'll see how far this goes. Nice shot. Missed the Stan, yeah.
And another. Breeze gets the headshot on the cross, so Team Liquid trying to chase Stan the man down long. He gets away, survives with the op, and 2 teammates as well. So that's a good round for EG. Everybody's going to have everything they need in this final round of the first half. Team Liquid looking to close it 8-7. But they've got a scout in the mix here, Mo.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. They just got a scout. It's been a high number of ecos here for Team Liquid, or just like weaker buys. Here's one where their hand is forced a bit. Since we last talked about Breeze, he's got 4 more kills, so he's very much in the game now, a lot more. Well, they do the cloud smoke on long, just to represent the pollution. It's a political commentary here about the state of the climate. This polluted cloud. isn't actually useful strategically, but you've got to send the message.
What kind of message does that send? Both these snipers missing shots. Breeze, he's got to throw himself onto the bomb site. Molly pops by him, not a problem. He can just focus forward. Twist's going to be his first target, but it's also his murderer. Elige, through the smokes, able to line up the headshot, and it's a 3 versus 5 retake attempt as EG close out this half with a lead. But is it 1 or 2 rounds? Right now, ooh, dude, Naf. He's gonna be taken down out of it. Stanislaw, 1 versus 3, killing Twist, but he is pinched between Stewie and Nitro. Goes for the flashbang, and that's good enough, but now he needs that real crisp headshot, and he can't take any more damage. Stewie, he doesn't have the head armor, so a single shot to the head would take it, but what are you doing, Stan? Looking for the kit? Looking to sprint back into the shot. Stewie, he's got the cover, he's got the time, he's got the frag, and he's got the round. Team Liquid trail by 1 as they'll switch over to the defensive half of Dust 2. Join us after the break to see how this concludes.
Wait a second, who goes first? Oh wait. Whoa. This one's hard, dude. You gotta jump on the ladder. Cool, I like this, man.
What? I can't. I can't exit this one. Alright. Yeah.
I know. I'm gonna get dead last on this one. I never thought I'd see the day. Dude, what? How do you even make this part?
Oh, I finished. Damn, art.
Can't lose the fallen. No.
Oh my god, I'm too old for this. Can't get off this ladder. What the hell? It's the other side. Ah, okay. Yeah, there's a little trick at the end.
Which ladder is it? Is it on this side? Oh shit, okay. Dude, I am bad on the ladders.
Right?
Guys, I'm mid B already. I'm
Yeah,
going B. I'm going to B. And B's clear, boys.
Get him, JK, though.
Damn.
One more, he has my AK.
You have an AK, 3 Glock kills?
I'll just blow your AK away.
What?
I can't blow your AK away.
Sponge talked about his energy, and it's definitely true. And he also talked about how Stewie is the kind of guy who could like calling because he could play better potentially if the round is around him. And
Yes.
I actually know that firsthand experience playing with Stewie, that when if I was IGLing, he always had great ideas, and he could play well around his own ideas. So we saw that with Tapson as well on Big, where when they played at Masters, a lot of the rounds were focused on how he wanted to play. But look at Big go; they've definitely succeeded. So it's kind of interesting to see how IGLing can work. I mean, Sponge also cited himself saying it works for him, and how IGLing can work for you in that regard.
Total complete group up from EG here on long. Excellent flashbang from Nitro. Allows for Stewie to go for the peek. Ethan, nice gush. Twists, he's taken down really low, really quick. And Elise, he just keeps peeking into the same angle, so it seemed inevitable that someone would take him down. 3 versus 4. And a flashbang comes out from Cirque to allow the ramp players to have a little bit of wiggle room. Tippity taps from Twists, not gonna connect, and it is only Nafly left over. 1 versus 4, not gonna happen. We've got EG not only coming into the T side with a lead, but now momentum off the pistol.
Yeah, they got momentum. It's nice. It's nice to see this. So we got EG totally into this. It was a strong map 1, but that clearly is not the. Yeah, it's not the only way to win. I mean, yeah, this is the state of the game. You pick in a Dust 2, you never know what you're gonna get. It's like a shattered web case. Okay, Sponge? You never know what you're gonna get. No guarantees.
Opening kill for Cirque. Just confidently peeks out into that one. The man gets the opening kill, and you're gonna put him back on a Galil. That should be against the rules.
Yeah, they got him when it was frantic. Yo, throw me that, throw me that. Didn't need to at all. Well, it's looking like a little bit of mid here for EG as they walk down. Up onto the catwalk. 3 players over on the A side. They can see what we see. They wouldn't go here. But doesn't mean they won't win. They still got a pretty good sit advantage and a hell of a lot of smokes to use.
I think those smokes will be key in blocking vision from Naf. Stewie just looks to stay alive. Frag grenade. Could do some damage. Yeah, not bad. That's definitely going to prime his scout, especially if he can start tagging the other players. But Stewie comes up empty-handed, and it didn't seem like Naf was ready for that one. Evil Geniuses, lickety split, come rounding those smokes, and so it goes very well for them. Breeze gives cover, keeping himself alive. Despite that damage that's stacked up on 3 of the players for EG Mohan, it is Team Liquid empty-handed.
It was some nice execution there, right? Like, you see Liquid on the A ramp, thinking they're still at elbow. That's how you know your team is moving super quickly, gelling together, moving fluidly, and without hesitation. So far, all signs are positive here for EG into the second half, and retaining all the guns means they're going to be like in the best economic situation possible. You don't even want to upgrade these guns. They're perfectly good. Golels will win you a round on this map, no problem. 10-3 as EG are the first to reach double digits.
Poor Naf caught out in the open there by Breeze. But he's still smiling.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I mean, you know what, man? We've seen today, like, we've just seen way too many negative atmospheres. I mean, just because you're losing doesn't mean that people should be frustrated, right? This is a game that goes 1 round at a time.
Yeah.
And maybe that's easier to remind yourself that on LAN, you know?
I've been a loser my whole life. I still wake up with a smile.
And I think I think if they saw their own webcams, it might kind of maybe help you realize, you know? But, yeah. That's a nice lead in here.
Easy execution.
Sorry, Ethan.
Whoa, that almost cost him, but look at the quick response here from Evil Geniuses. I mean, we never expected Liquid to get much done. They do no damage in terms of the frags. They've got Breeze close yet again. He's been on the brink of death in back-to-back rounds, but he's hanging on to that AK.
Yeah. So I was, when we were at the Blast Spring Series, like on LAN, and OG had that great run that got them to this point. We saw Seb from their Dota team giving them some mental coaching, and he would sit down with them at the at the dinner table in the restaurant, one-on-one, and talk to them about their team. And I wasn't listening, into their conversation, but could see that they were having these one-on-one sessions with Seb. He was kind of like, I would assume, mental coaching them, because he's obviously back-to-back TI champ, and they probably want to draw from his experience. But I looked at that and I thought a lot of OG's magic on that Dota team was their positive atmosphere, and that's what all teams try to replicate. And I just wonder, if we had OG in person, would the results be different? Would a lot of these teams play differently just because they could keep each other in check? And if you did get to show them what they look like to us on some of these webcam shots, would they end up checking their own frustration a little bit more? Because it feels we don't want to see our favorite players be upset. But either way, we're back into this one already. Up for cat control, Tarek pushing up quickly, and no push here from the CTs. So you just want to make sure that they don't have info from an op on cat.
I like your train of thought, though, with that frustration and whether they're self-aware enough of it, to realize the implications. I had the same idea when we saw some of the European teams back at the Spring Showdown in NIP. I saw, in Dignitas, Hausberg, he's one of those guys who's just mad. He's always hitting his desk and whatnot. And if you have a coach behind you, if you've got your teammates next to you, I just feel like that's less likely to happen. It's less likely to boil over to that point. And if you do it once, which can help sometimes. Sometimes you just got to hit something.
Sure.
But you've got to also keep it in check. So I think you raise a very valid question. But let's see if EG can raise a valid attempt at this A site. They go ahead, throw down their 2 smokes and a molly towards spawn. Stewie with the op connects a kill, and Elige will get one before he's done. There is no flick, but Breeze does get the double. And the plant. 3v3 in the post. Smoke meets them. They could decide to boost over this, as they do have 2 defenders, or CTs, here on Cat. They don't see anything up close. The situation, of course, is just EG standing in the open. They are very much relying on Ethan to hit this shot, because Breeze is kind of pulled between 2 separate spots. Ethan really extending.
Wow, they're actually
still can't
not
find
going
it.
for it.
Doesn't look likely. No. Seems like they just want to do the
shocked.
damage. And, well, there's still a chance for that. Twists, instant headshot, goes for the repeat. The doors is shut down, and we get 2 survivors for EG.
I am shocked. They had long control and cat control in a 3v3 with 2 incendiaries and didn't go for this. I'm not saying that they were guaranteed to win, but like, what was, why? Why not try? I feel like they're in a really good spot to try that retake. That was a very interesting save, and they end up losing 2 players. So you think maybe they were
not worth it.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting situation. I just wonder where their heads are at in terms of the odds. Like I look at that round on the CT side, not knowing anything about the CTs or not knowing about anything about the Ts, and I still feel pretty good. I feel like as a CT, especially with that much control that quickly. But to each his own, I guess. They're down to 1 rifle here. Cirque looking for an opening, and he'll find it. That's 2 opening kills on these anti-ecos towards the B side. Kind of interesting.
Oh, Derek. He just lets the first one pass, but Stewie has other ideas. That's an AK and an M4 for Team Liquid. T's in close proximity of the B site double doors. Cirque gives cover. That's his 2nd frag on the window, and I think Team Liquid walk away. Twist, he just wants that M4. And he's got it. Yeah.
Yeah, he sneaks out quick.
Look at this, by the way. Just a quick CS Money shot style. This knife on Twists. Please go back, DJ. Look at that. A classic case hardened, but the play side, the top of it, so incredibly blue. And a marbleized bottom as well. Very rare finish for the case hardened, and it's all in the classic. So, we give props to Twists.
We've got high shaders. I really want it, he's got to be out in the sunlight so he can really see that case hardened shine. But he's trained on this angle. We can't talk to him. He doesn't know what we want.
Find that
He's
knife.
got a lot of style with the skins. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Yeah, we got some chaos theory going on. Looks like a world map, really.
Sorry, guys. I distracted DJ with shiny things, and we didn't get to see Breeze's what had to have been a dirty 1-tap down from pit to from site to pit. So we'll ask for that replay, but AK saved on Twists. And Evil Geniuses, I mean, let's not get distracted here. Doing very well on this T side thus far. That is 5 rounds in a row. Team Liquid have not won a round on this second half.
Since, you know, they have never beat Liquid in a best of 3, basically ever. So as far as is important, like as far as I know, they haven't at all. But the 2 maps that they have won was like the OT victory, I think, on Nuke once, and a 16-14 on Dust 2. So, and that's on top of a lot of their maps being close in the first place. So I'm sure EG feel quite okay about this so far. Great about the fact that they're up so many rounds. Out to long control Twist. He's always feeling safe in the pit until his teammate dies up front. Alicia's out. He's gone too. These trades are fantastic, but Liquid have an answer back. There's 3 inside of long control. The bomb was spotted with the op, but the 2 CTs are now starting to roam over. But we saw how timid they were in the 3v3 retake. How are they going to feel in the 2v3?
Yeah, it's a very fair question. We still got the Incendiary for Nitro, so he wastes no time in throwing that. It's going to reposition Ethan. Cuts him down to 23 HP. Nitro, he's going to run forward through the fire. Ethan, he pops up, and Nitro, he almost gets himself a second kill. Stan, able to dodge the AK shots, and Naf, dude, just Molotov after Molotov after Molotov. There's no way for him to find an opening from Catwalk, so he tries off CT spawn, misses that shot, re-wraps back to the top of mid. Now he's coming in from Cat again. I mean, Naf, he knows that the odds are most absolutely against him. But there is a world where he makes this happen. My mind, however, recalled back to when we saw that 3v3 save. If you're going to call those saves in those moments, you can't justify trying this one.
Yeah, the only thing that changes is that you're looking at 14, but that should also influence the thought of saving because you don't want to give up 15 more than anything. Next round, you almost certainly have a buy behind this op to defend against match point if they can muster it. Twist has enough for a gun. But yeah, so far, the post-plant situations have been very clean. The entries are working out quite well here for EG. We get a nice Breeze update. He's up to 14 kills, barely trailing behind Stanislaus 15 and Tarek, who has 16. So much better here in the second half and contributing heavily to the fact that they've won 6 rounds so far in a row. I feel like that's what my tongue sounds like when it bounces around in my mouth. I knew you'd try. Oh boy.
Yes. Let us focus forward for a moment because we have Evil Geniuses with a masterclass T side at the moment. That last round, dude, so many smoke grenades, so many flashbangs, so many Molotovs all going down on long twists. He was committed to the depths of pit. He had 2 teammates try to save him off of long, and neither of them were able to ultimately turn the round into the favor of Team Liquid. So this has been a very T-sided affair for the last 6. That is exactly what EG have strung together. 6 T rounds thus far. And a 7th would secure them OT at the very least.
Oh, I love it. They haven't done it versus the full buy-ups, but they've been leading in to try to get these entries, and look at this sight line, man. He's cut the entire site in half, but they're lucky to have crossed in that spot. If he had even taken a pit stop there to peek down the tunnel, would have certainly cost them their life. So I really like the small risks so far from EG, especially even on these anti-ecos, where you're definitely not in the clear. They've been doing a good job of finding that first kill. Stewie is in a nade repository, sitting here inside of the staircase. It's going to be bounced in, and so he's taking a risk, and he knows it. But it looks like it's just squeezing the attention of EG out towards mid. They clear things out. Now we'll turn back for Cat, and we'll see if this position from Stewie is fruitful. Yeah, that's the problem, is the nades. Oh boy.
Burned right into the scope of Cirque. 5 versus 4 for Evil Geniuses, 40 seconds to go, and they're gonna try to pummel the Catwalk off of this. Very crispy kill for Tarek. Twists trades one, Naf as well. Naf and Twists in with the hold. The 3-piece from Russell Van Dulken leaves Breeze all alone, and he's gonna need 3 kills, but all of them in the clutch. Twist's burned into the open, so down goes the first, but he does substantial damage. Breeze to 35 HP, 15 seconds. He's needing the bomb, and it's not gonna happen. Naf just spams through smoke.
Well, wasn't that glorious? That was a salad with extra croutons and ranch. That was delicious. Oof.
Yeah,
this is saucy.
that
He
second
used
one.
a total of 9 bullets there to kill basically 3 people, and they did not bother panic spraying whatsoever. They just said they just Gandalfed Cat, said you're not passing this point.
Breeze gonna waste 0 time, jumping out towards Pit. Twist gets his vision back. Elige won't. However, Twist, can he do it again? That's the second kill already. He throws down the smoke grenade to just try and buy time, but he doesn't need time. He's fine. Those last 2 Ts have ducked out.
It's scary when Twist cranks it to this gear. You know, this is when things get interesting. But it might be a bit too late for things to get interesting. And it's still a 3v3, and they've avoided him fully. He's low on HP. Nearly out of grenades here. Nitro's got an HE to work with. Could make a difference. Oh my god, yeah. He sees the... No rotations yet.
Oh, just working with a smidgen of an angle. Good for 2. Big play from Nitro. All things considered, we could have seen a world where he falls for free. They could have flustered him out with the utilities, but we get Bogdan's Law taking effect. Naf on the M4, twists the off. Tarek posted, shoots down the first and the second. Tarek takes it all. EG 15.
He's gonna be feeling good about that one. Oh boy. This was a pretty sick hold too from Nitro, man, to lock it down. And Tarek, he's pushing a big box, which is the best position to defend against door and window, especially if you don't know where they're coming from. But not tunnels, technically. If they swing on you on tunnels, you can get caught off guard, but Twist had no idea he'd be there. He took a risk coming out. Second kill is 50-50. Holy
moly. A little bit of a mow down here from Elige. He's doing the dance of death with Ethan. And while the HP favors that of Liquid, the weapons do not.
And EG are a little bit of Liquid right now.
They walk right out. They catch Stewie in the open. Ethan has the smoke to play around. Ooh, that's kind of nasty. That was gross. Twists, finding the timing through smoke. There's an M4 as well for Nitro to upgrade from the FAMAS, so it's going to be full-fledged rifles and a health advantage. The utilities being thrown forward from Evil Geniuses, and they're going to plant within this window of opportunity. Stanislaw jumping off of the bomb site, Naf and Nitro blind, so that buys more time for the T's to fall back. What's their post plan? Well, we've got a man committed to the Goose, we've got Stanislaw with full HP standing at the top of ramp, and then that deep control from Cirque on the op. And the bomb is planted for him right at the very corner. So long control is everything for EG. And now they've got that 3 versus 2 back in their favor. Stanislaw's got the double. Twists gonna have to do it all. 1v3, it's just on Cirque. He sees him at a distance, but Twists, he needs to defuse and he doesn't have the kit. He needs the kill. Is there time? Absolutely not. It's Evil Geniuses taking Dust 2 and pushing us to a 3rd.
That's what we wanted, baby. This is what we wanted. We got a series on our hands now. Glad to see EG take a map. Said it before, if there's ever a time for EG to come back and win a series, it'd be now in their current form. And that, yeah, a spectacular performance from EG, and Liquid will be scratching their heads. But we've got a death segment following this to break that all down. Chad said they played well in the first map. Let's see what he has to say about EG on map 2.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
Got the best teams in the world and complexity.
Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! This is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, Flame punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown. No!
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
Really trying to get the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies them all! No! A beautiful spray! Electrons have got it! 16-14! Now he do it!
Who's ready for vitality versus complexity? I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor, victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, you know, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
Zeus, they had you on your map pick, but you had them on theirs. And this was a real interesting one because it's Dust 2, and you guys come into this. I'd just spoken to them, and they were saying, oh, okay, we can do this now based on individual skill. It's going to be ours that shine in terms of headshotting ability, what we can do. But this time around, it's you guys that deliver. Was there just something that changed or happened that enabled you guys to step it up? Was it the pressure? What changed?
No, I think that map 1 nuke, the result didn't show the reality. Like, we didn't play what we could because we lost so many situations that leaves 2v1 rounds outside where we get an advantage and he does a smart play. Like, it was very small rounds, and then on CT side we couldn't hold the fort for our lives, so I don't think that's a true story. And as for Dust 2, I think we showed who outskilled who.
You really did. Now going on to Inferno, this is more middle ground for you both. Can we expect an all-out brawl, or is this going to be you taking the domination and then carrying this momentum forward?
I don't care how it is, as long as we get the win. That's kind of what I'm going for, but I think it's going to be a brawl. I know it's Liquid's one of the top 2 maps, and it's one of our top 2 maps as well, so hopefully it's a good show for everyone, and it's one of those fun matches where everyone is playing insane and we come out on top because suck at Liquid.
Well, Dev's fighting words. Okay, then. I appreciate Zeus and his frank approach to that interview. I mean, you know, listen, we're in it to win it here, boys.
I see your grid.
Dust 2 goes the way of the evil geniuses. Feels good. Tied up 1-1 in the series, and I want to hear what my analysts have to say. Chad, going into it, man, what were you expecting?
Look, I think when I saw those 2 NAF clutches go down, I thought capitulation was well and truly on the line for EG. I thought, oh no, NAF's gone and done them so dirty. This one's done, pack her up. But I'm really impressed with the way that they were able to bounce back into that. And I don't know if this was the Liquid game plan or not, but it felt like the idea was to keep Breeze on ice, because I think I was just counting back. We were 12 rounds into that game and Breeze had 1 frag to his name. Take a look right here at the scoreboard. He finished with 17. He had a couple towards the tail end of the CT half, but that means the lion's share of his fragging power came through on the T half, and that's where they really ramped things up and started to punish Liquid. So I'm really impressed with EG being able to shake off that first map and come through and show this style of CS.
Yeah, that was a grand EG. It truly was a grand EG, and there's a name at the top of this list that we need to mention. Ethan. It had been so long since I saw him having a big impact like that. 99 ADR, 6-0 in opening kills. 6 times he gave EG the opening, and he gave them the power play. That was absolutely beautiful, and I just want to bounce back on what Chad said. He talked about NAF's clutch, and I was on Liquid's communication. I can guarantee you at that time, they thought it was done. They thought they had it in their back, because everyone is just laughing, they're having fun, like, what the hell are you doing? How can you win this? And then when they start feeling like things are going bad, there wasn't really a reaction. To me, that was the one bad side about this performance from Liquid. They couldn't really flip the switch and realize, okay, hold on a second, we need to focus right now. We need to find a solution. They burst into a frustration when they realize, hold on a second, we cannot just have fun and win. So to me, that's a bit of an alarm.
That is a bit of an alarm. I mean, you must have been alarmed as well when I accurately predicted that Elige would not be fragging as hard on Dust 2 either. Elige, only 13 frags throughout the entire map. A real step down from his crazy performance on Nuke. Chad, your thoughts?
Yeah, Nitro as well. I think if you want to lump those two guys in together, obviously Elige was the Terminator over there on map number 1, but Nitro, he dipped off in a big way as well. And we said it was the heads-up Counter-Strike that was going in their favor on map number 1 when you had the guys from Aegis running into them, they were getting punished. Here in this one, the shoe was on the other foot, and I liked Zeus in that interview saying, look, you see who outskilled who. I think a bit of tongue-in-cheek there. Both games you could probably grab similarities of how they kind of unfolded. But for those of you at home who aren't too familiar, Zeus used to coach Liquid when Nitro and Elige were over there. So obviously a little bit of history, a little bit of jabs in there is always fun.
He knows how who to push the buttons on. He knows where to go on this. He's probably telling EG right now, just go and press these guys right here. I mean, that's the thing. You've got Zeus. He's been with Liquid, MIBR. The guy has been around champs. He knows how to break them. And so Maniac going into Inferno. This is it. We got a couple minutes before we get into the action. And, well, Inferno, this is a fantastic map that we've seen a lot this whole tournament long. A lot of fragging opportunity here.
Absolutely, and if you reflect on Liquid and the history of Inferno, go back to that period of time where they were playing against Astralis in all these grand finals, and Inferno was always there. Liquid, like Zeus was saying, they know how to play Inferno. They've played it in such big games, so if they're able to reset, which I think they can, we will still have a very, very tight game on our hands, but I think the warfare will be mental. Now, Liquid have to accept that Dust 2 didn't go their way, and I told you there was some frustration. I don't want to hear any of it in this map. I just want to hear productive, constructive people going at it round after round. Doesn't matter if they lose the clutches, doesn't matter if Cirque is doing crazy stuff with this cow, because I can tell you, I guarantee you they did not like it, sorry. But I want to hear them be warriors. Don't flame, don't rage, just do the best you can.
Who are you going to listen in on? Are you just going to be flipping between the two, or do you, because I mean, both are obviously speaking English, so, a little bit easier to get the job done there?
I can travel, right? That's one of these matches where I can just travel from one side to the other.
You get around. Okay,
yes.
Got it, understood. Chad, what do you think about this match that's going into Inferno now? Third map. This is it, third map.
Yeah, look, I think both of these teams at one point in their history have been fantastic on Inferno, and they've even shown Astralis up on it in the past. So when you take that in, if both are playing at their peak here, look for Ethan entry fragging up Banana. He has no fear in that side of the map. And then obviously on the CT sides, I think Twist and Breeze play very similar roles. Those two individuals right there can lock down that A bomb site single-handedly on either side of this. I hope this one's closer with a much closer scoreline, but the clutches and those type of plays we had coming on through, I want to see more of that. And the odds here, actually, I don't know if they should be favoring Liquid that much.
Not sure either.
Maniac, go ahead and respond. You can react real quick.
I'm not sure either. I agree with you. I think Dust 2 and the fashion at which the score happened, it might have shaken Liquid. Because again, I'm going to mention once more, we are in a very unique time of Counter-Strike. The circumstances, what's happening right now. We might have mentioned all these results before that. We might have said Liquid, this score hasn't lost in 2 years to EG. But we are in a very unique environment. I told you the upset might happen. I don't want it to happen because I don't want to hear Semler laughing about it. But it might happen.
I want this to go 30 rounds so that I can really just savor the entire experience of watching you guys get your prediction wrong in EG, breaking that streak and taking it. All right, we have to go to break, gentlemen. Thank you so much for the analysis and putting up with me. We have to go to break, and when we come back, we will be getting into the action. Third map between Liquid and EG.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, alright?
Let's go.
Okay, boys, let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from the lead. 15 seconds on the clock, he turns around and the bomb goes out. Oh my god, the 180! Let's go! Another kill!
This should
by all means be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Stewie, who is the easiest target?
Cold. He does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys. Let's focus on. Let's go.
Tickets booked to the spring finals.
The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, guys. We have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
And so we flip the pages to the 3rd chapter of Evil Geniuses versus Team Liquid, where they still hang on to those Betway odds for the time being. But we've gotten these teams splitting maps back and forth, and in pretty convincing fashion. I think that's the one thing that takes me most by surprise. I anticipated that this clash could go back and forth, but I thought the round counts would be closer. Can we expect that on Inferno?
We said maps can change map to map, and we saw 2 map picks go awry for either side. And on Inferno, as was brought up, this is one of their best maps. You know, if there's 2 teams in North America who are consistent on Inferno, it's these 2 right here. I actually think I'm leaning a little bit towards EG. They've got a very strong T side, and honestly, their CT side is incredible as far as I'm concerned. Whereas Liquid, I'm less convinced by their CT side. I think they play too passive sometimes. I think they rely too heavily on their sight holds. And if they try to lean too heavily on their sight holds, the sight holds don't work out, well, you're going to have a pretty disastrous half versus a strong EG. So we'll see. We're going to CT side first for EG. We're going to be looking to see Ethan work. Okay, if they win, Ethan and Cirque are probably going to be top fragging on this map, even when they lose. We see that Ethan and Cirque end up top fragging quite often. And that's a lot because of Ethan and his position playing banana on both sides.
4 CTs. 4 CTs inside apartments. Twists, he gets the first headshot, then they duck back down into the cover, and the Boiler players are meant to succeed, but Twists, he makes it look so easy. 3-piece inside of the apartments. His USP coming out red hot. He may have died in the meantime, but his teammates will continue on in his honor and take this first pistol.
All right, we're going to need a replay of that Twist round. That was insane, man. 3 instant Glock kills. And you know what? Twist is the question mark. We saw, you know, Stewie's been picking it up a bit in some of the recent wins where he's not expected to. And Twist has been falling off a bit and trying to find some consistency. But at the end of that last map on Dust 2, we started to see some crazy shots getting hit by Twists. So this is a map he's definitely very, very good on. He's pulled out some crazy performances on Inferno in the past. And if this is one of the games that he's going to have where he goes lights out, I'm ready. I am super ready.
Glocks, Glocks, Glocks all over the place. Excellently done by Twists. Double Galil, double Mac-10, single AK, Scout for Cirque, and pistols aplenty. But with all that utility, I have a feeling we may see a long round. Evil Genius is going to try to play with that clock.
Both teams sporting about a 70% conversion rate on the second rounds when they have the better buy. So they're not infallible by any means.
I'd like to know if that was the scout shot that just did 5 damage to Elige, because I want to think it was something else, but I didn't see any grenades blow up or anything like that. There's no char marks on the floor. Seemed like it would have been the scout, but that's such little damage, you know, for a guy like Cirque who's just looking to take him down by 50% and let the pistols pay off. That seems a bit unfair.
Get ripped off on wall bangs. It's just another day in the office here in CSGO. It's the scariest part, of course. It's crossing this line between top banana and the site, top mid and brackets, this crossfire going into halls, terrifying. So taking their time, understandably. Rotation's not really in for EG any which way.
The one smoke they have left over for the defense is on B site, so it's going to be a clear path forward. Oh, Elige blinded. Still taking down Breeze now. It's Cirque inside of the bomb site, also dealt with. And Stanislaw, who's been floating around Arch, was given no chance to get into the gunfight. He couldn't dance if he wanted to. He had no partner this entire time. Team Liquid just cut straight through the A site. No funny business coming out of Evil Geniuses. They will get to keep 3 of these pistol players up for the next one, though.
Small request. Could we take a second look at that flashbang that went into halls? I don't know if you noticed, but was that a T flashbang actually that landed by the halls? Because it looked like I couldn't tell if that was CT or T, but I think Cirque was sitting on the default, and then the flash came through, and I think it unfortunately blinded both of them, but it actually worked out well for the Ts.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. I believe you're on to it.
Okay. Yeah, anyways, they clear at angles quite well. Liquid in this series so far have been pretty good on these anti-ecos, so not a huge surprise that they clean it up, but of course it's always scary. So EG will have, in fact, another chance at it here. Now, this...
Yes. Where is it?
Oh, it's not even him that gets blind. Oh, I see. That's just the sight flash somehow blinds him in the halls. And Breeze was not blind at all, so if he didn't turn, he probably would have been on for a free frag. No, he definitely would have been on for a free frag.
Thank you, production. Quick work.
Yeah.
2 frag grenades, 3 upgraded pistols, and 2 vanilla USPs between Cirque and Breeze. Galil for Nitro, already at the top of Banana, but he's got grenades out. And Cirque will absolutely punish for that one. Elige is going to swing off of the logs, mowing down 2 defenders. And now that B site is open for the taking.
It's the everyday struggle to try to figure out if you should buy a lot of grenades or if you should just buy low. Because if you buy a lot and you lose, it feels bad. But if you buy low and you lose, it feels even worse. Because you wonder, what was the potential if I bought more grenades? Sometimes guns out, guns out. And it was a hot day on Banana today.
There's the Galil back in from Elige. Twists. He uses the flashbang to get the job done. 3 survivors. Will they find... Nope. Still 1 Mac-10 in play.
All right. We'll get to see the CT side of EG. This is where, you know, Ethan, this is why he gets paid the big bucks, okay? He goes through the banana protocols better than anyone that you'll watch on this map. Just about as good as any other top team player. He's amazing on banana, very clean cut. One of the ways that EG have actually recently lost to MIBR and on the CT side, and it was because they did a good job of killing Ethan through the smoke, so without seeing him. But when he stayed alive, had a considerable impact, and we saw how good he was on Dust 2 as well. So we'll see. Can he continue that? Oh! Oh! Whoa! He was going to smoke half wall, I guess. Yeah, whoa. Not expecting that. That's a pretty rough start already.
Yeah, he did a really good job of hyping me up for him, and then he did a really good job of blowing that out of the water.
Fortunately, that's the curse, isn't it?
Man, he's so good at this. Proceeds to just put his back to his enemies and spin in circles. An unfortunate one for Ethan, but he was burned out of the corner. There was flashbangs and threats all over the place. So here we go. It's Stewie on the MAC-10, sprinting into the B-bomb site. Wants to go clear back there, but the closest threat is truly Tarek. And off of Cirque's flash, he gets a kill, slips back into the cover of smoke, and Elige is going to punish him through it. So a bomb plant and a man advantage for Liquid, but Cirque, he is close on this op, and he can sling it like a shotgun. He waits for his team to get ever closer. And they look to wait out this smoke. They put one of their own down on Banana, and there is Elige in front of this. He calls out the boost, but Breeze bests him, and Cirque, with a quick snapshot onto Naf, takes this down to the 3v2, twists. It's all on him. The bomb's planted straight ahead. He's trying to get Breeze off of it, which he will. Cirque trying to give cover, but there's just no time. Twists, kills them all, and Team Liquid find 4.
I think it is a new day for Twist. I think it is a new day for Twist. We're getting definitely some rumblings here. He's looking very, very good. That's a clutch to his name, and an amazing pistol round. Man, we all would love to see one of those outstanding performances from Twister for him to come back into form for sure. And this is just so well done. Trusting himself, lining it up, the points of reference before the smoke goes down. As a round, EG had locked up. Their retakes have actually been quite good, and that doesn't change much on Inferno. You can tell how much practice they put into specifically their retakes. Basically every single map. I actually wanted to see if the perspective of the player that killed Ethan last round. I know it's probably a bit late for that, but I wanted to see if he was actually blind, because it looked like Ethan turned from his teammate's flash to do a half-wall spot, and then he was going to maybe drop that smoke down. But these in-between timings are everything on top Banana.
Stewie's upgraded, of course, from the MAC-10 to the AK, and his opponents have downgraded. But again, he will be that front runner for this B-bomb site, and the smoke leaves a very jarring gap. There's a world where somebody plays behind it, but there's still about a minute on the clock, so all is good for Liquid.
You got to take these rounds super seriously. I mean, you can rush into a site if you want to, and it can work, but I think there's value to basically almost always hold for pushes until you know the CTs are scared, and then you go a little bit more quickly later in the half.
Ethan's right ready. Prepared to swoop. Stu never saw it coming. CZ spray a little bit desperate and a little off the mark. It doesn't quite hit Nitro too hard. Now Tarek, he got that AK. He robbed the AK, so not only does he go spamming with the CZ, but more importantly, he's got a primary rifle. Now Evil Geniuses have got a little something to play around with. Because they have so little to lose, this is one of those scary situations where they can take a chance. Twist cuts down one, but he fumbles the jump. Nice wall bang. Just throws Ethan right into the coffin. Stanislaw, he tries to run out, and now it's just Tarek on that acquired AK-47. He finds nothing further as Liquid take their 5th.
Yeah. Here we got Liquid covered in oil. And now on fire. We're going to get that Ethan replay so we can see. So Stewie, yeah, his teammate does flash, or Ethan sees a flash. But it's not even powerful enough to make sure Stewie's blind. So just wanted to know, for Ethan's perspective. Appreciate that production. Very clutch. As you have been. Bro, Twist is looking good, isn't he? He's looking like really good right now. He's looking super sharp. Yeah. So this is pretty scary for these entries to come through like they are. Now, if you had to guess, who would you say are the top 3 most in terms of impact, HLTV impact rating on Liquid? Who would you go top 3? Just a guess.
Naf, Stewie, Elige.
So it's Elige, Stewie, and then Naf about 0.8 later. So Elige is the most with 1.25, I think. And Stewie has 1.2. So he is way up there in terms of impact. Even though the rest of his stats actually suffer quite a lot. He's playing a lot of the entry fragger positions, but him on that last round, basically the first guy in these days when you entry versus that boost, you end up dying. And whoa, big risk by Naf. Tight angle held by Tarek. The punish comes through onto Tarek. And what does this mean for Team Liquid? They made a lot of noise here at top mid.
Cirque's on the other side of this. He's burning, and he backs up. Down to 20 HP with no damage the other way, but Stan, he stands tall over the balcony. He lines up a kill. However, the damage is substantial and then some. Three softened targets here on the side of Evil Geniuses. Team Liquid looking to rock the boat back to B. They don't want to capsize, though. They still have a lot to lose here. Op, 3 AKs, and momentum. They've prevented Evil Geniuses from getting on the board, and EG came into this with that double op setup. Low HP for both those snipers. 25 seconds left. Nap, he's trying to find an angle here. The flashbangs are strong. A little bit of spam. Ethan's also down. Dude, they are so close to dying for 4 out of the 5 players of EG, but they're still making it work. Those snipers are making the difference. Bomb will be planted. It is all on Nap. This is one of those absolute... Okay, he's gone.
Yeah, but see, Nap doesn't waste any time. He knows when he wins, when he loses. This is a 0%. He's out of there. That's pretty funny. Man, Liquid, they could imagine if they could see what we see. Nap could have won that with a P250. This is a crazy, man. EG, they play it well for how low HP everybody was, but man, there was so many trades that came extremely close. They did everything right. They got Cirque to take Molly damage. They had the wallbang shot onto Tarek falling back into B. Everyone was low from most of the unconfirmed damage. Some of it known, some of it not definitely known. But yeah, but EG will take that. Every single kill could have been a really big one for Liquid. So not even finding a single kill is actually huge here. And Elige I keep saying Elige because EG is Elige. But EG are coming off this last win with a 5-round loss bonus as well.
Oh, crafty. They didn't see anybody come up from ramp, so Elige makes the first presence in mid by popping up from underpass. Of course, coming through it off the vault. Cirque, he is no longer posted on short A, but rather here inside of the apartments. Flashbang behind the peak. I like it. But Twists isn't able to open up with a kill. We saw this last round. Early damage versus Cirque, and still 5 CTs survived. Gonna keep up the pressure. Throwing out a couple more flashbangs, but then falling back. There's a lot of pump fakes going on here from Team Liquid. They've got some commitment issues here in round 7.
That's why they're so relatable.
Who broke their hearts?
Could be EG today.
Could be.
Well, it's the full passive though. I mean, EG, Liquid, they've done everything they need to get the map control they want.
Need a little bit of a flash there, but the molly's still... Ooh, it misses the mark. There is an open route here on Arch. Ethan, he's got to keep his head turned. Oh my goodness. Oh, he lines up 2. That is a saving grace type moment from Ethan. And now Tarek, he's going to claw Twists out of the round. 4 versus 2, 8 seconds left. That bomb has to sprint onto the site, but there's barely any time. Elige, ooh, it's going to come close. Tarek, he's going to take the risk. He misses the shot. And now it's just the one-man advantage. He tried to deny plant when he could have just waited for the retake. And because of his death, Elige now has a bit more control on Coffin side. He comes in with another kill, but his back is compromised by Stan. He confirms that Nitro's pinned behind the new box. Nitro doing the damage. Oh, he's got the kill in the back, but he's traded by Stan. And EG take their second.
That trade means the world. You've got Tarek probably hands on head hoping that EG were able to pull that one out because he risked it all really for that one kill and almost was able to deny the plant. That would have been a salty way to lose the round if you're Liquid. That bomb plant keeps the money up a little bit for Liquid, but the round win is obviously most important here for EG. They saved 5 on the last one. Ethan, man, how does he do that? after he threw that grenade to the site, he was the guy getting jumped, okay? He was not the guy jumping anyone from inside the library. They came through the back door just to kill him because they saw that nade flying into the site.
That fly is going to be flashed. Oh! No! That's not fair.
Well, yeah, but they win banana, so. Whoa, that's another interesting situation.
Yeah, interesting's one word for it.
Of course, Naf gets that kill.
I can already see that sly smile.
That damn smile.
Gets you every time. Tons of utility still for Liquid, but man disadvantage to play against.
Indeed. How depressed is this angle from Sir? Can he see all the way down into this? And do they peek before? That's a big question.
Oh, little jiggle peek. Gets Sir crosshair off the mark. Tarek, nice position. Good for the one. But sent back down into the flames. Twists. Putting some damage through it. Sir, he tries to stop that bomb plant. Will nail it. Unlike Tarek, he doesn't throw himself above the coffins, so he finds the denial. Twists, he takes to the top of the back box. Now it's the banana pressure that's going to be the problem. Double peek, 3 alive for EG, 3 on the board for EG as well.
We've had some good starts to these rounds from EG, some good retake situations. One of them not going their way, I think, but in general, like the retakes on B have been pretty solid. And we're even still getting some ridiculous kills here from Team Liquid to make this as hard as possible. So you better believe EG are still in this game, definitely still in this half. G timeout will be called here. Second one so far of this half to talk about things. But these early rounds, they're a bit hard to explain. You know, it's not necessarily that Liquid are doing anything incorrectly. In fact, they can go back to this default try again and take more 50-50s on the T side. I mean, that's about as good as it'll get. I'm not exactly sure if I'm calling here on Liquid what I could say that would break any real ground as to like what they can do differently in their default. If their plan is to straight up default. Now we haven't seen anything super fast. No gambles towards top mid when banana control's taken. So there are still some options here, and I think the only thing that Liquid aren't necessarily doing are like baiting out some of those early grenades, except on banana.
Lots of utility, very little weaponry, and little health for Nitro straight out the gate.
Keep your eyes on Nitro. I just referenced your cast from the Spring Series.
Oh, did you? Is that one of the... I always do. The one I always remember is the...
Nitro.
Poppin' Noggins! That's the one that always gets me.
That's a good one.
Cold Zera from the tunnels. We're in the Big Apple, and Snacks looking hungry.
I'm a huge fan of the retake from EG. And here's just a good amount of map control. 3 rotates over. This will be a tough one to pull off, even with the stuff they've got.
Got the utility down first, but Stan, he finds an opening kill pretty quickly. Elish does get a little bit of vision, but Stan deals with that one. Then it's through the smoke and the pistol to finish him off. Stanislaw icing out Liquid with an easy anti-eco 4-piece.
And the one kill that Nafly has in this game is that one op shot that we saw where he got blind as the guy pushing up on banana. Yeah, this one falls on his face. Listen, this is hard to play against, man. I really don't think that there are a ton of holes in the way that EG are setting up these CT rounds. A lot of the time you'd be very critical about certain CT setups and find holes in exploits. I mean, they just look very, very good. And it's hard to deal with. And now they're employing some more aggressive options, tagging Twist down. He likes to lurk holes, but now he'll be limping.
Yeah, prying eyes down mid from Cirque. Twists will count his blessings. Look at Ethan trying to re-extend here around half wall. That's a dangerous game to play.
Breeze, here's a lot of audible. Stan, perfect position, great spray down, and he almost gets back into cover, but Twist is gonna catch it. Breeze extends out apps, easy tap to Nap, and a second. The third and final frag could also be his, as Nitro patiently waits on the other side, but Nitro actually finds a bit of timing, turns his attention away from Tarek, and we've got Evil Geniuses tying the game at 5.
Yo, this is when, you know, the smiles start to wipe off of everyone's faces. I mean, EG, they're coming back into it. Liquid, they might be becoming a bit scared. Stanislav finds a good opportunity to come through on that arch peak. In between a flash, we see that work out well sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't work out so well. Here's one of the situations it does. EG on fire after Liquid started out on fire. All in the same half. 5 straight both sides.
Grenades pummeling these T's. The lineups are going to play into the favor of Ethan. He sticks around. He wants a little bit more. Oh, and he gets that third one versus Nitro. Nitro dies because his teammate starts putting shots through it from behind. Wrong place, wrong time. Stewie 2K and Nap versus 4. Ethan on for the ace, but Stan is going to lend a helping hand, and Ethan still gets 4.
Yeah, he's on 10K. Everyone's looking super healthy here on EG money-wise. So what haven't Liquid done yet? Well, we haven't seen an arch wrap towards A. 3 arch wrap, 1 lane, 1 halls is a very popular and useful strat, of course. But they haven't decided to do it. They haven't also committed. Well, they did 1 round versus Ethan where they split B through arch, but I think that was specifically to kill Ethan and then see where that kill leads them. Maybe we'll have a strat where they try to crack open arch for the B split. But otherwise, standard state of affair here on Banana. Twist working in halls is okay. I think they've gotten more damage on some of these defaults than they realize, but EG are almost always coming out ahead in the opening kills.
2 snipers on Cirque and Tarek, yet again. How does that make you feel? Confident?
Oh man, I think it's perfect. You know, like right when things may be starting to get stale on your CG side, you buy another op because you have the money, and it's totally viable on Inferno. It's just going to make a strong advantage even stronger.
Cirque's confidence on these peaks. They're unable to punish his early presence. The Tarek is going to take a little bit of damage. Stanislaw as well, actually. This is a decent start, but, you know, it's that unconfirmed damage, as we say. Tarek's a little heavy. Doesn't quite get over to the wall. Try again.
There's no A-core.
Hands down, in terms of our, by the way, great content blast. I'm gonna say it. I hope I speak
yeah,
for
I
the
could watch that
community.
stuff on. I could watch that same video on repeat like the whole time.
Because if I watch people like Simple play aim maps, I feel inferior. But when I see his movement sucks, I think I've got a chance.
Oh well,
Cirque.
here's where the first kill could come. Yeah.
Done. Easy shot into the chest of Nap. Elige tries to give chase, and that could compromise the A site, but he would still be peeking into 3 CTs, so it's not favorable. And there's the quick headshot from Breeze off of Balk. It's answered by Twists, and it's an all-in from Liquid on short side. Stan from Pit still standing. Cirque looking to lock it down, and Stewie's dropped to 50 now. It's over. Team Liquid, dude, they can just not find an opening. This is 7 rounds in a row, but more importantly, Mo, 5 that have gone without bomb plant. Team Liquid are slipping further and further away from that 5-0 start they once had.
They're having so much trouble to find this opening kill. And this round's brought to you by Cirque's persistence to re-peek and re-peek again in through CT spawn, because on that second one when he goes on cycle, Elige pays him no mind, runs towards Arch because he thinks it's not even watched, so Elige thinks he's lurking. Meanwhile, he's got 3 pairs of eyes on him from the A site.
They just confirmed heavy presence in alt by throwing Stan into the apartments. He saw a bunch of heads and then immediately falls back into a safer default. Oh,
another
Cirque,
opening.
Always. And a little bit of grenade damage there versus Twists and Nitro. Let's see if Stan wants to activate. He just saw that shadow, so yes, sir. He makes the most of it, and Cirque back in with another. 5 versus 2. Evil Geniuses taking total control here on this CT side. Cirky's not done yet, unless Stewie has his way. That's a quick headshot. Another one from Twist. Little HP being lost. That's 3 frags back from Liquid. Individual gun duels don't go the way of EG. Stan, stranded, back sight, down. Traded by Stewie. And we've got him versus Ethan in the clutch. That was Stewie's smoke. There's a gap on the side of it. Ethan's walking in, and Stewie's got the damage. He gets the headshot through the side of the wall. Stewie 2K with the 3K to get Team Liquid their 6th.
EG were like a fortress without any doorways. Okay, everybody who lived in that fortress wasn't allowed out, but there was no way to get in. There was no drawbridge. There was a moat. It was impossible to break down. But once we got into this wonky situation where EG had enough confidence, they're going for some peaks. Stewie gets a miraculous headshot onto Cirque with the op. We find out exactly how talented Liquid are, but only in that 2vx.
Yes. Yeah, one of those moments where I think Evil Geniuses were kind of lulled into a false sense of security. They had, because of their 7-round spree, written off the individual aim, but right back into the game is Ethan. Couldn't close the clutch, but he can definitely start this 14th with a man advantage.
And this is looking at EG, who the stats point to a better CT side in the second half. Better than CT side after what we're seeing now. And Liquid with definite CT problems. So, luckily for Liquid, the half's not over, but it's another round. 5v4 in favor of EG. Not even damage this time on EG.
Yeah, good call. 500 health as we hit that 45-second mark, so there is no weak link in the defense. This EG wall stands tall. If they go for the B execute, it's going to cost them the majority of the utility that they still hold on to. So imagine EG's retake made a bit easier by that one. They go ahead and smoke off CT, flashing Tarek. They know where he's at. Ethan's gonna try to swing round, and he gets himself another kill. Now Tarek, he's still dodging the damage, and Ethan, his gun goes dry, but there it is from Tarek. The op shot connects, Twists in next. 1 versus 4, tagged up by the sniper, and still able as he cuts down the first, but there's just no time. He needs to die, or now at this point survive, which he will. CT's too far gone. It's another for Evil Geniuses.
Bro, they need to set him up best they can to frag, because he is just teaming right now with confidence. Like, Twist is so ready to play, but his teams can't help him get the 5v4. They can't flash the first guy to get the kill, and he can come through these exits and look absolutely phenomenal, but only as the exiting act. I mean, he's not the centerpiece of the show, and that's a shame for him because he's clearly on form right now. 15 kills in this half, and Liquid had lost 5 straight rounds following their initial start. Have only won 1 round in the last streak from EG.
Early grenade damage, not going to make things any easier. Nitro's barely alive, a 3rd frag, flashbangs, Molotovs, op kills. Everything's going well here for Evil Geniuses, and this is going to call Team Liquid into action on A. They'll throw a player up into the apartments, and it looks like they want around Arch side because Stewie has managed to find an opening, and he's going to hear Tarek stampeding through spawn, you'd think. Oh, Tarek, he stops sprinting at the perfect moment, and Stu none the wiser. Tarek, he just wants to survive here. He just wants to walk away, and it seems he'll be able to. Team Liquid losing another player over towards that A site. You have to feel like they're magnetized towards B here. They're already at this point. Wouldn't they just keep going? But they decide to walk it back. Oh, and that's not gonna bode well. Breeze, narrow angle, hits the headshot. Naf would need more kills in this round than he got all damn half. Evil Geniuses turning it around from a 0-5 start to a 9-6 CT side. Join us after the break to see if EG upset in a BO3.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
We've got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! And this is it. It's a bulldozer. We have fun. We're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off. And if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, Flame punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown.
Isn't the Astralis that I know.
He's trying to get in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies from. Oh no! A beautiful spray. Electrons have got it. 16-14. Now we do it.
I was ready for vitality versus complexity. I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to kill Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor. Victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, you know, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
We're turtled up at B.
Molly banana. Yeah, they turtled A as well.
1 CT.
1 CT. Yeah, it's clear, you're good. Pushing lane with sir. Water is clear.
Trying to come B probably then.
One library. Library dead.
Let's go with CT then.
One still
Bracket's library. He's out. Oh my god.
Nice.
Great half, guys.
Great half. That was 5-0 for them.
Man, those are some nice comms.
Nice and clean.
That's the first time we've ever had like a listen in where every word said was useful, I think.
I like it. This is this is the type of evil geniuses that may just lift the curse and bust through this BO3. Now, of course, this second pistol could be instrumental for Team Liquid's comeback. Maybe we tie at 9 straight out the gate, but only time will tell, folks. The final map, the final half, in this all-NA BO3.
Yeah, whoever loses is going to be mad salty, especially after how their first 2 maps went.
Of course, the loser of this game will be sent down to the lower bracket where Furia lie in wait.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's a pretty spicy lower bracket. There's a lot on the line.
I didn't mean
like
to.
100. What?
Didn't mean to paint
what?
such a bleak picture with that one, but it definitely came out that way, didn't it?
Yeah, no, that's scary.
It's a very slow pistol. I would like people to die now, please.
Okay, looks like you might get your wish.
Oh, Cirque, turning it upside down. He just got... Ooh! He gets himself a second. Stan gonna swing right back into the action. And Cirque, the difference maker. Now, if he's gonna commit to the corner, this is ridiculous.
Oh, I can't believe this, man.
Stan goes by. Look at that. Stan's just posted. Naf, what are you up to? Executes him, but then he's going to fall, so it is still on Stewie. He's got Breeze close with Bomb, and the T's are pretty split up. He's making a lot of noise, Breeze. Down he goes, and Stu doesn't know where the last man's at. He throws himself up into the open. Ethan versus Stewie 2K. 10 seconds, and Ethan wants that bomb. Stu needs the reload, and now Ethan's got the cover of the smoke. He's gonna stick this, he has to. And Stewie needs the headshot. He won't find it. It's Evil Geniuses taking 10.
Oh my god, that was intense. That was so intense, man. I cannot believe Nafly made that play. That was absolutely extraordinary. For low HP to go there, they run right by him, and he waits long enough that they come back to commit to mid, sets up his teammate for that 1v2. It's still a tough situation. He has 13 HP. He looks for the next kill, but he drags him back and just kind of like tries to lay up Stewie there. Of course, you know, no 1v1 is free, but wow, very solid attempt. Nothing but smart plays from Naf, even when he's not actually having the best match. You know, he's about 4 kills.
Yeah, one of which he still has no clue how he got.
Yeah, that off frag. And again, in these second rounds, both teams sporting high, relatively high conversion rates. 70% here for EG in the second round of the second half.
Going away from the apartments is probably the better call. Team Liquid, very bolstered within it. Where's that ump? It sits here on the B site. Stewie's got a couple of flashbangs as well. He'll have to rebuild his weapon once he throws them out, but Nafly, he gets himself a crisp first kill. Stan's gonna start trucking forward. He gets blinded, and Stewie is able to shut one down. Now, Naf is barely alive with 11 HP, but Elige, he has that secondary SMG, and they're doing damage through the smoke, all the while dodging the shots that come back. Does Naf decide to set up his teammates? His enemies are going to go forward. They sprint inwards on construction. Cirque's going to get great cover with the AK. It all gets shut down.
Yeah, they go right to the root of the problem. Stop it before they can get started. No kills there for Liquid after all the dust is settled. And honestly, if this is going to be a test of retakes, man, I'm doubting that we're going to see as good retakes out of Liquid as we did from EG. Their retakes were phenomenal. They were good on Dust 2. And honestly, just by merit of how they played the Dust 2, Liquid were foregoing some pretty good situations for the retakes. So I wonder if that's going to be a weakness of their CT side. But again, you know, strong map for both teams no matter what. So there'll be a lot to be discovered as the rounds play out. But this is a much worse round here from Liquid. No armor. Double ball setup could be nice for a Mac 10. Unless Tarek.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got other plans.
Money, money, money. A little bit of a CZ shot from Elige there, but it's all getting swept under the rug. I love that. Tarek gets 2 Mac 10 kills. Yeah, he just extracts all the cash he can, throws it over into the hands of Breeze, changing weapons, and then Breeze gets 2 kills on that SMG. So they're sharing. They're sharing a Mac 10. How cute.
Yeah. $1,200 made a piece, as opposed to them the kills going to the Galils. So that's kind of cool. It's like the reverse Bogdan. And EG on fire, for, I guess, the second time, because, yeah, they're connecting with the last 2 rounds of the half. Right before that, Liquid won a round on an island. And the buy immediately comes in. Oh, man.
Liquid have won a single round in the last 13.
Yeah. That's like a FaZe Clan type beat. Pull out that 15 rounds in a row versus ENCE the other day on Nuke.
Yep. If we could we get Twist's bedroom cam, please, very quickly?
It's a bit invasive, but I like it.
A little bit. Yeah, but there's a point to it.
Okay.
Next time it comes back around, I'll tell you what the point is. For all of you young, aspiring players out there who want to make it big, the next time your mom tells you to make your bed, tell her Twists doesn't even do it.
I didn't think that would be the moral of the story, but I'm glad that's what the point was.
Back into the action. Gun rounds. Let's go.
I really didn't think that was going that way. And I didn't think this map was going this way. 12-6. Let's see if EG can teach him a thing or two about the CT side. Fast aggression up mid, putting pressure on the setup, and Elige will immediately move into a better position here on the Moto. He does win his duel straight up. Important kill to grab. Twist also from the pit, looking very, very solid. And Twist will light it up.
Breeze, though, he's gotten those hands onto an AWP from the Mac 10, so suddenly that much more deadly. And he has done everything to get Evil Geniuses even onto this bomb site. So the plant comes in from Stan. Ooh, dangerous game. Oh, but he gets the Glock headshot. It's all on Breeze now, 1v2. And between Naf and Stu, they're split. He's got that double flashbang. They've got the double Molotov. You'd think one of those soars forward and forces his feet inward, but time will tell. There it is, hitting the mark. He still has a bit of cover. He gets Naf in the back. Stu takes to the high road, comes out the stairs, and Breeze is beautiful. 4 kills, and EG take 13.
Oh, too easy for Breezy, baby. 4 frags, the 2 op kills on the 1v2, and the absolute clutchness. And they are left startled. How? That smiles. I'm cooked. I can't believe Naf smiles on that spot. That is one hell of a clutch, and Stanislaw gets a Glock frag headshot. That was
Unreal.
Elise getting frustrated. Whoa, dude. That retake was actually not bad. You know, them re-aggressing to get the drop on the offer by playing it together. Plus, the Molotov lands in the right spot, but it's not enough to stop the rock, baby.
Stan gonna give no respect to Naf there as he tries to just retreat. Stewie, 4 HP. And Stan's gonna stay posted on this angle, so this is gonna limit any kind of a sight peek. Maybe Nitro swings wide here, but I mean, look at these AKs. They're just trained on them. CT smoke goes up, a little bit of spam goes through. More than a minute to work. And there's Elige at bat, trying to duel versus Tarek. He'll best him. Something going well for Liquid, but at a very heavy cost.
Man, it's crazy how important that rifle round was following buy-up 2v1. It would have been 12-7. Now they're ecoing, relying on these deagles.
Nitro burn forward, misses his shot, and I say shot singular because he never really had much of a chance. Oh, and poor Stewie just can't outrun the Liquid flames. Ethan slays Twists, and it's all back on Elige. Now he knows that Tarek's weapon was dropped over here, so that's his parting gift. That's the fruit of his labor.
I'm trying to envision Semler's face right now.
Oh, it's got that cheesy little smile.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So he's definitely.
And now he's doing that little laugh. You know his little giggle before the cackles take over.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's got that
classic
going right now. Does Semler have the best laugh in all of Counter-Strike?
I think it's the most memorable. 100%, yeah.
But Evil Geniuses seems like they've got the best damn Inferno in the game, man. This is a masterclass over Liquid, who, again, started 5-0 and now trail 6-14.
Okay, wow.
God,
that was cinematic. That was dramatic.
My heart.
More of that. I'm seeing some D-colons in chat for that chicken death for sure.
Yep. Some Pepe Omegas as well.
Don't pretend you know emotes, Connor. Kappa lol.
Got that scope zoomed in. Cirque. Oh, he gets chipped down ever so slightly. It's Ethan who hits the brunt of that grenade.
Man, Liquid are running out of quarters.
Yeah, about to get kicked out of the arcade.
Yeah, pretty much. They got to make a glory run on like one last quarter here. Just got to win straight out. Seriously, it's their official real last attempt with an op. That's for sure.
Nap's gonna get aggressive. Peeking right into the scope. And there's no chance for Cirque to flick that one, but Ethan insta headshot. Now suddenly, we've got Nap in a compromised position. He tries to run back to deep coffins. He's met by Molotovs. He decides to go forward. Oh, the utility damage is huge. Is that enough for Team Liquid to just sweep what remains of the T's underneath the rug? Elige through smoke finds Stan's head. And that bomb picked back up by Ethan. Now he's gonna go for the coffin plant. They're gonna try to spam him too. Damage goes through, but just not enough. Twists, Nitro, and Elige versus Tarek, Ethan, and Breeze. And the T's at a health disadvantage, but they've got cover, and Breeze has got the first one. He's on 100 health. He's gotten all 3 kills.
Dude, he's an absolute machine. Breeze, all 3 headshots. Whoa. Man, he just floats by on this. Playing from an angle, they're all trying to clear instantly, and he turns his attention to the CT after this next kill. Instant clap on Twist, man. Yeah, and it feels like Twist is playing his heart out. It feels like versus any other team right now, we'd have like 35 kills in this game from Twist. Like, that's what it feels like. But EG, they're playing the team game and pushing that to the nth degree. But it seems like, yeah, things are just not going well. And, yo, credit to EG. Even though we don't get to see Liquid play in the second half on these 2 rifle rounds, Liquid had not even come close to bringing it to these 1v2, 2vx situations in the first half. They were getting blown out basically every single round.
It's wild to think of those 2 back-to-back clutches from him as well. You know, floats like a butterfly, stings like a breeze. 2 huge rounds to put to the board of EG. Can they finish? They've got themselves 9 map and match points, and Ethan does it again. Catching Stewie 2K, establishing the 5v4 advantage for Evil Geniuses, and it looks like they're just gonna lock down onto this A site, try and chew through the 2 defenders that remain. In position is Twists, on site is Nitro. That's an Op and a FAMAS between them. Oh, but Twists! He gets aggressive at the perfect moment. Cuts down Tarek and does substantial damage as well onto Cirque. But that calls Breeze back into action. You have poked the bear. He emerges from the den and just slowly stalks his prey. Nitro, none the wiser, just walks right into it. And now Twist, he's gonna have to do it all. Drops Breeze, Stanislaw next up, and that's a trade frag to the favor of Evil Geniuses. They've got low HP on 2 of the 3, but that's a man advantage nonetheless, and near non-existent utility for Team Liquid to try this, what could be, final attempt at a retake. They're gonna play shoulder to shoulder. Elige, the only flash. We've got Cirque deep in pit, tagged to 21. They need to focus on the bomb site. They're gonna run right in and they get shut down. It's Elige now, 1 versus 3. He's got the health, but he doesn't have the kills just yet. He takes 2, and it's all taken down by Cirque. He emerges from the pit, and EG win 2-1. The reverse sweep, sending Liquid down into the depths of that lower bracket BO3.
Listen, we've got MIBR and Furia with a brand new rivalry. We've got EG showing that they can beat Liquid when they never have before, with Liquid on good form. They came to a narrow victory last week. They're now knocked down to the lower bracket to face off against Furia. They'll get a rematch versus Furia for that DreamHack Masters Grand Final. Things are looking spicy here in the North American region, and it is insane to see EG playing this well. So now we're gonna wrap it up. That's it for the day, folks. We're gonna go to the desk after this and break down Inferno and wrap this series up.
Wait a second, who goes first? Oh wait. Whoa. This one's hard, dude. You gotta jump on the ladder.
Cool, I like this man.
What? I can't. I can exit this one. Alright. Yeah.
I know. I'm gonna get dead last on this one. I never thought I'd see the day. Dude, what? How do you even make this part?
Oh, I finished. Damn, art.
Can't lose to Fallen. No.
Oh my god, I'm too old for this.
Can't get off this ladder. What the hell? It's the other side.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, there's a little trick at the end.
Which ladder is it? Is it on this side? Oh shit, okay. Dude, I am bad on the ladders.
Right.
Let's go.
Nice job.
There we go, boys. 2 years done and dusted. The EG Core take the win in 3 maps over Liquid, and boy, does victory feel sweet for them, I'm sure, right now. Chad, tell me, what did you take away from that 3rd map, my dude?
Well, just quickly, just to rewind with what you're saying there, I'm pretty sure the last time they beat them in a best of 3 was when Fugly and Daps were still on the roster. So if that's not taking us back in time, I don't know what is. And that right there, that game that we just saw, that type of Counter-Strike that they were playing, that's the inspired CS we want from EG. They were confident in so many scenarios, and I think that clutch from Breeze highlights that. He didn't even look like he was panicked. You know, Molotov lands, oh yeah, just look, oh, it's on the ground, yeah, no worries. And then he wins around like that. That type of stuff from them is fantastic, but I worry about Liquid here, mate. Like the fact they get up to a 5-0 lead and then lose 16-6. Come on, boys. What is that all about?
Chad said it all.
Well, Maniac,
EG
maybe you can enlighten us a little bit.
Yeah, they won 15 out of the last, or 16 out of the last 15 rounds. Now my math is too late for me to do math. They just destroyed Liquid. Listen, if you think about what worked for EG, you have first of all Cirque being absolutely insufferable on the CT side. The amount of time he was trying to peek, would it be successful or not? But he was always in Liquid's faces, peeking down middle, peeking second middle, peeking apps with the AWP. You have Stanislaw, who actually went up 4-0 in terms of opening kill. We have him on the screen right here. He was also very impactful on the A side. Then you switch over to Breeze. We had one clutch that we have just witnessed with the team speak. Obviously, he had others. It had been a while since we saw the monster that Breeze is, and in the clutches he shined. So this EG, that's the dreadful one. That's the terrible one. The one that you have nightmare of. And it feels great to see them again.
It certainly does. It certainly does. This is going to be one of those wins that builds confidence as well, I think. When you've taken down the Dragon, when you've really tried to take down one of the opponents that's been plaguing you for so long, and along with Zeus, along with Stanislaw, real confidence-building moment for the team. So I'm excited to see how this pans out here for EG going forward in the brackets. Just because this is a huge win for him. This is a huge win. And so these are some of the statistics as far as things look. And Chad, please go ahead.
I agree with that sentiment fully. I think this is helping to build in the right direction, and it's a huge win with Zeus on board as well, right? I think you need to consider that because they're transitioning away from the Chet era now to the Zeus era with the coach, and we don't really know what effects a new coach can have on a team yet. That's still quite new within the grasps and the realms of Counter-Strike. One thing I want to point out on the Liquid side that frustrated me towards the tail end of the first half was Elige felt like he was either being told to force the issue or choosing to force the issue. If my star player is dying in what felt like, I think there was like 3 or 4 rounds there towards the tail end, you're not even giving yourself a chance to get into these. So I think Team Liquid let their early start in this game get the better of them, and then EG with that momentum, we talk about capitalizing. But Semler, I need to bring this up, mate. We were trying to bait Jason into changing his prediction today, and then you did it, and you've actually capitalized here. So I don't understand how that worked.
Well, I mean, contrary to Jason's win, this is an honest win. So this feels just so good. This just feels so good right now. I mean, EG, 3 check marks. I don't want to talk. I don't know about Launders. Poor guy, just can't catch a break. But yeah, no, victory feels pretty sweet, Chad. Feels pretty good right now. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm one behind. I'm one behind.
And well, you know, plenty of time. Plenty of time left to take down that bald eagle. Gonna get that taxidermied eagle right over there on the shelf in my office. You know, look at it every day. It's gonna be great. But as far as, let's take a look at the brackets, because yeah, it is getting on in the evening, guys. And well, that was just a fantastic win. Neither of those teams are done though. EG are obviously gonna go in the upper bracket. They're gonna keep on going, but Liquid are not out of the tournament. That was not an elimination match. They are still alive in the lower bracket. And so there we go. This is how it's gonna go down. MIBR versus Evil Geniuses, and then in the lower bracket, Furia versus Team Liquid.
there's actually cause for alarm if you're Liquid fan right here. And I did not think that we would end up in that situation. We heard in an interview of Madren, they don't know how to play against Furia. They study them, they prepare for them, and then they lose against them. So now I hope there's going to be a change, because I think that the reaction coming after this EG game is going to tell me a lot about this Liquid lineup and where they stand and the leadership was Chewy. It's one thing to fall, it's okay, and I agree with Chad. I think they became complacent a little bit during that game, but it's okay. I'll give them that. It's a new roster in destruction right now, but I need to see a reaction, and Furia might not be the team they want to in terms of reaction.
All right, this is a man. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be close because obviously that's the Black Beast, right, that they have to take down. But let's take a look at the EU brackets now next and see where we stand going into tomorrow. We're going to keep this up, guys. It's going to be 3 best of 3s pretty much all week long. So, you know, you're in for some good CS, just like it was a week ago with the Showdown. And so here, Vitality versus FaZe Clan in the upper bracket, Na'Vi and Complexity dancing, and that's going to be a good one. And well, you can see G2 and NIP still alive in the lower bracket. Today, we saw ENCE, well, go home, and OG didn't end well for him either. But this is what we're looking at for tomorrow. The Day 4 overview, EU Finals, Complexity versus Na'Vi will be kicking it off, FaZe versus Vitality in the second best of 3, and then Furia, Liquid, an elimination match in the North American bracket. One of those teams is going home first, and that's going to be brutal. And so that's going to be it for us here today. So guys, I got to thank you very much for the analysis. As always, a fantastic job. And, you know, thanks for putting up with me. I know, you know, predictions is fun, but, you know, you'll get plenty of chances, I'm sure.
This one is legit, Samuel. You can have it.
Yeah, this one feels good. I'm going to sleep well tonight. All right, thanks, guys. We'll see you all tomorrow. Take care.